Rebirth, awakening of powers. Ah! Yu Sheng abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. In a frenzy, he glanced around, and the familiar bedroom left him astounded. But wasn't I sentenced to death by injection? How did I end up back home? The death sentence stemmed from the fact that Yu Sheng, a month into his marriage and still a virgin, had a fierce argument with his wife and subsequently sought solace in a bar. The following morning, he awoke to find himself in a hotel room, alongside the lifeless body of a naked woman who had been strangled. Yu Sheng was adamant that he had not committed the crime. He never indulged in drunken antics and would never resort to such violence in a drunken state. However, despair washed over him as he noticed blood remnants beneath his fingernails, matching the injuries on the victim's neck. Yu Sheng felt as if he had crossed into another realm when he suddenly glanced at his phone. June 6th, 6 a.m. Oh my goodness, have I been reborn before my marriage? Today is the day I register my marriage with Su Meiwan. In a sudden burst of laughter, he wept tears of joy. Rebirth was not uncommon. He had read countless web novels on the subject, but none had managed to escape their fates. How could he possibly go through with a marriage registration with Su Meiwan again? Because just before the lethal injection, the coroner had whispered a shocking secret in his ear. The execution required 3 injections. The first 2 rendered the inmate incapable of feeling pain or physical response, while the final injection was fatal. After receiving the first 2 injections, Yu Sheng could not utter a word and believed there was no turning back. It was then that the coroner revealed the truth. The one who had strangled the woman and framed Yu Sheng was none other than the coroner himself, who was also the lover of his wife, Su Meiwan. Su Meiwan was a nurse working under the coroner. It was no wonder that everything from marriage to argument, framing, arrest, trial, and execution had unfolded so seamlessly. The lover had orchestrated the murder and subsequent identification, leveraging his connections. Damn it, you 2 scoundrels. Just wait, he cursed vehemently, contemplating his revenge against them. Was abstaining from registration sufficient? What a joke. Death was a necessity. It would be best to gather incriminating evidence against these 2 and ensure they face the same fate, execution by injection. Investigating the coroner is no simple task. If only I could become invisible. And no sooner had Yu Sheng uttered these thoughts than he suddenly realized his body had vanished. His mouth fell open in shock as he quickly reached out to touch himself, instantly reappearing. Astounded, he repeated the process several times, discovering that as long as he thought of becoming invisible, he could do so at will, reappearing with a mere touch. What freedom! Ha ha ha! Yu Sheng was overwhelmed with elation. At the same time, a deep sense of caution enveloped him. If this ability were to be exposed, he would lose his freedom entirely and could become a mere lab rat. The powerful elite would not tolerate a potential threat like him. Such individuals were destined to become disruptors of the existing order. Thus, it was imperative that a tracking device be implanted within him, reducing him to a mere tool. Obedience would ensure usage. Disobedience would lead to dissection, and studied at a chill ran down Yu Sheng's spine. If there were to be research, it would be on his own terms. His newfound abilities instilled within him a profound confidence, and he eagerly resumed testing his powers. After a while, a bold hypothesis struck him. Becoming invisible was akin to transitioning from 3-dimensional to 4-dimensional space. The 3-dimensional entities cannot perceive the 4th dimension, yet the 4th can encompass the 3rd. In the moment of invisibility, it felt as if his body was being refreshed by an energy from another realm. He sensed an incremental enhancement of his physical capabilities, and the most apparent benefit was the complete eradication of fatigue, both physical and mental, effectively, replacing the need for sleep. Yu Sheng felt increasingly invigorated and noticed it was already 8 o'clock. It was time to confront Su Meiwan. He quickly dressed and dashed downstairs, hailing a taxi, to Century City. Then he called Su Meiwan, sweetly saying, "Darling, I'm downstairs." The driver couldn't help but chuckle. Had he just gotten into the car and arrived at Century City? "All right, you don't need to come upstairs. I'll be down in a moment," came Su Meiwan's distant voice point. 10 minutes later, Yu Sheng arrived at the foot of her building. After waiting a while, Su Meiwan finally emerged from the entrance. A flicker of shadow crossed Yu Sheng's eyes. Truth be told, Su Meiwan possessed an attractive figure and appearance, scoring at least a 90. Yet, there was a spring-like sparkle in her eyes, as if she had just been refreshed. Instinctively, he clenched his jaw. Perhaps that scoundrel was watching him from above? He fought the impulse to glance upward, determined not to reveal any signs of weakness. With a smile plastered on his face, he took Su Mejuan's hand, feigning the demeanor of someone genuinely ready for registration. Everything unfolded just as it had in his previous life, that crucial moment. Su Mejuan spoke with an air of cold aloofness. Before we register, I have 2 conditions. If you cannot meet them, we shall call it off. Her tone left little room for doubt that they were discussing marriage. Speak. Yusheng nodded repeatedly, adopting a servile expression. Yet within, he had transformed into a wolf. For wolves traverse great distances for meat. The servile act was merely a facade. Su Mejuan, however, continued to regard him as a mere sycophant. Firstly, we will sleep in separate rooms after marriage. I suffer from neurosis, and having someone beside me keeps me from sleeping. Your breathing can drive me to madness. Wells, please state everything at once. Yusheng nearly exploded with frustration. Su Mejuan shot him a disdainful glance, somewhat displeased with his attitude, yet unwilling to let a quality partner slip away. Yusheng, having lost his parents in a car accident, lacked the typical complications most women encounter. Even in death, no one would investigate his demise. Considering these advantages, her tolerance level increased slightly, and she patiently continued. Secondly, we have known each other for too short a time. I need a period of adjustment. During this time, I will strive to accept you, but you must not pressure me. More specifically, you cannot enter my room for a month. Are you saying I cannot have relations with you for a month? Yusheng retorted nonchalantly, aware that after this month, Su Mejuan had not consented either, leading to their quarrel, his framing, and ultimately his execution while still a pure novice. Su Mejuan's expression shifted instantly as she yanked her hand away, screaming in admonition. You are truly crude. Your manners are intolerable, devoid of any gentlemanly grace or understanding towards your wife. It seems your youth is a flaw rather than an asset. Your immaturity offers me no sense of security. Let us end this. Goodness, how remarkably she had articulated her grievances, transforming her age into an advantage. Yusheng found himself deeply impressed. Su Mejuan had merely pretended to leave, expecting Yusheng to instantly concede and agree to her conditions. Instead, she nearly twisted her ankle. Yes, Su Mejuan did not receive Yusheng's concession. A sense of uncertainty crept in. Had this sycophant taken some sort of medication? There was no possibility of her compromising. She approached the entrance and swiped her card, the door clicking open. She stepped inside slowly and shut the door, still awaiting the anticipated concession that never came. Su Mejuan was resolute in her stance. In this moment, whoever yielded first would be the loser. Leaning against the wall, she awaited Yusheng's call. Unbeknownst to her, he stood invisibly before her, keenly observing the nuances of her expressions. He held the conviction that even the most cunning of women would reveal their true selves in solitude. Determined, he resolved to resign from his position at the venture capital firm, dedicating all his time to surveilling the 2 individuals. He was intent on discovering their Achilles heel, so he could ensure they faced the ultimate penalty point. 3 minutes elapsed. Su Mejuan glanced at her watch, her demeanor growing increasingly anxious as she muttered, "Did I push him too hard into despair? Perhaps I should offer him a glimmer of hope?" She resolved to ease the tension and made a phone call. To her dismay, the line was dead. In a flurry of confusion, she hastily dialed Xiao Ying's number. He clearly observed that Xiao Ying was Su Mejuan's confidant, as the 2 often exchanged messages. However, to his astonishment, a man's voice answered, "What is it?" A shiver coursed through him, nearly compelling him to abandon his concealment. He would never forget that voice. It belonged to the forensic expert. It dawned on him that the perpetrator was none other than Su Mejuan's intimate friend, Xiao Ying. To his shock, Xiao Ying was a man. Recalling the flirty exchanges between Su Mejuan and Xiao Ying, he realized how foolish he had been, never considering that his wife would engage in such banter with her friend. How blind could he have been? This was not merely a case of ignorance. It was a grave oversight. Su Mejuan whispered. There was an unexpected turn of events. I laid out the terms, but he did not acquiesce, and I could not compromise. I am inside the building, while he is outside. Check to see if he has left. His heart filled with resentment, for indeed, the paramour was within Su Mejuan's abode. I haven't seen him leave. He should be just outside the door, But the awning obstructs my view, Xiao Ying replied. Su Meiwan was taken aback. Was he truly just behind a metal door? She promptly hung up the call, her confidence restored. The two resumed their conversation via text. Xiao Ying, he will agree. There's no need to compromise that Su Meiwan. I have a hunch that he has sensed something amiss. Today he is acting unusually. Xiao Ying, could it be that you misused a punctuation mark at some point? Su Meiwan, no, I have never erred. I use a period when he is nearby and a comma when he is not. If there are no punctuation marks, it means he sent it. At that moment, his mind exploded with realization, and he felt a pang of anger so intense it caused his stomach pain. How could he have been so naive? They had played him for a fool, and no matter how much he suspected, he could not find a flaw, allowing these two to revel in their intellectual superiority and mock his naivete. He was seized by an overwhelming urge to confront and end the lives of these two, yet he forced himself to remain composed, reminding himself that he must gather evidence to deliver them to justice. Xiao Ying, I am heading to work. I'll take a look at Su Meiwan. Good. Observe his expression. Before long, the elevator doors opened. A man in his 30s emerged, moving with a silent grace. He stood around 5 feet 8, clad in a green jacket, with a prominent nose and narrow, vigilant eyes that exuded a cold, serpentine demeanor, but he clenched his jaw. After all, this man was his nemesis, and remaining calm was no easy feat. Su Meiwan approached him and embraced him, whispering teasingly in his ear, "Shall we indulge here?" The thrill of being potentially discovered is exhilarating. He nearly ground his teeth in fury, cursing the two of them, when Xiao Ying alertly interjected, "We don't have time. Someone is coming." Just then, the door clicked open, and a middle-aged woman entered, carrying a bag of vegetables. Su Meiwan and the man seamlessly passed each other, appearing as mere strangers. Xiao Ying quickly exited, casting a glance around before swiftly typing. He has left. Su Meiwan. Something feels off. This is too strange. Could it be that your wife has caught wind of something and gone to see him? He finally understood. This man had a family. Xiao Ying. No, my wife would never notice, and even if she did, she would never confront him. Let's wait and see. If he speaks first, you can afford to take a step back. He then hailed a taxi and departed. He immediately revealed himself and flagged down another taxi, directing the driver with fervent urgency, which irritated the driver. Hey, can you just tell me where to go? He could not divulge that he was tailing the other vehicle, as taxi drivers knew each other, and it would easily expose his tracking of Xiao Ying. I'll pay you double. If you won't take me, just stop. Okay, you keep directing. With that, the driver calmed down. As long as the money was right, he would drive through fire. Soon, he spotted Xiao Ying alighting at the hospital. He called for the driver to stop, exited the car, and found a concealed corner without cameras, vanishing from sight. He followed Xiao Ying into the office, witnessing him change into work attire. What he saw next nearly made him retch. Autopsies, organ examinations. He closed his eyes, realizing this was work no human should undertake, leading him to deduce that Xiao Ying was no ordinary man. After the autopsy was completed and the report finalized, he noted the signature, Cheng Hui. Cheng Hui. So this was his true name. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, he prepared to abandon his pursuit, his nerves frayed and his stomach at its limit. Just as he was about to leave, the door opened, revealing a tall woman in her 30s, her white lab coat unable to conceal her mature allure. The name tag on her chest read, Dr. Zhaoan. Darling, what instructions do you have? Cheng Hui greeted her with a beaming smile. His eyes widened. Was this Cheng Hui's wife? Has the autopsy for Li Guoming been completed? Zhao Wan inquired quietly. Just finished filling out the forms, Cheng Hui replied without hesitation, handing them to Zhao Wan. She perused the document, shaking her head slightly. Revise it. Meng Qingyang paid 50,000. His heart raced. Meng Qingyang was a notorious figure in the underworld, infamous for his numerous crimes and the lives he had taken. Understood. Cheng Hui tucked the completed report into his pocket, then rewrote the autopsy report, concluding that the cause of death was a sudden heart attack. These two possessed hearts as dark as coal, essentially converting a death sentence into a non-issue for Li Guoming. However, this evidence against Cheng Hui was evidently not fatal. He had not accepted a bribe. Zhao Wan was the one receiving the money. Watching Cheng Hui finalize the report, Zhao Wan turned to leave but paused. By the way, I'll be at Director Huang's for Mahjong tonight. If it gets too late, I won't be coming home. Okay, don't win too much. I only sent you to be a distraction, or there won't be a next time, don't worry. Zhao Wan departed. He suddenly found himself questioning. Was Zhao Wan truly going to play mahjong? Perhaps only the tiles were genuine. Zhao Wan was aware of Cheng Hui's infidelity, and Cheng Hui knew of Zhao Wan's betrayal. Yet both feigned ignorance that in essence. Only their vested interests remained steadfast. Su Meiwan could not provide Cheng Hui with such benefits. Thus she could never replace Zhao Wan. Chapter 3. The Novice Yani Yani. Are you going to play mahjong at Director Huang's place tonight? Zhao Wan returned to the office and immediately began making phone calls. Are you asking me to catch gamblers? Fine. A bright, clear voice responded. Haha, you're hilarious. Yani, you must learn to align yourself with your superiors. Diligently report your thoughts and engage in frequent, profound discussions. Only then can you excel in your work. Director Huang often praises you as a promising talent. Take my advice. As a beautiful young woman, is it truly necessary to risk your life against tomb raiders and antiquities traffickers? The path to success can be remarkably straightforward. Indeed, but I refuse to be merely a decorative vase. It's a pity that I lack knowledge about antiques. Every bronze artifact I see in the antique street appears genuine, which is quite distressing. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wan laughed heartily. Do you really think genuine bronze artifacts would be displayed for sale? There are hardly any authentic pieces on that entire street. A thought suddenly flashed through Yu Sheng's mind. This Yani was a sharp blade. Someone daring enough to confront Director Huang was immensely valuable. After listening for a while and confirming that Yani was indeed at the antique street, he quietly departed. At the antique street, Yu Sheng moved like a phantom, blending into the bustling crowd. The street was lined with antique shops, and countless small vendors set up stalls outside. Although these vendors seemed to detract from the shop's businesses, they actually contributed significantly to the overall popularity, attracting the general public even if just for sightseeing. With more people participating, capital would naturally flow into this trade daily, enhancing the prosperity of the antique street and boosting sales for the shops. Of course, there were downsides. It could be chaotic, with tomb raiders or antiquities traffickers often peddling stolen goods here. Yu Sheng walked along, his eyes scanning the myriad of counterfeit antiques at the stalls, pondering how he could locate Yani. She could not possibly be wandering around in her police uniform. She must be in civilian attire, inconspicuous to the eye. As his thoughts became clearer, he realized he needed to become an antiquities expert, even if it meant pretending to be one. However, masquerading as an expert was no easy feat, especially since he was still a novice. Fortunately, Yani was even more inexperienced. Yu Sheng observed with greater intensity, passing by stall after stall, examining the offerings for over an hour. The antiques were a bizarre assortment. Some forgeries were not mere replicas, but rather entirely fabricated, relying on the notion that without comparison, there could be no harm. No matter how outlandish, they were crafted to avoid detection. As he approached the end of the antique street, only one stall remained. This stall had no patrons, and the antiques displayed appeared blatantly counterfeit. The vendor was a middle-aged man. Upon approaching, Yu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. His gaze was fixed on a brush washer. After watching discreetly for a long time, he seized the opportunity when the vendor turned away, and he swiftly picked up the brush washer. In an instant, the brush washer vanished from sight. Yu Sheng did not intend to steal. Even a fool would not expose their abilities for a mere artifact. He simply sensed that the aura of this brush washer was distinct from all the antiques on the street, especially when held in his hand, where the feeling became even more pronounced, as if it bore the weight of time itself. Once assured, he hastily set it down. After 2 minutes, the vendor noticed a young man sauntering over, casually squatting in front of the stall. Young man, are you admiring this Song Dynasty brush washer? Truly discerning taste. The vendor, wary that the young man might not recognize the brush washer, cautiously guided him. Typically, customers like to feign expertise, and one must provide them with an opportunity. Is this a brush washer? I thought it was a large tea bowl, the young man replied, appearing somewhat clueless. The vendor's hopes plummeted, with such a lack of pretense. A purchase seemed unlikely. Unexpectedly, the young man inquired, how about $5? The vendor nearly lost his composure, shooting him a disdainful glance. I clearly stated it's a Song Dynasty brush washer. I want to part with it for less than 50,000. 500. Come on. You can't possibly have spent $5,000 on this while selling on the street. If it's fake, you'd be at a loss. 2,000. And I'll consider you a friend today, the vendor responded softly, then promptly closed his eyes, indicating he wished to say no more. The young man hesitated and then chuckled. 10,000 it is. I'll regard you as my elder brother. I'm planning to enter the antique trade, and this will be my first transaction. I appreciate your guidance. The vendor smiled, thinking to himself how youthful he was. He feigned an intent to leave. Knowing 500 was a pittance, and 10,000 was already a lucrative deal, he quickly began packing up his stall. Fine, I'll accept you as my brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. My name is Sun Honglei. Wow, your name carries quite a reputation. Sun Honglei laughed heartily, clearly accustomed to being teased about his name. The young man completed the transfer, holding the brush washer in hand, and Sun Honglei graciously provided a bag. Then added with a grin, in the antique trade, once you buy, it's yours, no returns. Since you're keen on this field, you must learn to abide by the rules of the game. He sensed the young man wouldn't trouble him, yet still felt it necessary to lay down the law regarding titles like brother, all in jest. Rest assured, elder brother, I'm only giving you 10,000 to avoid any future complications, the young man retorted before departing. Sun Honglei pondered for a long while, his expression gradually turning ashen. Could it be that the brush washer is genuine? The young man paid no further heed, for he could only sense the aura of antiquity by becoming invisible within the fourth dimension. In his normal state, he perceived nothing. Thus, he scanned each shop, intending to sell the brush washer, certain that by boasting and spreading rumors about its authenticity, he could pique Yin and I's curiosity. After visiting several establishments, he prudently refrained from revealing the brush washer, sensing the shopkeepers were untrustworthy. It was not until the fifth shop that he encountered a striking woman in a trench coat, examining the porcelain in the display case. Just her profile was breathtaking enough. The young man's heart raced. Could this be Yin and I? With such beauty, it was no wonder she had caught Huang Ju's eye. Upon turning around, the shopkeeper appeared as a gaunt old man, embodying the essence of a reclusive sage amidst the bustling antique street. His presence immediately evoked a sense of fondness, unlike the cunning proprietors of the previous shops. At that moment, he was seated at a Wang Wali would aid immortals table, sipping tea. Noticing Yuxing holding a bag, his eyes sparkled with interest, and he beckoned, "Young friend, come sit and enjoy a cup of tea." The beautiful woman glanced at the owner, internally fuming. This old geezer, why didn't he offer me tea when I arrived? Unaware of her thoughts, Yuxing sensed an air of danger emanating from her, and thus approached the table with utmost caution, taking a seat. The shopkeeper grew increasingly convinced that Yuxing possessed something of value. He poured a cup of tea for him, smiling as he inquired, "I am Wan Ting. May I ask your name?" "I am Wan Uncle. My name is Yuxing. I'm planning to venture into the antique business, and today marks my first day. I hope to receive your guidance." Wan Ting cast a sidelong glance at Yuxing's bag, pondering, could it be that he has crafted an antique himself? With a benign demeanor, he asked, "What have you done on your first day in the field?" Yuxing chuckled and produced a brush washer from his bag, placing it gently before Wan Ting. "Uncle Wan, this is what I just purchased from a street vendor. Do you think I possess the talent for this trade? If not, I shall change my path. If so, I shall continue." Wan Ting's eyes widened, his heartbeat quickening. Could it truly be Ru porcelain? There are only 93 pieces in existence worldwide. He carefully donned gloves and, with a magnifying glass, scrutinized the piece for a full 10 minutes. The beautiful woman was drawn in, recognizing that this must be authentic. Otherwise, why would an expert like him be so engrossed in his examination? Finally, Wan Ting could no longer contain his disbelief and let out a heartfelt sigh. This is indeed a genuine article. The earth incrustation cannot be faked. Authentic pieces tend to exhibit a grayish hue, while imitations lean towards green. It is likely that you have acquired the only genuine item among all the vendors in this antique street. Not only do you possess talent, but you are also remarkable. From whom did you buy this? Though Yuxing had anticipated this reaction, he sighed in relief, suppressing his pride and recounting the tale with an air of nonchalance. He needed a reputation that would impress Yin and I, thus he spoke vividly. Moreover, to ensure an antique holds value, it must possess a clear lineage and verifiable provenance. Hence the need for clarity in his narrative. The woman's gaze towards Yuxing transformed entirely, radiating an enthusiastic admiration akin to a demoness gazing upon a monk. Chapter 4. A million in hand. Finally, the woman spoke up, her radiant smile illuminating the room. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin and I, an antique enthusiast. Shall we have lunch together? You may choose the place, and I shall treat." Clad in a flowing trench coat with long hair cascading like clouds, her eyes sparkled, and her melodious voice, soft as silk, complemented her delicate complexion and radiant beauty, leaving Yuxing momentarily bewildered, causing him to forget who he was, where he came from, and where he was headed. For someone as pure-hearted as Yuxing, the allure of beautiful women is overwhelmingly potent, especially when they possess such captivating charm. While he could maintain composure in the face of their beauty, one smile could bring his defenses crashing down. If Su Meiwan is a score of 90, then Yanni is a dazzling 98, a true goddess. Wan Ting chuckled heartily, inwardly chastising the girl for her lack of decorum, as if he were invisible. Yuxing, lunch is on me. I'll invite 2 remarkable individuals for you to meet. It will surely benefit your endeavors in the antiques trade. Yuxing, startled back to reality, could not overlook Yanni. Naturally, he could not forsake Wan Ting either, and thus he replied, let us go together then. Both agreed instantly. By the way, are you planning to sell this brush washer? Wan Ting inquired seemingly nonchalantly. You set the price, and if it's reasonable, I shall sell it, Yuxing replied. His true wealth lay in his ability to remain inconspicuous. Thus he regarded the brush washer with indifference, embodying a tranquility that exuded an air of distinction. One that even Yanni found admirable, sensing in him an extraordinary presence. Wan Ting contemplated for a moment before solemnly stating, 1 million. Uffed, Yanni retorted instantly. Are you joking? Wan, I heard that a Ru kiln brush washer auctioned at the Hong Kong auction house fetched 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Having resolved to befriend Yuxing, she unhesitatingly defended him, for she was inherently intolerant of mediocrity. Wan Ting cast her an odd glance before turning to Yuxing. Qingzi, do you believe this brush washer could sell for 3.2 billion? Yuxing promptly shook his head. Absolutely not. Even 30 million is implausible. Although he lacked expertise in antiquities, he was well versed in commerce. After all, he was an employee at a venture capital firm. Surely, he understood this basic principle. Wan Ting nodded in approval, recognizing Yuxing's talent. He then explained to Yanni, that brush washer, sold for 3.2 billion, belonged to a world-class collector. The identity of the collector is crucial. This is what we call an orderly inheritance. The more renowned the collector, the more valuable the item. Additionally, the duration of the collection matters. The longer it has been held, the more it appreciates, reflecting the recognition of a major collector, indicating that this auction is not merely speculative. Furthermore, prior to the auction, he invested hundreds of thousands in scientific verification by a reputable institution to ascertain the carbon-14 half-life. And most importantly, it was auctioned at the world's leading auction house, where participants are among the wealthiest individuals globally. Can we expect to negotiate a price with the common folk? Yanni felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I am just an outsider. Is there really such a vast difference between celebrities and ordinary people? Absolutely, Wan Ting confirmed. Purchasing from an ordinary individual carries risks. For instance, if I buy it and the police come knocking the next day claiming it was stolen from a museum, presenting evidence, they can seize it. I would have to take the loss, and Yuxing would bear no responsibility. Thus, orderly inheritance is what makes it valuable. You expect me to risk everything and spend 30 million on this? Impossible. What would happen if something went awry? I understand now, Yanni replied weakly, her expression innocent, lamenting her lack of aptitude for this line of work. Yuxing has resolutely decided that, in comparison to wealth, Wan Ting, as a guiding mentor, holds far greater significance. His introduction will enable Yuxing to swiftly penetrate the antique circle and directly access elite networks. This is the true value. I agree to 1 million. But I have a condition. Does Mr. Wan have any study materials on antique appraisal that I could borrow? Of course, you are welcome to peruse my materials at home. At your age, even with talent, you cannot mask the lack of experience. It is essential to learn systematically first. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me. We will get along splendidly in the future, as we are both reasonable individuals, capable of taking things up and letting them go. Wan Ting was in high spirits. Possessing such high-caliber antiques truly signifies a world-class collector. The value of a collection determines the stature of its collector. He promptly transferred 1 million to Yuxing, then retrieved a professional packaging box to carefully secure the brush washer before placing it into the safe. After locking up the shop, he led the two to the Wuzhou Grand Hotel. The dining experience was nothing short of splendid, featuring the finest dishes the hotel had to offer. Wan Ting made a phone call, summoning 2 individuals who turned out to be remarkable figures, both in their 50s, portly, and exuding an air of astuteness and competence. This is Su Haoping, a director of the Collectors Association. And this is Zheng Yunlong, the owner of the antique market. Su Haoping and Zheng Yunlong were taken aback. They knew Wan Ting's temperament, and this young man was certainly not merely riding on a favorable background. He must possess extraordinary abilities. They were both exceptionally perceptive individuals, and there was no condescension in their demeanor as they quickly deduced the situation. To think you acquired Ru porcelain from a street vendor? Su Haoping exclaimed in astonishment. Heavens! It takes more than skill. Luck also plays a role. Timing is everything. Zheng Yunlong clapped his thigh in admiration. Wan Ting smiled, saying, Luck is indeed a part of strength. The others nodded in agreement. Some individuals are simply fortunate, enjoying a streak of good luck that is undeniable. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, leaving everyone immensely satisfied. Zheng Yunlong and Su Haoping assumed that Yanni was Yuxing's girlfriend, and Yanni offered no clarification, nor would Wan Ting pry. Eventually, as they departed and exchanged phone numbers, Wan Ting and the others left to inspect the Ru porcelain first. It was then that Yanni turned to Yuxing with a smile. I would like to learn about artifact appraisal from you. Is that possible? Yuxing shrugged, spreading his hands. I would love to masquerade as an expert to impress a beautiful woman, but alas, I am not one. If he were incapable of appraising artifacts, he might have pretended to be an expert to win Yanni's favor, but now he felt confident in his abilities. Thus, he opted for discretion, as quietude often leads to significant gains. Yanni increasingly perceived Yuxing as someone who harbored great ambition and aspirations. She nostalgically remarked, in truth, I merely wish to broaden my horizons by following you. Could you please give me a call before you visit the antique street in the future? Certainly. Feel free to call me if you need assistance with authenticity appraisals, but nothing else, Yuxing replied. Yanni beamed with delight. That is more than sufficient. Thank you. She was solely interested in discerning authenticity, as other cultural connotations held no relevance for her. Two individuals connected on WeChat, and Yuxing decisively walked away, vowing never to be a sycophant again, regardless of how beautiful the woman might be. Conversely, Yin and I seemed to be caught off guard, pondering what experiences had rendered this man so wary of women. As Yuxing was preparing to return to the hospital, his phone rang. It was his superior, Wang Dianga, the head of the venture capital company. Yuxing, you requested a half-day leave. Why haven't you returned to work? Wang barked, treating him like a subordinate. In a previous life, Yuxing would have submitted, motivated merely by a pittance for his daily meals. However, that was no longer necessary. With newfound confidence, he calmly replied, I formally resign. I do not require my salary or deposit. Thus, I will not be returning. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to terminate my employment. Just don't contact me again. The other party was evidently taken aback, and his tone softened immediately. Brother, what are you saying? I'll handle the paperwork. Your salary must be settled. By the way, where do you plan to seek fortune? His intuition was sharp, sensing that Yuxing was not to be trifled with. Yuxing smiled. Fortune is perhaps an overstatement. I am venturing into the antique business now. Should you come across anything in that realm, do not hesitate to reach out. With that, he hung up the phone. Initially intending to return to the hospital, he abruptly changed his mind. Career is the foundation upon which a man stands. One must not misplace priorities, diligently pursue one's career during the day, and seek vengeance during idle evenings. He promptly hailed a taxi and calmly instructed, to the museum. Chapter 5. A fatal weakness. To his astonishment, there were indeed forgeries present. Yuxing stealthily entered the museum and arrived at the bronze exhibition hall, where he was taken aback. No matter how lifelike the forgeries appeared, they could never replicate the essence of antiquity. Since it was not the weekend, there were few visitors. Only two scholars engaged in hushed conversation. Yuxing approached them discreetly. This bronze vessel has issues. When it was delivered by our archaeological team, it was genuine, but it has since been swapped. It must be an insider. Keep your lips sealed to avoid troubles. Rest assured, it hasn't been replaced with something from my collection. Yuxing chose not to linger. Forgeries held no relevance for him. He leisurely wandered, focusing solely on authentic pieces, first absorbing their essence, then cross-referencing with descriptions to discern their eras, his understanding becoming increasingly lucid. He discerned what essence represented which period with growing precision. Subsequently, he ventured to the porcelain exhibition hall. In his concealed state, he could ascertain authenticity without physical contact. Should he reveal himself, tactile engagement would be necessary to sense the essence of time. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and an announcement echoed through the hall. Closing time had arrived. Immersed in the vastness of history, he was abruptly jolted awake. Oh no, I must head to the hospital. He hurriedly exited the museum. Upon entering the taxi, he realized it was rush hour, and traffic was severely congested. Resigned, he said, "Forget the hospital. Take me to Century City. It's less obstructed." "Sure thing." The driver responded, making a swift turn. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated. The driver instantly changed color. "What the hell? Who rear-ended me?" Both individuals swiftly exited their vehicles, only to discover a Mercedes S600 behind them. The driver, a woman, appeared visibly embarrassed, resembling an ostrich frozen in place. The taxi driver, bewildered, thought, "Why don't you come down and resolve this?" Yet, Yu Sheng was astonished, despite the windshield separating them. He instantly recognized the woman behind the wheel, his university classmate and first love, the ethereal Tong Lin. After graduation, she had vanished without a trace, rumored to have married into a wealthy family. In a previous life, such a chance encounter would have stirred tumultuous emotions within Yu Sheng, compelling him to confront her. Had it not been for the pain of her abandonment, he might not have rushed to marry Su Meiwan, seeking to sugarcoat his wounds. However, having faced death once, he now regarded Tong Lin's presence as trivial. What did it matter? She and T condemned him to the electric chair. He felt an uncanny calm. Ignoring Tong Lin, he meticulously inspected both vehicles. Noting that the Mercedes suffered minimal damage while the taxi had a dented rear, he turned and smiled. "Brother, how much will it cost to fix?" "Should be around 700 or 800, the driver replied. "I'll give you 1,000. Let us go." "It's your fault for the rear-end collision. We don't need to cover it." "I'm in a hurry." With no further discussion, they both got back into their cars and drove away. Yu Sheng sent 1,000 yuan via a QR code. The driver marveled. This is what it means to be wealthy. The value lies in time. Inside the Mercedes, Tong Lin regained her composure, driving while making a phone call. "Mom, I saw Yu Sheng, but I was in the car, and he didn't recognize me." "Oh, your status is different now. Don't associate with the poor. You mustn't give your husband any reason to overthink. Remember, your leverage is limited. Without a strong background and an ageless beauty, a wife can be replaced. But loyalty is what a man cannot part with. Do not lose it." "Understood." Tong Lin ended the call, extinguishing the lingering fantasies in her heart, leaving only a sigh. In the Century City community, Su Meiwan sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, engaged in a text conversation with Cheng Hui. Yu Sheng has yet to compromise. "Something must have gone awry, but I can't figure it out." Cheng Hui replied, "A person's character is immutable. He must have learned something, otherwise it's inexplicable. Just call him and withdraw your conditions. Let us see how he responds. I suspect he will lay everything on the table." Without hesitation, Su Meiwan dialed Yu Sheng's number, which surprisingly connected after only 2 rings. "Dear, I've been pondering all day and believe you might have misunderstood me. Therefore, I'm willing to withdraw my conditions to demonstrate my sincerity. Let us go register tomorrow. So can we be intimate tonight?" Yu Sheng's tone once again provoked Su Meijuan's ire, and she slammed her hand on the table. "Do you even have any sincerity? TSK. Your tolerance for me is 0, while my tolerance for you is 100%. How dare you say I lack sincerity? Goodness, you just rejected my conditions this morning. And you call this 100%? It was because a woman called me, exposing your affair with Cheng Hui. No wonder you forbade me from any contact, even in marriage. The insincerity lies with you." Su Meiwan felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. He truly knew, and she trembled as she asked, "What is that woman's name?" She did not respond, yet I believe her words were not mere fabrications. "Farewell, do not contact me again. The rest of my life. I shall turn off my phone." I must turn it off, for he was waiting just outside Su Meiwan's door in the corridor, biding his time to enter. Su Meiwan trembled as she dialed Cheng Hui's number. It was over. A woman had called him, revealing our affair. How could this be? Cheng Hui wore a look of disbelief. "Who was that woman?" he inquired. "She did not give her name. It must be your wife." "Impossible." Cheng Hui genuinely could not believe it. For Zhao Wan also had an affair, and they had tacitly agreed never to mention it, never to ask. How could such a thing be possible? Yet Su Meiwan could conceive of no other possibility. She stubbornly insisted, "It is your wife. Women are often petty. She seeks to retaliate against me." Though she would never admit it. Cheng Hui furrowed his brow. He sensed another possibility. Perhaps Yu Sheng had uncovered the truth himself, but that seemed exceedingly difficult. Su Meiwan continued to voice her grievances. "Darling, you must stand up for me. You say that a man should prioritize his career. Zhao Wan is your business partner. And I accepted it. But must I marry someone else? What will happen to the child? Is she wishing for the child's demise?" The The final statement began to sway Chenghui. He fell into silence for a moment before finally making a choice. The child must be preserved. Zhaowan cannot bear children. You are my true wife. Come to my home. Su Meiwan finally revealed a victorious smile. This was no ordinary victory. She had never been to Chenghui's home. What did that signify? I am on my way. Su Meiwan swiftly exited her house. As she opened the door, Yuxing brushed past her into the room. He could not hear the phone conversation from the corridor, assuming Su Meiwan was merely going to greet Chenghui. After all, they had been in this very room together the previous night. This was a one-bedroom apartment. Seizing the opportunity while Su Meiwan was away, Yuxing began to search for evidence against her. He directly entered the bedroom, first opening the nightstand, which was in disarray. Then he approached the wardrobe. There were plenty of clothes, yet even after checking the pockets, he found nothing of use. Finally, he reached the vanity and discovered a USB drive hidden within it. His eyes lit up, so well concealed. He promptly opened his laptop, inserted the USB, and double-clicked to access its contents, which held only a single audio file. Upon opening it, the voice of Chenghui resonated through the speakers. The audio was lengthy, detailing how the director had hired a group of individuals to feign illness and commit insurance fraud. These hired individuals had no ailments, yet they received a daily wage of 120 yuan, merely pretending to be sick while doctors incessantly prescribed medications. Gradually, Yuxing's eyes widened in astonishment. The sums involved reached into the billions. Was this enough to warrant execution? It is likely that Su Meiwan intended to secretly record as leverage against Chenghui. However, this matter bears little relevance to Chenghui, at most. It would lead to Zhaowan's downfall. Could it be that Su Meiwan aims to ensnare Zhaowan? Or perhaps to blackmail the dean? Yuxing mulled this over repeatedly, concluding that Su Meiwan's actions would be tantamount to courting disaster, a prelude to her own demise. Presumably, she is aware of this, which is why she has refrained from taking any action. Well then, I shall reluctantly take it upon myself to bring about her ruin. Yuxing's eyes gleamed with clarity. An opportunity had presented itself. Chapter 6. The Ghost Market Transaction. Yuxing sent the audio file to his email and returned the USB drive to its original place, ensuring everything appeared untouched. He then began to scrutinize the computer. After examining each hard drive, he swiftly located a folder that required a password. In merely a minute, he cracked it. The password comprised 6 question marks. Upon opening it, his eyes brightened. There were various private photographs. Yet, what piqued his interest most was an image of an identification card belonging to Chenghui. So, Chenghui resides in Yuan? He took out his phone and snapped a picture of the ID. At that moment, Yin and I sent a voice message. Would you accompany me to the ghost market? Yuxing instantly grasped her intentions. The Jianghai Ghost Market operates only from 3 in the morning until dawn, located on Antique Street. However, the individuals who frequent the ghost market are primarily tomb raiders, antiquities traffickers, thieves, and con artists, with few normal patrons. The items exchanged are often stolen goods, or even forgeries. The waters are murky, making it possible to acquire valuable items, yet also easy to fall victim to deception. Yin and I evidently wished to make her mark at the ghost market by capturing just one individual. She could uproot an entire network of tomb raiders and those engaged in the illicit trade of underground antiquities. However, the prerequisite is precision and observation. If the individuals are not common criminals, but rather custodians of heritage, what then? Even if they are mere replicas sold as crafts, capturing them would yield no benefit. Consequently, the authorities typically do not intervene in ghost market affairs due to the high degree of difficulty. Even experts struggle to discern authenticity during the day, let alone at night. Nonetheless, Yin Ni's choice of Yuxing was indeed a wise one. He required no light. His adeptness in darkness allowed him to discern authenticity with a mere touch. No one else could accomplish such a feat. Even Ma Weidu would be at a loss. Agreed. 3 o'clock sharp at the ghost market. Yuxing consented readily. Thank you. It's quite challenging to hail a taxi at 3, so I'll come to pick you up. You seem a bit unusual. Are you planning to trick me? Yuxing teased. Not at all. I must be honest with you. I am a police officer. She confessed boldly, understanding that without transparency, long-term collaboration would be impossible. Offending Yuxing even once could jeopardize their partnership. This endeavor was fraught with peril, effectively binding Yuxing to an enemy in the form of tomb raiders. Would they not seek revenge? Remaining silent would be deceitful. Disclosing the truth would constitute a transaction. No problem, Yuxing replied without hesitation. unafraid of potential retaliation. In fact, it placed Yin and I in his debt, ensuring that when he required her assistance in the future, she would be compelled to respond wholeheartedly. However, I can only discern between authenticity and forgery. I cannot determine if it originates from tomb raiding. Nevertheless, distinguishing between the genuine and the false suffices. As long as it is not a counterfeit, the likelihood of erroneous apprehension is minimal. At the very least, it is stolen. The only scenario that would be truly embarrassing for the authorities is the capture of a counterfeit item. This is because the state permits the trade of replicas, which are formally designated as crafts. Who dares assert that imitated artifacts are not crafts? If this too were to be prohibited, chaos would ensue, rendering enforcement impossible. Resolutely, I shut down my computer and departed swiftly. Upon returning home, I promptly downloaded the audio files from my email onto a USB drive, tucking it securely in my pocket. Subsequently, I meticulously cleared my email, leaving no trace behind. It was imperative to extricate myself completely. Thereafter, sleep eluded me as I commenced an online study of artifact knowledge. Yanni exerted considerable effort, yet failed to persuade the police force to consent to an arrest, with everyone dismissing her as frivolous. If capturing those in the black market were that simple, they would have already done so. Why would they wait for a newly graduated police academy girl to intervene? Captain Hu Jinxiang appeared utterly disheartened. Yanni, incensed, retorted, "On what grounds do you belittle women? My point is that your inexperience will hinder you. Distinguishing buyers from sellers in the black market is quite challenging, and numerous pitfalls await you. Those who seem like artifact dealers, making a ruckus, are undoubtedly selling fakes. Conversely, those selling genuine items are far more difficult to discern, even in the guise of buyers." Yanni countered, "We need not scrutinize individuals. As long as we can accurately distinguish the authenticity of artifacts, that suffices. Are you Sun Wukong, the Monkey King? What will you use to differentiate? Just based on what you claim about Yuxing? Merely having stumbled upon a clue, and yet you idolize him without knowing the truth?" Hu Jinxiang's words echoed with a machine gun-like cadence. The other team members chuckled, reveling in the spectacle of a beautiful woman arguing. I personally inquired with Sun Honglei. He is undoubtedly genuine. That only proves he is not a thief. Can someone who can discern by day also do so by night? I believe he can. Does he not realize that the black market operates in darkness? Why then does he insist he can only distinguish authenticity, but not the origins of the items? Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity. If you can prove tonight that he can discern, we shall apprehend someone tomorrow night. Agreed. As long as the artifacts he acquires are authentic, that suffices, correct? Would you like to send someone to follow him? No need. I trust you. Hu Jinxiang replied with a smile. Yanni, with a serious countenance, stated, "Let us be clear. If you do not apprehend the artifact dealer, you shall not seize Yuxing's artifacts. Otherwise, who will bear the loss? The weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? What did you say?" Yanni understood. This matter could be handled subtly, but a public commitment was unwise. What if Yuxing were to acquire a national treasure? At 3 in the morning, Yuxing's phone rang. "I am downstairs. On my way." Yuxing turned off his computer and hurried downstairs, reflecting on how he could not shake the habit of being a sycophant. Could he not take things step by step? Spotting the Passat by the roadside, he opened the door and took a seat in the front passenger seat. Indeed, Yanni was at the wheel. Yanni remained clad in her trench coat, her long hair cascading elegantly, radiating a beauty akin to that of a deity. With a gentle and melodious voice, she addressed Yuxing. "Tonight, let us first ascertain your ability to discern authenticity. After all, it is night, and I fear you might make a mistake. Once proven, we shall proceed with the acquisition tomorrow." Yuxing paused momentarily before inquiring, "Then what becomes of the antiquities I purchased?" "This time, they will be considered yours," she conceded, knowing that Yuxing would otherwise refrain from making the purchase. How absurd it would be to buy and then have them confiscated. "Very well, let us proceed." Yuxing fastened his seatbelt. Yanni shot him a glance, reflecting a profound distrust towards a female driver. The Passat halted at the entrance of the antique street, and the two of them strolled forward. The ghost market was not bustling with activity. Only a handful of individuals lingered beneath the dim streetlights, each shrouded in secrecy. Some carried bags, others concealed items within their clothing, and a few arrived empty-handed. 2 individuals clad in trench coats were huddled together, engaged in hushed negotiations, their conversation inaudible to outsiders. The arrival of Yuxing and Yanni raised no suspicions. In fact, a young man in his 20s approached them directly, whispering, "Are you seeking bronze artifacts?" May I show you? He partially unzipped his bag, revealing its contents. Yusheng reached in and, upon feeling the items, shook his head, declaring, "The craftsmanship is far too crude." The young man's eyes sparkled. This was no law enforcement officer. Their skills were not this refined. He discreetly signaled with his hand. Yanni felt a surge of excitement. Yusheng truly possessed remarkable skills. Merely by touch, he discerned the fakes. How many in this field could achieve such a feat? Chapter 7. The unique ancient jade. Yusheng scanned the surroundings and proactively approached a middle-aged man, who could not possibly be a tomb raider. Fan Wei had once remarked that individuals with large heads and thick necks were either wealthy merchants or laborers. Interested in some blue and white porcelain? The middle-aged man initiated, his voice barely above a whisper. Initially dismissive of Yusheng, he had assumed him to be of modest means based on his attire. However, the presence of Yanni, a woman of such caliber, served as a testament to Yusheng's capabilities. Strolling with a woman of this stature, one could easily attract the unwelcome attention of brash, affluent heirs. The notion that a beautiful woman brings disaster is not mere hyperbole. Many ordinary men have met their demise due to such allure, like Wu Dalong, while those who survive are often extraordinary, like Wu Song. Yusheng's expression reflected genuine interest. The middle-aged man opened his bag and revealed a stunning blue and white porcelain vase. Yanni's eyes gleamed. Transactions in the ghost market typically involve concealed goods, with no open displays. Yet, this individual showcased his merchandise, indicating a high likelihood of authenticity and a clear provenance. However, Yusheng remained wary, for unusual circumstances often conceal ulterior motives. He solemnly accepted the vase with both hands, one supporting the neck and the other the base. To his astonishment, he sensed a stark contrast. The base felt genuine, indicative of Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, while the neck felt newly crafted, less than 3 months old. As he scrutinized the base, the middle-aged man eagerly illuminated it with a flashlight, revealing the inscription, "Made in the reign of Emperor Xuanda of the Ming Dynasty." Yusheng finally comprehended why this genuine piece was being sold in the ghost market. The only authentic part was indeed the base. This is a fragment of blue and white porcelain, seamlessly embedded in the body of a craft bottle. With a smile, he returned the porcelain to the middle-aged man, whispering, "Fragments bear little value. Do you possess a complete piece?" The middle-aged man gasped in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. This was the swiftest appraisal he had ever witnessed. He immediately felt a desire to befriend him and candidly admitted, "Yes. But it lacks a leak. To be honest, I was deceived as well. This is not my creation. You can see through it at a glance. Your future is boundless. Allow me to treat you to a meal. May I have your number?" "Another time," Yusheng replied, fearing to burden him, and turned to leave. The middle-aged man bore no resentment. It was natural for capable individuals to possess great tempers. Yin and I felt a surge of emotion, realizing she had underestimated him despite her already high regard. Suddenly, Yusheng's heart sank as he noticed an unexpected increase of 7 or 8 individuals in the ghost market. This was unreasonable unless they were all in cahoots. Yin and I too detected the change, her blood surging with excitement. The gang had finally revealed themselves. These individuals clearly had a defined objective, with a 30-something young man stepping forward to approach Yusheng. Leaning close, he said, "Brother, I have everything. Whatever you desire. Come home with me, and I guarantee your satisfaction." Yusheng widened his eyes, sensing this was meant to please Yin and I. "How can I trust you?" he replied, a look of skepticism on his face. The young man lifted his garment, revealing a bronze vessel. As Yusheng reached out to touch it, he instantly recognized its authenticity. It was a wine cup from the pre-Qin era. He inwardly lamented, this was sheer folly. Other items could be discussed. Ceramics and jades posed no issue, but who would dare buy bronze? Touch it, and you invite disaster. You know better than I. Bronze is the most perilous, which is why it holds little value domestically. Do you have any blue and white porcelain? Yusheng whispered. The young man shook his head slightly. Blue and white porcelain sells easily. Unless you offer a high price, there are no leaks. After all, blue and white porcelain is recognized worldwide, appealing to both amateurs and connoisseurs alike. Anyone dares to purchase it, and even fakes are in high demand. Yusheng couldn't help but laugh. Fakes are in high demand? Are you serious? The young man quickly shifted the topic. Would you like to see some jade pieces? Take a look. Follow me. The young man led the way, with Yusheng trailing behind. The others remained back, observing for any potential followers. Before long, they entered a building, and the young man unlocked a room with a key. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, presumably rented and easily abandoned. The living room was permeated with the scent of tobacco, mingled with a peculiar odor, indicating that many individuals had resided there. "Have a seat. I will fetch the jade pieces," the young man said, retreating into the master bedroom and returning with a box, placing it on the table. Yuxing opened the box to find over 20 jade items, various shapes, haphazardly piled together without any separation. He picked up one jade disc, only to find it was a counterfeit. He promptly set it down and reached for a second piece, discovering it too was fake. He remained expressionless, methodically extracting each item. They were all replicas of ancient jade, each bearing signs of aging, some even exuding a faint odor of decay. Alas, no matter how authentic they appeared, they were merely forgeries, easily discernible to Yu Sheng upon a mere touch. In the end, only one jade pendant remained in the box. "How much for this pendant?" Yu Sheng inquired nonchalantly. Yin and I grasped the implication. This pendant was the sole genuine piece, and disappointment washed over her. The gang was exceedingly cautious. Even adding a bronze vessel wouldn't warrant a pursuit, for it would only alert the snakes in the grass. The young man's expression grew grave. Was this truly remarkable? In less than 2 minutes, he had identified the singular authentic ancient jade. 1,800,000, he declared boldly. Yu Sheng smirked inwardly. This price was hardly exorbitant. At an auction, it would undoubtedly surpass 1,800,000, possibly even reaching 5 million. However, one could not assess it in such terms when it was acquired through tomb raiding. It was akin to Yu Sheng's Ru porcelain brush washer, valued at 300 million, which he sold for merely 1 million. Akin logic applied here. He returned the pendant to the box and stated, "Farewell." "You make an offer," came the response. "This is what you wish to hear, 1,000. Do not jest, 100,000 is the baseline. "Very well, 10,000 is my limit." "Brother, you are the most formidable expert I have ever encountered. I would love to befriend you. I'll offer you a friendly price of 50,000. I have already granted you ample profit. Do not be too harsh. This way, we can foster a long-term collaboration. The benefits will come in time." The insinuation was palpable. After a brief contemplation, Yuxing deemed it necessary to make a concession today. Otherwise, he would not attract any sharks. "Agreed. I shall transfer the funds." The transaction concluded swiftly, and they exchanged phone numbers. The young man's true name was Xiechong. Yu Sheng and Yin Ni departed, unimpeded on their journey, with no one tailing them. They did not return to the ghost market, but proceeded directly to their Passat. "Will you sell that jade tomorrow?" "Naturally, unless you wish to keep it for your confiscation." Yin and I, feeling vexed, shot him a glare. "Do not presume me, so devoid of humanity. Call me when you sell it. I merely wish to ascertain its worth. However, I believe it would be best to donate it to the state. Leaving a record of a patriot, there is merit in that, believe it or not." Yuxing chuckled. "I am not well educated. Do not try to bamboozle me. I only appreciate tangible benefits. To put it frankly, if you let me kiss you, I shall immediately donate it to the state." Yin Ni's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger, as she retorted, "You can donate or not. It matters not to me." Yu Sheng grew increasingly audacious. "Look at you, so unpatriotic. Is this slight too much for the nation? To speak of contribution without remuneration is sheer nonsense." Yin and I, exasperated, replied, "You wish to kiss me, and I am the one being shameless?" Yu Sheng burst into laughter. "I am merely straightforward. Everything has a clear price. Let me kiss you, and the pendant is yours. Let me stay the night, and I shall hand over 100 ancient relics. Ah, such merit would surely qualify you for captaincy." Finally incensed, Yin and I slammed the brakes, ordering, "Let me out." Little did she know, Yu Sheng was already contemplating a reason to return to Xiechong's abode. Thus, he seized the opportunity and promptly exited the vehicle. Yet, Yanni was momentarily stunned. As she watched Yuxing traverse the narrow pathway between the buildings, the Passat unable to follow, she bit her lip until that proud silhouette faded from view. Chapter 8. Things spiraled out of control. Yuxing, cloaked in invisibility, remained undaunted by the sleepless night. Upon entering this concealed state, he was invigorated by a surge of four-dimensional energy, rendering the need for sleep obsolete and even enhancing his physical prowess. He silently returned to the first floor where Xiechong resided, just as the 6 accomplices from the ghost market returned as well. Yuxing slipped into the living room, hiding in a corner, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. "Did you find suitable buyers, Biaozi?" Xiechong inquired. Biaozi, the most formidable and ruthless among them, replied with fervent eyes. I probed a few, but none dared to touch the bronze artifacts. How about your two? The woman is merely a decoration, but the man is exceptionally formidable. He recounted the events, leaving the others astonished. Biaozi's gaze flickered before he could contain himself. Chong, that woman is truly beautiful. Xie Chong's expression shifted instantly, sternly warning, Biaozi, do not stir trouble. If you desire a woman, do not engage in trade. And if you are trading, keep your hands off women. I intend to conduct long-term transactions with him. Left speechless, Biaozi nodded, understood. Yet, the flames of desire ignited within him could not be extinguished. He then inquired, when is the next transaction? Should I have Qi Gu deliver the goods? We'll see at noon, if no one comes to make dumplings. It will indicate that there are no issues between the two. Qi Gu will deliver the goods in the afternoon, and we can arrange a meeting for the evening. What does he require? Porcelain and jade are surely needed. The rest depends on the quality of the goods, and inquiring is futile. After a leisurely chat while smoking, dawn broke. Some procured breakfast, and after a few finished eating, they retreated to their bedrooms for rest. Yuxing seized the opportunity to inspect each room, confirming without a doubt that the only genuine artifact in this den was that bronze vessel. The rest were mere fakes piled in boxes. This was a trap designed to ensnare the unsuspecting. If Yanni were deceived by those fakes and captured, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Even more so, Xie Chong and his cohorts were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the goods. They were the lowest-tier lackeys in the tomb raiding syndicate. Yuxing resolved to wait for the delivery person, estimating their arrival would be at night. Could it be that the goods were not in this city? If they truly were absent from this locale, tracking them back to their lair would be impossible. In the first courtyard, the boss entered his office only to find a USB drive on the desk. Frowning with displeasure, he summoned his secretary. What is this? The secretary, taken aback, replied, I don't know. It was here when I arrived this morning. I assumed it was left by you. The boss, slightly taken aback, surmised its significance and quickly inserted the USB into his computer, opening the file. The audio began to play. After a lengthy duration, the boss's countenance grew increasingly grave. He understood why it had been placed here. For others, the resolution remained elusive. The dean is not difficult to manipulate. What poses a challenge is his faction, his very background. Meanwhile, the secretary contemplates who orchestrated this. If the principal courtyard can be accessed at will, then who can guarantee the safety of its paramount figure? This is a blatant threat. It is akin to being targeted by a sniper without any knowledge of the shooter's location. Obedience becomes the only option. The secretary feels a chill run down his spine. The figure of authority wears a grim expression, remaining silent for an extended period before suddenly asserting, You place the USB drive. In an instant, the secretary comprehends the gravity of the situation. This matter must remain undisclosed. To speak of it would invite scandal, casting the leader in a light of ineptitude. Why has no one else encountered such a predicament? The impression given to superiors would be one of incompetence, at best suggesting disarray in management, thus jeopardizing his career. The secretary hastily replies, Yes, it was me. I had forgotten. Send it to Director Huang immediately. Let him act decisively, swiftly addressing the situation. Arrest those who should be apprehended and eliminate those who should be executed. It is likely some will resist arrest. We must act with alacrity, simplifying matters without the need for consultation to avoid complicating the conflict. Understood. The secretary inhales sharply, clutching the USB drive, and departs at a rapid pace. The leader exhales softly, recognizing the necessity of handling this matter with utmost care. Otherwise, he would directly offend this formidable individual, risking exposure of his own clandestine dealings to the capital. It is imperative to ascertain the identity of this person and reclaim control. But how to locate this individual? After listening to the audio, Director Huang recalls the leader's instructions, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. Last night, Zhao Wan was still in his bed. Today, if she is apprehended, would she not harbor resentment, dragging him down with her? He resolutely issues several commands to his trusted aide. Let Director Qian take a fatal leap. Zhao Wan should die for love. Capture all hired patients and detain all implicated doctors. His subordinates comply without question. Excessive dialogue only leads to demise. Moreover, those who talk too much rarely escape unscathed. The unfolding events leave the onlooker, Yu Sheng, agape, Zhao Wan dying for Director Qian. Is there anything more absurd? Indeed, there is, And it becomes even more bizarre as Huang summons Cheng Hui to his office and plays the audio for him. Cheng Hui's face pales instantly. Huang, keenly observing, softly inquires, "You seem quite taken aback. Was it not you who recorded this?" "Absolutely not." "Then who was it?" Cheng Hui realizes he can no longer withhold the truth. Gritting his teeth, he admits, "It was Su Meiwan." "Why did she record this audio?" "She likely intended to hold it over me as leverage, not knowing what I would say beforehand. But this matter does not concern you. If she released this audio, who was it targeting? What was her purpose?" Cheng Hui grits his teeth in frustration. What has become of women today, losing their reason at the slightest provocation? While it seems she has ensnared Zhao Wan, she too is doomed. She has provoked not just a hornet's nest, but an entire interest group. The fate of whistleblowers is invariably tragic, without exception. Perhaps she wishes to marry me. Oh, Huang senses something amiss. Are you concealing something regarding Su Meiwan? Cheng Hui remained silent, indeed concealing the matter of her pregnancy, which drove the woman to madness. She had no way out. Director Huang patiently explained, "You must understand that this situation has spiraled beyond your control and even beyond mine. If you do not speak the truth, not only am I at a disadvantage, but you are in greater peril. Speak, who else is behind her?" Cheng Hui trembled, astonished as he inquired, "Why do you say that? She has no one behind her." Director Huang grew increasingly perplexed. No one. Was this not absurd? Who would act irrationally without a powerful ally? He believed Cheng Hui genuinely did not know. There was no need to hide such information. Having a big shot backing one up was indeed a monumental advantage. Director Huang's index finger tapped on the table as he pondered deeply, ultimately concluding, "The woman has had several men. Only she is privy to that information." It was entirely reasonable for Cheng Hui to be unaware. Could Su Meiwan disclose such matters? After all, marrying her was not a possibility. Director Huang's demeanor softened further. Does Su Meiwan merely wish to marry you? Does she harbor other intentions? If there is anything you need, feel free to express it. The higher-ups will endeavor to accommodate. Cheng Hui was somewhat incredulous. Was this a reward for the informant? He instinctively remarked, "Su Meiwan certainly does not want this matter exposed." He silently added, "Su Meiwan could never admit she was the one who reported it." Of course, protecting informants is imperative. This matter will not be disclosed, rest assured. Director Huang provided a direct guarantee and continued, "I believe Su Meiwan possesses remarkable abilities, suitable for the head nurse position. You personally mentioned the directorship is not beyond reach. I sincerely wish for you both to end up together." Cheng Hui's face broke into a wide grin, repeatedly expressing gratitude, his heart soaring with joy. What a trifecta of good fortune, a deceased wife, a promotion to director, and marrying a beauty. Chapter 9. A dazzling performance. Yu Sheng had anticipated the beginning, but failed to foresee the conclusion. He found himself both amused and exasperated. Deciding to cease his surveillance as making money took precedence. "Uncle Wan, I unearthed an ancient jade piece at the ghost market. To whom should I sell it?" Yu Sheng consulted Wan Ting over the phone. Upon hearing this, Wan Ting immediately understood it was undoubtedly a product of grave robbing. With a relaxed chuckle, he advised, "Seek out Su Haoping. He is a director at the Collectors Association. Have him introduce you to an entrepreneur. They are concerned with appearances and authenticity rather than provenance. Just showcase your skills, and they will undoubtedly offer a handsome price to befriend you." Yu Sheng promptly slapped his thigh in realization. Indeed, the elder's words were enlightening. He swiftly called Su Haoping, who readily arranged a lunch meeting, given that it was already noon. Once again, they convened at the Wuzhou Grand Hotel. In the same private room, when Yu Sheng arrived, Su Haoping was already present, accompanied by two middle-aged businessmen. The moment these two gentlemen spotted Yu Sheng, they rose in surprise to greet him, astonished by his youth. "This is Zhang Dianzong, chairman of Jingwei Electronics. And this is Luan Balan, general manager of Honghai Corporation." Su Haoping introduced the parties solemnly, and Yu Sheng repeatedly expressed his admiration. "As for the ancient jade, I would like to examine it first." Su Haoping seated himself, eagerly awaiting to gauge Yu Sheng's expertise. After a meticulous examination, one could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed genuine, but in such a shadowy market. How could you ascertain its authenticity?" "Su Lao, to be frank, I hardly need to use my eyes. A mere touch suffices to discern the truth. If you doubt, let us verify this. Since we aim to elevate our status, there should be no hesitation. It is essential to astonish." Su Haoping's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Luan Bailin, brimming with enthusiasm, rolled up his sleeves and said, I just acquired an ancient jade piece. My brother, you shall be blindfolded first. Yusheng chuckled, promptly tying a napkin around his head to cover his eyes. Here you go, feel it. Luan Bailin retrieved a jade disc from his pocket and placed it in Yusheng's hands. This one is undoubtedly fake. The genuine article may require a bit of examination to ascertain its age. Upon touching it, Yusheng laughed, declaring, "This is a counterfeit." Luan Bailin gasped in surprise. "Is this fake?" Su Li, "Sure, take another look." Su Hoping took it, glanced once, and affirmed, "Indeed, it is false. Authentic ancient jade is crafted by hand. It cannot be this uniform. This piece is machine cut, and the round hole is drilled with an electric tool. Moreover, the color is dyed and can be wiped off." Luan Bailin felt embarrassed. How could he be so easily deceived while Yusheng could tell with just a touch? The disparity was staggering. Zhang Dianzhong, with keen perception, eagerly inquired, "Su Li, sure, how much is this jade worth?" Su Hoping replied with a smile, "The flaw of this jade is that it has not been polished. Only after polishing does jade attain value. However, considering the quality and design of this jade pendant, it is indeed of superior grade. Even unpolished, it is worth 2 million. If polished, it would fetch at least 10 million. He was clearly advocating for Yusheng, as it was evident that this piece was looted, yet he refrained from mentioning it. Zhang Dianzhong immediately said, "Brother, I will buy it for 2 million. Before he could finish, Luan Bailin hurriedly interjected, "I'll offer 3 million. Old Zhang, do not compete with me. I must acquire a genuine piece, or I shall never live this down. Brother, I admire your expertise. In the future, you must assist me in discerning quality items." Yusheng laughed heartily. "No problem at all, Wan Ge. Feel free to reach out whenever you need." Zhang Dianzhong helplessly rubbed his temples. Su Hoping laughed heartily and raised his glass. "Let us toast to our first collaboration." All of them, seasoned by the trials of alcohol, found themselves regarding each other as equals. They understood that it was only a matter of time before Yusheng became a prominent figure in the antique business. As their conversation flowed, Su Hoping casually inquired, "Have you heard about President Qian's suicide? What transpired?" "The insurance fraud was exposed. I do not know who reported it, but it reached the top without any chance for mitigation," replied Zhang Dianzhong. Luan Bailin appeared astonished. Reaching the top should not have provoked such a severe reaction. "There must be other reasons at play," Yusheng casually remarked. "I overheard a taxi driver mention that a nurse named Su Meiwan reported it, aiming to eliminate Zhao Wan. After all, the ascent of a mistress is often fraught with bloodshed." Su Hoping and the others were left speechless. How could a mere taxi driver possess such intricate knowledge? With 4 million in hand, Yusheng arrived at the antique shop, feeling utterly relaxed. "Uncle Wan, I have come to learn," he announced. "I thought you were here to sober up," Wan Ting teased. "How much did you sell for?" 3 million. Thanks to your guidance." "Indeed, some experiences cannot be found in books, and most people want to teach you," Wan Ting said, pouring Yusheng a cup of tea. "For instance, avoid places like the ghost market. Frequenting such areas will inevitably lead to trouble. You must remember to cultivate connections within the police force. Otherwise, it will be too late to act when issues arise." "I understand," Yusheng replied, having been influenced by his experiences in the venture capital industry. He reflected, "In our country, conducting business is inescapably entwined with power and influence, while also navigating the murky waters of social connections. One must tread carefully in between." Wan Ting nodded approvingly. "You indeed possess a natural talent. You mentioned wanting to read. Here are the keys to my home. Feel free to go." Yusheng accepted the keys without hesitation, clarified the address, and departed. Later that evening, while Yusheng was engrossed in a book in Wan Ting's study, he suddenly received a voice message from Yin and I. "Did the jade pendant sell?" "Yes, for 3 million. Why didn't you call me? How could I possibly muster the audacity?" "All right, who did you sell it to?" "Luan Bailing, the general manager of Honghai Collective." "How did you manage to convince him?" "Sister, few are as naive as you. Rest assured, my mere promise to assist him in discerning genuine artifacts is worth 3 million. Only you would use me as a free mule." "Fine. Tonight I shall treat you as a thoroughbred." "Then I thank you," Yusheng said, glancing at the darkening sky. He hurried downstairs, took a taxi to Xiechang's residence, and then concealed himself, turning off his phone. He believed the delivery had not yet arrived. Otherwise, Xiechang would have called. Before long, Xiechang's door swung open, and a group of men emerged, waiting by the roadside. Soon, a delivery truck approached, carrying an unopened refrigerator encased in a cardboard box. To any observer, it appeared to be a brand new appliance, with no suspicion raised. However, Yu Sheng sensed the rich aura of antiquity emanating from within the cardboard. There was no refrigerator, only artifacts. The 6 men promptly unloaded the refrigerator, and the delivery truck sped away. Yu Sheng did not follow the refrigerator inside, but instead climbed aboard a small cargo truck. His sights set on the source of the artifacts. Discovering that source would be akin to finding an ATM, Yu Sheng's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 10. Counterattack. The cargo truck halted in front of a warehouse. 2 delivery workers disembarked and walked directly inside, presenting their paperwork. This was indeed a distribution center for an appliance store, responsible for delivering goods purchased by customers. Everything appeared legitimate. The workers were genuine loaders, and the driver was indeed a delivery person from the store. All was authentic, save for the absence of artifacts. Yu Sheng decisively abandoned his pursuit. If the authorities were to investigate, it would only provoke unnecessary alarm, rendering the endeavor futile. He exited the warehouse and reopened his phone. No sooner had a minute passed than a call from Xiechong came through. "Brother, are you free? Do you have something good?" "Of course. When can you come over?" "In an hour." Yu Sheng ended the call and directly contacted Yan and I. "Xiechong just called. He has a large batch of antiques to trade with me. I told him I'd be there in an hour, so you should bring people to handle it." "I won't go." Yan and I immediately perked up. "That's fantastic. But you must come. He has too many fakes. You need to discern them. Just talk about the remuneration. I'll cover you in the future." "No nonsense. Get me a driver's license." "Can you drive?" "No. You want me to get you a license without knowing how to drive? How can you say that with a straight face? Won't you teach me? After you teach me, get me a license. Don't worry. I'll pay you as per the rules." "All right then. I won't cheat you. For lessons and the license, it's 10,000. "Hey, big sister, why do you sound like you're robbing the rich to distribute the land? Is it a heist?" Yan and I chuckled proudly. "What you call a heist is nothing compared to this. It's barely a sip of soup. Listen, just show up on time for the transaction. We need to catch them red-handed. No room for denial." "I'm quite curious. Have you considered my safety afterward?" "I've thought about it. I will always share the risks with you." "Oh, how touching. Are there any tangible benefits?" "Yes, you'll find out when you get caught." "Damn. Is it just an extra mouthful of porridge? You're making my heart feel heavy." "Hey, don't be disheartened. I'll warm you up tonight." Yan and I, fearing delays, quickly offered some hope. "I'm looking forward to it." Yu Sheng smiled and ended the call. "Is Su Meiwan alone?" The boss furrowed his brow after hearing the secretary's report. "Yes. Ridiculous. It can't be that Su Meiwan sent it." The secretary, sweating profusely, timidly replied, "I've checked Su Meiwan's communication records for the past 3 years. Apart from Cheng Hui, there have been no other men she reached out to." "So, Cheng Hui is the prime suspect?" "Absolutely not. Self-recording and self-reporting. Then delivering it to my desk? That's utterly absurd." The boss was certain it wasn't Cheng Hui. Such an act would be a blatant insult to authority. And individuals like that usually hail from the fringes of society, definitely outside the system. The secretary suddenly felt a jolt, given such a grave mistake. Could it be an intentional trap set for Cheng Hui and Su Meiwan? What if it backfires? The boss pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That's the only explanation that makes sense. Who have these 2 offended recently?" "They offended Zhao Wan, but Zhao Wan has passed away." The secretary looked perplexed. The boss slightly shook his head, too weary to discuss the absurdity. After grappling with the matter in vain, he concluded, "Keep a close watch. Since it backfired, there will undoubtedly be further developments." The secretary offered a reminder. "Should we suppress Cheng Hui and the others? Could promoting them provoke that person and lead to our misfortune?" No. He was entirely capable of avenging the 2 individuals, orchestrating an accidental death with ease. Nevertheless, he opted for lawful means, which sufficiently illustrated that he possessed principles and was not a remorseless criminal. Thus, he chose inaction, merely observing how he would deal with Cheng Hui and the other individual, knowing that any further action would inevitably reveal flaws and expose his identity. The leader's gaze was piercing, akin to that of a general commanding a battle. Yu Sheng arrived punctually at Xiechong's residence, only to find 7 individuals present simultaneously. Such a gathering? Yu Sheng's expression turned wary. In truth, he felt no fear, for although his phone lay concealed in his pocket, it was in a call state. Whatever was discussed here would be audible to Yan and I and her associates. They needed to ascertain the authenticity of these artifacts, ensuring there were no traps, before making any arrests. Xiechong quickly interjected, "Do not misunderstand. I was concerned you might purchase more than you could carry, so I called a few people to assist with the delivery. However, Biaozi wore a face of disappointment, for the woman had not accompanied him. Yuxing's demeanor softened as he took a seat at the table. Where are the goods? He inquired. Xiechong chuckled lightly. What type do you desire? Bring out everything except for the bronzes. As long as they are genuine, I will take them all. Very well, Xiechong gestured. Let us begin with the porcelain. His underlings entered the bedroom, retrieving 4 exquisite pieces of blue and white porcelain to place upon the table. Yuxing delicately lifted one, exclaiming in admiration, the plum vase adorned with the moon and its confidant, truly splendid, dating back to the Qianlong period. He then picked up another, the long-standing ball vase, also from the Qianlong era, the guanine vase with the clear sound motif and the countryside's green charm pestle vase. Strange, are they all from the Qianlong period? How coincidental. It is indeed quite fortuitous, Xiechong replied, feeling slightly awkward. How am I to explain that these are from a tomb? Unbeknownst to him, Yuxing was speaking for Yan and I and her team, which was sufficient for making arrests. No further examination was necessary. As anticipated, a woman's voice echoed from outside, checking the water meter. Instantly, tension surged among Xiechong and his associates. Yuxing hastily declared, I need to use the restroom. He proceeded directly to the bathroom, only to find Biaozi trailing closely behind him. Yuxing was startled, noticing the flickering malice in Biaozi's eyes, heightening his vigilance. Could he have seen through him? No. His intent to kill stemmed from his connection to Yan and I. A cold sweat broke out on Yuxing's back. A beautiful calamity, indeed. Fortunately, only one had followed him in. Yuxing braced himself for a life-or-death struggle. He understood that once Xiechong opened the door, his undercover identity would be wholly exposed, and Biaozi would undoubtedly unleash his murderous intent, culminating in a final frenzy. Thus, a battle for survival was inevitable. Relying on Yin and I for salvation would certainly prove too late. At that moment, the 5 underlings had already reclaimed the artifacts to the bedroom, concealing them there. The living room was left with only Xiechong, who then calmly approached the door to open it. The instant the door swung wide, Xiechong sensed something amiss and screamed, Biaozi, seize him. Don't move. Team leader Hu Jinxiang, fierce as a tiger, leapt forward, tackling Xiechong to the ground, followed by a squad of armed inspectors storming into the living room, heading straight for the bedroom. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Yusheng made an audacious decision. He knew that facing the brute alone would spell his doom, for he was no match against such a formidable opponent, especially with a knife in the brute's hand. With no hope for rescue, he would meet his end. Thus, in a bid for survival, he had no choice but to take a perilous gamble. In an instant, he rendered himself invisible. The brute, hearing Xiechong's roar, brandished his knife and charged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow. He understood that Xiechong's intention was to take him hostage, yet he was determined to seize the opportunity to kill instead. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to proceed with this course of action. Abruptly, as he lunged forward, Yusheng vanished from sight. This was far beyond the limits of his comprehension, causing his brain to momentarily seize up. While he was lost in thought, Yusheng had already materialized beside him. A spring-loaded knife was plunged directly into his temple. With a swift thrust, it was done. There was no resistance. Having witnessed the secret, the brute was doomed. In scarcely a second, he was dispatched, and Yusheng emerged from his invisibility. The brute's knife clattered to the ground as his body fell. At that moment, the restroom door swung open. Yin and I, gun in hand, commanded, "Don't move." Yusheng slowly turned his head, his complexion pale, for he had never taken a life before. Yin and I, too, had never anticipated such an outcome. The two stood frozen in place. Suddenly, Yusheng recalled Yin and I's promise. "I will protect you. When you are captured, you will understand the benefits." A smile broke across Yusheng's face. Yin Ni's mouth gaped open, unable to close. Several team members peered in like curious geese, only to find themselves immobilized as well. The entire scene became eerily still, the atmosphere thick with silence, resembling a photograph frozen in time. This operation had successfully captured all the antiquities traffickers, marking it as an exceptionally triumphant endeavor, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg. Only the most formidable brute lay dead. In a mere moment, he had been outmaneuvered by Yusheng. Hu Jinxiang and the others felt a chill creep up their spines. Who was this person? Was he truly an expert in artifact appraisal? What would a killer look like? Chapter 11. The tree desires stillness. But the wind does not cease. Yin and I holstered her weapon, recognizing that Yu Sheng's actions were a clear case of justifiable self-defense, not even qualifying as excessive force. Yet, she suddenly inquired, "What were you laughing about just now?" "A femme fatale," Yu Sheng blurted out. The group fell silent. Yin Ni's chest heaved in indignation. Her cheeks flushed. "What do you mean? Did I compel you to kill?" Yu Sheng hurried to clarify. "You might find it hard to believe, but this man intended to kill me, not to take me hostage. His motive for wanting me dead was you." "Me?" Yin and I questioned, skepticism lacing her tone. "Indeed. He assumed you were my girlfriend, which is why he sought to eliminate me. It's as simple as that." The group instantly accepted this explanation. Being men, they understood, though none would dare admit it. It is not merely because Yanni possesses an enchanting allure. There exists an inexplicable trust in their judgment regarding Yu Sheng's abilities. According to their investigations, he is a connoisseur capable of discerning the authenticity of antiques even with his eyes closed. There is no known counterpart in the entire world. Thus, when Yu Sheng asserts that the porcelain is genuine, they unhesitatingly accept his word. Yanni's expression betrays a hint of discomfort as she turns away, averting her gaze, and states, "You select the authentic pieces, and we will conclude for the night. This individual is my responsibility. You need not concern yourself." In stark defiance of regulations, the captain immediately averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. The others remained equally silent. Yu Sheng earnestly expressed his gratitude, understanding that this was a protective gesture on their part. Otherwise, not only would he face the wrath of the tomb raiding group, but his reputation within the antique community would also suffer. For this reason alone, all of Yu Sheng's efforts were justified. He had genuinely earned Yanni's friendship. Upon returning home alone, Yu Sheng inwardly cursed Yanni for leaving him to fend for himself. However, he comprehended her predicament. After all, Yanni had just dismantled a significant artifact case, seizing over 100 precious items, necessitating immediate interrogation to trace the core members of the tomb raiding gang and expand their success. She had no time to concern herself with him. Unbeknownst to him, Yanni had intentionally refrained from escorting him, for he had previously stated that a fair price would yield 100 artifacts for a night's endeavor. Now that the artifacts were secured, would she really play the fool and grant him an opportunity? Yet, Yu Sheng's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. He felt excessively conspicuous. Perhaps the authorities had begun to monitor him. He resolved to remain vigilant during this period, ensuring he was always accessible, allowing the authorities to locate him at any moment. Perfectly, he needed to diligently study the knowledge of artifact appraisal. However, the winds of fate were relentless. Just as he completed his dinner, his phone rang once more. This time from Zheng Yunlong, the owner of the antique market. "Hey, brother, have you ever dabbled in stone gambling?" "Never. Do we even have that here?" "I haven't seen it." "Of course we do. Your words have left me perplexed. Hasn't anyone invited you?" "Anyway, tomorrow a new batch of raw stones arrives, and I have a betting appointment with someone at the antique market on the 3rd floor at 10 a.m. Come and assist me in evaluating them. This place typically restricts entry to outsiders. It requires an invitation, akin to an exclusive club." "Understood, I will definitely be there." After ending the call, Yu Sheng pondered deeply. He was uncertain whether he could discern the truth, but he was certain that being discreet would allow him to distinguish the nuances. Subsequently, he scoured the internet for information on jade grading, studying diligently throughout the night. Feeling confident, he sensed he was well prepared and merely needed practical experience. He then took a taxi, boldly arriving at the jade jewelry store. First, he made a necessary trip to the restroom. He could not simply vanish into thin air. Upon emerging, he activated his invisibility. He navigated through the counters, examining the various qualities of jade, such as icy varieties and vibrant greens. After half an hour, he was convinced of his ability to discern authenticity and returned to the restroom once more. Upon entering, I was greeted by a man with a buzz cut, methodically checking each stall, evidently searching for someone. A chill ran down my spine. Could he be the one trailing me? The man, upon failing to locate his target, promptly retrieved his phone and dialed, "The target is missing. Provide me with his mobile location." The device was already powered down, allowing only for satellite tracking, which, while imprecise, confirmed he was within the vicinity of the jewelry store. He must have slipped out after applying makeup. His objective was evidently to steal jade. I suggested an immediate review of the surveillance footage. "No, he doesn't need to steal jade. It's likely he sensed he was being followed. You must evacuate at once. It is time to change personnel." "Very well." The man hurriedly departed. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Indeed, Jing Fong was monitoring him. What unnerved me most was the realization that a powered-off phone could still be tracked. I had naively believed that turning it off would render me invisible. It was utterly foolish. Fortunately, the imprecision of the tracking only pinpointed a general area. That was a close call. I immediately emerged from the restroom and exited the jewelry store. It wasn't until I hailed a taxi that I finally exhaled in relief. Instructing the driver to take me to the antique city. The driver, a loquacious fellow, chuckled. "You're off to gamble on stones, aren't you? How do you know?" I instinctively became wary. Was this Jing Fong's vehicle? Just a lucky guess. The taxi driver replied with a smug grin. "It's simple logic. You got into the cab at the Jade store, and the antique city has a stone gambling hall. Fair enough." I rubbed my temples. If this continued, I would surely suffer from a nervous breakdown. A change was imperative. The more inconspicuous I remained, the more I aroused suspicion, appearing almost criminal. Only by living in the spotlight could I assure others of my reliability. Therefore, I resolved to adopt a more ostentatious approach. The larger the involvement, the less likely anyone would dare to act against me. With this newfound clarity, I felt a surge of invincible confidence. Startling the driver, did he think I was planning to blow up the antique city? Meanwhile, chaos erupted within Jing Fong's faction. Intense divisions emerged. The previous night's murder had already demonstrated the extreme danger posed by Yu Sheng. And today's heightened counter-surveillance instincts further confirmed that he must be a highly trained top-tier agent. He must be apprehended immediately to extract the whereabouts of his accomplices. It was inconceivable that he could vanish for half an hour without assistance. Hu Jianxiang stated gravely. Yin and I, incensed, flushed crimson, an agent? More like a case of killing the donkey after the millstone is removed. She understood perfectly. Had it not been for her insistence, Yusheng might have been involved in such nefarious activities. What nonsense! To confront those desperate tomb raiders alone was madness. Furthermore, Yusheng possessed exceptional earning capabilities, rendering any risk unnecessary. If you intend to apprehend Yusheng, I shall resign immediately, Yin and I declared resolutely. She was no naive green tea. She could not exploit Yusheng for her benefit and then turn against him. If an ordinary officer like Jing Fong threatened to resign, who would care? Please, have a safe journey. Yet, when Yin and I mentioned her resignation, Hu Jianxiang broke into a sweat. The entire team of men would undoubtedly condemn him. Would a woman's support even matter? He turned his eyes swiftly, his face instantly brightening with a smile. Do not be impulsive. We shall not detain you any longer. As the agents have exceeded our authority, it is best to refer this matter to the Security Bureau for investigation. Yin and I, too, felt her temper dissipate. What else could she do? Jing Fong had already disengaged from the situation. Chapter 12. Who is fit to deride whom? Yu Sheng ascended to the third floor of the antique market, where he encountered 2 security guards stationed there. Paying them no mind, he proceeded forward. Halt! This area is not open to the general public, barked the most robust guard, raising a hand imperiously. Yu Sheng frowned immediately. Zheng Yunlong invited me here. The guard scoffed derisively. Why did you not mention that earlier? Do you really think Mr. Zheng would extend an invitation to someone like you? I have seen many like you, and judging by your impoverished appearance, do you not realize how you compare to those within? Yu Sheng found the remark utterly absurd. What do you think I lack? You lack money, came a mocking voice from behind. Turning around, Yu Sheng was taken aback. The speaker was a pale-faced young man clad in an exquisite Italian-made beige suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes squinting with an air of superiority typical of the affluent. What astonished Yu Sheng even more was the woman beside him, Tong Lin. Clad in a qipao adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns, her lustrous black hair fashioned into an elegant chignon. She possessed flawless features and skin as ethereal as sculpted ice, with a figure that adhered to the principles of divine proportion. The young man beside her was none other than her husband, Mo Yunsong. Tong Lin was equally astonished to encounter Yu Sheng in such a setting. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Her heart raced, and her gaze flitted away, wishing desperately to vanish from sight to avoid any misunderstandings with her husband. Yet, to her relief, her fears proved unfounded. Yu Sheng merely cast a glance before shifting his focus back to Mo Yunsong. Tong Lin exhaled in relief, secretly thankful that he did not recognize her. Little did she know that Yu Sheng simply regarded her with indifference, in comparison to the wound inflicted by Su Meiwan. Her presence was insignificant. Abandoning a bicycle for a BMW was her prerogative. Yu Sheng's blood surged as he fixed his gaze upon Mo Yunsong, his voice booming as he pointed a finger at him. responding with unrestrained bravado. This world is merely a stage of pretenders. Why do you pose as a paragon? Every goddess has her flaws. Who is truly worthy of mockery? Be ostentatious if you must. Engage in conflict if needed. Who among us is truly noble? You were never a big shot. Feigning grandeur does not make you one. Remember, today it is my turn. Are you bold enough to wager against me? If not, silence yourself and step aside. The two security guards stood aghast, their expressions ashen. They had likely misjudged the situation, for he might indeed be the guest of Zheng Yunlong. Tong Lin, struck dumb by the scene, could only ponder, is this really Yu Sheng, the one who would never utter such words? A sycophant remains a sycophant, eternally. Mo Yunsong trembled with anger, shadows flickering in his eyes, as he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Boy, do not accuse me, Mo Yunsong, of bullying you. Today, I challenge you to a wager, and you shall determine the stakes. Just name a number, 3,000 or 5,000. Ha ha, young Master Mo, I shall back Yusheng completely. You set the stakes, and I will match any amount." Zheng Yunlong laughed heartily as he approached, in high spirits after witnessing an engaging spectacle. Observing Yusheng's remarkable prowess filled him with confidence in the day's wager. He felt compelled to support his brother. However, the two security guards nearly collapsed in shock. My goodness, are they truly brothers? Zheng, the boss, is covering him, no matter the amount. Recalling how close they had come to ejecting Zheng's friend, they felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Upon seeing Zheng Yunlong, Mo Yunsong's lips twitched slightly before he forced a broad smile and said, "Boss Zheng, so he is under your command. Let us forget this." The underlying implication was that gambling with Zheng's subordinate would be beneath his dignity. Yet Zheng Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. "Do not misinterpret. My younger brother Yusheng is a person of significance, renowned in the antique trade as a legendary figure. We are equals in this affair. It is an honor for him to call me brother, and he is certainly not my subordinate." Tong Lin's mind buzzed. It was indeed Yusheng. But how could he possess such stature? Mo Yunsong felt utterly humiliated. While he had access to considerable funding within his family that could easily overshadow Yusheng, he was no match for Zheng Yunlong. But retreat was not an option. With a forced resolve, Mo Yunsong declared, "Very well, let us wager 3 million. Ha ha. Yusheng laughed heartily. 3 million does not require Brother Zheng's backing. Come now, how shall we wager? Mo Yunsong's face turned ashen. He had lost all dignity today. Fortunately, he was confident in his victory. The Mo family's business revolved around jewelry, and they employed their own jadestone appraisers. Though he was not an expert, he certainly outmatched Yusheng in this regard. They agreed that each would select 1 million worth of raw stones, with no limit on quantity, and they would unveil the stones on site. Whoever's stones held the higher value would win. It was a fair arrangement, with no issues anticipated. Yusheng readily consented, and the rules were cemented as they promptly entered the stone gambling hall. The remaining two security guards exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. They were unworthy even to be considered opponents for Yusheng, who had disregarded them entirely. They had just been worried about potential retribution from Yusheng, which now seemed utterly ludicrous. Yusheng scanned the stone gambling hall, noting the sparse crowd and the 30 to 40 raw stones available, all uniformly sized, none smaller than a basketball. It was no wonder that ordinary people were not permitted entry. Is this truly all there is? Just these few raw stones? Yusheng inquired, perplexed. This is quite sufficient. All of these are raw betting materials, none of which are already opened. The thrill lies in the gamble. The excitement is the only gain. Do not expect to profit from jade here. That is simply absurd. Only two people betting against each other can generate profit, increasing the odds of winning to 50%. Zheng Yunlong patiently explained, realizing that his younger brother seemed unaware of the true nature of this gambling hall. It was a place for play. The jeweler will not be coming. Mo Yunsong is merely here for amusement, not in search of jade. As Mo Yunsong begins to select stones, Tong Lin flutters beside him like a songbird, not sparing a glance at Yusheng. Yusheng promptly retreats to the other end to avoid competing with the fool. Zheng Yunlong, curious, follows him, observing as Yusheng swiftly examines each stone, without the need for a flashlight, taking no more than 10 seconds per piece. While Mo Yunsong has only inspected 3 stones, Yusheng has already perused over 30. Mo Yunsong cannot help but scoff, just putting on an act. Upon completing his inspection, Yusheng finds all to be worthless, with the finest piece being of the lowest grade, a bean variety. Indeed, Profit can only be found through gambling. Finally, he approaches Mo Yunsong. You're the only one left. Do you wish to inspect this piece? Mo Yunsong chuckles derisively. You choose first. Yu Sheng reaches out to touch the stone, his heart racing, and calmly states, I'll take this one. Mo Yunsong bursts into laughter. You truly know nothing. You wish to snatch what I've deemed valuable, don't you? But I've not even given this piece a second thought. Tong Lin smiles and subtly shifts to deny Yu Sheng a chance to speak. Yu Sheng smiles gently, an uncommon warmth in his demeanor. Young Master Mo, you misunderstand. I have great faith in this piece. A junior staff member approaches to check the number, consulting the pricing list, and respectfully states, Boss, we are grateful for your patronage. The price is 890,000. Yu Sheng gasps. The price is staggering, especially for uncut raw stone with no openings, weighing merely a few dozen jin. Yet, there is no alternative. For affordable prices, one must venture to the public auction. Resolutely, Yu Sheng swipes his card to complete the transaction. Upon finishing, he looks up. Momentarily stunned, he beholds a strikingly beautiful face, clad in a trench coat with flowing hair, smiling warmly at him, softly declaring, I have come to fulfill my promise. It is Yin and I. Chapter 13. The tragic fate of beautiful women. Upon hearing Yin and I's declaration, Yu Sheng is elated. 100 artifacts in exchange for a night. Scram. He retorts regarding the promise of a driver's license. Yin Ni's eyes shimmer, playfully reproaching him, exuding an irresistible allure. Tong Lin, having noticed Yin and I, finally changes expression. Is this his girlfriend? Without comparison, there is no pain. All the brilliance of the stone hall pales in Yin Ni's presence. Even Mo Yunsong is momentarily frozen, maintaining his posture of examining raw stones, yet turning to gaze at Yin and I, bewildered. How could he possibly have such a girlfriend? Zheng Yunlong bursts into laughter. Brother, you truly are extravagant. You've scared the daylights out of me with 100 artifacts. He theatrically clutches his heart, feigning shock. Yin and I flushes, casting a reproachful glance at him. What business is it of yours? Zheng Yunlong hastily shifts the topic. Today, I have a bet with someone. And Yu Sheng is here to assist me, yet he has ended up betting against young Master Mo. Yu Sheng seizes the opportunity to redirect the conversation. ISNT at 10 o'clock? Where is he? He hasn't arrived yet. That wealthy man has a mine at home, with assets in the billions. He enjoys indulging in the arts, flaunting culture. Meeting him would be beneficial. Zheng Yulong's insinuation was unmistakable. It was as if he were on the verge of stating outright that the other party was foolish and wealthy, a plump sheep to be sheared by all. Yin and I reflected on how effortlessly others seemed to amass wealth, all while remaining within the bounds of legality. At that moment, Mo Yunsong had selected his raw stone without a second thought, entirely captivated by Yin and I. In his haste, he had chosen the sole piece of jadeite. He approached with unshakable confidence. I have made my selection. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be an expert in raw stone appraisal. There is much you still need to learn. Winning in stone gambling is not merely a matter of clever tricks. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Yin and I. Yu Sheng scoffed. Do you dare to raise the stakes? If you lack funds, do not fret. Put your car on the line. Mo Yunsong paused momentarily, questioning his own audacity. It was absurd. Tong Lin quickly grasped his hand, urging, let us just have some fun. Wagering a car is too much. Yu Sheng dismissed her concern with disdain. If you lack the courage to gamble, spare us your chatter. Mo Yunsong, unwilling to lose face before Yin and I, replied nonchalantly. It's merely a Mercedes S600. If you fancy it, I shall stake it. Excellent. Yu Sheng clapped his hands, a radiant smile breaking forth. If I lose, I will compensate you 3 million, in addition to the original wager, totaling 6 million. Yin and I instantly comprehended that he was destined to win. Mo Yunsong felt a surge of excitement, sensing victory was within his grasp. A faint blush gracing his cheeks as he cast another glance at Yin and I and cradled the raw stone, striding toward the cutting machine. Tong Lin was consumed by trepidation. Despite her husband's confidence, she could not shake her unease. Should they lose, she would become a laughingstock in Yu Sheng's eyes, and she was at a loss for how to face the world outside. Yu Sheng, however, paid her no mind, whispering to Zheng Yulong, do not gamble any further. The remaining materials are abysmal, devoid of jadeite. Zheng Yulong took Yu Sheng's words to heart, his eyes darting as he quietly suggested. What if I wager this piece you purchased against him? Nanny, you plan to cut one stone twice? Are you trying to deceive me? Yu Sheng maintained his principles. He would not engage in such a tasteless scheme. No, we cut once, each betting without affecting the other. Could he pull it off? Yusheng regarded him skeptically. Was that not foolishness? Perhaps others cannot, but I can, Zheng Yulong asserted confidently. Very well, you are assured of victory. Okay. Zheng Yulong turned to see that the man had already entered the stone gambling hall and waved eagerly. Wang Ziyan, the wealthy man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, approached, his stocky frame resembling that of a cook. He did not notice Zheng Yulong at first, but instead fixated on Yin and I. Approaching with a genial demeanor, I am Wang Ziyan. May I ask the name of this beautiful lady? Yusheng furrowed his brow slightly. Yin and I, icy and detached, found such individuals utterly distasteful. Zheng Yulong interjected promptly. This is my sister-in-law, Yin and I. Do not harbor any illusions. Wang Ziyan finally regained his composure and smiled naturally. What were you thinking? It is polite to inquire after a lady's name. Ah, and this is my younger brother. Yusheng. I have indeed heard of you. Wang Ziyan's gaze suddenly intensified. Ha ha. Zheng Yulong enthusiastically introduced. You've heard of him, haven't you? He is a legendary figure in the antique world. To put it simply, if you seek genuine artifacts, he is the one to approach. He has everything. He instinctively felt that Yusheng must possess a vast collection of relics. After all, how could one exchange 100 pieces in a single night? Even Ma Weidu wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Although Yusheng had not a single item in his possession, he remained unfazed, confident that acquiring artifacts would be a trivial endeavor. He had already resolved to have Yanni provide information about grave robbers, intending to retrieve items directly from their homes. It would be a waste not to utilize Yanni's resources effectively. Conversely, finding an ideal buyer like Wang Ziyan was quite challenging, which fueled his enthusiasm. Do not hesitate. Brother Wang, if you require anything, just let me know. Wang Ziyan, equally excited, responded, Great, let us begin with the stone gambling. Oljing, have you made your selection? Zheng Yulong pointed to the stone chosen by Yusheng. We both selected this one. He will gamble with Mo Yunsong, while I will wager with you. This stone here, are we agreed? Absolutely, Wang Ziyan affirmed, moving closer to inspect the stone. Yusheng and Zheng Yulong exchanged a knowing smile. Indeed, they had a lucrative target, albeit one not particularly sharp-witted. It's jade green, a voice suddenly exclaimed from the crowd of spectators. However, Mo Yunsong furrowed his brow slightly. After just one cut, only a low-quality jade was revealed, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Yet, he still believed he would not lose. After all, he had unearthed jade. While Yusheng might very well end up with nothing, losing nearly 890,000 in vain, Mo Yunsong continued to cut, determined to extract the jade in its entirety. The onlookers, who were already few in number, began to disperse, losing interest in the low-quality jade. Tong Lin felt a knot in her throat. If they lost the wager today, her reputation would be utterly tarnished. In stark contrast, Yusheng contemplated the impending gains with a sense of elation, cheerfully asking Yanni, I'm about to acquire a car. Is my driver's license ready? Yanni shot him an exasperated look. Do you even know how to drive? No, Yusheng replied decisively. Yanni sighed internally, wondering if there existed spies who were incapable of driving. Surely, the police should understand this principle, yet they all collectively deemed it so. Was it truly the curse of beauty? Those I care for seem destined for harm. She felt a twinge of confusion. Historically, beauty often meets a tragic fate. The number of those wishing to protect a beauty is far surpassed by those seeking to exploit her. Beautiful women often yearn for an ordinary life, which remains perpetually out of reach, making their existence far more arduous than that of average women. She envied such simplicity. Yet, Yanni found solace in having encountered Yusheng, a man capable of cherishing her, an ally of formidable strength. Suddenly, Yanni whispered, Do you know that woman? I do not, Yusheng replied with an air of arrogance. If you do not recognize me, then I do not recognize you either. Yanni, with a hint of a smile, responded, Do you take me for a fool? Why does she constantly watch you? If there is no story between you, I'll eat this rough stone. Zheng Yulong, who had been eavesdropping, shivered at the audacity. In the twilight of her life, Yusheng, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, It's no trouble at all. After graduating from university, she vanished without a trace, offering no explanations, forsaking her bicycle for a Mercedes. In this peculiar circumstance of an unexpected encounter, she remained loyal to her husband and feigned ignorance of me. Naturally, I played along, professing not to recognize her. It all became clear. Yanni's gaze softened considerably. Zheng Yulong comprehended fully. The significance of the Mercedes was indeed profound, and today, he aimed to vindicate his younger brother. Chapter 14. You are merely a dish. Mo Yunsong finally rose to his feet, cradling a piece of bean jade in his palm. His eyes subtly scanning Yin and I before he approached Yusheng with a teasing tone. You have lost. Tong Lin, standing beside him, wore a blissful smile, only to soon witness Yusheng's expression, akin to that of someone observing a fool. Is this it? The most inexpensive bean jade? I haven't even processed the stone. How can you claim I've lost? Yusheng inquired, casting a sidelong glance. Mo Yunsong cleared his throat and responded with clarity. What of the bean jade? Let me enlighten you. Out of 10 raw stones, none might contain jade, which is precisely why the gambling stone industry exists. Genuine stone gambling techniques are often passed down through families. Do you think anyone can partake? He continued, whether you can crack it or not, it's the same. Conceding directly is far more dignified. Must you insist on losing in such a humiliating manner? Suddenly, Yusheng interjected, spare me your prattle. Let us cut to the chase. Are you willing to raise the stakes? Mo Yunsong appeared momentarily choked, while Zheng Yunlong burst into laughter, suggesting, Mo, you could wager your wife. Yusheng can put his sister-in-law on the line. His words offended two beautiful women, who shot him murderous glances, causing Zheng Yunlong to retract his neck in fear. Conversely, Mo Yunsong felt a surge of excitement. Yusheng waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, swapping the original for a second-hand? I'd be hemorrhaging profits. Tong Lin's face flushed with anger. Yin and I glared at Yusheng, scolding, do you really dare to use me as a wager? Zheng Yunlong laughed heartily, interjecting, Zian has already made her choice. Let us begin cutting the stone. Yusheng hurriedly lifted the stone and approached the cutting machine. Yin and I widened her eyes. Although this was not her affair, she felt an exhilarating anticipation akin to a lottery draw. However, Yusheng chose not to cut, but rather to polish the stone. Damn it, Mo Yunsong scoffed. You can't even cut a stone, yet you wish to gamble with it? Yusheng halted abruptly and earnestly explained. I merely need to open a window. Jade's value is negligible. Defeating you is where the profit lies. The crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, if a high-quality jade was revealed, no further words would be necessary. Merely opening a window would suffice to secure a win. The abrasive sound of friction filled the air, and not a single person among them expressed disdain, all eyes glued to the spectacle. Soon, a layer of stone skin was polished away, and after a wash of water, the verdict was clear, victory. Zheng Yunlong exclaimed. This is glutinous jade, akin to the color of glutinous rice soup, categorized as mid-range jade. It easily surpasses bean jade. A younger brother standing nearby declared, his words carrying the weight of a judge's ruling. If anyone attempted to renege on the bet, the stone gambling hall's owner would intervene. Otherwise, who would dare to play? Tong Lin's vision darkened, and she nearly collapsed, realizing the gravity of the situation. With the loss of the Mercedes and 3 million, the standing of her husband's family faced a severe blow. In that moment, Tong Lin's disposition towards her future morphed into resentment. Believing he was deliberately seeking revenge to shatter her happiness, she completely overlooked who instigated the conflict first. Mo Yunsong was not one to concede easily. He hastily exclaimed, wait. If it's merely a piece of glutinous jade, how can you claim victory? This was indeed plausible. If it contained only a thin layer of jade, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious, albeit the likelihood was minimal. Suddenly, Yusheng smiled. Mo Xiao, must you lose so disgracefully? Very well. I shall open another window from the back. He resumed polishing the stone and soon created another window, still revealing glutinous jade. Zheng Yunlong felt every pore in his body relax, his smile blossoming like a chrysanthemum. Mo Xiao. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding can see that if both ends are identical, it signifies full jade. Do you have any further insights, Mo Xiao? Mo Yunsong's complexion turned ashen. What insights could he offer? His defeat was utterly complete. Yusheng, with a hint of amusement, inquired, are you planning to cheat, big shot? Mo Yunsong's expression darkened further, recalling that Yanni was still observing. He finally managed to say, what a joke, I can still afford to lose this amount. Following a series of maneuvers, he promptly transferred 3 million to Yusheng and surrendered the 2 keys to the Mercedes, leaving with Tong Lin, his face clouded with gloom. Not casting another glance at Yanni, Wang Zian sighed, old Zheng, I've finally realized I've been duped by you. This is the expert who can identify ancient jade while blindfolded. Zheng Yunlong laughed heartily. You must trust me. Don't cut the stone, just concede. Keep the stone as a gift, at least it's a favor. Wang Ziyan immediately believed him, acknowledging that it was improbable for someone who had amassed a fortune in the billions to be a fool. He simply did not care about such trivial wins and losses. All right, I concede. The two did not even mention the stakes, evidently indicating that the wager was not monetary. The underlings finally saw their opportunity and approached Yu Sheng, asking, "Boss, do you wish to sell this piece of jade? We can offer 900,000 for it." Yu Sheng recognized that this price was quite substantial and nodded. "Take it." The underling promptly transferred the 900,000 to him, recouping the expenses spent on the raw stone. Zheng Yunlong, beaming, remarked, "Brother, today is a momentous occasion for you. We must celebrate." This statement carried profound implications. Vanquishing a rival was tantamount to a triumphant declaration. "Absolutely. We should celebrate this joyous occasion." Yu Sheng agreed, his spirits lifted. The four then proceeded to a hotel, with no one holding back on the expenses. Even Yanni opted for the more extravagant items, as otherwise, Yu Sheng would feel discontent, akin to a peacock strutting in silence. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Ziyan chuckled. "Brother, one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Are you interested in investing in a mine? I am not disinterested. Rather, I lack the eggs." Yu Sheng replied innocently. The two men burst into hearty laughter. Zheng Yunlong added, "Brother, in the realm of stone gambling, it serves as a cash machine for you. A visit to each public auction will yield everything you desire." Yu Sheng slightly shook his head. "I do not wish to specialize in stone gambling. The antique circle is already quite lucrative." Two men pondered and agreed that making money in the antique circle was as simple as it could be for the rest of their lives. Wang Ziyan, filled with emotion and intentionally showcasing his profundity before Yanni, remarked, "I reiterate, what you lack is not the eggs, but the basket. This society is a hunting ground where the big fish devour the small, and the small fish feast upon the shrimp. Should you concentrate your wealth, beware of the great crocodile that may devour it whole. The rationale is all too simple. Your antiques may originate from tomb raiding. Trust me, there are many with such power." Zheng Yunlong nodded in agreement, adding, "Unless you possess connections at a high level, or if you are an ordinary person, that is acceptable, as no one will bother you. But should you expose abilities that even the great crocodiles covet, yet lack the protection of an equally formidable figure, my friend, do you comprehend the consequences? You become merely a dish on the table. Wealth is trivial. After all, you are not yet fat. The most probable outcome is that you will be captured and turned into a tool." A chill immediately surged from Yu Sheng's heels to the crown of his head. Yanni's expression turned grave. Zheng Yunlong continued, "Just as sharks are sensitive to blood, wealth is the most enticing bait. I wager that many are already investigating you, studying you, and plotting against you, including the Mo family, both black and white. It is merely a matter of who acts first. Various schemes will soon leave you utterly exhausted. Therefore, feast well today, devise your strategies, and only then step outside." Wang Ziyan discreetly glanced at Yanni before addressing Yu Sheng. Chapter 15. Gazing across the wilderness, Meng Qingyang. Wang Ziyan shifted the conversation, asking curiously, "By the way, why has no one called you? This is quite unreasonable." Yu Sheng chuckled. "This morning, I noticed someone trailing me, and fearing they might track me via my phone, I turned it off." The two were momentarily speechless, realizing they were late to the game. Someone had indeed been following him. Yanni's expression grew somewhat awkward. Yu Sheng's phone being off meant she could still locate him, implying that Jingfang was tracking him. However, she was not there to monitor Yu Sheng. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded, and the door swung open, revealing not a server, but a robust middle-aged man in his 40s. With a fierce glare and a face marked by toughness, clutching a bottle of white liquor, followed by 8 lackeys. The moment Zheng Yunlong spotted this man, his complexion changed dramatically, while Wang Ziyan rarely displayed such gravity. Yanni remained as frosty as ever. "Ha ha ha, you must be Yu Sheng, my little brother. I am Meng Qingyang. You may not know me, but that's of no concern. Drink this cup of liquor, and you shall be my little brother, from now on. Your affairs will be my affairs. Follow me, and you shall have everything." As he spoke, he poured a glass for Yu Sheng, exuding an overwhelming aura. Gasps filled the room. This cup of liquor was indeed precious, effectively purchasing Yu Sheng. Both Zheng Yunlong and Wang Ziyan broke into a sweat, scarcely daring to breathe. Yanni readied herself for a confrontation, fully aware that Yu Sheng would never yield. Yu Sheng smiled faintly. "What are you really? To kill Li Guoming. One would need to bribe the coroner with 50,000. I have no interest in associating with a penniless wretch like you, nor will I drink your liquor. The crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically, with 8 minions displaying a fierce intent, poised to obliterate Yu Sheng at their leader's command. The atmosphere resembled a powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingyang's expression fluctuated sharply, yet he refrained from acting out. Instead, one of the minions could no longer contain himself. "Kid, you really have the audacity." With a swift motion, Meng Qingyang delivered a stinging slap. Silence. The minion was instantly rendered speechless. Suddenly, Meng Qingyang let out a sinister laugh. "It was Yin and I who informed you, wasn't it? Feudal, she cannot protect you. Do you believe that?" This statement effectively revealed Yin Ni's identity as an inspector. The audacity to brazenly take Yu Sheng away. Knowing Yin Ni's true role exemplified Meng Qingyang's standing in the underworld. Yu Sheng chuckled. "Let us make a wager, shall we? I bet you will not survive until tonight. If you win, from tomorrow morning onward, I shall be at your command, doing whatever you ask." Zheng Yunlong and Wang Ziyan gaped in astonishment. The eyes of the 8 minions nearly popped out. Who would dare speak such words to Meng Qingyang? To him, this was tantamount to a declaration of a showdown tonight. The rationale for choosing the evening was simple: to afford the inspector some dignity and avoid a public disturbance. Meng Qingyang suddenly burst into laughter. "Excellent. I like it. You truly are a remarkable individual. I shall await you at Fengyue Villa." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away confidently. The 8 minions followed suit, ensuring the door was closed behind them. Inside the room, silence reigned. Zheng Yunlong and Wang Ziyan stared at Yu Sheng, as if he were an unfamiliar entity. Yin and I, however, was not surprised. She knew Yu Sheng's tenacity, recognizing that the antiquities dealer had been swiftly turned against. What astonished her was Yu Sheng's ability to stall until nightfall. She grappled with whether to leverage the inspector's influence to intervene or to allow Yu Sheng to handle the situation independently. Finally, Wang Ziyan rubbed his face and murmured, "Brother, are you planning to buy time to escape?" Yu Sheng shot back. Why should it be him fleeing? Does he even deserve to be called a big shot? Wang Ziyan fell silent. Zheng Yunlong sighed. "But even if you manage to eliminate him, how will you handle the aftermath?" Yu Sheng replied, "I need not concern myself with that, as it is not my doing." At last, Zheng Yunlong and Wang Ziyan comprehended that Yu Sheng had someone backing him. He was not without resources. Of course, confronting a powerful adversary was no small feat, or he wouldn't have sought their assistance earlier. Yet, Yu Sheng possessed the confidence to eliminate Meng Qingyang. Coupled with his knowledge of Meng Qingyang's secrets, it was evident that he wielded a certain influence in Jianghai City. The two felt reassured. However, Yin and I knew the truth. Yu Sheng had no one behind him. He merely sought to distance himself from the situation. Driving a Mercedes, Yin and I escorted Yu Sheng home. "Are you truly not going to learn to drive?" she inquired. "I need to get a good night's sleep. You can take the car." "I have no parking space," he replied. After a moment's hesitation, Yin and I finally asked, "Shall I keep you company?" "Do not overthink. I am merely here to accompany you." "Hee. I am not overthinking at all. Do not incite animosity within me. Please return." Yin and I shot him a glare, her frustration evident, before finally driving away. She understood the purpose of the remainder of her life, yet she was still willing to indulge in a moment of foolishness. Yu Sheng returned home, now exceedingly cautious. This was due to a hint Yin and I had dropped while they were in the car, suggesting that someone suspected him of being an agent. Should he be perceived as such, it was certain that they would employ the tactics of an agent, and listening devices would undoubtedly be installed. He tossed his phone onto the table, changed into a different outfit, and turned on the computer, playing music merely to mask the absence of anyone in the house. He then stepped outside, disappearing in an instant. Even with cameras in the house, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect him. Far from home, he materialized and hailed a taxi driven by a seasoned driver. "Have you ever been to Fengyue Villa?" Yu Sheng inquired. The driver glanced at him while driving. Amused, "You're quite the joker. Is there a taxi driver who hasn't been to Fengyue Villa?" "Oh, which villa does Meng Qingyang reside in?" "I can't recall. Meng Qingyang has numerous villas. There's even one in Qianshui Bay. Fengyue Villa isn't the finest, but it is tranquil, sparsely populated, and far from the clamor. Ideal for bonfire gatherings and outdoor barbecues." "You wouldn't even know if you were dead," Yu Sheng retorted. Hee. The driver refrained from furthering the jest. Such humor could be perilous. "Are there any gift shops nearby?" "What a joke. That place is all about the bear theme. I suggest you purchase your items beforehand. Is it easy to catch a taxi back?" During the day, it's not an issue. At night, it's a matter of luck. All right. Have you been a taxi driver your entire life? Yes. I've driven about 3 million kilometers in my lifetime. I've been hit by trains twice. There's no alternative when racing against time. Goodness. Engaging in light banter, the ride was far from lonely. As they approached Fongyue Villa, Yusheng concocted an excuse to disembark early, slipping the driver an extra 100 yuan to wait until dark. The seasoned driver readily agreed. Once Yusheng was out of sight, the driver turned around, cursing under his breath. Damn it, 100 yuan to wait until dark? You'll be left hanging. He would not admit to having visited this place to avoid complaints and fines. What Yusheng desired was precisely that, his non-acknowledgement of having been to Fongyue Villa. Chapter 16. Wait until I become your sister-in-law. Yusheng stealthily entered Fongyue Villa, astonished to discover that there was no need to inquire about Meng Qingyang's villa number. It was immediately apparent. He had never anticipated that Meng Qingyang would have summoned hundreds of subordinates to guard the villa. He had assumed that others operated as he did. One-on-one, unaware that it was a one versus a horde scenario. What a farce. Is he truly a social leader? Yusheng scoffed. These individuals believed that not even a fly could infiltrate, eager to witness how Yusheng would eliminate Meng Qingyang. Unfortunately for them, while they could see flies buzzing around, they remained oblivious to Yusheng's presence. As Yusheng traversed among them, astonishingly, none noticed his presence. He effortlessly entered the villa. The first floor was bustling with his subordinates. All the 8 great kings were present. Yusheng ascended directly to the second floor, where he finally overheard a woman speaking in the master bedroom, her voice remaining clear even through the door. Honey, is that person really that formidable? Director Huang replied, he might be an agent. My goodness. Are you still going to provoke him? After I met him, I sensed something was amiss and inquired further with Director Huang, who finally disclosed the matter of him being an agent. Previously, he only mentioned that he had killed Biaozi and assisted Jing Cha in seizing our cultural relics. Wait a moment, isn't it strange? An agent helping Jing Cha capture relic traffickers? Director Huang clarified. He did it solely for Yin and I. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dealt with Jing Fang. A thought sparked in Yusheng's mind. So the source of the relics lay with Meng Qingyang, which warranted a thorough investigation. Honey, you're also doing this for Yin and I, right? No, it's for Yusheng. You fail to comprehend his value. He can discern the authenticity of ancient jade even with his eyes closed. Yusheng pondered. How could he possibly be an agent? Someone like him has no need to take on such a role. With him, I could dominate the jade market, amassing billions. Why would he waste his talents on espionage? But why doesn't he earn for himself? Because he is an agent. Oh, I see. Yet, a nagging doubt lingered. Could an agent truly engage in a fierce battle with your hundreds of subordinates? Is there such an agent? Yusheng felt a sense of defeat, unable to grasp the true intentions behind Yusheng's actions. Meng Qingyang remained silent for a long time, plagued by anxiety. Thus, he incessantly conversed with his beloved woman, hoping for some insight. Yet, neither could fathom what Yusheng intended to do. Would he simply flee? The woman finally questioned. Meng Qingyang chuckled softly. That is impossible. My rise to this point has not been through ruthlessness, but rather through these discerning eyes. I would never misjudge a person. I suspect that even if a confrontation were to erupt at noon, it would be I who would lose. Yusheng merely refrains from public murder to avoid leaving Jing Fang with incriminating evidence. Suddenly, the phone rang. Meng Qingyang stepped out of the bedroom. Old Huang. What is the situation? Yusheng has been at home. Conversely, Yin Ni's location indicates she is not far from Fongyue Mountain Villa, likely surveilling you from the shadows. Old Huang's voice sent a shiver down Yusheng's spine, nearly prompting him to abandon his concealment. Damn it, he actually backstabbed Yin and I? If I don't eliminate this old schemer, my resentment will never dissipate. What infuriated him even more was Yin and I. Have you been watching too many movies? Are you waiting for me to be hunted before you come to my aid? At a critical moment, a motorcycle zoomed past, accompanied by the melodious tune of If Heaven Had Feelings. Fine, wonderful. They delivered themselves right to my doorstep. Meng Qingyang sneered as he ended the call. He then phoned one of his subordinates downstairs. Gongzi, Yin and I is lurking near the villa, keeping an eye on us. Find a suitable spot for surveillance, and you'll ascertain her whereabouts. Capture her for me. Remember, no gunfire. Surround her with ample manpower and ensure she doesn't escape. Understood, don't worry, boss. Gongzi hung up the phone. Yusheng felt a wave of dizziness. What a splendid situation had been disrupted by Yin and I. Yanni must be rescued. The only distinction lies in the method of her salvation. An immediate intervention would rank as the least favorable approach, as it would inevitably expose her concealment and render her utterly vulnerable. The superior strategy is to wait until they have captured her and only Meng Qingyang remains. Perhaps even after he has disrobed. Surely, he desires flesh, does he not? That would entail a sacrifice of life. Meng Qingyang turned back to the bedroom, and this time, Yuxing finally followed him inside. The woman on the bed rose, clad in a moon-white undergarment, an exquisite beauty indeed, exuding an enchanting allure that seemed innate. Every movement warranted a pixelation, and each glance sent shivers down one's spine. A single smile could captivate a city, and another could ensnare a nation. No wonder Meng Qingyang lavished his affection upon her. Yet, he commanded, Mei Xiang, fetch the obedient water. Heavens, am I not obedient enough? No, Yanni has been summoned immediately. Oh, splendid. Although Mei Xiang was reluctant, she dared not show her displeasure. Meng Qingyang had always dealt with disobedient women with a singular word, berry. She dutifully retrieved a small glass vial from the vanity, containing a transparent liquid, and handed it to Meng Qingyang, inquiring, shall I mix it with the wine? No need. Whatever you mix, she shall not drink. Better to administer it directly. Mei Xiang was taken aback. Administer? Isn't a drop sufficient? Heh, a bit more won't hurt. Her fate rests on luck, Meng Qingyang declared with a cruel smile. Mei Xiang's spirits lifted instantly. A full vial would surely do the trick. What good is beauty, after all, when pitted against a mother's affection? Meanwhile, Yanni was discreetly monitoring Meng Qingyang's villa, observing the throng of henchmen with a heart full of uncertainty. Yuxing must have arrived, but perhaps he had yet to enter. To achieve his aim, Yuxing had only two options. The first, to lure the tiger from its den, drawing Meng Qingyang out. The second, to entice the henchman away, allowing him to slip inside unnoticed. Each method posed significant challenges. How would Yuxing choose? As she pondered, she noticed the henchmen beginning to disperse from the villa. Could it be that he truly managed to draw them away? Yanni found her own astuteness inadequate and felt an increasing admiration for Yuxing. However, she soon sensed something amiss. She was surrounded. An icy wave of dread coursed through her. What to do? Flee or fight? Escape was futile, and combat would surely end in defeat. She was unarmed. In that critical moment, she recalled Yuxing's potential to enter the villa. Resolutely, she decided to take a gamble, placing her trust in Yuxing's abilities. She prepared to infiltrate the situation as an undercover agent. In plain terms, it was an act of surrender. The encirclement began to tighten, drawing ever closer. Yanni continued to gaze at the villa, feigning ignorance. Officer Yanni, what a coincidence. A grinning figure called out from a distance. Yanni glanced at him and replied nonchalantly. How did you discover me? That, you must ask the boss. Come along, our boss wishes to see you. Lead the way. First, surrender your weapon. I possess no firearm. My presence here is unauthorized, and my team has not granted permission. Gongzi clicked his tongue and sighed. It's not that I don't trust you, but rules are rules. I must conduct a search. Do not overstep your bounds. Once I become your sister-in-law, you will find yourself in a precarious position, Yin and I retorted, promptly shedding her trench coat, revealing her unarmed state. Gongzi pondered this for a moment, realizing the wisdom in not provoking her too harshly. After all, she might indeed become his sister-in-law. He finally nodded. Very well, let us proceed. The group cautiously escorted Yin and I, the prospective sister-in-law, towards the villa. Chapter 17. Punishing evil and promoting good. Yuxing discreetly followed Meng Qingyang to the first floor, where he finally laid eyes on Yin and I, escorted by a throng of underlings. To his surprise, Yin and I was not bound, nor did she resist. She maintained her frosty demeanor, gazing at Meng Qingyang without a hint of fear. Bravo, Meng Qingyang clapped, his admiration evident. You have quite the audacity to capture Jingcha. It seems you are relentlessly treading the path to your own demise. Yin and I had never known the meaning of compromise. If death were to come, she would face it standing. Meng Qingyang chuckled ominously. Indeed, there is no turning back on this path. Capturing Jingcha is merely the least of your transgressions. Allow me to add another charge. He gestured for his men to restrain her arms. In a sudden rush of alarm, Yin and I exclaimed, wait, how about a wager? Meng Qingyang erupted in laughter. Are you betting on tomorrow morning? No, just for 1 hour. If you fail to kill me, I shall become your wife. Yin and I dared not mention tomorrow morning, knowing Meng Qingyang would not comply. Meng Qingyang's demeanor shifted as he realized Yuxing's mention of night was merely to mislead me. He must have already infiltrated. His previous levity dissipated, replaced by a serious tone. Gongzi, maintain vigilance. The 8 great warriors hastily exited the villa, causing a stir among the hundreds of underlings, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The living room was left with only Yin and I and Meng Qingyang. He smirked. Where is he? Yin and I replied lightly, upstairs. She could only gamble that Yu Sheng had indeed entered, but clearly, he was not downstairs, thus she asserted he was upstairs. This statement sent a shiver down Meng Qingyang's spine. Upstairs? Could he have slipped in during the commotion? His inherent suspicion flared. Yin Ni's claim raised doubts about Huang's earlier warnings. If Yu Sheng had been at home all along, what purpose did Yin and I's arrival serve? Was it merely a ruse? In that instant, he felt an impulse to seize Yin and I. Thankfully, he was still the leader. Very well, let us ascend. Meng Qingyang drew his firearm, the muzzle wavering slightly. Yin and I, undeterred, boldly approached the staircase. If death awaited her, she would not yield easily. She ascended to the second floor, glancing about, finding no one present. As she contemplated her next words, suddenly, an eerie thud echoed from behind her. She turned swiftly, her eyes widening in shock, reminiscent of a catfish breaking the surface of water. Meng Qingyang lay on the stairs, a dagger embedded in his temple. His eyes wide with disbelief, brimming with a potent mix of horror and resentment, as he slowly succumbed to eternal silence. His Desert Eagle pistol had fallen into Yu Sheng's possession. Yu Sheng gazed calmly at Yin and I, who suddenly burst into tears, resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom, evoking sympathy. Yu Sheng was taken aback, his head throbbing. Whoever cries is justified. Can someone tell me what you came here for? Yin and I felt a surge of indignation, exclaiming, I came to help you, but it seems I only made things worse. Is that even a reasonable statement? Yu Sheng hastily reassured her, don't cry. There's another woman in the bedroom. Miraculously, this statement restored Yin Ni's composure. She could not allow any woman to mock her. Yu Sheng quickly concealed Meng Qingyang's body in the bathroom, and while Yin and I was distracted, he discreetly pocketed the bottle of obedient water. Knowing its potential utility was profound and dependent on intent, he then strode directly towards the master bedroom. Upon entering, Mei Xiang's face drained of color at the sight of the two. Yu Sheng, holding the Desert Eagle, leisurely approached her and stated, Meng Qingyang is dead. Do you understand? Yes. Brother, from now on, I shall be your woman. I will do whatever you ask. Mei Xiang rushed to pledge her loyalty. Swiftly forgetting Meng Qingyang, her eyes now solely focused on Yu Sheng, as she sought to garner his favor, twisting her waist in a manner that showcased her allure. Yin and I shuddered in anger at this vixen, her disdain for her B-shaped face growing. Yu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Her will to survive was evidently strong. He softly inquired, where did Meng Qingyang acquire the artifacts? He collaborated with a tomb raiding gang. They supplied him, and he laundered the artifacts through various channels. The ghost market is merely one avenue. There are also auction houses, antique dealers, or direct bribery for other benefits. Where are the artifacts stored? In the basement of this villa. To access it, enter through the storage room. There's a light switch on the wall that opens a secret door. The basement is filled with artifacts, and I can guide you there. Mei Xiang was anxious about losing her value. Yin and I frowned, aware that descending would expose them, as her subordinates could see them at the entrance. Should I call for backup? Yu Sheng glanced at her. Fool, do you know who exposed your location? It was Director Huang. Yin and I trembled, her gaze dimming as she slowly lowered her head. The sting of betrayal cut deep, akin to a crumbling faith, reverberating painfully in her mind, leaving her breathless. In a world rife with corruption, you remain pure. Are you certain you wish to continue down this path of vigilance? Yu Sheng inquired contemplatively, deeming it crucial to clarify this matter. After a lengthy pause, Yin and I lifted her head and solemnly affirmed, I am certain. It is my ideal to punish the wicked and uphold virtue. Yu Sheng suddenly smiled, very well. If it is indeed to punish the wicked, then there is no need to call for backup. We have completed our retribution against evil. Rewarding virtue is reserved for the good. If one lacks wealth, such acts remain unattainable. Only with riches can one promote goodness. How about we acquire some antiques? His expression was one of cunning persuasion. Yin and I smiled gracefully. Are you planning to consume them all? Had another uttered those words, she would have retaliated with a swift slap, yet she exhibited boundless tolerance towards Yu Sheng. No, we shall only take the most valuable pieces. Furthermore, I have not committed murder, and you cannot confront Director Huang directly. Thus, We have never set foot here. Rest assured, I guarantee that no one will investigate the cause of Meng Qingyang's death. Yin and I understood. Director Huang could not probe further without implicating himself, which would be tantamount to courting death. As long as Yu Sheng took a step back, Yin and I would deny ever having visited. No amount of shouting from hundreds of subordinates would alter that. A single decree from Director Huang could close the case. However, if she were to call for reinforcements, everything would spiral out of control, leading to a confrontation with Director Huang, where the outcome could only be mutual destruction. Yu Sheng was unafraid but wished to avoid such a grand commotion. Battling against authority was too perilous. He leaned close to Yin and I and whispered, "Let her take you away. Do not concern yourself with me." He then exited the bedroom alone. Yin and I was perplexed. How could he enter the hidden chamber without revealing himself? Suddenly, Mei Xiang knelt before Yin and I, sensing her impending doom. For Yu Sheng had claimed he had never taken a life, yet she was an informed witness, privy to far too many secrets. "Sister, save me. You are an inspector. You cannot allow me to be killed. I have committed no crimes. It was all Meng Qingyang's doing." Yin and I, her expression impassive, softly inquired, "Can you lead me to safety?" "Indeed. I can take you alone without issue, but bringing a man is impossible. Meng Qingyang's subordinates would undoubtedly be suspicious." "All right. Change your clothes, and we shall exit together. Have the subordinates address me as Big Sister, and they will escort me out of the villa in plain sight, after which you will be free. Remember, you have never encountered Yu Sheng. Do not speak out of turn." Mei Xiang was overjoyed, nodding vigorously, tears of gratitude in her eyes. Chapter 18. A convenient frame-up. Everything transpired as Yu Sheng had anticipated. When the two women emerged side by side from the villa, the subordinates remained oblivious. "Listen closely, everyone. From now on, Sister Yin and I is to be addressed as Big Sister. Call her," Mei Xiang proclaimed with authority. The subordinates echoed in unison. "Greetings, Big Sister." Yin and I nodded, seemingly pleased with her new title. The two women confidently entered the Maybach, with Mei Xiang personally driving Yin and I out of the villa, and the subordinates remained unaware. Soon, they located the concealed Mercedes-Benz. "You are free now." Yin and I drove the Mercedes alone. Mei Xiang finally exhaled in relief. She could now go wherever she pleased. Yet, once the weight lifted from her heart, she forgot her original intention. She no longer desired to flee. "Return. Everything belongs to me." Greed clouded her judgment, prompting her to swiftly turn the car around and head back. As she had anticipated, the subordinates remained unsuspecting. Mei Xiang, exhilarated by the thrill, ascended the stairs directly and soon discovered Meng Qingyang's lifeless body in the bathroom. "This has nothing to do with me. He was killed only after I had left." She prepared to play the role of a tragic heroine, shedding tears for the man. She aimed to cultivate her sorrow. Her thoughts were perfectly orchestrated. However, out of thin air, a dagger pierced her heart. She widened her eyes in shock, staring blankly at the sudden appearance of Yu Sheng. "You should not have returned. Fleeing was your only path to survival," Yu Sheng whispered. Mei Xiang finally regained her senses, too late to feel regret. Already in pain so intense, she could hardly breathe. She pressed her hands against the dagger, collapsing alongside Meng Qingyang. In the end, Yu Sheng departed, clutching a box filled with artifacts, vanishing without a trace. Gongzi finally sensed something amiss. His expression turned grave as he remarked, "Yanni said that if the boss wasn't dead within an hour, she would become his wife. But before the hour was up, she has already become the sister-in-law. Moreover, the boss let her go." The other underlings also felt the oddity, yet no one had entered the villa. Could it be that Yanni had turned the tables herself? Gongzi hastily called Meng Qingyang, but there was no answer. His eyes widened in sudden realization, and he shouted, "Not good." Everyone rushed into the villa, ascended the stairs, and soon discovered the two in the bathroom. They were all stunned. Mei Xiang actually killed the boss, and then took her own life? How could this be? Yet there were no outsiders in the villa. The underlings were all bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. After an hour of chaos and noise, Gongzi finally decided, "Call the police." When Director Huang received the report, his mind buzzed. Thankfully, it wasn't Yanni who had called the police. He never anticipated that Yu Sheng's claim that Meng Qingyang would not survive the night would turn out to be true. Hundreds of underlings' protection hadn't lasted until dark. Moreover, they hadn't even seen anyone. He recalled his betrayal of Yanni, cold sweat soaking his back. After pondering for a few minutes, he finally ordered, "The facts are clear. Mei Xiang killed the man and then committed suicide. Let us avoid unnecessary complications and close the case swiftly. Additionally, have Yanni take 100 special police officers to seal the villa and confiscate all artifacts from the basement. Everyone understood Yanni's spring had arrived, a tremendous accomplishment that had fallen squarely upon her. Upon returning home and concealing the box, Yuxing heard a knock at the door. He first turned off the music, then opened the door. A strange young man stood outside, his complexion pale, his gaze harsh and cold as he fixed his eyes on Yuxing. Did you kill Meng Qingyang? Who are you? Answer my question. The man's voice rose an octave, sharp and domineering. Yuxing smiled. I don't know what you're talking about. In that case, come with me. I'll help you remember. Oh, so if I admit it, I don't have to go with you? Precisely. Yuxing felt a stir within. This statement was enough to prove that he was not here on official business. First, tell me your name and where you're from, and then I will tell you. Yuxing decided to ascertain his identity first. The young man furrowed his brows tightly. You don't deserve to know where I'm from. But I can tell you my name, Wang Shiguang. Now, tell me how you killed Meng Qingyang? Yu Sheng was filled with fury, coldly stating. I convey the same sentiment to you. You are not worthy to know. Wang Shiguang, however, suddenly chuckled. You truly lack self-awareness. Do you believe that by eliminating Meng Qingyang, you have elevated yourself to my level? Let me enlighten you. Meng Qingyang is merely a dog I keep. Initially, you had a slim chance of survival by serving as my dog, but now, you lack even that privilege. Prepare to accompany Meng Qingyang to his grave. Having said this, he lunged toward Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng instinctively recoiled, but Wang Shiguang followed suit, entering the room and shutting the door behind him. His expression morphed into a sinister grin. Kid, I offer you one last opportunity to save your life. How did you manage to kill Meng Qingyang? If you refuse to disclose your origins after forcing your way in, then you shall perish. As soon as Yu Sheng finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Wang Shiguang gasped in shock, his body bristling with terror. Turning to flee was futile, for he had locked the door himself. In the blink of an eye, a spring knife plunged into his lower back. The pain of being stabbed in the kidneys rendered him voiceless, and he gasped for breath, losing consciousness within a mere minute. Darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground. Yu Sheng searched him and astonishingly retrieved a firearm and a crimson identification document. A chill ran down his spine. No wonder he had remained silent. Wang Shiguang's role was to surveil Yu Sheng, yet he had covertly instructed Meng Qingyang to manipulate him, aiming to turn Yu Sheng into a pawn for the Wang family. Following his failure, he had unlawfully engaged with the target. Such actions were indeed unspeakable, and thus he could not confess. The result was that Yu Sheng, unaware of his true identity, had eliminated him. However, now that the deed was done, regret was futile. He powered down Wang Shiguang's phone and retrieved a large suitcase, forcefully cramming Wang Shiguang into it, along with the phone, and swiftly vanished from the scene. Cheng Hui and Su Meiwan were now inseparable, commuting to work and returning home together, indulged in the pleasures of power, wealth, and romance, basking in their success. Upon returning home after work, neither wished to cook. Cheng Hui ordered takeout, while Su Meiwan poured 2 glasses of red wine. Cheng Hui cautioned, you shouldn't drink alcohol while pregnant. A little red wine is harmless. It's the last time, Su Meiwan replied playfully, unaware that it truly was the final occasion. After consuming a glass, both fell into a state of dreamy stupor. Su Meiwan began to undress, feeling overheated and needing release. Cheng Hui faintly heard a voice whispering in his ear, the child she carries is not yours. Not his child. The thought of the child was an obsession for him. Otherwise, he would be at a loss as to why he earned money. The excessive intake of the intoxicating beverage sent Cheng Hui into a frenzy of confusion. Whose child was it, after all? A powerful hand tightened around Su Meijuan's neck, constricting more and more. Strangely, she did not struggle, her eyes wide open, lost in a haze, unable to distinguish between danger and pleasure, reality and fantasy. She remained motionless, succumbing to asphyxiation. Knock, knock, knock. Cheng Hui heard a persistent rapping at the door. Then the voice echoed in his ear once more. The scoundrels are here to seize you. Armed with guns to eliminate them. Cheng Hui found himself holding a gun, the very weapon belonging to Wang Shiguang. Obediently, he grasped the firearm and approached the door. Outside stood 4 burly men, having tracked Wang Shiguang's disappearance to Cheng Hui's residence. They could never have anticipated that Cheng Hui would boldly brandish Wang Shiguang's gun, aiming it directly at them. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 men drew their weapons, firing without a moment's hesitation. Cheng Hui, in a state of disarray, did not pull the trigger and was instead struck down by 4 bullets, meeting his demise instantaneously. Chapter 19. The cycle of justice. The 4 intruders surged into the room like a gust of wind, commencing their search. Soon, they uncovered a box hidden within the wardrobe. Coupled with the corpse of Su Meiwan, it became unequivocally clear that she had fallen victim to Cheng Hui's hand, leaving no room for doubt. Cheng Hui had indeed murdered Wang Shiguang. It was surmised that Wang Shiguang, driven by lust, had coerced Su Meiwan, only to be confronted by Cheng Hui at a critical moment. Overcome by a profound shock, Cheng Hui took decisive action, eliminating Wang Shiguang from behind and subsequently strangling Su Meiwan. What a coincidence! Meng Qingyang had just perished, and now Wang Shiguang was dead too. Would the Wang family simply let this go? It was precisely due to Meng Qingyang's demise that Wang Shiguang had been provoked, leading him to take matters into his own hands in search of solace with women, culminating in this tragic outcome. The truth remained immutable, just as in a past life, where Yu Sheng was afforded no opportunity for defense and was swiftly sentenced to death. Cheng Hui now faced a similar fate. The wheels of fate turn inexorably. The heavens spare no one. In the main estate, the leader had just arrived at his office when the secretary reported on last night's events. Both Cheng Hui and Su Meiwan, under close scrutiny, were now deceased. Who could possibly be responsible for this? The leader expressed disbelief, although he had anticipated their deaths. The manner in which they occurred seemed extraordinarily intricate. The secretary sighed. I suspect it was Yu Sheng. The conflict involving Cheng Hui and Su Meiwan originated with Wang Shiguang, and Meng Qingyang, who died yesterday afternoon, was akin to a pawn of the Wang family. His demise was equally complex. Yet he had offended Yu Sheng prior to his death. Furthermore, upon reviewing Su Meijuan's phone records, it appears she was also acquainted with Yu Sheng. The secretary then began recounting the remarkable exploits of Yu Sheng, discovering treasures in the antique district, discerning jade with blindfolded precision, and profiting from stone gambling to acquire a luxury car. The leader's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was indeed Yu Sheng who had orchestrated this. Confirming his prowess and casting doubt on his own capabilities, tapping his fingers on the desk, he pondered for a moment before instructing, he should be at home, correct? I shall pay him a visit. Isn't that far too perilous? The secretary exclaimed in disbelief. The leader chuckled. You are overthinking it. When has he ever killed without cause? Including Su Meiwan and Cheng Hui, their grievances are not known to outsiders. Let us proceed. Having avenged his great grievances, Yu Sheng felt a sense of relief, yet had no intention of celebrating or venturing outside. He sought to lay low, to allow the dust to settle, and to present himself as a humble figure, ensuring he did not leave an impression of arrogance upon the powerful. If any influential figure believed that he was a threat to stability, it would result in a most unjust demise. He was currently engrossed in researching artifacts online. As a result, the sound of knocking echoed through the air. He sighed, reflecting that even as a tree yearns for stillness, the wind remains unrelenting. Calmly, he opened the door, unperturbed by any potential troublemakers. Such was the confidence bestowed upon him by his invisibility. However, he was taken aback. The 2 individuals outside were, to his surprise, acquaintances. One was the esteemed tycoon and his secretary. Both wore cheerful smiles, and the tycoon introduced himself with candor. I am Li Chongqing. Having heard of your legendary status in the antique and gambling stone circles, I have come to pay my respects. I hope you will forgive my boldness. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. No wonder you seem so familiar. I've seen you on television. It is indeed an honor for an insignificant person like me to receive a visit from you, esteemed sir. Please come in. The 2 men visibly relaxed. He was evidently not an unthinking individual, at least on the surface. Once inside, they took their seats, and Yu Sheng showed no inclination to serve tea. Instead addressing them verbally, I do not drink tea, and I have no preparations at home. Please excuse my negligence. They exchanged polite remarks before Li Chongqing shifted the conversation. I have always believed in a principle. Capable individuals can excel in any endeavor, while the mediocre will remain mediocre. I am eager to hear your thoughts and suggestions regarding the economic development of Zhanghai City. Yu Sheng understood. The tycoon was aware of his position at a venture capital firm and was probing him economically, assessing his worth. You overestimate me, sir. I have no opinions, or rather, I lack the confidence to believe my thoughts would hold any value for you, Yu Sheng candidly replied. The tycoon chuckled heartily, redirecting the subject. As the saying goes, one can gain wisdom from other stones. The principles of this world are interconnected. Do you have any entrepreneurial aspirations? We could provide substantial support. It was an exploratory gesture, an olive branch extended. I appreciate your offer, but do not assume that my lively pursuits will lead to wealth. I currently possess merely 7 million. What can be achieved with that? Yusheng spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. The tycoon maintained his radiant smile. The journey from 0 to 7 million is the most challenging. What follows is merely the game of capital appreciation. I am curious. What direction do you envision for your development? Yusheng pondered for a moment before responding. If I claimed to have no direction, you would surely not believe me. Yet, the truth is, during my impoverished days, I harbored countless fantasies. Now that I possess wealth, I find myself devoid of aspirations, as the anxiety of survival has dissipated. Do you believe that? The tycoon slapped his thigh, seemingly impressed. I do believe it. Who in this society can escape the anxiety of survival? Even billionaires experience such fears, constantly wary of being devoured by larger predators, while you remain untroubled. This indicates that your confidence is not derived from wealth, something that can be taken away, but rather from an inner strength, which is the essence of true richness. Suddenly, the secretary interjected with an odd remark. What if someone takes you away? The tycoon shot him a glare, reprimanding, what nonsense are you spouting? The secretary quickly apologized. Forgive me, Mr. Yu. I merely intended to convey that in a society where mediocrity reigns, being extraordinary is often perceived as a crime, subjecting one to immense pressure, to the point that survival itself becomes a challenge. As the saying goes, those who do not prepare for the future will face immediate worries. Mr. Yu, you must make early preparations. The underlying implication of this statement is clear. He is not anxious at all, and who is he trying to deceive? Yusheng, unfazed and with a smile, remarked, I was merely making an analogy. For instance, Meng Qingyang, whom I do not know and have no connection with. How could I possibly anticipate that he would emerge while I am dining and coerce me into becoming his lackey? The esteemed figure realized that they were merely exchanging concepts, and such discussions could spiral indefinitely, devoid of purpose. As the saying goes, one who feigns sleep cannot be awakened. The recruitment attempt had failed. However, upon reflection, his objective had indeed been achieved, for Yusheng would no longer deliver evidence to his office, and thus, there would be no further threat. He swiftly signaled to his secretary to cease any further action and added with a smile, speaking of Meng Qingyang, you should be cautious of the Wang family. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to contact my secretary. I trust we shall find opportunities for collaboration. I must attend to other matters, so I shall not intrude further. The secretary promptly handed over a business card, which bore only his name and phone number, devoid of any title. His name was Ma Zhe. After bidding farewell to the two, Yusheng immediately opened his phone, revealing a plethora of missed calls, which he disregarded. Directly dialing Yin and I. Are you aware of the situation regarding the Wang family behind Meng Qingyang? I know a bit. The Wang family holds considerable influence in the department that specializes in dealing with spies and agents. Meng Qingyang's actions were likely sanctioned by them. However, his demise will not fall upon you. He was merely a pawn, fighting whoever he was commanded to, and his death is inconsequential. So, you mean the Wang family will not trouble me? No, they will certainly trouble you, but not for Meng Qingyang's reasons, rather for something else. Such as, for instance, our conversation can be overheard by the Wang family. Yan Ni's statement was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Wang family, as she unequivocally sided with Yusheng. Yusheng chuckled heartily. Then I shall consult someone else. He promptly ended the call. Chapter 20. Spirited resolve before Yusheng could ponder whom to inquire about. A call came in. This is Mo Yunsong. Young Master Mo, are you not sufficiently humiliated by your previous loss and wish to gamble again? Yusheng teased with a smile. Mo Yunsong's voice carried a hint of bitterness. Because of yesterday's incident, I faced a reprimand from the elders in my family. Not for losing money, but for losing face. Our Mo family is in the jewelry business, and we truly need someone of your caliber. I extend a formal invitation for you to visit the Mo family and grant me a chance to redeem myself. What say you? Yusheng regarded him with newfound respect. True greatness lies in the ability to be both flexible and resolute. Yet, he quickly realized, this must be for Yan Ni's sake. Anyone who has encountered Yan and I would find it hard to forget her. Had she not been astute, she would have been taken advantage of long ago. Yusheng refrained from answering immediately and instead countered, are you familiar with the Wang family? The one behind Meng Qingyang? I only know that Wang Chuan from Rongxing Group represents the Wang family in the business realm, but their primary connections lie in specialized departments, which I am not acquainted with. Thank you. We may find opportunities to collaborate in the future. After hanging up the phone, Yu Sheng delved into detailed research on Rongxing Group, only to discover that the company lacked a clear primary business focus. It is a common flaw among large corporations to dabble in various ventures, but a company without a principal line of business has inevitably forfeited its potential for growth. Suddenly, the phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Did you kill Meng Qingyang and Wang Shiguang? A powerful voice inquired without preamble. State your name. Yu Sheng replied with equal sharpness. I am Wang Chuan, came the response. There is no need for denial. If you could eliminate Meng Qingyang, you are certainly capable of dispatching Wang Shiguang using the same methods. Oh, you know I didn't commit the murders. Otherwise, you would have simply apprehended me without hesitation. You merely seek a pretext. It is inconsequential whether or not I am the killer. What truly matters is the benefit I can provide to the Wang family, correct? A chilling laugh erupted from Wang Chuan. You overestimate yourself, young man. I am merely informing you to prepare for your funeral. The Wang family does not perish in vain. With that, Yu Sheng abruptly terminated the call. There was nothing more to say. It was a matter of life and death. Yet, he found Wang Chuan's motives highly suspect. Was it necessary for him to publicly declare his intentions, thus leaving a trail of evidence? It seemed Wang Chuan was baiting him, hoping he would take the initiative to eliminate him, just as he had with Meng Qingyang. Clearly, a trap had been set. A playful smile spread across Yu Sheng's face. Perhaps I shall be the one to bait you. I refuse to believe that you would turn down an opportunity. Resolute. He picked up his phone to check his missed calls and chose to return the call to Zhang Dianzhong, the chairman of Jingwei Electronics. Mr. Zhang, did you call me yesterday? Ah, my dear brother, I heard that Meng Qingyang was causing you trouble and feared for your safety. I'm relieved to know you are well. By the way, the ancient jade we discussed is ready. When would be a convenient time for you? Same place, 11 o'clock. Yu Sheng had no shortage of ancient jade. The porcelain he had brought back the previous day was filled with it. Exquisite pieces. He casually selected a dragon-shaped pendant, admiring its fine coloration and top-quality jade. The term coloration refers to the natural discoloration that occurs when jade artifacts are exposed to blood, water, and soil over extended periods in tombs. What amused Yu Sheng was that, in the eyes of entrepreneurs like Zhang Dianzhong, jade without coloration was considered less valuable than jade with it, as the latter was often perceived as a mark of authenticity, while the former could easily be mistaken for a counterfeit. Upon entering the hotel private room punctually, Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Zhang Dianzhong to invite Su Heping to appraise the ancient jade. Instead, he was accompanied by a striking woman, a short-haired beauty clad in a burgundy suit, exuding the aura of a formidable career woman. Ha ha ha. Yu Sheng, allow me to introduce you to Luo Xinju, the owner of Xinghua Auction House, Zhang Dianzhong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Luo Xinju extended her hand with a smile. It is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Yu Sheng responded, pleased to shake hands with the captivating woman. The three settled back down, and without further ado, Yu Sheng produced the ancient jade, placing it on the table before Zhang Dianzhong. In the realm of antique dealings, there exists a strict code. Items must not change hands, as it is considered most taboo to transfer an object from one individual to another, for it becomes impossible to allocate responsibility in the event of damage. Zhang Dianzhong, having not laid a finger on the piece, remarked with a smile. There is no doubt regarding the authenticity of Brother Yu's item. Manager Luo, could you assess its value? Luo Xinju extended her hand to retrieve the ancient jade, producing a magnifying glass to scrutinize it meticulously. After a thorough examination lasting a full 3 minutes, she finally declared, this piece of jade cannot be auctioned. As its excavation date is too recent, I can only offer an appraisal of 1 million. According to legal statutes, artifacts unearthed post-establishment of the nation belong to the state. Her remark about the excavation date being too recent was a rather diplomatic way of stating it. From which era does it originate? Zhang Dianzhong inquired, showing no concern for the exact date of its discovery. Luo Xinju responded, it should be from the Han Dynasty. Zhang Dianzhong then asked Yu Sheng, is that correct? Yu Sheng subtly shook his head. The patina only confirms that it was excavated from a Han Dynasty tomb, but the jade pendant itself is from the Shang Dynasty. Luo Xinju challenged, what is the basis for asserting it is from the Shang Dynasty? Yu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. I do not wish to engage in a debate with you. 10 million. If less, I shall take it back. The risk is too great. Luo Xinju immediately shook her head, indicating the risk of confiscation by authorities, yet she did not contest the value of the jade pendant. Suddenly, Zhang Dianzhong laughed. Manager Luo may not be aware of Brother Yu's reputation. There is no risk involved. I will purchase it for 10 million. This statement exemplified the fundamental judgment of an entrepreneur. The rationale was that Meng Qingyang had perished. Yu Sheng had predicted he would not survive the night, and indeed, he did not. Could one assert that this had no connection to Yu Sheng? Nonetheless, Yu Sheng boldly approached to sell the ancient jade in the presence of Luo Xinju, daring to set the price at 10 million. To confiscate this piece of jade, a prerequisite would be to apprehend Yu Sheng. Was there any delay in capturing Yu Sheng? Hence, it was clear that this jade was genuinely worth 10 million. Had it been offered by a tomb raider, it would have fetched merely 100,000. This is the logic underlying the valuation of cultural relics. Entrepreneurs possess an exceptionally keen instinct. Zhang Dianzhong was resolute in his decision to acquire this jade, not for profit, but to deepen his relationship with Yu Sheng. Some connections may seem unnecessary until the moment they are required, at which point it is too late. Investing in relationships to mitigate one's own shortcomings is a fundamental quality of a successful entrepreneur. Luo Xinju was lacking in this regard. Zhang Dianzhong promptly completed the transfer, and the atmosphere instantly lightened, filled with laughter, drinking, and jovial conversation. Mr. Yu, I have heard of your ability to discern ancient jade while blindfolded. What is the principle behind it? Luo Xinju inquired with a charmingly naive demeanor, making it difficult not to explain. Yu Sheng chuckled. It is nothing more than familiarity through practice. Much like a seasoned electrician who can ascertain the presence of electricity simply by touch. Luo Xinju shot him a playful look of disbelief, as if to say he was trying to fool the gullible. Ha! Zhang Dianzhong laughed heartily. Brother, that jadeite raw stone you touched yesterday was your first encounter, wasn't it? Indeed. I became proficient after merely a few minutes of handling it. Yu Sheng replied with utmost seriousness. With a sigh, Luo Xinju was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Then why not simply venture to the jade public auction to gamble on stones? Yu Sheng immediately responded with gravity. That would be far too perilous. If I were to sweep away all the high-end jade, what would the jewelry companies have left to purchase? It would effectively obliterate the gambling stone industry, making me an easy target for a clandestine assassination. The two fell into a contemplative silence. The public auction predominantly featured cut and polished materials. Priced exorbitantly, what could one possibly use to clear them out? Nonetheless, they were not naive, aware that Yu Sheng would indeed pursue this course, though he would never admit it. Indeed, Yu Sheng was preparing for the jade public auction. First, he needed to gather funds. Second, secure a residence. And third, lead the Wang family to the auction, stirring the waters and employing subterfuge, all while orchestrating a grand scheme. Chapter 21. Unexpected Developments. Brother, I offer you a piece of advice. Incidents akin to Meng Qingyang's will become increasingly common. You should consider hiring a personal bodyguard, Zhang Dianzhong stated with utmost seriousness. Luo Xinju promptly concurred. Absolutely. When trouble arises, let the bodyguard handle it. This is akin to a firewall, especially in unfamiliar territory, on someone else's turf, lacking a foundation. One must refrain from taking matters into one's own hands. Otherwise, a mere investigation could cost you your life. Resisting would be seen as assaulting an officer, while compliance would ensnare you in a web of legality that could lead to your demise. Yu Sheng nodded. It was undeniable that lacking a trusted aide posed a significant vulnerability. Yet, he had yet to encounter a suitable candidate. The absence of allies was a critical weakness. If a group of ruffians were to provoke him in succession, a public confrontation could lead to his arrest, regardless of whether he resorted to violence. What made Meng Qingyang so audacious? It was his multitude of underlings. No one could withstand his lawful harassment. Thus, time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng produced his phone and dialed Yan and I require a loyal bodyguard. Do you have any recommendations? By coincidence, there is an ex-special police officer recently dismissed. Would you be interested? Yan and I replied cheerfully. Dismissed? That is not a concern, but what was the reason? He slapped a female journalist. Oh, it seems his character is commendable. Yu Sheng instructed, ask him if he is willing to take a bullet for me. With a salary of 50,000 a month and $1 million in the event of his demise. After hanging up, Luo Xinju stared incredulously. How does slapping a female journalist indicate good character? Yu Sheng, unfazed, remarked, "It's quite simple. It's merely a matter of familiarity with one's actions. I've observed that those who strike female journalists tend to possess commendable integrity." Luo Xinzhu remained skeptical. Zhang Dianzhong burst into laughter. Does the officer not understand the repercussions of assaulting a female journalist? A person with even a modicum of self-interest would never engage in such folly. Consider how straightforward this officer must be to sacrifice his job for a mere slap. One could argue his integrity is indeed exceptional. Such a person could indeed shield you from harm. Finally, Luo Xinzhu found her composure and shot Yu Sheng an incredulous glance. "You're so young yet possess such profound understanding of human nature?" Yu Sheng responded solemnly. "Having faced death once grants one insight." Luo Xinzhu was tempted to hurl a bottle at him. "Are you suggesting I should seek death?" Before long, Yan Ni's call came through. "I've instructed him to drive a Mercedes to find you. He will call upon arrival. His name is Feng Taizhan." Upon entering the Mercedes, Yu Sheng was greeted by the sight of Feng Tieshan's rugged, dark visage, prompting a smile. He matched Yu Sheng's expectations perfectly. "Greetings, boss." Feng Taizhan wore a somewhat naive smile, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just after being dismissed, Yanni had secured him this job, which offered far greater earnings than his previous position as a special police officer, all while driving a Mercedes. He was immensely satisfied with this opportunity. Had Yanni mentioned bulletproofing? Indeed, she had. "After all, I was originally an anti-explosion specialist, accustomed to navigating through gunfire, so there is little distinction, rest assured." With a grin, Feng Taizhan mused that bulletproofing was not illegal. When faced with unlawful acts, he would prefer to shield himself from bullets. "Excellent." Yu Sheng, too, was pleased. "Please provide me with your bank account details. I will transfer you a month's salary up front. Our principle is simple. Pay first, work later. If one wishes to entice someone to shield them from bullets, they must not be miserly with their funds. The distinction between willingness and reluctance is significant. A mere second can mean the difference between life and death." "Wait, why has it transferred 100,000? Feng Taizhan interjected, concerned it might be an error. "Rest assured, it is correct. 50,000 is your salary, and the other 50,000 is for our shared expenses, meals, fuel, accommodations, plane tickets, and daily necessities. All of which you will manage. Spend freely. Money is earned, not saved. Just let me know when it runs out. Any questions?" "I understand. No problems here." Feng Taizhan was invigorated. "Now, let's find a place to teach me how to drive." "Certainly." Feng Taizhan promptly drove the Mercedes to the playground of Jianghai University. The two then switched places, and after Feng Taizhan explained the controls, Yu Sheng took the wheel. Automatic transmission was indeed simple. The challenge lay in road experience. Yu Sheng circled the playground a few times, practicing reversing and parking, gradually becoming adept. A few passing female university students began to gossip. "Who on earth is this? Practicing driving in a Mercedes S600? I could accept such extravagance. I just want to ask if he needs a girlfriend." "Then go ahead and ask. One must be brave in life. What is there to lose?" "How should I phrase it? Perhaps inquire if the three of us together can be considered one beauty?" "Never mind. Let us gather more courage first." Yu Sheng felt he was nearly ready, just lacking a driver's license. Just as he was about to make a call, Yanni's voice came through first. "Wang Chuan has reported you for trafficking cultural relics, with complete details on the time, place, amount, transaction parties, and account. Director Huang has assigned me to handle it." Yu Sheng paused, then chuckled. "Assigned you to handle it?" "Yes. I am now the deputy captain, responsible for all cultural relic-related cases in Jianghai City." Yu Sheng quickly grasped Director Huang's position. He was evidently on Yu Sheng's side, yet also pressuring him to resolve the Wang family issue, lest the pressure on Huang become too overwhelming. Yu Sheng was eager to retaliate, seizing this excellent opportunity. "Call Wang Chuan and arrange to verify his report in person at Rongxing Group. We must ascertain whether his source is credible and if the evidence is solid. Remember, it must be an in-person verification. You must meet Wang Chuan. Otherwise, it will be deemed false accusation and he will be apprehended. And do not go alone. Under no circumstances should you separate." "Understood." Yanni ended the call. Feng Taizhan gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the turn of events. "You take the wheel. Find a place to park without cameras." Feng Taizhan drove away from Jianghai University, seeking a location devoid of surveillance. Yu Sheng handed his phone to Feng Taizhan, instructing, "Give me your phone." The two exchanged devices, and Yu Sheng added, "You must head straight onto the highway and keep driving. When I call, do not answer." Return here immediately to pick me up. Do you understand? Feng Taizhan appeared perplexed, questioning whether this meant not answering any calls, including those from Yin and I. Precisely. The Mercedes sped away. Yusheng swiftly hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to head to Rongxing Group. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan pondered in his villa, contemplating Yin and I's intention to verify the informant at the company headquarters. He harbored doubts about its efficacy. Meeting Yin and I was out of the question. Suddenly, the phone rang, revealing a call from his cousin, Wang Yin. Yusheng may have escaped. He's on the highway, Wang Yin informed. Wang Chuan was taken aback. On the highway? How is that possible? Is the inquiry into the informant merely a ruse to buy him time to flee? He found it hard to believe. If it were true, then Wang Shiguang and Meng Qingyang were certainly not his victims. Such clever tactics would eliminate the need for escape. However, Yusheng would find it impossible to locate him. The villa was under his woman's name, and no one knew. Thus, he set a lethal trap in his office, persistently provoking Yusheng to come to him. Yet, Yusheng had managed to escape. Chapter 22. A soldier dies for his beloved. Yusheng stealthily entered Rongxing Building, encountering no obstructions and arriving just in time to witness Yin and I and her associates negotiating with a waitress. Yin and I presented her credentials, stating, routine investigation. We need to see Wang Chuan. I'm afraid Chairman Wang is very busy and has no time, the waitress retorted, her expression one of disdain. Dismissing the inquiry as trivial. Yin and I smiled. Inform Wang Chuan that if he refuses the investigation, he will be accused of false reporting, and I will have to arrest him. The waitress's demeanor shifted slightly as she picked up the internal phone to report to General Manager Ho Wenshan. Ho Wenshan frowned. How dare a mere officer threaten to arrest Wang Chuan, who was backing her? He used an encrypted line to call Wang Chuan. Chairman, Yin and I claims you are making false accusations and intends to arrest you. Wang Chuan, infuriated, retorted, let us see how she intends to arrest me. Tell her I'm on my way. He was indeed en route to the company. With Yusheng's escape, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Yin and I received the accurate intelligence and felt reassured. The four of them settled in the reception room, untouched by tea. The waitress felt a sense of suffocation. The aura of these four was overwhelming. Little did she know, Yin and I had chosen 3 of the most formidable companions, not her subordinates, but special police officers. Before long, Wang Chuan entered. He appeared to be around 50, with a healthy complexion, well-preserved, and exuding a strong presence. You intend to arrest me? Wang Chuan let out a cold laugh as he seated himself across from Yin and I, his gaze rife with disdain and provocation. Where's the arrest warrant? The young waitress, seizing the opportunity to curry favor, promptly poured a cup of hot tea. Yusheng was elated, feeling as though divine assistance had arrived. He produced a bottle of obedient water and poured its entire contents into the cup. Yin and I, with a frosty demeanor, regarded Wang Chuan and spoke deliberately, please be advised. I have a law enforcement recording device. I must clarify that if you refuse to cooperate with the investigation, it would constitute false accusations, and I will have no choice but to arrest you. Fortunately, you have not yet descended to such arrogance. Wang Chuan found amusement in the situation, laughing heartily. He would never have considered drinking such inferior tea, yet today, he decided to indulge. Raising the cup, he leisurely took a sip. This tea seems off, he mused. Perhaps too accustomed to better brews to pay it much mind. He then slipped into a dazed state, as if all defenses had been lowered, leaving him somewhat exhilarated. Yin and I began her inquiries. Wang Chuan, you have reported Yusheng for trafficking cultural relics. From where did Yusheng acquire these artifacts? Yusheng exhaled in relief. Yin and I was astute, opting to question the origin of the relics rather than demand evidence. The artifacts undoubtedly belonged to Meng Qingyang, who was backed by the Wang family. This revelation threatened to ensnare the Wang family in scandal. Wang Chuan, in a state of unfiltered honesty, vocalized his thoughts, murmuring, those relics came from Meng Qingyang. Yin Ni's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She pressed further. How do you know this? Because I supplied them to Meng Qingyang. I have individuals dedicated to tomb raiding, others for laundering, auctioning, and exporting, an entire industry chain. Luo Xinzhu is one of my operatives. Upon receiving intelligence from Wang Yan, I arranged for Luo Xinzhu to contact Zhang Dianzhong in advance, which fortuitously coincided with this event. Everyone was left in stunned silence, including the law enforcement recording device. Yusheng's eyes nearly bulged out. This was the true essence of Rongxing Group's operations. Yin and I continued her probing questions, and Wang Chuan's confessions grew increasingly detailed, all meticulously recorded. The implications began to ensnare more members of the Wang family, causing her scalp to prickle with anxiety. This case had to be reported to the department. Otherwise, they would all meet their demise here. She decisively bypassed Director Huang and directly contacted the department to file a report. No one would be allowed to cover this up. Wang Yin had only intercepted phone conversations and did not monitor face-to-face discussions, especially not those involving his own family. He had never regarded the 4 junior officers as worthy adversaries. How could they possibly contend with Wang Chuan? Yet, this singular lapse in judgment nearly led the Wang family to ruin. Wang Chuan offered no resistance and surrendered. The waitress, sensing something amiss, attempted to slip out to send a warning, but was immediately apprehended by special police forces. No one was permitted to move. They waited for a full hour until Yin and I finally received instructions from the department. Be cautious. Resolve this swiftly. The implication was clear. Do not implicate the Wang family. Wang Chuan must bear full responsibility for his actions. Yin and I understood. The Wang family was indeed not to be trifled with. For the Wang family, since Wang Chuan had fallen, they resolved to accept their fate and seek survival by cutting ties. However, it seemed that only Wang Chuan was to be discarded. Any other thoughts were futile, as Rongxing Group still belonged to the Wang family. Wang Yin had not received any news regarding Wang Chuan, but he did receive a call from his uncle. His uncle, Wang Ji, a prominent figure of his generation and the steadfast anchor of the Wang family, was now in his 90s, yet radiated a fury like thunder. What have you all done? Is Wang Chuan not engaged in business? Is he involved in the trade of tomb raiding? Do you wish to see the Wang family vanish into thin air? Instantly compel Wang Chuan to take his own life as atonement. From this day forth, everyone must remain low-key and tread carefully. This is the opportunity one have risked everything to procure for the Wang family. Do not let me die with my eyes closed. Wang Yan's head buzzed. He finally comprehended that he had not overestimated his remaining years, but rather underestimated Wang Chuan. Fortunately, if Wang Chuan were to die, all evidence would be obliterated. Wang Yin swiftly issued orders. An executor, Wang Shifan, rushed to Rongxing Group. Wang Shifan, a leading figure of the 3rd generation, had left a special department to assume control of Rongxing Group after taking the blame for Wang Yin. Yin and I also received a call from Director Huang. Yin and I, you have done remarkably well and achieved great merit. I am promoting you to captain. Now, evacuate immediately. You need not concern yourself with anything further. I will personally handle the Wang Chuan case. As for Yu Sheng, he was an undercover agent for Jingfang, and the case required that no artifacts were to be trafficked. Understood. Yin and I sighed in relief. She departed with 3 special police officers. Subsequently, in an underhanded maneuver, Wang Chuan inexplicably suffered a heart attack and passed away. Wang Shifan officially took the reins of Rongxing Group. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng had returned to the agreed meeting spot with Feng Taizhan. A Mercedes soon came into view. Luo Xinju had called. Feng Taizhan quickly handed the phone to Yu Sheng. Upon seeing the caller, Yu Sheng understood that Luo Xinju was inquiring about his whereabouts on behalf of the Wang family. He dialed back nonchalantly. Boss Luo, what can I do for you? I need a jade pendant. Does Mr. Yu still have one? Did the Wang family send you to ask? Luo Xinju's face turned ashen in an instant, and Yu Sheng promptly ended the call. When Luo Xinju reported back to Wang Yin, there was a long silence before Wang Yin responded. He will not make things difficult for you. You need not worry, for you are inconsequential. Luo Xinju's expression froze momentarily. After a prolonged silence, he slowly lowered his arm, which held the phone, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of desolation. Upon returning home, Yu Sheng instructed Feng Taizhan to leave for the night. The bodyguard felt rather relaxed, even a bit sheepish. Boss, do you not require my protection tonight? Yu Sheng smiled, pondering if he could speak the truth. He feared no one. It is unlikely that anyone would come to kill me. I am not a recluse. Why complicate matters? Feng Taizhan appeared somewhat skeptical. Did assassins really adhere to such principles? Yu Sheng added, if you come across a suitable bodyguard, do recommend them to me. One person guarding 24 hours is quite taxing. Feng Tieshan's eyes lit up. Indeed, I happen to have a brother who is a retired Special Forces soldier. Though he bears a slight disability, his left hand has only 2 fingers remaining. Nevertheless, when he makes a fist, it is hardly noticeable and does not impair his combat capabilities. Yu Sheng, intrigued, inquired about his current occupation. He works as a dock worker, lifting cement. Very well. I believe that like-minded individuals congregate. he remarked, "and those you associate with must be commendable. Please call him to see if he is willing to join you with the same remuneration." "He does not have a phone. I must visit his home," Feng replied. "Drive over then. If he agrees, bring him tomorrow. No need to call me tonight." What Yusheng did not mention was that he would not be home that evening, leaving only his phone behind. Understood. Feng Taizhan, brimming with excitement, departed, invigorated by the trust placed in him by his superior, feeling a profound sense of loyalty akin to that of a soldier willing to lay down his life for a confidant. Chapter 23. Risen as night deepened. The Rongxing group remained ablaze with lights. Wang Shifan was overwhelmed with tasks, many of which only Wang Chuan comprehended fully. Fortunately, the office had been tidied up, and the toxic gas traps dismantled, allowing Wang Shifan to finally settle into the boss's chair. Yusheng had saved his life, he thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. He knew without testing that there was something in the tea Wang Chuan had consumed. Otherwise, there would be no confessions. Wang Shifan remained convinced that it was Yin and I who had orchestrated this situation. However, now it was too late to voice suspicions. Yin and I would never admit to it. After much contemplation, Wang Shifan picked up the phone and dialed Wang Yin. "Uncle, have we truly accepted our fate?" "This is the old man's command," Wang Yin replied, his voice low and measured. After a pause, he added, "Of course, we must continue to monitor Yusheng. It is a matter of duty." "Indeed. Since Jing Fang suspects him of being an agent, we shall surveil him thoroughly." Wang Shifan understood perfectly. The Wang family did not suspect Yusheng of espionage. After all, what spy would take the time to learn to drive? No spy would mingle in the antiquities and gambling circles. Wang Yin continued, "Let us allow some time to pass. We must not act rashly, or we will have no explanation for the old man." "Uncle, while we do not confront Yusheng, must we cower in fear?" Wang Shifan's insinuation was clear. "No, if you act against Yin and I, how is that different from acting against Yusheng?" Wang Yin decisively rejected the notion. "What about Director Huang? He dares to play tricks on us and openly sides with Yusheng. Shouldn't we reprimand him? This is not a task for me. However, as you have just taken over Rongxing Group, it is only proper for you to invite him to dinner. Let us arrange it for tomorrow noon at Wanghelu. I will gather several prominent figures, including Li Changqing, to bolster your standing and remind Director Huang of his place." The two then finalized the details before Wang Shifan hung up and left the office. Yusheng had been quietly lurking in the shadows, now silently following as he entered the private elevator, ascending to the top floor of the building. The entire floor was adorned with opulent luxury, originally Wang Chuan's residence. It now belonged to Wang Shifan. He stepped into the study and grasped the bookshelf, pulling it aside. The entire shelf shifted, revealing the entrance to a hidden chamber. Yusheng was taken aback. The secret chamber resembled a vast vault, with neatly arranged display cabinets housing a plethora of ledgers, rosters, documents, US dollars, gold, jade, porcelain, and bronze artifacts. Wang Shifan began perusing the ledgers and rosters, yet Yusheng's attention was captivated by the assortment of national treasures. To his surprise, he discovered a small brown glass vial tucked away in a corner. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the label boldly inscribed, Risen Tenji. A jolt of alarm surged through Yusheng. This was the second most lethal toxin in the world, an essential item for spies and operatives, available only to specialized departments. A valuable find indeed, it was the perfect tool for crafting a facade of espionage. Without hesitation, he stowed the vial away. For nothing could serve better for framing an innocent than this. An ordinary person could never possess such a substance. At that moment, Wang Shifan, feeling impatient, set aside the ledger, focusing instead on the hidden accounts, which reflected genuine financial transactions. The company's finance department maintained the surface accounts, mere fabrications meant for scrutiny. A sense of unease washed over Wang Shifan, though he could not pinpoint the cause of his agitation. He cast a sweeping glance around before exiting the chamber and retreating to the bookshelf. Exhausted, he then made his way to the bedroom. Yusheng confirmed that he had fallen asleep before quietly departing. Upon returning home, it was already midnight, and he refrained from powering on his devices, opting instead to delve into his research on artifacts. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that he heard a faint sound at the front door. Swiftly shutting down his computer, he crept to the entrance, straining to listen. Moments later, a suspicion formed in his mind. Perhaps the Wang family had grown concerned about his absence and sought to investigate. Unfortunately, the door was secured from the inside, rendering any attempt to open it from the outside futile. even with a key. He needed to dispel their doubts. Silently, Yu Sheng unlocked the bolt and returned to the bedroom, lying under the covers fully clothed. After a brief wait, a shadowy figure entered the room, approaching the bedside for a glance. To his astonishment, the intruder discovered Yu Sheng had not departed but had instead stealthily reached for the wardrobe, beginning to rummage through it. What a surprise, a thief. Yu Sheng was somewhat impressed. The artifacts were indeed well concealed in the wardrobe. However, this was clearly an act of robbery. With a resigned sigh, he turned over and asked, "Who is there?" The thief, startled, darted away like a cat, fleeing the bedroom. Yu Sheng had no intention of pursuing him, deliberately allowing him to escape. He then stealthily followed, trailing the thief for over 10 minutes. The criminal glanced back intermittently, finally assuring himself that no one was in pursuit. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "I've been spotted. I didn't manage to secure the artifacts, but thankfully, I ran fast." "Is this the caliber of the Thief King? Just give up. Don't try again." The call was abruptly terminated. Enraged, the Thief King cursed under his breath. Damn it. $1 million gone. Yu Sheng pieced it together. The Wang family had undoubtedly hired the Thief King to ascertain whether he was home. He followed the King of Thieves back to the lair, noted the address, and turned to leave. It was imperative to purchase a home soon, for this dwelling was far too perilous. With a resolute determination, he vowed to secure his future. As dawn broke, just as he powered on his device, a call from Feng Taizhan came through. "Boss, I've brought some people along. Would you like breakfast?" "Just bring it along after you finish eating," he replied, ending the call. Shortly thereafter, another call from Wang Ziyan interrupted. "Brother, I have long desired to acquire an enamel piece to elevate my status as a collector. Do you have any genuine items that are undeniably authentic?" The term genuine referred to pieces that were above reproach, not looted nor counterfeit, universally recognized as authentic treasures. In contrast, half-open items alluded to clandestine dealings, concealing dubious origins. Naturally, genuine items commanded exorbitant prices as they were sought after by many. He chuckled. "I do have an enamel piece, though it's not of the highest caliber, if you catch my drift. Moreover, you won't find any bargains. It's roughly half the estimated auction price in the country. If you don't have at least 25 million, please don't waste my time." 25 million? Very well. I'll take it. Let us meet for lunch at Wang Heilu. I'll bring Su Haoping and Zheng Yunlong along. Wang Ziyan rejoiced at the arrangement. The disparity between domestic and international auction houses was stark. This meant that an item worth 250 million could be acquired for merely 1/10 of its value due to a lack of orderly inheritance, provided its authenticity was assured. Thus, he was more than willing. The crux lay in Yu Sheng's ability to sell. In this trade, reputation equated to wealth, and Yu Sheng had irrefutably demonstrated his prowess through undeniable, splendid facts. Were it a mere antiquities dealer, they wouldn't dare to purchase even 250,000. Not to mention the propensity for forgery and deception, which could easily ensnare them in legal troubles. For Yu Sheng, selling the piece for 250 million seemed implausible. Only through transfer and circulation could it gain acknowledgement from collectors and official recognition, akin to a form of legitimization. Thus, the duration of possession of an artifact was crucial, directly influencing its pricing. Casually, Yu Sheng remarked, "Let us forego the expensive Wang Heilu. The neighboring Jixian restaurant possesses much more charm." Wang Ziyan laughed heartily. "Isn't this a show of sincerity? I prefer to choose the expensive over the right. Since you have no preference, let us go to Jixian restaurant." After concluding the call, a faint smile curved his lips. It was likely that Wang Ziyan would never fathom the reason for avoiding Wang Heilu. Chapter 24. The Banquet at Hongmen Boss. "This is my brother Yang Kai," Feng Taizhan introduced. "Hello, boss." Yang Kai appeared more slender than Feng Taizhan. Though his features were unremarkable, his eyes were strikingly bright, exuding a sharper demeanor. In comparison, Feng Taizhan resembled a shield, akin to a brawler, whereas Yang Kai embodied the essence of a spear, radiating a killer's aura. In the twilight of his life, Yu Sheng felt a profound satisfaction and chuckled. "Indeed, your treatment will be on par with that of Taishan. I will transfer you 100,000, 50,000 as salary and 50,000 for public expenses. First, ensure that your attire is uniform. Do not present yourselves as a disorganized militia. Purchase only the finest items that enhance combat effectiveness, and let all expenses be accounted for on the public ledger, including future medical costs for your family. You shall not bear any financial burdens, so do not harbor any concerns." "Thank you, boss." In just a few sentences, Yang Kai was thoroughly convinced. This was even more generous than what Feng Taishan had offered. A fervent glimmer shone in Yang Kai's eyes. This was unequivocal trust, the life he yearned for. In that moment, he resolved to stand by Yu Sheng through thick and thin. Once the transfer was completed, Yu Sheng imparted one final instruction. After your uniforms are arranged, return with a few boxes for storing antiques. There is no rush, just return by noon. Understood. The two men took their leave. Yu Sheng then dialed Yin Ni's number. I wish to purchase a standalone villa. Do you have any recommendations? This statement held significant weight. Yin and I, however, was exceedingly busy and barely had time to ponder, casually suggesting, there is a court auction this afternoon. You might find some affordable houses there. All right. Yu Sheng clarified the details before ending the call. After a morning of exploration, Yang Kai and his companion finally returned, clad in neatly tailored dark green linen suits, Swiss Army knives at their waists, and each carrying 2 boxes filled with cushioning sponge. Clearly, they had considered their preparations meticulously. Yu Sheng unpacked the travel cases and organized the relics into 4 boxes, securing the enamelware in a separate box with sponges for protection. With the 4 boxes in hand, they loaded all the artifacts into a Mercedes and headed straight to Jishin Restaurant. Meanwhile, Li Changqing was reviewing documents in his office when his secretary quietly approached to remind him, it's time. Wang Yin has arranged lunch at Wang Hilu. Do you think I should attend? The big shot retorted. Ma Zhe, taken aback, cautiously replied, dining with Wang Yin is not an issue, but supporting Wang Shifan would be inappropriate. Yet, offending the Wang family could also have repercussions. The big shot shook his head slightly. You have overlooked the most essential point. If I attend, what will Yu Sheng think? Ma Zhe found himself at a loss, fumbling for words. Yu Sheng may not fully comprehend the situation. Perhaps he will misinterpret it. It is a misjudgment, the big shot corrected him. Consider the individuals involved. Meng Qingyang, Cheng Hui, Su Meiwan, Wang Shiguang, Wang Chuan. Do you not see the pattern? None of them are connected to him. Therefore, is he truly afraid of casualties? Not at all. As long as a clear culprit is identified, he can absolve himself of all entanglements. The secretary understood, cold sweat trickling down his spine. The big shot continued his analysis. Old Wang desires discretion, but his descendants do not share that sentiment. This banquet will undoubtedly target Yu Sheng, potentially coercing Director Huang into action. How would my involvement be perceived by Yu Sheng? However, you have already agreed to attend. If you back out now, it would severely offend the Wang family. The secretary cautioned. The big shot chuckled. I intentionally agreed to attend to ensure Wang Yin has no time to scheme against me, preventing further pressure from the capital's elite. Now, if I suddenly fall ill and cannot attend, that will suffice. Once the clock strikes noon, all problems cease to exist. The secretary's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Afternoon? Are you suggesting that more lives will be lost by then? The magnate nodded slightly. The Wang family can no longer afford any misfortune. Should another incident occur, it would lead to a collapse where everyone turns against them. Wang's prestige has been entirely depleted. Therefore, I surmise that Yu Sheng will not let this opportunity slip by. He merely needs to strike once more. And there will undoubtedly be individuals in the capital ready to topple the Wang family and seize their share. The secretary, Ma Zhe, was left bewildered. If another life is lost, can we still find justification? Without a reason, wouldn't the Wang family be perceived as victims? The magnate refrained from further explanation. His preceding words were merely intended to allow the secretary to dismiss the luncheon. At Jishin Restaurant, Yu Sheng entered the private room with a suitcase in hand. Su Haoping, Zheng Yunlong, and Wang Ziyan were already present, greeting him with beaming smiles. Brother, you certainly have the aura of a big shot, always the last to arrive. Su Haoping jested. Haha, I was held up by a property viewing. Yu Sheng replied as he took a seat, placing the suitcase on the table. Su Haoping eagerly inquired. What kind of property are you looking to buy? A flat? No, a standalone villa. I require a basement to insulate against noise, ensuring it doesn't disturb the neighbors. He responded. The trio suddenly contemplated a possibility, stone removal. Yet, being astute, none pressed for details. Instead, they offered various suggestions, meticulously analyzing the pros and cons of each villa district. Yu Sheng listened intently before smiling. In truth, I am not that particular. A foreclosed property will suffice. After our meal, I shall attend the court auction and bid on whatever comes my way. As he spoke, he opened the suitcase and pushed it towards Su Haoping, expert. Please assess this. I need to visit the restroom. He casually placed his phone on the table before stepping out. The reason he chose to dine at this hotel was that the private room lacked a restroom. Had they been at Wang Heilu, the restroom would be right under their noses. At Wang Heilu, in the grandest private room, Wang Yin and Wang Shifan were present, accompanied by 5 prominent business tycoons from Jianghai City. Just then, Director Huang entered, greeted by smiles from all the magnates. However, Wang Yin and his nephew frowned upon seeing Director Huang. Why is it just him? Their attitude toward the host was rather impolite, yet Director Huang skillfully offered a greeting. Director Huang, I apologize for my tardiness. I shall punish myself with 3 cups later. Though they were peers, Huang's demeanor was entirely that of a subordinate, yet even this did not elicit a smile. Not only was Wang Yan's expression grim, but Wang Shifan also ignored him, which made Huang feel embarrassed and incensed. The 5 business moguls were well aware of the underlying tension, but feigned ignorance. As if none had noticed the unusual atmosphere, Wang Yin took out his phone and directly dialed Li Chongqing, only to hear Maja's voice on the line. I apologize. Director Wang. Wang Yin hung up before Maja could finish. Upon hearing the word apology, he grasped Li Chongqing's stance. If one has listened thoroughly, what worth is one's face? It seems that everyone perceives the Wang family as having fallen from grace. Does Director Huang share this sentiment? Wang Yin's tone was laced with subtle malice. Director Huang forced a smile. Director Huang truly has a knack for jesting. Who isn't aware of the esteemed Wang patriarch, whose reputation reverberates throughout the land, whose majesty still commands respect in the capital? Who would dare to show disrespect? This statement was somewhat veiled in sarcasm, implying that the Wang family relies solely on the old patriarch for their stature, rendering the others unworthy of respect. Director Huang, however, possessed his own temper. The 5 business magnates felt a palpable tension, fearing that the flames of conflict might engulf them as well. Wang Yin, already radiating an aura of menace, surmised that the Wang family would perish if they remained too subdued. As the atmosphere grew increasingly strained, the door swung open, and a server sweetly inquired, Boss, shall we begin serving the dishes? Yes, let us serve, Wang Shifan interjected, sensing that the situation had spiraled out of control and requiring a deft maneuver. Just as the dishes were being served, Yu Sheng arrived silently at the private room. Chapter 25. The bill must be settled. Wang Shifan determined that it was inadvisable to challenge Director Huang today, lest he provoke universal opposition. As a leader of the 3rd generation, he possessed formidable decision-making skills. Thus, without consulting Wang Yin, he opted to pivot strategy and began to court Director Huang's favor. He personally poured a glass of wine for Director Huang and earnestly stated, My young nephew has just taken the helm of Rongxing and may falter in his judgment. There will be many instances where I must rely on you, Uncle Huang, for assistance. I express my gratitude in advance. This was more palatable, and the 5 business moguls collectively exhaled, relieved that Director Huang might be willing to step back. Wang Yin discerned his nephew's intent, although he disagreed. He could not undermine Wang Shifan, as that would only diminish the Wang family's stature in the eyes of outsiders. Noting Wang Yan's silence, Director Huang cheerfully replied, No problem. Feel free to call me if you encounter any issues. The 2 clinked glasses and drank in unison. However, after Wang Shifan finished his drink, he appeared unaffected and continued to pour wine for the 5 magnates, preparing to toast each in turn. Yet, upon finishing his drink, Director Huang's demeanor shifted dramatically. He sensed something amiss, but before he could articulate his concern, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The 5 business titans leapt to their feet in shock, nearly paralyzed by fear. Wang Yin and Wang Shifan exchanged horrified glances at the pallor of Director Huang's face, both simultaneously exclaiming in their minds, Ryson. In that instant, they felt as though they had plunged into an abyss. Wang Yin feared that Wang Shifan had acted impulsively and taken a life. Wang Shifan suspected that Wang Yin had intended to assert dominance, but could such a gambit hold under scrutiny? This was no mere commoner who had perished. The 5 business magnates, startled, discarded their wine glasses and trembled as they regarded Wang Shifan, thinking, Thank heavens we did not drink from your cup. How sinister can one be? Despite their prowess in the business realm, they were powerless against such violent intimidation. Was this a case of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys? Su Haoping and his companions were captivated by the enamel art, completely oblivious to how long Yu Sheng had been present. Moreover, Wang Ziyan felt a sense of satisfaction at Yu Sheng's deliberate avoidance. regarding his younger brother as exceptionally magnanimous and socially astute. This meant Su Haoping could speak the truth freely. What was real remained real, what was false remained false. And worth was merely worth. This piece dates back to the Qianlong era. Su Haoping scrutinized the gilded double-dragon moon vase adorned with the poem Yu Meirin through a magnifying glass, leaving no detail overlooked. He ultimately exclaimed, "It is a quintessential example of famille rose porcelain, undoubtedly an authentic piece. Its value is indisputable. Even at Christie's, it would fetch a staggering 80 million. Zheng Yunlong and Wang Ziyan took their turns to examine it, but their observations were cursory and yielded no insights. Just as Yusheng returned to his seat, he chuckled and asked, "What do you think? Transfer the funds to me." Without hesitation, Wang Ziyan promptly transferred 25 million to Yusheng. Laughter erupted among the group as they began to clink glasses. Wang Yin and Wang Shifan, having been misunderstood, lost their chance to defend themselves. Instead, the five prominent figures swiftly concocted elaborate excuses and made their hasty exits. "My wife is at home giving birth. I must check on her. My child is getting married today. I cannot stay, my apologies. I have just been diagnosed with lung cancer and have only a few days left. Farewell. By the way, didn't you mention Rongxing needs to transform? I support you. I will convene a board meeting and collaborate with Rongxing. Director Wang, such heart attacks are quite common. Please manage the situation and call me if you need anything." Soon, only the Wang uncle and nephew remained. "Oh, there's also Director Huang on the floor," they remarked. They then inquired of one another, only to be utterly bewildered to discover that neither was responsible. The two were plunged into despair. Any attempts to extricate themselves were in vain, as the venue was deserted, the staff having fled in fright. Upon receiving the report, the hotel owner immediately called Li Chongqing for guidance. Li Chongqing, in turn, contacted the five business magnates to clarify the details. Upon learning the specifics, he gasped. The style was indeed identical. He promptly reached out to the capital for instructions. Such matters could not be concealed. Consequently, a tempest arose. The Wang family had become excessively arrogant. This was not merely a grave error, but an act of audacity beyond measure. Whether they were wronged was irrelevant. What mattered was the truth sought by the giants of commerce, a starkly naked contest of interests. The moment the Wang family fell, the vacancy left would be theirs for the taking. Thus, the authenticity of the situation was paramount. The Wang family's confrontation with Director Huang was glaringly evident. The revealing of daggers was entirely natural. Perhaps Director Huang held some incriminating evidence, prompting the Wang family to eliminate the threat, rather than risk suspicion through assassination. It would be more prudent to act overtly and feign innocence. In that instant, Old Master Wang succumbed to a fit of rage, unable to inquire further, teetering on the brink of death. At this juncture, Wang Yin and his nephew comprehended that they had been outmaneuvered by Yusheng. Their despair lay in their ignorance of how Yusheng had orchestrated this. Even if they attempted to implicate Yusheng, it had to be justified. Wang Yin inquired with his subordinates, who confirmed that Yusheng had remained at the Jixian Hotel throughout, never departing. Security footage and phone location data corroborated this. And that meal had not been intended for Yusheng, presenting no grounds for suspicion. In the twilight of his life, Yusheng even declined to dine at the Wang Hai Tower, deeming the establishment exorbitant. This sentiment was entirely in line with his character. He possessed wealth yet refrained from spending it, dressing in attire that paled in comparison to that of his bodyguards. This very trait instilled a deeper sense of dread. "Uncle, what shall we do now?" Wang Shifan's mind buzzed as if a swarm of bees were swarming within. Wang Yan's countenance mirrored his unease. "Child, we can only forsake one and bear the burden of all. If one perishes, the rest shall be preserved." As for whom to sacrifice, it was an obvious choice. The loss of Wang Yin would be a devastating blow to the Wang family. The last flicker of hope extinguished in Wang Shifan. He had anticipated this outcome. He had no desire for death. He considered himself an elite, unlike the fool Wang Shiguang. How had he fallen to such depths? His eyes burned crimson as he rasped, "No. Sacrificing one will not suffice. This time, the Wang family is truly doomed. Even the old man cannot withstand it." Just then, a call from the capital pierced through the tension. "Father, we've been ensnared by Yusheng. It was not our doing." Wang Shifan interjected defensively. Wang Hai, his father, fell silent. He held the highest position among the second generation, even surpassing Wang Yan. He harbored doubts regarding Yusheng's possession of Ricin. Rather, he was aware that Wang Chuan had access to it. Naturally, his son, having taken over Rongxing, also inherited the control of the Ricin. Wang Hai interpreted his son's words as a desperate plea for survival. In a low voice, he asserted, "This is inconsequential. A directive has been issued from above. I may retain my position in the capital, but you and your third uncle must pay the ultimate price. This is the consensus among all the major players. A warning must be sent to all. Anyone who crosses this red line shall meet their demise without exception. Should you refuse, the Wang family shall be utterly lost. All of us, including myself, will be dismissed. This is the price for defying the rules, and the Wang family must bear the cost. The choice is yours." The gravity of this decision weighed heavily. Wang Shifan glanced at Wang Yan, and both fell into a profound silence. They had initially believed that sacrificing one could safeguard the rest, but it now appeared to be a fanciful notion. The major players were poised to annihilate the Wang family. Chapter 26. The mansion valued at 1.2 billion at last, Wang Yan spoke. "To prevent the Wang family from being uprooted, we shall both bear the cost." A shiver coursed through Wang Shifan. He yearned to salvage the situation, but his father, Wang Hai, had already severed the call. Suddenly, Wang Yin brandished a firearm, directing it at Wang Shifan's head, softly uttering, "I know you are unwilling to accept this. You believe that preserving your life could grant you a second chance. That is impossible. Once stripped of power, one becomes an ordinary individual, yet possessing the wealth of the elite will lead to the family's annihilation. Thus, paying the price is the most rational choice. Accept your fate." Terrified, Wang Shifan turned to flee, but it was too late. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots echoed, and the uncle and nephew collapsed atop Huangju. In their final moments, the scene felt hauntingly familiar, as if each of Yusheng's killings unfolded in this manner. Yusheng accepted his token and entered the courthouse auction hall, immediately furrowing his brow. The space was far too cramped and congested. It hardly resembled an auction house, more akin to a courtroom. The auctioneer, clad in formal attire, sat behind the table, resembling a judge. Indeed, it was a judge. In the spectators' area, a cluster of affluent individuals resembled dumplings tossed into a pot. "Ah, Yusheng, what a delightful encounter." Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he beheld the recognizable visage of Mo Yunsong drawing near. Instantly, a grin spread across his face. "Mo Xiao, my esteemed colleague, even you, with your wealth, are here to seize a bargain?" The teasing tone was palpable. Mo Yunsong felt a surge of irritation, but, recalling the instructions from his family elders, could only muster a forced smile. "This is what we call fate. Our chance meeting at the stone gambling hall, and now here at the auction house. What are the odds?" It's said that a century of cultivation is required for a shared boat ride. Yusheng was instantly covered in goosebumps and hastily waved his hands. "No, no, no. This is entirely normal, akin to encountering the emperor in the palace. By the way, the car hasn't been transferred yet. When will you have time?" Mo Yunsong, taken aback, replied, "You're unaware? Yanni has already completed it. Such matters are resolved with a mere phone call. I needn't be present." He inwardly scorned. Rules are meant for the weak, while the strong are the ones who establish them. Clearly, Yusheng was not on the same level as he was. Yusheng, realizing, remarked, "It seems Yanni has been too busy. She hasn't provided me with the driver's license and paperwork." Just then, the voice of the female auctioneer resonated. "Next, we shall auction the number 1 seized property, a spacious flat in Century Garden, with a starting price of 5 million. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. Let us begin." Mo Yunsong immediately raised his paddle. 5, 1 million. 5, 2 million. Others quickly followed suit in bidding, while the auctioneer continually confirmed the prices. Lacking knowledge, Yusheng had never seen the property and could only inquire of Mo Yunsong, "How much is this house worth?" "Starting from 10 million. Mo Yunsong replied with a hint of derision. "Doesn't quite meet your expectations, does it?" Yusheng nodded in agreement. It indeed did not fit his budget, as he could not afford a spacious flat. Mo Yunsong, growing increasingly arrogant, momentarily dismissed the advice from his family elders, boldly driving the price up to 8 million, ultimately purchasing it for a mere 20% below market value. He then resumed his haughty demeanor, casting sidelong glances at Yusheng. Yet, Yusheng remained fixated on the auctioneer. The next item for auction is the number 2 seized property, a standalone villa in Yuhua Garden, with an opening bid of 40 million, and increments must not be less than 10,000. Let us begin. Yusheng's heart raced. He was about to bid, only to notice that no one else reacted. He quickly asked, "How much is this worth?" "You certainly can't afford this one." Mo Yunsong replied with a dismissive glance. "The market price exceeds 1.2 billion. Yu Sheng was bewildered. "So many people can't afford it?" Mo Yunsong felt compelled to defend himself, lest he be scorned, and quietly explained, "It's not that they can't buy it. Rather, they dare not. The owners have rented the house out, and according to the law, ownership does not supersede rental rights. In other words, even if you purchase it, the tenants must remain." Yu Sheng stared in disbelief. "But can't they just wait a year? Why isn't anyone buying it? Who told you it was just a year? It's 20 years. Mo Yunsong shot him a look of disdain. In a moment of clarity, Yu Sheng realized that there were likely no such tenants. It was probably the homeowner themselves occupying the rental property. Thus, even if the court were to seize it, it would be of no consequence, as they could continue residing there, correct? Mo Yunsong nodded affirmatively. "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" the auctioneer inquired after a lengthy silence. 41 million. Suddenly, Yu Sheng raised his paddle. The crowd turned to gaze, wondering where this fool had come from, as the auction was bound to fail, wasting everyone's time. Yet Mo Yunsong glared at Yu Sheng, demanding, "Have you lost your mind? Causing a disturbance here could land you in jail. You might not perish, but they will surely skin you alive." Yu Sheng replied calmly, "Which of your eyes saw me causing a disturbance? Do you possess 40 million? Mo Yunsong's expression was one of disbelief. Yu Sheng could hardly be bothered to respond. Did he need to prove to Mo Yunsong whether he had 40 million or not? The auctioneer repeated the question thrice, finding no one willing to bid higher, and then struck the gavel. 41 million sold. Mo Yunsong suddenly comprehended. The payment for the property was due in 10 days. Was Yu Sheng planning to rob Peter to pay Paul? To silence Mo Yunsong, Yu Sheng nodded in acquiescence. Once the auction concluded, when Yu Sheng began processing the paperwork, he simply swiped his card, paying in full. Mo Yunsong's face flushed with disbelief. How could this be? This was an affront, a humiliation of the weak to the strong. Finally, he lost his composure and shouted in anger, "You're finished. You will suffer great losses. Who do you think you are?" The homeowner is the notorious debtor Zheng Guangli, well connected in both the underworld and the legal realm. No one can touch him. Yu Sheng smiled and nodded. "Thank you for the information." He drove his Mercedes to the royal garden. A security guard jogged over, respectfully inquiring, "Whom are you looking for?" "I just purchased Villa number 8. Yu Sheng showed him the paperwork. "Please hold on." The guard promptly recorded Yu Sheng's information and license plate before granting access. The Mercedes arrived at the front of Villa number 8, where a large black iron gate stood. Yang Kai pressed the horn, but there was no response from within. Yu Sheng alighted and rang the video intercom, which connected this time. A woman's voice greeted him with disdain. "Are you out of your mind? If you want something to suck on, go to your mother." Yu Sheng remained unperturbed, determined not to give her any leverage against him. He smiled politely. "May I inquire if you received a notification from the court? I am the homeowner. Please open the door and let us converse." "Huh. You being the homeowner has nothing to do with me. I am renting this property and have paid 20 years' worth of rent. Moreover, the housing contract is filed with the police. Do you not understand the law? Consult a pro bono lawyer and come back." Yu Sheng, unruffled and courteous, asked, "Does the contract not stipulate that the homeowner cannot inspect the property?" This question momentarily stumped the woman, as the contract stated the opposite. The homeowner could inspect the property at any time. This was Zheng Guangli's loophole, justifying his residence there, merely to conduct inspections, which legally had no flaws. However, the house was now Yu Sheng's, and he was the one entitled to inspect it. "Please answer my question," Yu Sheng inquired politely. "My man is not home. What if something happens when you come in? How do I know whether you are a person or a ghost? It does not bode well for my reputation. Perhaps tomorrow. Will you definitely be home tomorrow?" "Not necessarily. It depends on your luck." The woman's words carried a hint of playful mockery. Yu Sheng replied, "All right. Please jot down my number. When he is home, call me. If you would." Of course, she readily agreed. Yu Sheng provided his number, and the woman indeed noted it down, but did not offer hers in return. Yu Sheng did not press the matter further and politely took his leave. The woman's scornful voice lingered in the air. "Is that all? What a fool." Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan felt a surge of frustration and were on the verge of climbing over the wall to confront her. Chapter 27. A little appetizer for you. Yu Sheng directly intercepted the two, urging them not to act rashly, for the area was replete with surveillance cameras, making stealthy entry impossible. Yang Kai, filled with rage, declared, This woman is insufferable. I should pay her a visit in the dead of night. Absolutely not. Leave this matter to me. In a week's time, I will ensure they vacate, Yu Sheng remarked with an air of nonchalance, clearly underestimating the family in question. The two paused, their anger dissipating. If they were to leave, that would suffice. However, Yu Sheng's thoughts were elsewhere. It was time to amass some funds. He had exhausted his finances. The 40 million villa, along with the 2 million tax, had consumed all his recent earnings. Yet, to sell antiquities proactively would be exceedingly unwise. It was imperative to let others take the initiative. He needed to dangle the bait. Yu Sheng perused his contacts on his phone, contemplating each one. Wan Ting was not suitable. He was cunning and unlikely to offer a high price. Moreover, as a guide, it would be inappropriate to demand too much. Su Hoping was also unsuitable. Antique experts typically preferred to inspect for flaws, and he already owed him 2 favors. Requesting introductions would be inappropriate. Wan Bailin, Zhang Dianzhong, and Wang Ziyan had all been dealt with before. They were out of the question. Zheng Yunlong could be a fit. But having just met at noon, it would seem too eager. The last name on the list was Luo Xianzhu. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Wang Shifan were to falter, could Luo Xianzhu possibly take over Rongsheng Group? Just then, his phone rang. It was Yin and I. I'm bringing your driver's license and the paperwork for the Mercedes. Where are you? Her tone was unusually gentle. I'm at the Royal Garden. Having purchased a standalone villa but can't get in. Perhaps I should pick you up. No, just wait. I'll take a look at the house. Yusheng chuckled, realizing she had finally caught on. Before long, Yin and I arrived in a Passat, and the security guard, upon seeing the beautiful woman, granted her passage. Upon arriving at the gate of Villa number 8, she stepped out to inspect the imposing iron gate and turned to Yu Sheng. This is Zheng Guangli's house. Why didn't you inquire thoroughly before purchasing? Legally, he has the right to reside here. Yu Sheng smiled. I am aware. I can resolve these minor issues myself. Do not act recklessly. Houses where someone has died lose their value. Yin and I handed him the documents, her stern gaze warning him. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Yin and I's cheeks flushed as she retorted, what does that have to do with me? Then she hurriedly changed the subject. Director Huang has passed away. She did not believe it was related to Yusheng, which is why she spoke so nonchalantly. After all, Huang Zhu had once betrayed her by revealing her position to Meng Qingyang. Had it not been for Yusheng's presence at that time, she would have been in dire straits. Ironically, Yusheng also did not think it concerned him, casually asking, who did it? Wang Yin and Wang Shifan. Subsequently, both of them committed suicide. After she finished speaking, she finally realized that something was amiss. This was indeed Yusheng's style. She fixed her gaze on Yusheng's eyes and impulsively asked, where were you at noon? Yusheng replied with an air of composure, at Jixian Restaurant, with Zheng Yunlong, Su Haoping, and Wang Ziyan. Yin and I felt a sense of relief. She could not afford to lose such a formidable ally. I'm glad you're safe. This statement was unequivocal, a rare display of loyalty from Yin and I. Yusheng was not surprised at all and directly posed the question he truly wanted to know. With these 3 dead, who will take their place? Yin and I replied with a weighty tone. It would have been better if they had not died. The families that could compel Wang Yin to suicide, and there are 3 of them, must be incredibly powerful. They have divided these 3 positions. Zhao family will succeed Wang Yin, Sun family will replace Huang Zhu, and the Wei family has swallowed Rongsheng Group. Oh, what is the situation with the Wei family? Yusheng inquired solemnly. Yin and I found it curious that Yusheng was most concerned about the Wei family. After a moment of silence, she said, the Wei family has a complex web of relationships, deeply controlling state-owned asset management. This time, they have consumed Rongsheng Group. That single building alone is worth 5 billion. They are a true giant. A hint of worry appeared in Yin Ni's eyes. Yusheng reassured her, rest assured, I will not provoke them. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Zheng Yunlong. Yusheng was elated, as he no longer needed to take the initiative. He answered earnestly, Brother Zheng, what instructions do you have? I didn't have the chance to ask at noon. Do you have any high-end goods left? It doesn't necessarily have to be cloisonné. Indeed, I have a yuan blue and white dragon pattern jade whose spring vase. Would you consider that high-end? Of course, it qualifies. Since the founding of the nation, only 200 pieces of yuan blue and white have been unearthed. However, there are far too many fakes. How can I convince others that mine is genuine? Zheng Yunlong spoke candidly, as he sought high-end goods from Yusheng not just for investment, but for the sake of prestige. If others claimed to possess the same item, it would indeed be awkward for him. Yusheng chuckled, brother. You could have a scientific appraisal done. Carbon-14 testing can ascertain the approximate age, with a margin of error of just a few decades. Certainly not enough to misplace an entire dynasty. If it turns out not to be from the Yuan dynasty, I shall refund all your money, including the appraisal costs. Haha. Little brother, you are remarkably straightforward. Any other appraiser would hesitate to say such a thing. Very well, let us meet at Wanghelu. Bring your sister-in-law along. I want to introduce you to a friend. All right, see you at Wanghelu. After hanging up, Yuxing looked at Yin and I with a grin. Yin and I rolled her eyes at him. I'm responsible for the cultural relics case. Are you taking me to trade artifacts? Yuxing pondered for a moment. Sensing it might not be good for Yin and I if word got out, then nodded. All right, I want to take you. By the way, I'm about to come into some money. Do you need any? Kiss me for $1 million, $2 million for a French kiss. And a night stay will transfer the house into your name. Yin and I trembled involuntarily, her cheeks flushed, her autumnal gaze sparkling with mischief. Just wait patiently. I'll let you know when I'm in need. With a proud demeanor, she entered the car, ignited the engine, and set off. Although the engine stalled once, it did not detract from her graceful flair. The Passat surged forward, leaving behind a lingering curse upon her lips. Little brat, like a vicious dog. You've stirred my heartstrings. Yusheng resumed his place in the Mercedes, feeling somewhat unaccustomed in the back seat. Taishan, let us switch seats. Both of them immediately opposed. Boss, the most perilous spot in a vehicle is the front passenger seat. The safest position is behind the driver. Have you ever seen a leader sitting in the passenger seat? Yusheng waved dismissively. Stop the nonsense. Not seeing is the most dangerous part. With no other choice, Feng Taishan reluctantly swapped seats with Yusheng. The Mercedes departed silently. From behind the large iron gate, a middle-aged man had emerged, his eagle-like eyes furrowing in concentration. He scrutinized for a long while. He was none other than Jin Guangli. You think you can contend with me? You're still lacking. He mused. Very well, let me serve you an appetizer. He took out his phone and commanded, crash a Mercedes for me. It's headed to Wanghelu. Be sure to hit the passenger side. If you can't find the opportunity, wait until they finish their meal. Chapter 28. The landlady of Wanghelu Yang Kai drove the Mercedes at a swift pace when he suddenly noticed a large G-Class vehicle aggressively overtaking from the right. Alerted, he immediately swerved to avoid it. Yusheng leaned out the window for a glance, spotting a blonde driver who provocatively raised his middle finger towards him. A clear challenge in his fierce gaze. Feng Taishan seethed. This guy is asking for a beating. He must be one of Zhen Guangli's men. Ignore him and take a detour. Yusheng was acutely aware. His greatest fear was a conflict between the two, as it would provide him with a motive to eliminate Zhen Guangli, something the police would label a criminal motive. Thus, he endeavored to avoid any semblance of such intent. Yang Kai's sudden maneuver caught the blonde driver off guard. Aren't we headed to Wanghelu? The Mercedes circled around, and according to Yusheng's guidance, they parked at Jishin restaurant. He instructed Yang Kai and the other man. You two go inside to dine, finish your meal, and leave. Don't mind me. Just keep an eye on the artifacts in the car. We'll see each other in the morning. They both nodded in agreement. Yusheng, clutching a box, strolled alone towards Wanghelu. The G-Class indeed lingered outside Wanghelu, but unfortunately, the blonde was preoccupied with searching for the Mercedes and failed to recognize Yusheng. Yusheng confidently entered the private room, where besides Zheng Yunlong, there was a young man in his 20s with narrow eyes and arched brows, exuding an unmistakable air of cold arrogance. Upon seeing Yusheng, Zheng Yunlong quickly stood up, saying, Brother Yu, let me introduce you. This is Wei Lianxing, the new owner who has just arrived in Shanghai. The Wei family has taken over Rongxing Group and is also a shareholder of the antique market. Suddenly, Yusheng comprehended. Zheng Yunlong was merely a passive participant, while the true orchestrator was Wei Lianxing. Wei Lianxing did not rise, leisurely smiling as he said, I have known you, Yusheng, since my time in Yanjing. This statement was laden with meaning, evoking a sense of superiority and the implication that he held all the cards. Zheng Yunlong felt a chill run down his spine. In contrast, Yusheng responded with a gentle smile. Ah, it is Mr. Wei. A pleasure to meet you. My reputation is merely the product of my friend's generosity, hardly worth mentioning. As he spoke, he took his seat, displaying no signs of concern. Wei Lianxing was a celebrated figure in the capital, and in Shanghai, he held an even loftier view of himself. Yet, Yusheng regarded him with indifference, treating him as an equal without a hint of flattery, which darkened Wei's gaze considerably. I hear you can identify ancient jade even with your eyes closed? In Wei's eyes. Serving the Wei family was a privilege for Yuxing, and he was eager to test the young man's true abilities. Yuxing chuckled softly. Sometimes I can, depending on my mood. With that, he effectively closed off further discussion on the matter. Zheng Yunlong was already on edge. He had arranged to procure artifacts today in hopes of easing the tension between Yuxing and himself, as he was compelled to comply with Wei Lianxing's wishes and bring Yuxing to meet him. However, his fears were materializing. Wei Lianxing, as a scion of a prestigious family, was naturally arrogant, believing he had done nothing amiss. Was this not the way of aristocrats? Ordinary people should bow and scrape, and he had grown accustomed to this behavior. Yet, Yuxing possessed exceptional skills and refused to bow to anyone. Yuxing's kindness towards Wan Ting was not submission. Rather, it was gratitude for being introduced into this circle. But what was Wei Lianxing in comparison? Narrowing his slanted eyes, Wei suddenly asked, "Do you know of me?" Yuxing furrowed his brow. "Mr. Wei, your words are puzzling. This is the first time I have heard the name Wei Lianxing." This was entirely truthful. Yin and I had only mentioned that the Wei family had taken over Rongxing Group, without specifying any names. Wei nodded. "Though I have taken over Rongxing Group, I have no connection to the Wang family, so you need not harbor any animosity toward me." "Mr. Wei, please choose your words carefully. What do you mean by animosity?" Yuxing's gaze turned icy. Zheng Yunlong quickly interjected, pressing his hands together in a placating gesture. "Gentlemen, allow me to clarify. There is no misunderstanding that a drink cannot resolve. If there is, then let us have two." He promptly poured drinks for both. Wei and Yuxing relented, refraining from further confrontation for the moment. However, it was evident that Wei Lianxing had emerged from this exchange at a disadvantage. Yuxing was genuinely unafraid of overturning the table, while Wei Lianxing was unwilling to concede without having made his case clear. He chose to take a step back. "Then you may proceed with your transaction, and we shall speak afterward." Zheng Yunlong was about to agree, but Yuxing smiled and said, "Brother Zheng, let us eat first. I am quite hungry." With that, he picked up his chopsticks, completely ignoring Wei Lianxing, opting to eat rather than drink. Wei Lianxing's expression darkened to the point of resembling a stormy sky. He was not accustomed to such blatant disrespect, especially in Jianghai. Zheng Yunlong was in utter agony. The only one who remains unfazed is Yu Shang. He possesses an undeniable confidence, ready to retaliate should anyone dare to strike the table. Suddenly, a knock reverberates through the room, and a strikingly beautiful woman enters. "Young Master Wei, I apologize for my tardiness," she says, her voice melodious and enchanting. Although she senses the tension in the atmosphere, having weathered many storms, she finds no novelty in the tavern's ambience. Gracefully, like a delicate willow swaying in the wind, she sits down, pouring a glass of wine for Zheng Yunlong, the only one with an empty cup, before serving herself. Throughout this process, she notices that Yu Sheng has not spared her a single glance, remaining composed as he dines. Naturally, she smiles and introduces herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yao Baozhen, the proprietor of Wang Heilu." Yu Sheng, taken aback, finally directs his gaze towards her. Yao Baozhen is pleased. She is indeed the owner, not merely the owner's wife. Yuxing beams. "I have heard that for women entrepreneurs, the path is thrice as arduous as that of men, leading most to failure. However, behind every successful woman stands a man who has silently toiled." Yao Baozhen responds with a knowing smile. "You are not mistaken. Yet, every successful man has a cadre of women who have quietly supported him. I wager that you too have one, brother Yu." Yu Sheng bursts into laughter, seemingly unbothered. "I am truly wronged. I have yet to even hold hands with one." Zheng Yunlong follows with a laugh. "Did I not suggest you bring your sister-in-law along? Where's Yanni?" "She is too occupied. I heard that Director Huang has just passed away, and turmoil is expected." Although Yanni has never acknowledged their relationship, she has never denied it either, allowing Yu Sheng to naturally refer to her as his girlfriend. Suddenly, Wei Lianxing interjects, "I can have Yanni resign immediately. Or I can offer her a different position." Yao Baozhen furrows her brow slightly, realizing that this fool has failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Li Chongqing had explicitly warned against offending certain individuals, and yet he dares to tread upon such dangerous ground. Yu Sheng gazes at Wei Lianxing with an expression of incredulity, as if staring at a ghost. Zheng Yunlong begins to sweat. "Boss Wei, your words may lead to misunderstandings. I know you mean no harm." Wei Lianxing, undeterred, fixes his gaze on Yu Sheng, sneering, "I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to illustrate what power signifies. This, my friend, you lack. Thus, you are not in a position to challenge me. I tolerate your presence solely because you remain unaware of my identity. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, and the unaware are not to be punished. When you do learn, you will find yourself on your knees begging me, but by then, it will be too late. An oppressive silence descends upon the private room. I have other matters to attend to. Excuse me. Yao Baozhen suddenly rises and swiftly departs. She is unfamiliar with Yu Sheng and uncertain if he might eliminate Wei Lianxing in the next moment. She has no desire to be a witness to such events. As Li Chongqing had repeatedly cautioned her, Wei Lianxing stands bewildered, sensing he has miscalculated something, though clarity eludes him. Yet, Yu Sheng does not afford him the chance for correction and strides out, suitcase in hand. Zheng Yunlong follows closely, understanding that he must procure the artifact. Otherwise, today would merely serve as a trap for Yu Sheng, one that could not be rectified. Wei Lianxing had undergone a complete transformation. He recognized that he had utterly failed in his family obligations. Now, he needed to comprehend what had compelled Zheng Yunlong and Yao Baozhen to resolutely side with Yu Sheng. Particularly concerning was Yao Baozhen. While others might be oblivious, he was well aware that this woman was backed by Li Chongqing. Her stance was a reflection of Li Chongqing's will. Chapter 29. Wei Lianxing's desperate gamble. Zheng Yunlong caught up with Yu Sheng and grasped his arm, urging him, "Get in my car." Yu Sheng did not refuse. He entered Zheng Yunlong's Bentley, taking his place in the front passenger seat. "My brother, I sincerely apologize for today's events. I shall refrain from further discussion. Since you have fallen out with them, I will always stand by your side from now on. I have purchased this yuan Qinghua, and without needing to inspect it, I will transfer the amount you quote." Zheng Yunlong understood perfectly well that Wei Lianxing did not hold him in high regard, while someone like Yu Sheng was a genuinely valuable friend. Were it not for the weight of the Wei family's influence, the choice would have been effortless. Yu Sheng smiled and replied, "Let us settle on the price we discussed for the cloisonne earlier today." The value of cloisonne and yuan Qinghua could be indistinguishable, dependent solely on the individual piece's condition, completeness, and artistic merit. In a detailed comparison, Yu Sheng's yuan Qinghua was not preserved as well as the cloisonne from earlier, and thus its worth should be a few million less. However, Yu Sheng felt no need for modesty today. He demanded 25 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Yunlong transferred the funds. The two shared an unspoken understanding, effectively erasing any lingering animosity from the day's events. Upon returning home, Yu Sheng powered off his phone, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He turned off the lights and quietly slipped away. Although he did not observe any surveillance, he was certain he was being watched. After walking a considerable distance, he hailed a cab, directing the driver to Rushing Tower. The premises were evidently under a state of lockdown, with security guards stationed at every corner. However, to Yu Sheng, these measures were mere formalities. He adeptly made his way to the top floor. To his surprise, the door was ajar, for bodyguards stood at the entrance, while inside, over 20 individuals were busy cataloging various items. Wei Lianxing sat on the sofa, visibly agitated, and inquired of his assistant, "Have you located the secret chamber?" "Yes. It is hidden behind the bookshelf in the study, but we are unclear on how to access it. Should we resort to force?" "Forget it. Let me examine it further." Wei Lianxing was confident in his ability to navigate such clever contrivances. It was merely his lack of motivation that hindered him. He pondered repeatedly whether to report to the family. Reporting would cast him as incompetent, having made a blunder upon arrival and earning a reputation for ineptitude, which would render him useless within the family. Conversely, failing to report would mean disregarding Yu Sheng's evident divergence from the family's assessments. Suddenly, his phone rang. Irritated, he answered. "What is it?" "Boss, there is someone here to see you. He claims there are threats against you. Bring him in." Before long, a security guard escorted a middle-aged man into the room. "You say there are threats against me?" "Indeed, my name is Zhen Guangli, and I wish to have a private conversation with you." He cast a glance around, fully aware that these individuals were loyalists of Wei Lianxing. Nevertheless, he insisted on a private conversation, as it would underscore the significance of the intelligence and establish an equal standing. Wei Lianxing hesitated for a moment before saying, "Follow me to the study." The two then entered the study, where Wei Lianxing securely shut the door. He harbored no concern that Zheng Guangli would pose a threat to him. After all, how could he possibly escape? He had encountered many such petty individuals before, none of whom could compare to Jing Ku in cunning. Zhen Guangli settled into a Wangwali chair, exuding an air of calm as he remarked, "Young Master Wei, are you not curious as to how I became aware of your takeover of the Rongxing Group?" "Well, I am rather intrigued," Wei Lianqing admitted, recalling how arrogance had led to a falling out with Yu Sheng, which ultimately prompted a change in his demeanor. "Are you familiar with Yu Sheng?" Wei Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing he had struck a chord, Zhen Guangli cleared his throat and said, "My voice is a bit hoarse. Could you fetch me a glass of water?" Enraged, Wei Lianqing nearly wished to strangle him, but he gritted his teeth and poured a glass of water. "You may speak now." "Very well. I learned it from Yu Sheng, or more accurately, from Yanni who spoke to him. I desire the complete account, with no details omitted. I possess everything you seek, but patience is not among them. Do not test my limits." Wei Lianqing's voice was chilling, evoking dread. Zhen Guangli, perceptive to the gravity of the situation, understood that Wei Lianqing was not someone to offend. The very fact that he could effortlessly absorb the Rongxing Group indicated the stature of the Wei family. He promptly recounted everything that had transpired after Yu Sheng arrived at his residence. To be precise, Yu Sheng had not indicated any intentions to act against Wei Lianqing. However, Wei Lianqing held a different perception. Why did Yu Sheng reassure Yanni? Why claim he would not provoke anyone? The animosity Yu Sheng bore toward him was unmistakable, and he had finally uncovered the truth. Yu Sheng and Yanni viewed the three great families as hypothetical adversaries. With a cold sneer, Wei Lianqing declared, "Yu Sheng, since you are so heedless of danger, I shall send you to your demise." No sooner had the words left his mouth than thud. A spring knife plunged into Wei Lianqing's lower back. The blade pierced his kidney, robbing him of the ability to scream, leaving him gasping for breath. Yet, his expression betrayed the horror he felt. Zhen Guangli was contemplating what advantages he could gain when he suddenly sensed something amiss. His eyes widened in terror. Had he not seen anyone, nor the weapon? Had Wei Lianqing truly perished? Goodness, was it possible to lose one's life in such a manner? Zhen Guangli was utterly stunned. With no cameras in sight, how could he prove his innocence? This was, after all, the lair of another. Though he was resilient, he had never been this reckless. There seemed to be no escape at all. At that moment, the bookshelf slid open, revealing a hidden chamber within. Zhen Guangli had no curiosity regarding the opening of the secret room, but his mental fortitude far exceeded that of an average person. He dashed into the chamber, pondering whether anything could be worse than death. There was no time for hesitation. Perhaps there was a way out after all. Upon entering the secret chamber, he was once again taken aback. His eyes reddened anew. A cubic meter of US dollars. A ton of gold. He lacked the knowledge to appreciate the artifacts, so he did not feel envious. Little did he know that the value of these relics was astronomical. They were national treasures, a culmination of decades of painstaking collection by Wang Chuan, with only the finest treasures retained, never before revealed. Zhen Guangli pondered that today. He was likely destined to bear the blame. Who would believe that Wei Lianqing was merely staging a scene? How could he escape? An idea struck him. He would claim that young Master Wei had instructed him not to enter the secret chamber. After calculating his plan, he swiftly sought out a box and commenced his work. Initially, he began filling it with gold, but soon realized it was impractical to carry. He switched to packing US dollars instead. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng also found a box, yet he was engrossed in selecting artifacts. This task proved torturous, as each piece was difficult to part with. Should he take them all? Clearly, that was impossible. He scarcely glanced at the cash or gold. Any single artifact could easily be exchanged for a box of dollars or gold. The two remained absorbed in their tasks, oblivious to each other. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The assistant inadvertently walked into the study. Such an intrusion was entirely out of place, yet the assistant sensed something amiss. Under the pretense of delivering fruit, he knocked and entered the study. A sudden jolt caused the fruit platter to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 30. Yanni prepares to resign with the loud noise. Zhen Guangli inside the secret chamber realized his cover was blown and dashed towards the exit. At the same time, Wei Lianqing's trusted subordinates stormed into the study. Both parties had no time to contemplate. They erupted into a fierce confrontation, fighting with all their might. To Yu Sheng's astonishment, Zhen Guangli was incredibly fierce and ruthless, capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly. Unfortunately, he faced over 20 opponents, not including the bodyguards. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Predictably, Zhen Guangli was soon left lying motionless on the ground. No one intended to kill him. They had not even asked any questions. Yet, there was a hidden assailant who delivered the final blow. Zheng Guangli met his demise. The assistant, upon inspection, was left dumbfounded. What to do now that he was dead? The others also regained their composure. What now? Meanwhile, Yu Sheng had already taken his box and departed with a sense of nonchalance, leaving them to ponder their next steps. Upon receiving the report in the capital, the Wei family was thrown into chaos. Wei Lianxing was not a distant relative, but a direct descendant of the main line. After rapid communication and thorough inquiries, they collectively deemed the situation illogical. Zheng Guangli had no escape route. Why would he act in such a manner? His behavior seemed almost hypnotic, akin to the irrational actions of Wang Yin and his nephew in the murder of Bureau Chief Huang. The most suspicious individual was Yu Sheng. The Wei family contacted special departments and soon acquired a detailed report, concluding that at the time of the incident, Yu Sheng had been at home. Although Yu Sheng purchased Zheng Guangli's residence, he never crossed the threshold, nor did he encounter Zheng Guangli or any inhabitants of the villa, rendering the possibility of hypnosis non-existent. The Wei family felt an unbearable discomfort, their instincts suggesting Yu Sheng was responsible, yet scientific reasoning contradicted this notion. Ultimately, they proposed a request to surveil Zheng Guangli's villa. Zheng Guangli's woman could not possibly relocate, and Yu Sheng would not indulge her. The inevitable conclusion was her demise, while Yu Sheng would assuredly be absent. This would indicate a failure of the surveillance or that Yu Sheng possessed methods to evade monitoring, implying that this entire series of events was orchestrated by him. This strike was indeed precise, leading the special department to declare execution. A box of cultural relics lay upon the table as Yu Sheng, cloaked in invisibility, researched throughout the night. Invisibility was essential, for the onslaught of four-dimensional energy could enhance his physical prowess and serve as a substitute for sleep. The most astonishing benefit was that the four-dimensional state did not consume life force, effectively prolonging his lifespan. With such advantages, he deemed the presence of women superfluous, as they interfered with his pursuit of longevity. As dawn broke, Yu Sheng powered down his computer and activated his phone. A call from Feng Taizhan came through. Boss, are you alright? That big G blonde didn't trouble you, did he? No, he is not targeting us. I suspect his collision with us was an attempt to undermine the Wei family, aiming to prevent our collaboration. Otherwise, why would he refrain from attacking when he saw me outside the restaurant? Alright, from now on, ignore him and bring breakfast. Little did Yu Sheng know that his casual ruse led many into peril. Within half an hour, the big G blonde was secretly apprehended and subjected to severe interrogation. The special department's methods were specifically designed to confront spies and agents, rendering all defenses futile. Even a true lion would kneel under such pressure, let alone someone of his ilk, who even confessed to petty thefts from his childhood. Yet, he could not fathom why he had collided with Yu Sheng on the road, but refrained from confronting him at the hotel entrance. The blonde lamented, claiming he truly hadn't seen Yu Sheng, being entirely focused on the Mercedes. Zheng Yunlong had long sensed that something was amiss. Why were so many inquiring about the details of last night's transaction? Astute and cunning, he denied any conflict to all inquiries, maintaining a facade of jest while refraining from divulging anything serious. He even pushed the owner of Wang Helu forward, insinuating her presence at the event. The proprietress, equally astute, responded to all questions with a toast, stating that it was commonplace for high-end clientele to require social engagement, and she could not recall specifics. Her status ensured no one dared to press further. Strangely, no one questioned Yu Sheng, not even Yin and I. On the broad avenue, Yu Sheng drove the Mercedes with pride, inquiring, "How are my driving skills?" The passenger, Yang Kai, swallowed hard, responding with difficulty, "Boss, every time you drive, I feel an urgent need to relieve myself. I cannot explain why." As laughter erupted from Feng Taizhan, who sat in the back, he recounted a conversation with a driver from the prestigious No. 1 courtyard. The driver had shared that a competent chauffeur should ensure that the distinguished passenger remains blissfully unaware during the parking process, as if they could close their eyes without realizing the vehicle had come to a halt. Otherwise, the passenger would simply opt for a replacement. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, advising, "Practice according to this standard. There's no need to focus on speed. Concentrate solely on gradual, smooth maneuvers, and avoid abrupt corrections. Experience the sensation of a parabolic arc. When approaching oncoming traffic, there's merely a sheet of paper between you. Until it becomes a reflex, there's no need for conscious thought. Your intense concentration is exhausting. even for those watching. Unexpectedly, Yusheng found himself in a predicament, preparing to salvage his dignity when his phone rang. "You bastard, you killed my husband. You're as good as dead." A woman's voice screeched, filled with fury and hysteria. The voice sounded familiar. Was it not the woman from the villa? With nonchalance, he inquired, "Have I met your husband? Don't play dumb. You haven't seen Jingguangli? Let us not debate whether I've seen him or not. If you believe I'm guilty, why come to me? Shouldn't you be seeking the authorities? In fact, I need to inspect my residence, as I suspect you might be planning some vandalism. You must cooperate, or I'll have no choice but to call the police. Go to hell. I won't let you inspect anything. That contract was signed with Zheng Guangli. You have no right to investigate. If you're not satisfied, come and kill me." Yu Sheng chuckled. "Madam, may I inquire your name? Who are you calling madam? I don't have a nephew as old as you. Don't try to get close. It's futile. You're as good as dead. Very well, esteemed elder. I am now on my way to end your life. May I have the honor of entering?" At this, Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan burst into laughter, their spirits buoyed since learning of Zheng Guangli's demise. The woman, however, screamed in terror, "Oh my God! You truly are the murderer. Now you intend to kill me as well. I have recorded this call. Prepare for your demise, as I shall alert the authorities." The call was abruptly terminated. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Is this woman deranged? Is this truly grounds for guilt? He paid little mind to the situation and drove to the antique market. After parking, he ventured out with his companions to explore. Given the current inability to remain inconspicuous, finding genuine treasures in the antique market seemed nearly impossible. Yet, his intent was not to unearth hidden gems, but rather to seal potential gaps. His most significant vulnerability lay in having only sold artifacts without making any purchases. Where then would his collection originate? After a morning of browsing, he had acquired dozens of antiques. Yang Kai, puzzled, asked, "Boss, even we can discern these are forgeries. Just look at the vendor's expressions. It's clear you've been duped. There's not a single authentic piece here. What do you intend to do with these?" Feng Taizhan echoed his confusion, cumulatively. "This must amount to over 150,000. Are you concerned they might starve? Could Yu Sheng provide an explanation?" No, it was not a matter of trust, but rather one of necessity. With a grave demeanor, he asserted, "Who informed you that not a single piece is genuine? You are mistaken. Not one is a forgery. These are all national treasures. Now, let us cease this argument and go eat." Yang Kai, conceding the discussion, cheerfully remarked, "Boss, don't you think you should have a friend take a look?" In the remaining days of his life, he dared not allow anyone to see him, wagering that all his friends could see through him at a glance, leading to his utter disgrace. He could never possess even a single counterfeit. Therefore, he must replace the false with the genuine. Well, he would destroy the fakes tonight, leaving no trace of deceit. Just as the three were about to dine, a phone call interrupted them. Yan Ni's voice resonated with indignation. "I am preparing to resign." Chapter 31. Reporting a spy. Yu Sheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Isn't this your dream? Why resign? The newly appointed director's son has directly reassigned me to the traffic police unit to direct traffic. It's not that I fear hardship. I am unafraid of life and death, but I cannot endure this humiliation. Do you think I can compromise? Darling, you don't need to resign. Have you forgotten about me? Come to Wanghelu. Let me treat you to a grand meal and conveniently seal $1 million deal. Get lost. If you don't say something nice, I want to go. Please, I beg you, my ancestor." Yan and I laughed heartily, finally replying, "All right, see you at Wanghelu." Yu Sheng sat alone in the private room, gazing at the ocean view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After taking a sip of tea, Yan and I entered. "Please, have a seat." Yu Sheng gestured gallantly. "You don't look like a good person no matter how you disguise yourself," Yan and I said with a charming smile as she gracefully took a seat. "Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I know you're not picky, so I've already ordered the dishes," Yu Sheng said, patting Yan and I's back, earning a roll of her eyes in return. Yan and I leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. She never drank water poured by others, and she refused to drink water outside of her sight. Countless men's coveting since childhood had ingrained this deep-seated habit in her. Yu Sheng inquired with a smile, "Did Director Sun give you any hints? Directly transferring you to direct traffic?" "None at all," Yin and I replied earnestly. "It simply means I am unsuited to be a criminal police officer." "Does that mean you are suited to be a traffic officer?" Yu Sheng scoffed. "This is clearly a setup aimed at me." Yin and I grew anxious. "You must not act impulsively. If anything happens, no one will believe it has nothing to do with you. In fact, I have one last resort, which is to call home. Then no one can touch me. Yu Sheng's heart stirred. How could someone as beautiful as Yin and I not have faced any troubles? It must be due to her family background. He asked, what is the cost of employing this last resort? If I make that call, Zhang Hai will have no choice but to leave. He must return to Yanjing. She struggled to swallow the words about marriage. Then that one tea be necessary. I will handle it. I assure you there will be no casualties. Yushin confidently took charge. Yin and I felt a twinge of unease. What price will you pay? No price at all, just rest assured. Today, you only need to do one thing. When the proprietress comes to toast, drink freely. There will be bodyguards downstairs to drive you back. Yin and I understood. The key to resolving this lay with Yao Baozhen. And Yu Sheng was convinced that behind Yao Baozhen was Li Chongqing. Although that was merely speculation, last night's demeanor had revealed everything. Without Li Chongqing's indication, she would need tremendous courage to side with Yu Sheng and offend the aristocracy. The waiter entered to serve the dishes. In the twilight of their lives, Yu Sheng poured red wine for Yin and I, initially intending to wait for Yao Baozhen. However, both sensed a deficiency in the atmosphere and, in unison, raised their glasses. Thank you. You are my only ally, he declared. Darling, this feels like a betrayal, as if you've plunged a knife into my back. Hee. Would you be willing to sacrifice for me? Yin and I inquired mischievously. Rest assured, there is no issue that cannot be resolved in a single night. If there is, then it simply requires 2 nights. Yu Sheng's exuberance made Yin and I's teeth itch with envy. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yao Baozhen entered, her face beaming with joy. You, my dear brother, is this Sister Yin and I? Indeed, she is a beauty beyond compare. It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor. She poured herself a drink and proclaimed, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall be swayed by the charm of a lovely lady. Thank you, sister, Yin and I replied with a radiant smile as they clinked glasses and drank deeply. Only then did Yu Sheng chuckle. Boss Yao, Yin and I does have a matter of concern. Yao Baozhen's interest was piqued, and she quickly asked, what is it? Do enlighten me. The newly appointed director's son believes she is unsuitable for the role of a detective and intends to reassign her to traffic control, Yu Sheng stated deliberately, allowing time for Yao Baozhen to ponder. My phone is under surveillance, so I would appreciate it if you could make a call on my behalf. Please do not mention that you do not know Li Chongqing. Yao Baozhen chuckled awkwardly and softly replied, please wait a moment. She then hastened away. Yu Sheng winked at Yin and I. Do not worry. If director's son possesses any sense, he will not confront Li Chongqing directly. Yin and I nodded in agreement, understanding that the position of director's son ultimately served Li Chongqing's interests. If Sun Tao, relying on his family background, were to disregard orders, it would be a grave misstep. Li Chongqing could easily dismantle his future with a mere word. Indeed, after Yao Baozhen recounted the events in detail, Li Chongqing instructed, this is a simple matter. However, do inquire with Yin and I about her intentions. Why must she remain in the detective unit? Is it the allure of freedom she seeks, or the thrill of danger? Does she harbor any other aspirations? Do you not find her presence somewhat illogical? The more exquisite something is, the more susceptible it is to destruction, yet she appears unscathed. It seems as though a mysterious force protects her. I do not speak of Yu Sheng, who safeguarded her before him. She must harbor a significant secret. Cultivating a relationship with her may prove to be the greatest serendipity of your life. Li Chongqing's insinuation jolted Yao Baozhen awake. When she returned to Yu Sheng's private room, she found a man and a woman had already entered, leaving her no choice but to retreat. Yu Sheng and Yin and I mistakenly believed Yao Baozhen had returned, only to be greeted by 2 unfamiliar faces. Both newcomers wore cheerful smiles. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing a striking beauty that paled in comparison to Yin and I's presence. Nevertheless, her aura was undeniably powerful. One could not deny that confidence is indeed a form of allure. Instead, the middle-aged man, warm as a grandfather in the park, casually remarked as if he were merely passing by to observe the 2 engaged in chess. I hope I am not imposing, but it is quite a coincidence that we are dining here as well. So I thought I would take the opportunity to introduce myself and spare us the trouble of a formal visit later. He continued, allow me to present to you. This is Wei Tianhong. You may not be familiar with her, but Wei Lianxing is her brother. Yu Sheng, taken aback, naturally rose and smiled. Ah, so you are Sister Wei. Please, have a seat. Wei Tianhong internally mused. Could it be that I was mistaken? He truly hasn't harmed my brother? The two took their seats with composure. Wei Tianhong introduced, "This is Uncle Zhao Fuan. As for his identity, I cannot disclose it due to regulations. But I can discreetly inform you that he is the one succeeding Wang Yan." Her statement was tantamount to an admission. Yu Sheng cursed inwardly. "So you have been monitoring me?" Nevertheless, he maintained a beaming smile. "Good day, Uncle Zhao. I happen to have a matter to report to you, and I hope you will consider it." Zhao Fuan, bewildered, replied, "Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding? I am not from the Jing Bureau and do not handle civil disputes. To put it simply, I do not involve myself in internal conflicts among the people. I deal with enemy conflicts, akin to military affairs." Yu Sheng clapped his thigh in delight. "That is splendid. What I wish to report is that foreign agents have infiltrated our ranks." Zhao Fuan was incredulous. He was well aware of Yu Sheng's daily activities. However, he refrained from expressing this and simply asked, "Who? Sun Tao?" Yu Sheng declared solemnly. Zhao Fuan was rendered speechless. Yan and I trembled slightly. "Could you refrain from such talk?" Wei Tianhong's eyes gleamed with amusement. She was eager to witness Yu Sheng's tactics. "Do you have evidence?" Zhao Fuan inquired sternly. Yu Sheng thought to himself, "Why did you not mention evidence when investigating me?" He replied with gravity, "I do." Chapter 32. Indeed. It is a case of espionage. Yu Sheng's expression was one of righteous indignation, practically seething with anger. On Sun Tao's first day in office, rather than diligently combating crime, he was eager to suppress the elite of Huaxia. Anyone who could apprehend a criminal, anyone posing a threat to the tomb raiding syndicate, or anyone preventing the illicit export of cultural relics, he would target. He even reassigned Yan and I, who had seized a substantial number of artifacts, to traffic management, audaciously ensuring the smooth flow of relics abroad. Is his identity not clear enough? Is this not sufficient grounds for surveillance and investigation? Wei Tianhong felt a pang of anxiety. Surely he was not hinting at the Rongxing group. Zhao Fuan appeared somewhat helpless. This evidence is indeed insufficient to classify as espionage and does not meet the criteria. Given his rank, without definitive proof, apprehension or surveillance is not feasible. Thus, I am powerless to assist. Yu Sheng had anticipated this response. He rose and said, "If our paths diverge, let us part ways. Please leave." He effectively dismissed him. Zhao Fuan's countenance shifted entirely, his gaze sharp. "What gives you the audacity to confront me? I will not sit with those who protect spies. If you prefer to foot the bill, then I shall take my leave." With that, he seized Yan and I and stormed out. Wei Tianhong was left speechless. So this was his true intention? Zhao Fuan's countenance had darkened to the utmost, and he turned to Wei Tianhong, saying, "Did you see that? His confidence is substantial, as at least Li Chongqing is on his side. We are in a predicament. Must we first mobilize family resources to topple Li Chongqing to move against him?" Wei Tianhong chuckled softly. His confidence is not due to strength, but rather a lack of alternatives. Sun Tao made his intentions clear from the outset, directly targeting him. Does he have any avenue for retreat? You are also aligned with Sun Tao. If he were to feign weakness and grant you time to strategize, it would yield him no advantage. Instead, by confronting you directly, he is effectively forcing Li Chongqing's hand, striking while we are unsteady and vulnerable, a masterful grasp of timing. Zhao Fuan felt a chill in his heart, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. This young man must not be spared. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng and another were seated in a separate private room, having ordered drinks and dishes anew. Yao Baozhen soon entered, and after ascertaining the situation, she felt a touch of resentment. Was it truly necessary for Yu Sheng to confront Zhao Fuan so vehemently, showing no regard for Li Chongqing? She offered a few perfunctory remarks before retreating to her own room to update Li Chongqing on the latest developments. Li Chongqing's expression grew grave as he pondered for a moment before responding. "Do not overthink it. Leave the rest to me. Everything will be fine. Zhao Fuan and Sun Tao will soon be summoned back to the capital." Yao Baozhen, taken aback, inquired why. "Because Yu Sheng has escalated the conflict, which has reached a boiling point, and the situation is teetering on the brink of chaos. All I need to do is lay the facts before the capital, revealing that someone reported Sun Tao as a spy, while Zhao Fuan publicly sides with him against the whistleblower. As long as I steadfastly support Yu Sheng, ultimately, both Sun and Zhao will undoubtedly be recalled. Otherwise, the conflict will not only intensify, but their demise will be in vain." Lastly, there remained Wei Tianhong, the most formidable adversary, yet Yu Sheng was even more inscrutable. Considering Wei Lianqing's demise, there was no need for concern. Once one places a bet, one must not waver. Indecision often leads to disaster. Yao Baozhen felt a pang of shame upon realizing this. When she returned to Yu Sheng's private room, her demeanor had transformed. Radiant with a smile, Yu Sheng sensed that matters were in good hands. After all, Li Chongqing was the paramount figure in Jing Haishi, and once he resolved to act, he could obliterate their opposition and send them packing. However, the course of events unfolded in a manner unforeseen by all. When Li Chongqing laid his cards on the table, the capital merely inquired, "Did you just say that Sun Tao sent Yin and I to direct traffic on the road?" "Indeed." "Very well. I hereby formally order you to dismiss these 2 spies on the spot, apprehend them, and escort them back to the capital for interrogation." "Proceed." Li Chongqing was taken aback, hastily acquiescing, and then hung up the phone, his heart racing. Though he anticipated victory, he had never imagined it would come so effortlessly, directly labeling the 2 as spies. All due to Sun Tao's instruction for Yin and I to direct traffic. Yin Ni's background was now glaringly apparent. At that moment, Zhao Fuwen was in his office conversing with Sun Tao when suddenly, the door burst open, and a swarm of officers surged in. His mind went blank. It was over. He could scarcely fathom that this was the conclusion. Was this truly something Li Chongqing could orchestrate? It is impossible, unless he acts independently. But how does this differ from rebellion? "Zhao Fuwen, you are formally arrested on charges of espionage." Zhao Fuwen found it hard to believe. Espionage? When he was stripped of all his equipment by Wu Jing, he inquired, "Where are you taking me?" "To the capital." Alongside Sun Tao, both are charged with espionage. Wu Jing, the leader, maintained a stern demeanor and waved his hand. Zhao Fuwen felt as if he were plunging into an abyss. Going to the capital implied that Li Chongqing had not rebelled, but rather, he was indeed condemned as a spy merely for standing with Sun Tao. When Wei Tianhong received the call, she was astonished. How could this be? Transferring to the capital? She swiftly mobilized her family's connections and eventually comprehended that the true grievance was against Yanni. For an ordinary person, directing traffic on the street is trivial. Yet Yu Sheng dealt a devastating blow, accusing him of being a spy, and Zhao Fuwen was allegedly harboring a spy, a situation that could prove fatal. However, Li Chongqing had great confidence in Yu Sheng. He laid everything bare, making the conflict public, a situation that was tantamount to a life-and-death struggle, forcing Yin Jing to make a choice. Yanni's background was sufficient to condemn both men to charges of espionage. As Wei Tianhong pieced everything together, she revisited the suspicious circumstances surrounding the deaths of Meng Qingyang, Director Huang, Uncle Wang Yin, and Wei Lianxing. Their demise likely targeted Yanni. She resolved to probe once more and called Yu Sheng. "This is Wei Tianhong." "Oh, Sister Wei, what can I do for you?" Yu Sheng's tone was as warm as it had been at noon. This was illogical. Yu Sheng's calculated demeanor sent shivers down her spine. She attempted to remain casual. "Sister invites you to dinner, along with Yanni. How does that sound?" Yet Yu Sheng oddly asked, "Did you pay for lunch?" This left Wei Tianhong utterly flabbergasted. She had no such obligation to pay. It should have been Zhao Fuwen's responsibility. But was there even a chance for him to pay? In an instant, Wei Tianhong grasped Yu Sheng's reasoning. It was a matter of authority. To put it bluntly, should one act as the elder brother or the younger brother? The younger brother ought to obey and pay, while the elder brother could dispose of you. She nonchalantly replied, "Lunch counts as my treat too. We'll split the bill tonight. If not paid, then it's unnecessary. I dislike coercing others." Yu Sheng's words were laden with meaning. "I detest those from aristocratic families who readily bully women to flaunt their superiority. I never resort to such tactics." Wei Tianhong's heart raced. Has my brother ever bullied Yanni? He claimed he could make Yanni resign, yet she found that hard to believe. Indeed, he failed to do so, just as Sun Tao did. "Sister Wei, would you care to test him?" Yu Sheng's tone was elusive, yet sharp as a sword. In that moment, Wei Tianhong felt a chill surge from her heels to the crown of her head. Her brother had truly offended Yanni. Yet Yu Sheng abruptly ended the call. Shortly after, Wei Tianhong received a text. "I do not wish to oppose you. Regardless of what transpired in the past, let us start anew." Additionally, a reminder, Yin Ni's background exposure will attract the pursuit of the most elite young men from Yanjing. These fervent admirers can be quite unpredictable and may resort to any means necessary. I advise you to let go swiftly. Yin and I is not someone you can possess, and clinging to her will lead to your own ruin. Yu Sheng furrowed her brow, pondering whether she was genuinely conceding or merely employing a delaying tactic. Chapter 33. A gift for the new leader. Upon returning home, Yu Sheng carelessly discarded the bag of counterfeit antiquities onto the floor, producing a resounding crash. the extent of the breakage unknown. She then prepared a bowl of egg noodles, and after finishing her meal, just as she was about to turn off her phone, it rang. The voice of her secretary, Maja, came through. Mr. Yu, your surveillance has been lifted. You can contact me directly if needed. Furthermore, the leader wishes to invite you to dinner. May I inquire about your availability? Scheduling dinner at this hour was no trivial matter. It was not merely a formality. The afternoon had been too hectic, filled with uncertainties, yet an invitation was essential, for Li Chongqing was the true victor in this scenario. Yu Xing chuckled. If I am not mistaken, the person replacing Zhao Fuxing is from Mr. Li's camp? Indeed, the individual succeeding director's son is also one of ours. No one was parachuted in. It can be deemed a resounding success. You mentioned lifting the surveillance. Does that mean others cannot monitor? Not necessarily. The military retains the capability to monitor, though it seems they have no reason to do so. Well, I believe it would be prudent to maintain a firewall. Let us forego dinner. Should there be any matters to discuss, inform Yin and I instead. We have ample time ahead. Upon seeing the leader nod, Maja promptly replied. Very well, I shall let you be, before hanging up. Yu Xing switched off her phone and, taking the counterfeit antiquities, discreetly exited the premises. He ventured quite far, entering a neighboring community to locate a dumpster, where he promptly disposed of the bag. After distancing himself from the area, he hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to Yuhua Garden. The taxi driver glanced at him, noting that only the affluent would travel to such a location, yet he did not seem to fit that mold. Do you reside there? No, I am a security guard. Please refrain from inquiring about wealthy patrons. I am bound by discretion. Yu Sheng replied earnestly. The driver burst into laughter, intrigued. Do you think I could be a security guard? Could you share some insights? Huh. Being a guard at Yuhua Garden is no easy feat. One would ideally need to be a retired special forces operative. As for advice, let me share this. Never offend a beautiful woman. The more stunning she is, the more perilous she becomes. More dangerous than the leader? Absolutely. The leader would not stoop to quarreling with a security guard, but women are different. Their thresholds for annoyance are exceedingly low. A mere oversight could lead to their wrath, especially as they can wield the leader's influence, despite their own lack of status. The driver laughed heartily, the jest accompanying him throughout the ride. 10 minutes later, Yu Xing stealthily entered Yuhua Garden, arriving at the villa he had purchased. It was a bittersweet moment. His own house could only be glimpsed from afar. He casually took out a piece of gum, chewed it briefly, and affixed it to the camera. Then, he rang the doorbell. To Yu Sheng's surprise, a man's voice echoed from within. Who is it? In the twilight of his life, he chose silence. Consequently, the other party assumed a misdial and abruptly hung up. After a minute, surmising that the tempers within had simmered down, he pressed the doorbell once more. This time, frustration erupted from within. Footsteps echoed, and the heavy iron gate swung open, revealing a brawny man, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, unmistakably a figure of the underworld. He surveyed his surroundings, perplexed. They fled? How is that possible? He then inspected the surveillance camera, clutching a piece of chewing gum, and unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it. I thought my situation in the Imperial Garden was the worst, yet here we are. There's always someone worse off. How did he get in? Unbeknownst to him, the intent of the visitor was merely to have the door opened, not to engage in a contest of misfortune. Jean Wancher retreated to the upstairs bedroom, hidden from view. He beheld a woman in pajamas resting on the bed, appearing to be in her 30s, voluptuous and striking, clearly the tenant and the partner of Zhen Guangli, Su Rui. It was shocking to realize that, despite Zhen Guangli's recent demise, she had already found another man. Was this pace not a tad too swift? Could she not feign a semblance of mourning? Su Rui, visibly anxious, inquired. Who is it? They fled. Just a nuisance, Jean Wancher replied. Incorrect, it must be Yu Sheng. He has come to kill me. He even murdered Zhen Guangli. There's no way he would spare my life. Su Rui, who had previously exhibited fierce defiance, now appeared vulnerable. Jean Wancher scoffed, reclining back on the bed, embracing the woman as he playfully caressed her. I'll be right here, waiting to see how he intends to kill. Moreover, I've discovered that Zhen Guangli was not murdered by him. It was Zhen who first killed Wei Lianxing, leading to the Wei family's retribution. That cannot be true, Su Rui countered, rolling over. When he departed, he mentioned delivering a grand gift to the Wei family. Wasn't going to commit murder? Therefore, it must be Yu Sheng's doing. He alone possesses the motive. Yu Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Was this woman's intuition so astute? akin to a tenacious turtle that clings and never relents. Suddenly, the phone rang. Jean Wancher reached for the phone, glancing at it. Then abruptly sat upright. Boss Tang, have you made a decision? I agree to the deal. In an hour, my subordinate will bring the goods. You prepare the cash. Do not mention wire transfers. I wish to leave no trace. This is merely a condolence visit. Let us hope for a pleasant first collaboration. Understood. Jean Wancher concluded the call, pondering the incongruity of the situation. A condolence visit for Zheng Guangli. Wasn't he that an affront? He dialed another number. Huya? Send over $100,000. To Yu Sheng's astonishment, merely a minute later, a knock echoed through the door. Damn. So one of the underlings is also in this building. Yu Sheng became increasingly vigilant. Jean Wancher opened the door to reveal a gaunt young man. His gaze sharp as a blade, holding a box in his hands. Jean Wancher accepted the box and whispered a caution. Soon, Boss Tang will send someone for the transaction. If a conflict arises, do not reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary. This place is not suited for bloodshed. Puyo nodded silently and retreated, resembling a specter. Jean Wancher felt a surge of excitement. He resided in Zheng Guangli's abode, shared the bed of Zheng Guangli's woman, and squandered Zheng Guangli's finances. All to facilitate a significant elevation in his life, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang Laoda and embark upon grander business ventures. It is no wonder that many seek affluent partners, sparing themselves 2 decades of toil. Come here, my little minx, let me cherish you properly. Jean Wancher laughed heartily, leaning over Su Rui to commence his antics. A fortuitous opportunity arose. Yu Sheng seized the moment to snatch Su Rui's phone, retreating to a corner to message Yanni. An hour later, in Zheng Guangli's villa, Tang Laoda's subordinates were engaged in a transaction with Jean Wancher, the amount being $1 million, likely for illicit substances. This is a gift for the newly appointed boss. Darling, do not return the call. This is Su Rui's phone. Remember, she is not an informant, but a drug trafficker. Additionally, there is a killer named Huyo by Jean Wancher's side. Do not charge ahead recklessly. Lastly, do not mention me. I have been at home sleeping. Upon reading the message, Yanni instantly recognized it as Yu Sheng's doing. Only he could accomplish such a feat, and no one else could convincingly impersonate him. Yu Sheng deleted the message and quietly returned the phone to its original place. Chapter 34. The necessity of silencing the newly appointed Jia Xiushan was a trusted confidant of Li Chongqing. His first directive was to assist Yanni in making a notable achievement, laying the groundwork for her promotion. However, Jia found himself in a quandary. He was known for his uprightness and disdain for corrupt practices. What was to be done? Just then, a knock echoed, and Yanni entered. Director Jia, I require special authorization to execute an operation against drug traffickers, but Deputy Director Qin has denied my request. So I seek your exceptional approval. Oh, you are in charge of cultural relics, yet you wish to apprehend drug traffickers? That would be an affront to the narcotics team, which is why Deputy Director Qin has refused. Jia shifted his tone. By the way, what is your source of information? Yanni recounted what she knew. Jia Xiushan furrowed his brow. I asked, who is the informant providing you with this information? He is my informant, and for his safety, I cannot disclose his identity. Yanni replied with a serious demeanor. Jia Xiushan felt a twinge of helplessness. Only Yanni would dare to speak in such a manner, concealing information from a superior. If only others were as bold as you. Would you take my position? Were it anyone else, he would have swiftly dismissed them. He could only speak earnestly. You have just graduated from the police academy. Your experience is too scant, and criminals are far more cunning than you presume. I do not believe your information is credible. Those traffickers are seasoned foxes. How could you acquire such detailed intelligence? Yanni's gaze remained resolute as she lowered her voice. Director Jia, you need to make a mark in your new position, or how are you different from Sun Tao? This is a gift I offer you. Jia Xiushan trembled slightly. His eyes brightening, she spoke with conviction. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to take a gamble. Very well. I consent. You will have full responsibility. Thank you. I shall not disappoint you, Yanni exclaimed with joy, solemnly assuring him as she turned on her heel and departed. 10 minutes later, a special police squad assembled. Fully armed in helmets, bulletproof vests, and assault rifles. A figure approached, carrying a tray. Without uttering a word, everyone was compelled to surrender their mobile phones, prohibited from retaining any communication devices. At this moment, apart from Yanni, no one knew the destination. Our objective was to apprehend drug traffickers engaged in a transaction. One party consisted of Tang Laoda's subordinates, while the other was led by Jin Wanshi. It is imperative to note that among Jin Wanshi's men, there is an individual named Huya, whose perilous nature is such that he can eliminate targets with lethal precision. The primary focus for the others is capture, ensuring that both money and contraband are seized. Is there any dissent? I have a question, spoke a rugged individual. The Special Police Captain Wu Xiaozhong. Why are you in command? I believe I would be a more suitable leader. Yanni smiled. Could you inform me of the location of the drug deal? The captain shrugged. I am a special police officer, not a narcotics officer, and lack investigative authority. Yet, you are not a narcotics officer either, are you? However, I possess knowledge of the drug dealer's transaction site and can assure that we will all achieve merit. Can you guarantee everyone's success? If so, I shall heed your command. Such a statement was quite compelling. While everyone espoused lofty ideals, their hearts yearned for accolades, promotions, and salary increases, all contingent upon successful operations. But who could guarantee success? Yanni could. Instantly, the eyes of all special police officers ignited with fervor. They were undaunted by the hail of bullets, fearing only the prospect of following an incompetent leader into needless peril. Upon realizing the weight of Yanni's words, Captain Wu understood that further resistance would lead to discontent. He reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall follow your command, and I hope you do not lead us to folly. Rest assured, let us embark. With Yanni's command, the special police surged towards the transport vehicle like fierce wolves. A Desert Storm vehicle halted at the villa's entrance, from which 4 men in black suits emerged, led by Brother Pong, who carried a case. I feel a foreboding sensation, remarked one of the subordinates. Brother Pong hesitated, his hand poised above the doorbell, wary of pressing it. Just then, the grand door swung open. Brother Pong instinctively reached into his garment, yet encountered only Jin Wanshi. Devoid of any ambush, Jin Wanshi smiled. Please, come in, the cameras are watching. The 4 men exhaled in relief as they followed Jin Wanshi to the first floor, where indeed, there was no sign of an ambush. Jin Wanshi opened the case on the table, revealing $1 million. Brother Pong likewise opened his case, discovering bags filled with white powder. They exchanged cases, verifying the contents. Jin Wanshi quickly completed his inspection, and Brother Pong confirmed the authenticity of the cash. Pleasant cooperation, farewell. Brother Pong declared as he stood to depart. Jin Wanshi made no effort to retain him, no need for farewells. In the shadows, Yuxing furrowed his brow. Had Yanni truly arrived? If they departed, it would spell trouble. He was preparing to create a misunderstanding when an unexpected incident unfolded. A flying dagger sliced through the air like lightning. Thud! It plunged directly into Brother Pang's throat. The other 3 subordinates gasped in horror, swiftly reaching for their weapons, but 3 more daggers followed, striking with such rapidity that they fell lifelessly to the ground. 4 individuals met their demise without a single shot being fired. Jin Wanshi exclaimed in shock. Huya, have you lost your mind? Huya swiftly moved closer, urgently responding. Big brother, you've been deceived. The outside is crawling with inspectors. Upon hearing this, Jin Wanshi was taken aback, pondering the audacity of such a gamble. Was it truly worthwhile? There was no time for contemplation. Seizing the drug box, he commanded, avoid the front entrance. Exit through Villa 9. The duo raced towards the rear door, Jin Wanshi leading and Huya following closely. Yuxing, realizing the gravity of the situation, noted that Yanni was evidently lagging behind. In that fleeting moment, Yuxing struck. Huya felt a sudden rush of air at the back of his head and instinctively dodged, unaware that it was not a fist but a military dagger, one found within the very villa. Huya's evasive maneuver was in vain. The dagger pierced through the back of his skull. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless before he could even turn to glance back. Jin Wanshi spun around, only to behold Huya's lifeless form, with nothing else in sight. His shock sent his spirit reeling. He had thought there might still be a glimmer of hope in fleeing. Yet this momentary pause had cost him his life. Suddenly, a chill enveloped his neck, darkness engulfed his vision, and he fell to the ground. Dozens of special police officers stormed into the hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The floor was strewn with corpses, with only a box of drugs in sight, devoid of any cash. Captain Wu Xiaozhong promptly reported via radio, and Yanni rushed in, ordering a thorough search of the entire villa. Before long, Su Rui was apprehended. She had remained upstairs the entire time, yet the others treated her as the principal suspect, dragging her down by her hair. She wept inconsolably, exclaiming her innocence. I did nothing. This has nothing to do with me. In your home, during your transaction, can you truly claim ignorance? Where is the dirty money? Yanni inquired sternly. Wasn't it in the box? Wait, where has the box gone? Su Rui's gaze shifted, and upon realizing the inconsistency, she hastily denied, I genuinely know nothing. Yanni grasped the situation. Yuxing had taken the money. A moment of contemplation revealed the necessity of another figure from Tang's faction who had eliminated Huya and Jean Wancher to seize the funds, making sense of the events. Without the ill-gotten gains, the evidence chain was incomplete, but it mattered not. There was surely more within the villa. They simply needed to ensure the amounts matched. Search. We must locate the dirty money. The special police responded eagerly, relishing the task, charging into each room to commence their search. Indeed, they unearthed over $100,000. Yanni exhaled in relief. The entire process had been documented by the law enforcement device, leaving no room for doubt. She called to inform the cleanup crew to take over, leaving one officer to guard while the others withdrew. This case was a resounding triumph. The special police were all in high spirits, their efforts not in vain. Over $100,000 would surely earn them accolades. The entire assembly has come to a complete consensus regarding Yanni. As long as she can facilitate their daily achievements, they would have no qualms about venerating her as an ancestor. Even Wu Xiaozhong found himself at a loss for words. It was evident to him that a scheme had been meticulously orchestrated to bestow credit upon Yanni, with no one to stand behind him. Wu Xiaozhong could only resign himself to fate. Chapter 35. When Shu's plan at dawn, Yusheng promptly activated his mobile device, seemingly in sync with Yanni, who immediately called him. Did you sleep well last night? Splendidly. I survived just fine without your company. Haha, that sounds rather resentful. By the way, as my informant, having accomplished such a significant feat, do you have any requests? Would requesting your company for the night be of any use? That credit falls short. Propose something else. Very well, my 2 bodyguards need authorization for firearms. That can be arranged. From now on, they shall serve as undercover operatives. Oh, is that how it operates? And what about me? You are not qualified to be an operative, but you are my informant. Essentially an undercover agent, correct? No problem. I'll take care of things below while you handle the above. Scram. By the way, a friend of mine just learned that I am in Shanghai and is eager to visit me. Unfortunately, I am swamped, and I have no time. Since you are utterly free, could you please pick her up from the airport and entertain her for a few days? Yu Sheng was taken aback. Your friend is coming to see you, and you dare ask me to host her? Aren't you afraid I might harm her? Are you sick? She's my girlfriend. Oh, then it's no problem. I'll send you her photo. Her flight lands at 9. Her name is Wen Shu. Yu Sheng glanced at the photograph and found her quite attractive, yet he sensed that Wen Shu's visit was not as straightforward as it appeared. Within a seaside villa, Boss Tang sat on the sofa, seemingly having waited for an eternity, when finally, his phone rang. I've confirmed it. Yanni's tip-off came from Su Rui. How is that possible? Boss Tang was astonished. Isn't that self-sabotage? There is another possibility. Someone might have secretly sent a message using Su Rui's phone. This is quite plausible. As Su Rui mentioned that someone rang the doorbell to harass her, but Jean Wancher didn't see anyone when he went out. She suspected it was Yu Sheng. Everything that followed was exceedingly bizarre. Huya killed your 4 underlings, yet there was definitely another person at the scene who killed Jean Wancher and Huya, making off with $1 million. The authorities believe it was your man. Boss Tang comprehended. It must be Yu Sheng. Is there any way to amend the authorities' conclusion? Impossible. Yanni is convinced it was your man, and no one dares to refute her. Her prestige is too formidable at present. Furthermore, do not even think of crossing Yanni. Sun Tao and Zhao Fuxing were both branded as spies and sent to the capital for having offended her. Very well, I will leave Yanni be. There will be a delivery for you shortly. It contains 100,000 in cash. With that, he hung up the phone. Boss Tang's eyes glinted with menace. Yu Sheng, dare to encroach upon my finances, and I will annihilate your entire family. Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan arrived, as usual, bearing breakfast. As Yu Sheng dined, he casually mentioned that Yanni had arranged for them to assume the identity of undercover police officers, complete with the ability to carry firearms, albeit at their own expense. The 2 men were instantly electrified, nodding eagerly, while Yang Kai grinned broadly, exclaiming, absolutely. Thank you, boss. No one could fathom the fervor of 2 men, one discharged from military service and the other dismissed from his position, over the prospect of obtaining firearm privileges. Though they were content to be under Yu Sheng's wing, they could not shake the feeling that their current situation lacked the legitimacy of their past. However, The idea of wielding a gun felt utterly flawless, akin to a magnifying glass revealing no flaws. Then hurry and procure a firearm. Select the best you can find. Yusheng instructed. Yes. Yang Kai promptly took his leave. Having finished his meal with ample time to spare, Yusheng, wary of potential home intrusions while at the airport, requested Feng Taizhan to load the artifacts and cash into the vehicle. Yusheng then drove his Mercedes towards the airport, with Feng Taizhan seated beside him. Barely 3 minutes had passed when Feng Taizhan remarked, Boss, that Wrangler behind us has been tailing us. Let me take the wheel. Yusheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a novice, he was fixated solely on the road ahead, oblivious to the situation behind. They swiftly switched positions, and as Feng Taizhan grasped the steering wheel, he finally exhaled, accelerating the Mercedes like a phantom, hurtling forward. The pursuing Wrangler matched their speed. Inside the Wrangler, 2 men sat. The one in the passenger seat wore a brooding expression. Chong, we can't keep up. Should we abandon the chase? They've spotted us. The driver, frustrated, pounded on the window. Damn, what kind of driving skills are these? We've been exposed in just 3 minutes. Chong, irritated, glanced back at the road. Realizing that Yusheng's speed made it easy to keep pace, yet his subordinate had bungled the operation. The subordinate remained silent, though internally he bristled, thinking, if you're so capable, why don't you drive? With a sudden idea, Chong pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Tian's. Boss, Yusheng has left. The Mercedes is too fast for us to pursue. I'm thinking of contacting the locksmith from the Thief King to clean out his place. What do you think? Go ahead, Tang Tian's replied without hesitation. The plane landed punctually, and a flow of passengers surged from the airport. Comparing the photograph, Yusheng finally spotted Wen Shu, just over 20, dressed in modest jeans and a t-shirt, with large, animated eyes and skin as pale as milk. Her long, elegant legs exuded an air of aristocracy that caused passers-by to pause, momentarily forgetting the passage of time. Wen Shu, Yusheng? Her scrutinizing gaze was lively and captivating. Just call me Yugu. Let us go? Yusheng casually shook her hand, but in that fleeting moment, he discerned her essence, distinctly different from Yanni's. While Yanni bore no trace of masculine presence, Wen Shu evidently had more than one. Wen Shu shot him an exasperated glance, as if dissatisfied with his demeanor. Yet her gaze seemed to inadvertently search for something. Yusheng grew increasingly convinced that she was not alone. The one receiving her could not possibly be just herself. Unfazed, he led her to the car. You mentioned you had no time to waste. Where do you wish to go? He inquired. Indeed, I uttered those words. At least during the day, there is no time. Very well, in light of your honesty. Wen Shu smiled slyly. I wish to visit your home. She believed that with this luxurious Mercedes, he would never dare reveal his impoverished status. To her astonishment, Yusheng responded without a moment's hesitation, Wonderful. Let us go home. He always harbored suspicions of being robbed. This was a serendipitous opportunity, one that might lead him to find Tang Lauda. Wen Shu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing with thoughts. Could he really be intending to take advantage of me directly? Surely not. Could such a simple character attract Yin and I's favor? She tentatively inquired, Do you live in a villa? No, he replied, just the most ordinary of homes, a 2-bedroom apartment. Wen Shu was momentarily at a loss. She never anticipated that Yusheng, in such dire straits, would exuberantly bring her home. Her original plan was to seduce him, incite his advances, and then hand the recording to Yin and I, showcasing the true nature of the man she admired. Yet, the outcome appeared to veer off course. Having been educated by the harsh realities of life, Yusheng was already highly cautious of women, and Wen Shu, with her numerous inconsistencies, hardly elicited his interest. He seemed to regard her merely as a source of amusement, devoid of any ulterior motives. Chapter 36. An unusual abduction. The Mercedes came to a steady halt downstairs. Upon spotting a Wrangler, Yusheng's eyes lit up. This was his chance. Today he must locate Tang Lauda. He instructed Feng Taizhan to remain on guard, then, with a beaming smile, led Wen Shu upstairs. Perplexed, Wen Shu queried, Why are you in such a hurry to return? I'm concerned about someone breaking in. Yusheng replied earnestly, Oh my, are you quite wealthy? Wen Shu expressed her astonishment, incredulous that he would safeguard such a dilapidated dwelling as if it were a treasure. Disregarding her incredulity, Yusheng approached his door, retrieving his keys to unlock it. In an instant, he sensed the presence of an unfamiliar individual within. However, he feigned ignorance and, with courteous grace, extended his hand, saying, My lady, please do enter. When Shu perceived this as a potential trap and nervously swallowed hard. You wouldn't be harboring improper intentions towards me, would you? Yusheng glanced at her, exhaling a weary sigh. It is not surprising that you perceive others as merely simplistic villains while considering yourself a complex saint. This is a common trait among the ordinary. Rest assured, I am a virgin, and you are not. Even if you wish to share a bed with me, it would require $1 million. Or else I shan't lay a finger on you. When Shu trembled with indignation, her large eyes glaring fiercely at Yu Sheng as she retorted angrily. What gives you the impression that I am not a virgin? Yu Sheng chuckled lightly. Offer me $1 million, and I shall impart to you a priceless insight into discerning character. No disguise could withstand my scrutiny. When Shu glared, her face flushed with fury as she exclaimed. So I would then owe you 900,000 in favors, would I? There's no need for that. For Yanni's sake, let's let it go, Yu Sheng said graciously, waving his hand. Upon hearing Yanni's name, when Shu suddenly recalled her mission and promptly replied, all right, provide me with your account. She was resolute in her intention to reveal to Yanni the true nature of the man she admired, questioning her judgment, and subsequently demanding reimbursement. Yu Sheng, grinning, gestured towards the room. Let's proceed inside for the transaction. We wouldn't want anyone overhearing us. When Shu, with a cold smirk, stepped through the entrance but froze in her tracks. Don't move. A handgun was pressed firmly against her temple, and Chang Ji's voice was as frigid as ice, his eyes glinting with a deadly intent. Behind him, a subordinate lingered closely. When Shu had never encountered such peril, terror coursed through her body, rendering her limbs numb as if struck by an electric current, her once agile eyes now frozen in place. I have money. I'll pay the ransom, she stammered. Damn it. I know you have money. Turn around. Chang'e barked. With no other choice, when Shu turned towards the doorway, only to be astonished to find that Yu Sheng had vanished without a trace. A torrent of curses surged through her mind. How could he abandon me? Just wait. I shall haunt you even in death. Chang'e, unaware of Yu Sheng's disappearance, shouted, Yu Sheng, deliver $1 million, or I will take her life. He has already fled, when Shu cautiously reminded him. Chang'e was taken aback. Could Yu Sheng truly be so cowardly? No. The man who had slain Huya and Jin Wanshi could not easily concede. He draped Wen Shu's handbag over his wrist, cleverly concealing the handgun, and threatened her by pressing it against her lower back. Do not attempt any tricks. You will regret it dearly. Move. The three exited into the corridor, which was eerily silent and devoid of any presence. Upon descending the stairs, not only was Yu Sheng nowhere to be found, but even the Mercedes was absent. Chang'e forced Wen Shu into a jeep, while his subordinates swiftly started the vehicle. Let us circle around and check for any followers. Understood. The subordinate replied as he suddenly turned the vehicle. Chang'e scrutinized the surroundings. He found it hard to believe that Yu Sheng would report to the authorities, given he had already killed 2 men and acquired $1 million. Little did he know, Yu Sheng had not only refrained from calling the police, but when Shu had intentionally orchestrated her own abduction to locate Tang Laoda. After some time on the road, Chang'e took out his phone to report back. Upon hearing the full account, Tang Laoda instructed, call Yu Sheng and demand $1 million for the ransom. Chang'e dialed Yu Sheng's number. Yu Sheng, your woman is in my possession. I demand $1 million for her release, or I cannot guarantee her safety, given her beauty. Oh, $1 million is fine. You already have my phone number, so I won't waste words. Just transfer it to my account. Damn it. Are you pretending to be clueless? You owe me. I want cash. No transfers. Don't tell me you can't manage that. Why should I give you anything? Yu Sheng was instantly engulfed in fury. You expect me to pay you after handing over the person? How audacious of you. When Shu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, exclaiming, what a bizarre situation. She felt as though she might meet her demise at Yu Sheng's hands today. Yet, she found herself devoid of cash in US dollars, and a bank transfer would not suffice. What was she to do? Are you pretending to be ignorant? Chang'e, too, was incensed, slamming his fist against the car window, threatening, do you believe I would take her by force right now? I do believe you would. But when will you provide me with that $1 million? Yu Sheng retorted, damn it, you owe me. Chang'e was losing his composure, for Yu Sheng seemed utterly indifferent to Wen Shu's fate. With a contemplative tone, Yu Sheng remarked, brother, allow me to share with you a priceless secret to discerning character. Would you care to listen? Chang'e had no interest in hearing it. Yet when Shu's eyes widened in curiosity as she blurted, I want to know. She was desperate to uncover Yu Sheng's secret, the reason he could discern her lack of innocence at a glance. Silence. Chang Gu bellowed, his anger bubbling over. I do not want secrets. I demand cash, cold hard cash. Yu Sheng chuckled softly. I possess $1 million, but you have misunderstood the situation. What you hold is not a leverage against me, but a ticking bomb that could obliterate you. Do you know who she is? Inquire about Wen Shu from Yanjing and let your leader gather the facts before we converse further. Let me be frank. Even if you were to give her $1 million, this matter would not conclude. None of you can escape. Even Tang Laodao would be uprooted. Unconvinced, are you? Go ahead, make a move against her. I have not witnessed chaos in quite some time. Furthermore, she is not my woman. Her arrival in Shanghai is solely to contend with me. Why would you presume I would ransom her? Her demise would be better for you. You would all perish together. Enough. Aware that you cannot make decisions, call Tang Laodao. With that, Yu Sheng abruptly ended the call. Chang Gu was left in a stupor. Wen Shu stood frozen, realizing he had anticipated her every move. In that moment, her heart sank with regret, feeling akin to a naive dumpling, foolishly charging into a den of wolves, only to discover that each was a ferocious predator, merciless and bloodthirsty. None truly regarded her, and she had the audacity to contemplate deceit, a complete fool. Chapter 37. The authenticity of the ancient jade finally regaining his composure, Chang Gu turned to Wen Shu. What is your true background? I have no connections. Yu Sheng was merely attempting to intimidate you. I can provide the ransom, but only through a bank transfer. I cannot possibly bring $1 million in cash to Shanghai. Her greatest fear was that once she divulged her background, Chang Gu would eliminate her to silence her. For as Yu Sheng had rightly pointed out, even providing her with $1 million would not suffice. The Wen family would not let the matter rest, and Chang Gu would indeed face his doom, with Tang Laodao unable to escape either. Yet the more she denied it, the more apprehensive Chang Gu became. He dialed Tang Laodao once more, relaying Yu Sheng's words. Tang Laodao instructed him to continue circling around and began making inquiries with contacts in Yanjing. However, to his dismay, none recognized her. Tang Laodao felt a tinge of anxiety. What was even more terrifying was the fact that Wen Shu was willing to offer $1 million. A woman of such wealth, yet absent from the business circle, left only one conclusion. She was connected to the elite. Moreover, the circles they inhabited were of a remarkably high caliber, where the families of influential figures were shrouded in secrecy, inaccessible to the general populace. Tang Laodao promptly dialed Yu Sheng. This is Tang Tiansu. Ah, are you preparing to transfer the funds? Only I can resolve this for you. Yu Sheng, do not push your luck. I have yet to settle the account of the $1 million you took from me. I am unaware of what you speak. However, you conducted your dealings in my villa, and I must bear the shared responsibility. Do you dare to confront me? Is that your villa? Are you not aware? It is a property I acquired through foreclosure. Su Rui merely refuses to vacate. We have no quarrel. I simply wish to reclaim my property. Understood. I shall return the woman to you, and I will forego the money. Let this matter conclude here. No problem. I assure you, Wen Shu will not disclose this. Simply have Wen Shu exit the vehicle, and I will follow closely behind in the Wrangler. Tang Laodao cursed under his breath and immediately called Brother Chang. Are you a fool? Yu Sheng is right behind you. Have Wen Shu get out of the car, and let this matter rest. Do not provoke him further. Brother Chang complied, instructing his subordinates to halt. He then returned the handbag to Wen Shu and asked her to exit the vehicle, surprised to find Yu Sheng following closely. Her resentment diminished significantly. Once the Wrangler departed, the Mercedes indeed approached. She re-entered the car, still seated in the back, yet remained silent. Yu Sheng stated, let this matter conclude. It is not about sparing them, but rather about leaving the credit to Yan and I. When Shu understood, her spirits lifted, and she nodded in agreement. However, she suddenly asked, do you know that Brother Chang was in your room? I do. I intended to use you as bait to locate Tang Laodao, but it failed. The enemy was too cunning, Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly. When Shu was momentarily taken aback, how could he speak so candidly about using her as bait? She had never endured such indignity, and no one dared to toy with her life. Indignantly, she inquired, have you considered what would happen if I were to die? Yu Sheng remained silent for a moment before responding, I apologize, but I truly do not care about your fate. Feng Taizhan trembled at the weight of his words. Boss. Isn't that statement a bit too harsh? Yet, when Shu found herself surprisingly calm, at least this man was speaking the truth. Indifference was, indeed, a rational stance. Suddenly, the Mercedes pulled to the side, and Yang Kai entered the passenger seat. When Shu exclaimed, was there another person following us just now? Of course. Otherwise, we would have been discovered earlier. Yang Kai was in a taxi trailing the Wrangler while we followed the taxi. Yusheng chuckled. When Shu then asked, "What was the secret you mentioned about reading people?" 1 million, he replied. "Thank you." When Shu smiled and added, "Have you gone mad from poverty? After dinner, I shall introduce you to a few wealthy individuals." Very well. Yusheng concluded that this was indeed Wen Shu's well-rehearsed performance. The elite young master was about to make his entrance. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Su Haoping calling. "Brother, a member of the Collectors Association has donated a piece of porcelain, but I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Could you come and lend me your discerning eye? What are the conditions for the donation?" Essentially, it is an exchange, but it must be under the guise of a donation to avoid liability. We need to present him with a Ru porcelain vase in return. Upon hearing this, it was evidently a ruse. "You don't wish to offend anyone, so let me bear the brunt, shall I?" "No problem. One cannot refuse in this lifetime, especially since Su Haoping has assisted me more than once. I owe him a considerable debt of gratitude." Su Haoping smiled awkwardly. "Mainly, you need a reputation to prepare for joining the Collectors Association. I am at Building 7 in the Imperial Garden. Come over." "Is 7 your villa?" Yusheng inquired incredulously. "Indeed. All right, I shall be there shortly." Arriving at Villa 7 in a Mercedes, Yusheng entered with Wen Shu and soon found a gathering of over a dozen individuals in the living room, all evidently collectors. Su Haoping greeted him with a hearty laugh, and after some polite exchanges, it became apparent that everyone had heard of Yusheng. While he had not recognized any of them, one young man, in particular, caught his attention. He appeared to be around 27 or 28, bearing a humble yet warm smile. Exuding charm and elegance, he was Kai Yuhua from the capital. Yusheng could almost ascertain that this was a setup aimed at him, and he suspected that Kai Yuhua and Wen Shu were in cahoots. He smirked inwardly, yet maintained his composure. "Brother, what do you think of this jade artifact?" All eyes turned to Yusheng, some with a hint of amusement, others with a look of schadenfreude, and a few displaying pity, lamenting that such a young individual had fallen into this trap. The jade sculpture on the table was abstract in form, yet the quality of the jade was commendable, and the craftsmanship was top-notch. Its only flaw was the signs of artificial aging, an unmistakable indication of forgery. As Yusheng casually adjusted it, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this was indeed genuine ancient jade. The signs of aging were real, intended to disguise the authenticity, effectively laying a trap for him. Should he declare it a fake, he would be thoroughly ensnared. Everyone present, apart from Su Haoping, would produce irrefutable evidence to affirm the jade's authenticity. Su Haoping had been misled by the signs of aging, mistakenly believing it to be a counterfeit. Yusheng could not publicly expose Su Haoping's deception, so he devised a prudent plan. "Brother Su, where's the restroom?" The crowd was taken aback. It was evident that he wished to speak privately, yet they had no reason to object. Su Haoping understood and led him to the restroom. Once the door was secured, Yusheng lowered his voice. "This is a setup. The ancient jade is authentic, and the aging is intended to ensnare me. If Brother Su trusts me, then let's exchange it. If not, let us proceed with the exchange, and then I shall provide you with anything you desire." Su Haoping was profoundly shocked. No wonder he sensed an inexplicable strangeness and had thought it a forgery. This was indeed a scheme directed at Yusheng. "Why target you?" "For Yin and I. The woman accompanying me is a friend of Yanni and also Kai Yuhua's dog. Today, if you do not call me, that woman will lead me here. There is no escaping this." "Understood." Su Haoping patted his shoulder and said with a reassuring smile, "With such a beautiful girlfriend as Yanni, your troubles lie ahead. But I stand by you." Chapter 38. The villa is unlocked. The people in the living room whispered among themselves. It was evident that this could not be authenticated. I had mentioned earlier that identifying ancient jade with blindfolds was impossible. It was clearly a publicity stunt. Today's youth are far too impetuous, merely possessing a hollow reputation, Kai Yuhua remarked with satisfaction. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Yusheng and another person emerged. The entire scene fell silent, and everyone's gaze returned to Yusheng. Su Haoping glanced at Kai Yuhua and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Yusheng told me that this ancient jade is genuine. However, he feared I might not believe him. So he privately explained that this ancient jade was purposely aged, crafted with remarkable skill, merely to make the genuine appear counterfeit. It seems that young Master Kai is indeed quite skilled. Although not as proficient as Brother Yu, he has at least managed to deceive me, promising a bright future ahead. And this refined young lady here is also a friend of young Master Kai. I must say, Oscar owes you a little golden statuette. The crowd felt as if they were being throttled. Such harsh words. Kai Yuhua's demeanor changed dramatically. When Shu was mortified, never having felt so embarrassed before. Her attempt to seduce Yu Sheng had backfired, ensnaring her instead, and her scheming had been laid bare. Su Haoping was genuinely furious. He held a respectable position. Yet Kai Yuhua had brought so many people to toy with him. This was truly intolerable. Unfortunately, Kai Yuhua had anticipated everything except for Yu Sheng's ability to discern authenticity with a mere touch. They believed Yu Sheng only excelled in appraisal, thus falling into their trap, unaware that his reliance lay in extraordinary abilities. At this moment, the collectors were caught in a dilemma, wishing to remain neutral, yet fearing to offend Kai Yuhua. Feeling utterly awkward and distressed, they never anticipated Yu Sheng's formidable prowess. Offending such a character would leave them perpetually anxious, uncertain of where retaliation might begin, always at risk of being ensnared, particularly as Yu Sheng's gaze swept over them, as if he were etching their faces into memory, which sent further chills down their spines. Quietly lamenting their predicament, why endure such suffering? Yu Sheng, however, did not cast a glance at Kai Yuhua. He was undoubtedly an adversary, not worth his attention. Su Haoping, being a board member, was adept at cutting through the chaos with decisive clarity. He succinctly stated, "Although brother, you suggested I exchange pleasantries to save face for everyone. I believe it is unnecessary. Having compromised this time, there will be another opportunity for a display. It is best to disband now. My establishment is too small to accommodate young Master Kai and his esteemed lady." This last statement was truly heart-wrenching, excessively harsh, implying that when Shu was Kai Yuhua's wife, if they attempted to refute it, they would lose. If they remained silent, they would suffer dreadfully. Pursuing Yanni while accompanied by his wife? For Wen Shu, the prospect of Yan and I discovering this matter would certainly lead to a severance of their friendship. Kai Yuhua's lack of gratitude left her bereft of Yan Ni's companionship. What does it mean to make a blunder? Reflecting back, her misfortunes began the moment the plane landed. She faced confrontations, was subjected to coercion, and was entangled in a farcical scheme orchestrated by Kai Yuhua. The ensuing events felt like relentless assaults, each blow cutting deeply, leaving her utterly defeated. In her frustration, she nearly lost her composure. Yet, Kai Yuhua remained unfazed, displaying an air of nonchalance. With a graceful bow, he declared, "Today was merely a misunderstanding. Consider this ancient jade a token of apology to Director Su." He then turned to Yu Sheng, asserting, "I shall not relinquish Yan and I, for you are unworthy of her. You remain oblivious to the vast chasm between you. A modicum of self-awareness would serve you well. This is my final counsel, intended for your own good. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed. At least he maintained an admirable demeanor, losing with dignity and grace. Yu Sheng privately commended him, rating his performance a commendable 90 out of 1,000. When Shu, feeling compelled to follow suit, exited alongside him, remaining behind would have been far more embarrassing. Yet leaving solidified Kai's position, a bittersweet agony indeed. Once they had departed, the collectors sprang to life, their demeanor transforming dramatically, showering Yu Sheng with insincere flattery. They lavished praise upon him. However, Yu Sheng was not one to be easily swayed by empty compliments. He discerned that allowing them to escape without some cost was simply untenable. Su Haoping, however, took the initiative, "Brother, to join the Collectors Association. One must possess a substantial and esteemed collection that garners universal recognition. Given the crowd today, how about showcasing your treasures for everyone's appraisal?" The assembly immediately echoed their agreement. Yet inwardly they chuckled, presuming that Yu Sheng's offerings would be paltry, hardly sufficient for membership, thus rendering him the architect of his own embarrassment. Yet Yu Sheng replied with a smile, "As it happens, I am moving today, and my collection is outside in the vehicle. Allow my bodyguards to bring it in." He then made a phone call. Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan entered, each carrying 2 boxes, placing all 4 on the ground. One by one, Yu Sheng unveiled the artifacts. Laying them upon the table, the collectors were left astounded. These antiques and relics had been meticulously curated in the secret chamber of the Rongsheng group, with Yu Sheng selecting the most valuable among them. Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan wore expressions of concern, having witnessed their boss purchasing fakes from a street vendor. They feared deception was afoot. "My goodness, is that the Qianlong Enlightenment Heart Bottle? The Tang Dynasty Gilded Beast Head Agate Cup? The Horse-Headed Silver Pot?" Gasps of astonishment filled the air. If these did not suffice for membership in the Collectors Association, what would? Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan stood in disbelief, realizing that the artifacts they had purchased that day were indeed genuine. Even Su Ho Ping was taken aback. He had anticipated Yu Sheng would produce merely some ancient jade or porcelain, only to be met with national treasures of the highest caliber, casually placed upon the table. The visual impact struck the onlookers like purchasing an adult film from a street corner, only to discover upon returning home that it featured a prominent star from the esteemed entertainment industry performing without a stunt double. The gazes directed at Yu Sheng transformed entirely. The caliber of this collector overshadowed them all. However, Yu Sheng had no intention of selling these treasures, as they symbolized his status. Fortunately, what he ultimately chose to present was indeed for sale, an ancient jade piece from Meng Qingyang. The crowd finally found a means to alleviate their grievances. May I acquire this ancient jade pendant from you? I offer 5 million. All right, you have my friendship, came the reply. To refuse would be foolish. This jade is only worth 2 to 3 million. Yu Sheng's message was clear. Those who purchased would be considered friends, while those who did not would be remembered. The assembled individuals, understanding the significance of his expertise and the depth of his collection, recognized that crossing him was ill-advised. In perfect harmony, each person selected a piece of jade, all priced at double the market value. Yet, it was not a loss, merely equivalent to auction prices. In the end, Yu Sheng's earnings reached 60 million. His total funds had now escalated to 85 million, not including the additional $1 million. Just as everyone was reveling in the success, Yanni's call came through. I have good news to share. The drug trafficking case from last night has concluded. Yan and I did not mention the considerable efforts she exerted to expedite the resolution, allowing Yu Sheng to reclaim his property. His eyes brightened. Are you saying my villa has been unsealed? Yes, you can go over and take possession now. Just sign the papers. Great. Will you come by tonight? Sure, I will. Yan and I readily agreed, under the assumption that when Shu would be present. After hanging up, Yu Sheng beamed at the crowd. Bowing slightly, I have purchased the villa next door, number 8, but I won't be inviting anyone over on the first day. Once I am settled, I shall treat you all to drinks. The crowd congratulated him on his new residence, creating a harmonious atmosphere devoid of any lingering tension. Chapter 39. A relationship of allies. Upon entering Villa Number 8, the watchful old Jing revealed a peculiar smile. Within their ranks, there existed a consensus. The individuals responsible for the deaths of Hu Ye and Jin Wanshi were none other than Yu Sheng. Yan and I, in her defense of Yu Sheng, claimed it was the handiwork of Tang Laoda's people, a statement that elicited no dissent. No one was foolish enough to oppose it. What was particularly alarming was Yu Sheng's combat prowess, rivaling that of a seasoned warrior. Amidst heavy encirclement, he maneuvered with ease, even carrying $1 million without leaving a trace. A master like Hu Ye could be fatally struck from behind. The old police officer politely inquired, Mr. Yu, this is the inventory list. Would you like to inspect it? No need. It doesn't matter if something is missing, Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly, signing to acknowledge receipt. Before departing, the old officer remarked pointedly, a murder in a haunted house affects the villa's value. You've incurred a significant loss. His implication was clear. How could one commit murder within their own villa? Yu Sheng smiled slightly and remarked, I merely require a basement to serve as a storage space. The old police officer, suddenly gripped by stomach pains from frustration, glanced at Yu Sheng. Here was someone purchasing a villa solely for the purpose of storage, while he himself was nearing retirement with a mere 100,000 earned. Sighing, he closed the door, and Yu Sheng, along with 2 others, eagerly ascended the stairs with their luggage. They first placed the cultural relics and U.S. dollars into the safe. Boss, this safe has been violently breached by Jing Feng before. It is no longer secure. We should invest in the best available, Yang Kai suggested, fully aware that the boss would not hesitate to spend on a safe. Agreed, Yu Sheng contemplated before issuing his directives. First, the security of the entire villa must be revamped. All surveillance, alarms, and defensive equipment should be top-notch. Second, you are responsible for recruiting the security personnel, assessing them, and determining their compensation. If they are not suitable, feel free to dismiss them. Third, I require a stockpile of jade rough stones. Construct a sealed storage area in the basement to ensure their safety. Fourth, set up a workshop in the basement, equipped with a complete set of stone processing and jade carving tools. Fifth, procure a Toyota Alphard specifically for security-related transportation. He communicated all his plans to Yang Kai. transferring 10 million for expenses. This was the most efficient method. When there were tasks to be handled, his subordinates would manage them, while he merely needed to speak. Moreover, such trust would invigorate his subordinates' motivation. Indeed, Yang Kai seemed energized, charging forth with renewed vigor. In the presidential suite's reception area, Kai Yuhua, possessing an elegant demeanor, smiled as he regarded the young man across from him. How well do you know Yu Sheng? Share everything you know, every detail, no matter how insignificant. Mo Yunsong, visibly excited, sensed that his opportunity had arrived. In comparison to Kai Yuhua, Yu Sheng was nothing. How could the family elder encourage him to associate with Yu Sheng? If he could forge a friendship with this elite young man before him, what could he not accomplish in the future? Yu Sheng, in truth, possesses no real expertise. He is utterly ignorant of cultural relics and jade rough stones. He merely relies on guesswork. His strength lies in his audacity to gamble, to place bets. For instance, during our last stone betting, he was convinced that the rough stone I selected was undoubtedly the best. Thus he purchased the stone from me, ultimately winning. And the cultural relics? Kai Yuhua immediately inquired. Those two are based on guesses. His greatest skill is in speculation. Unless you are unsure of the authenticity, he can determine it merely by observing you, without needing to examine the relic itself. This is akin to the principle behind blind assessment of ancient jade. Mo Yunsong attempted to downplay Yu Sheng. Kai Yuhua's understanding suddenly crystallized. No wonder Yu Sheng could arrive at conclusions with just a cursory touch. He could not help but admire Yu Sheng. Indeed, he was a talent, and that was a skill in itself. Simultaneously, he took note of Yu Sheng's vulnerability, his propensity to gamble. To dare to wager could elevate one to great heights at the right moment, yet in error, it could lead one straight to ruin. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Mo Yunsong did not mention the auction, as it was a source of shame for him. Kai Yuhua smiled. Are you deliberately concealing something? According to my investigation, your wife and Yu Sheng were lovers during their university years. Mo Yunsong was taken aback and exclaimed, Impossible. He didn't even speak to Tong Lin. He certainly doesn't know her. Perhaps they have become adversaries, or perhaps they are like strangers. Or maybe they are concealing something. I harbor no ill will towards your wife. I merely wish to uncover everything about Yu Sheng and identify his vulnerabilities, nothing more. Kai Yuhua's gaze was piercing, as if she had discerned Yu Sheng's weakness. Tong Lin. The secrets he harbors must be something he fears others discovering, particularly Yin and I. Yin and I was preoccupied with reviewing documents concerning Tang Laoda. She understood deeply that Tang Laoda posed a threat to Yu Sheng. Just then, the phone rang. It was Wen Shu. Yin and I, do you know about Yu Sheng's past? Of course. Are you aware that he has several women? Not a single one. Do you believe him simply because he said so? At least I found evidence of his affair with Mo Yunsong's wife, Tong Lin. Wen Shu, who is spreading these rumors about Yu Sheng? Oh my, this is not mere gossip. They were lovers in university. Yet when they met on the day of the gambling stone, they did not speak. Did you never question that? I have no doubts. Yu Sheng told me they were estranged. After graduating, Tong Lin vanished without a trace, offering no explanation, and by the time they met again, she was already Mo Yunsong's wife. The silence was because Tong Lin chose loyalty to her husband, thus ignoring Yu Sheng, who merely respected her choice. Wen Shu felt somewhat disheartened, having played the fool once more. She sighed. Well, your explanation aligns more with my impression of Yu Sheng. He truly does not care for women and has no need to lie. Oh, so you weren't together? Yin and I suddenly realized. Wen Shu grew awkward, realizing that Yu Sheng had never mentioned this to Yin and I, feeling rather uncouth for her betrayal. She quickly added, I have no desire to be with him. I'll wait for you at the hotel. No, I plan to see Yu Sheng tonight. If you wish to meet him, you may go. But I have a friend from Beijing who wants to meet you. If it's a woman, bring her along. If it's a man, please refrain from mentioning it. No one is permitted. You should know, I fled my wedding to escape to Jianghai City. Yin and I instantly grasped Wen Shu's intentions. So, you and Yu Sheng will not marry? Certainly not. We are allies, Yin and I stated with utmost composure. Wen Shu glanced at Kai Yuhua beside her, feeling it was absurd that they had yet to clarify their relationship. She confirmed, Does Yu Sheng also consider you allies? Of course. What he cannot accomplish, I will handle. What I cannot resolve, he will. We collaborate exceptionally well, and I owe my achievements to him. Yin and I was acutely aware of the influence wielded by those elite gentlemen, and she endeavored to dispel any threats they posed to Yu Sheng. Wen Shu cast another glance at Kai Yuhua, and upon seeing his nod, she acquiesced. Very well. We shall go together, as my friend is acquainted with Yu Sheng and wishes to invite him to a stone gambling session. This matter does not concern you, so there is no need for you to involve yourself. Yin and I pondered for a moment, realizing they were essentially bestowing financial favors upon Yu Sheng. She replied nonchalantly, "As long as you don't entangle me in this, I am fine." With that, she abruptly ended the call. Chapter 40. The billion-yuan bet. Yu Sheng was meticulously inspecting the entirety of the villa when Shu's call came through. "This evening, Kai Yuhua and I are visiting your home. You wouldn't dare to decline us, would you?" Yu Sheng furrowed his brow. "You are welcome to come. But I would rather not have Kai Yuhua. My humble abode cannot accommodate such a grand personage. How lacking in decorum you are. Kai Yuhua wishes to invite you to gamble on stones. Surely, you are not afraid?" When Shu began to provoke him, "I am more than willing to engage in stone gambling at any time. Simply inform me of the time and place, and he need not come," Yu Sheng retorted, promptly hanging up the phone. Kai Yuhua's expression darkened instantly. Given his stature, visiting Yu Sheng was meant to be an act of courtesy, and yet Yu Sheng had the audacity to refuse. However, when Shu turned to Kai Yuhua in astonishment, "You mean to say he does not gamble on stones? He is so confident?" "I said he does not understand stone gambling, not that he is incapable of it. Is there a difference? Indeed, if one can distinguish, one can ultimately prevail. This time, I intend for him to lose everything." Kai Yuhua remarked coolly, "You shall inform him in Yin Ni's presence this evening that tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Pingzhou Jadeite Fate Stone Gambling House, the wager will be 1 billion. Should he lack the funds, he may defer the payment, provided Yin Ni acts as guarantor." A sinister smile crept across Kai Yuhua's face. Very well. When Shu, eager to reclaim her dignity, was willing to oblige, estimating that even if the impoverished fellow put up his house, it would not suffice. As dinner time approached, she took a taxi to Yu Sheng's residence. After knocking for an extended period, there was no response. Frustrated, she called Yin and I. "Yu Sheng refuses to open the door. Scold him for me." When Shu, "You are being excessive. I am at Yu Sheng's house, and the front door is wide open. I did not see you at all." Yin and I replied with a stern demeanor. When Shu was taken aback, "What? An open door? How did you concoct such an air of grandeur in this modest 2-bedroom apartment?" "Oh, it appears you are unaware. We are in Villa number 8 of the Imperial Garden. Come, we must celebrate our housewarming. I have prepared a dish myself. Just waiting for you to join us for dinner." Yin and I hung up the phone. Very well. When Shu felt as though she had been struck by frost. Knowing well of the Imperial Garden and having even visited Villa number 7. But to her astonishment, Yu Sheng had moved to Villa number 8. She felt a wave of hormonal imbalance wash over her. This was utterly disheartening. Upon finally arriving at Villa number 8, she found that Yin and I had not deceived her. The door was indeed open. She traversed the garden unimpeded, arriving at the villa, which stood as a French-style residence, comprising a basement, 2 floors above ground, and an attic, totaling 4 levels, with gardens both front and back, and a small 2-story building for the nanny and bodyguard nestled in the corner. This garden villa was worth no less than 1 billion, a price diminished only by the current real estate downturn. When Shu seethed with resentment, she felt that Yu Sheng had intentionally withheld the information of his new residence, leading her on a fruitless journey to his former home. "Today, let us wager the villa. Allow me to demonstrate the true worth of a woman's visage and the terrifying consequences of her disgrace." She resolved to seek retribution and retrieved her phone to call Kai Yuhua. "I have arrived." "Good. Do not hang up. Simply place it in your pocket." "I wish to hear the entire account," Kai Yuhua instructed. When Shu secured her phone and, with gritted teeth, strode into the open dining area, designed to accommodate 20. Yet only Yu Sheng and Yin and I were present, both greeting her with smiles. "Come, sit down. We haven't touched our chopsticks," Yu Sheng cheerfully remarked. When Shu took her seat beside Yin and I, glaring angrily at Yu Sheng, "Tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon, at Pingzhou Emerald Garden, the wager is 100 million. I presume you do not have that, so stake the villa instead." Yu Sheng erupted in laughter. "My dear girl, 100 million for a villa? Not to mention, I possess 80 million in cash. Even a single artifact in my safe surpasses that value. Ask Kai Yuhua's acquaintances. They can attest to its worth." When Shu glanced at Yin and I, confirming Yu Sheng's words, and felt as though she might choke. Her large eyes twinkled as she suddenly exclaimed, "Yu Sheng, are you displaying your peacock feathers? Is this a courtship? This pit is indeed deep." To deny it would wound Yin and I, yet to affirm it would imply Yin Ni's deceit, severing their alliance. Yin Ni's complexion paled. However, Yu Sheng had never considered concealing his intentions. Laughing heartily, the wise do not fall in love. I merely engage in transactions. To me, everything can be appraised. For instance, if you wish to purchase my virginity, 10 million will suffice, and I shall ensure your satisfaction tonight. When Shu was both amused and infuriated, turning to Yin and I, did you hear that? He intends to bed me. Yin and I responded with a smile. As long as you are willing to spend, why not? This is of no concern to me. We are allies. When Shu then turned back to Yu Sheng, have you made an offer to Yin and I? How much for her? I offered Yin and I a villa to acquire her virginity, yet she refused, Yu Sheng lamented. When Shu trembled with indignation. This was a completely unequal treatment. He desired to bed her, yet she had to pay him? Yet with Yin and I present, she dared not claim her virginity. However, a thought crossed her mind, and with a playful smile, she remarked, you possess 80 million in cash? Is money so easily earned these days? It must be tainted. I presume. Her intention was merely to retaliate, yet she was unaware of the precision of her strike, leaving even Yin and I slightly unsettled. Yet, Yu Sheng's true trump card lay not in wealth. He was utterly indifferent to loss, thus nonchalantly admitting, easily earned money is unclean. While clean money is hard to come by, they say the righteous path is fraught with hardship, yet who truly understands? Behind that hardship lies nothing but pain. Look at the honest folk, toiling under the midday sun, each bearing their own burdens. There is no sequence of suffering and sweetness, only the passage of years, the unchanging mountains, and the relentless pursuit of wealth throughout a lifetime. Yin and I was momentarily taken aback. How could such sorrow be woven into his words? Perhaps what Tong Lin had left him was an indelible wound that could never be concealed. When Shu was rendered speechless, this person was forcing her to act, directly admitting to the deadly seriousness of the situation. Any further entanglement would be utterly disgraceful. She swiftly shifted the conversation. Do you harbor hatred for Tong Lin? Her insistence on mentioning Tong Lin was an attempt to sow discord between Yu Sheng and Yin and I, naturally breeding malice. Yu Sheng gazed at her with profound intensity, and as he confirmed that her intentions were not to harm Tong Lin, the hidden chill gradually dissipated. He spoke softly and thoughtfully. Life is akin to a shopping spree. Once you have made a purchase, do not dwell on the price. Once you have tasted, do not regret. Once you have loved, do not doubt. And when it ends, do not slander. Everything is a cost for the choices we make. Do not regret being kind to anyone, even if you misjudged them, even if you were betrayed, even if you hit a wall. Your kindness is not a reflection of their worth, but a testament to your own goodness. Yin and I seemed electrified, her body tingling with a tremor. His words struck at the very softest part of her heart. In that instant, she felt a profound resonance, fully understanding this man. When Shu felt a deep sense of depression wash over her, it was only now that she realized the gap between herself and Yu Sheng was not due to her own height, but rather the elevation of Yu Sheng. He had always looked down upon her, embracing her, seeing through her with a single glance. Chapter 41. The search for Tang Lao to Yu Sheng's elevated stance ignited when Shu's embarrassment and anger. With a sudden resolve, she decided to play her trump card, revealing a dazzling smile. Yu Sheng, I will give you 10 million. You will belong to me tonight. As long as you satisfy me, I will believe that you are allies. This was a decisive blow. Even if Yu Sheng was capable, he would never degrade Yin and I for the sake of it. Yet, Yin and I was indeed disgusted, but she could not intervene. That would be self-sabotage. After all, if they were allies, why would it matter what transpired in bed? However, Yu Sheng suddenly laughed. First, the payment. When Shu turned to Yin and I, who merely smiled, seemingly unperturbed. Why are you looking at me? Oh, I see. I can serve as a witness for you both. No one is allowed to go back on their word. When Shu, do you actually have the money? When Shu felt speechless, did Yin and I not know whether she had money? Was she intentionally challenging her? Give me your account number. When Shu promptly transferred 10 million to Yu Sheng. Upon completing the transaction, she felt a pang of regret. Good heavens, if this got out, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Well, whoever backed down first was the loser. She truly did not believe that Yu Sheng would go to bed with her in front of Yin and I. After receiving the money, Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Girl, the truth is, you wouldn't dare. Although you are not a virgin, you cannot bring yourself to buy a man's first night with money, even with wealth. You have to provide an explanation to your family. How would you explain it? Do you know how I discerned your hesitation? Do you want to know the secret to reading people? When Shu's eyes widened, I want to know. She was genuinely curious, believing Yu Sheng's insights were remarkably accurate. Yu Sheng revealed a triumphant smile. The secret is, give him time and observe how he uses it. This is a priceless insight into understanding people. Since you've purchased it, we are even now. When Shu sprang up as if someone had stepped on her tail. Are you trying to blackmail me? I didn't purchase anything. I am not a fool. Either you provide me with service, or you return my money. Yu Sheng turned to Yin and I. Please. Let the judge speak. Yin and I was already laughing uncontrollably, her charm radiating like a blooming flower, and she truly resembled a judge, ready to deliver a fair verdict. May I ask, Yu Sheng, before you reveal your secret, did Wen Shu know that its value is in the millions? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, appreciating her cooperation. He was about to say it himself. He solemnly raised his hand to swear. I swear she knew. I mentioned it more than once this morning. Wen Shu, infuriated, yelled, but I never said I would buy it. Yu Sheng shot back, well, you didn't say you wanted it for free either. Yin and I burst into laughter. Wen Shu seized Yin Ni's arm. It's time to test your character. Can such a single statement be worth 10 million? Yin and I finally replied seriously. Unless you can return the secret to him, otherwise the contract stands. Wen Shu gasped, nearly choking. How could she possibly return it after hearing it? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she screamed. No, we both received the secret. I lost 5 million. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Thanks to Yin and I's mediation, the farce concluded with Yu Sheng gifting Wen Shu an ancient jade worth 5 million, giving her some semblance of closure. Kai Yuhua, who had eavesdropped on the entire affair, cursed Wen Shu for her foolishness, realizing that Yu Sheng had cleverly manipulated the terms. Wen Shu's 10 million contract was meant for her first night, so how could Yu Sheng unilaterally shift it to the secret? The debt for the secret remained. In the end, Wen Shu, in her ignorance, had no opportunity to seek legal counsel, and the case was closed. Kai Yuhua felt regret. If Wen Shu had been a bit smarter, she could have exposed that they were not allies at all, thereby dismantling their scheme. Realizing that Wen Shu had forgotten him entirely, he angrily hung up the phone. Indeed, Wen Shu had forgotten about her phone being on. After dinner, she pulled Yin and I aside for a late-night discussion, denying Yu Sheng any opportunity. Little did she know, Yu Sheng had no time to spare. As usual, he turned off his phone and stealthily left the villa, traveling a considerable distance before hailing a taxi to the Thief King's residence. He knocked on the door. A frail, gaunt middle-aged man appeared, looking at Yu Sheng with a puzzled expression, vaguely familiar, but unable to recall who he was. I have a deal to propose. May I come in? Very well. The Thief King stepped aside. Once inside, after the door was securely closed, Yu Sheng stated, Today, it was you who unlocked my door. Wasn't it? The Thief King suddenly remembered why Yu Sheng looked familiar, his scalp prickling in shock as he stumbled back a step. Yu Sheng waved his hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I am here to make a single transaction. Tell me where Boss Tang is, and I shall consider the 2 lock-picking incidents settled. The Thief King's mind buzzed, and he blurted out, You know it was me the first time? Of course. I followed you home, initially intending to give you a chance, but unexpectedly, you unlocked it again. Speak, can we truly locate Tang Laoda? If not, then you might as well perish. Yu Sheng's demeanor was devoid of intimidation. He threatened to end the life of anyone who feigned ignorance. The King of Thieves, realizing the peril he faced, candidly confessed, To be honest, I've been coerced both times. I cannot afford to offend anyone. The first time it was someone from a special department, and the second time it was Brother Chong. Naturally, I recognize he is affiliated with Tang Laoda, but I have never encountered him personally. He is a formidable figure. How could he possibly associate with a mere thief like me? Yu Sheng queried with a calm demeanor. So you cannot find him, correct? Without hesitation, he produced a dagger, a new acquisition from Yang Kai. The military dagger from yesterday had already been discarded. He believed that retaining any weapon after use was the epitome of foolishness. Even the exceedingly rare castor bean toxin had been utilized just once before vanishing. Seeing the imminent threat to his life, the King of Thieves hastily altered his statement. I recalled that during a significant job, I spotted Tang Laoda in a villa at Taoweiyuan. However, I cannot guarantee if he is still there. Take me there. If we do not find him tonight, you shall face the consequences. After a thorough inspection, Yu Sheng confirmed there were no outsiders present. The King of Thieves, feeling helpless, recognized that his title was merely a moniker. He lacked any disciples or followers and stood no chance against Tang Laoda. He could only proceed cautiously, hoping to find Tang Laoda. After changing into suitable attire, donning rubber-soled shoes, and brazenly concealing lock-picking tools, he approached the door. Yu Sheng instructed in a hushed tone. You shall lead the way, do not look back, and refrain from taking any vehicles. Understood. The king of thieves, without further contemplation, proceeded toward Taoyuan, which was not far off. After an hour, he effortlessly entered the villa district of Taoyuan and halted before a European-style villa, proclaiming, "This is the place. Find a way inside." From behind, Yu Sheng, remaining hidden, urged him, "You must convince those inside to open the door. Your involvement will cease then, and all grievances will be resolved." The king of thieves' eyes lit up. Just to have them open the door? That seems manageable. Unexpectedly, Yu Sheng discovered that the king of thieves didn't even need to enter. A simple inquiry at the door yielded results. Yu Sheng shuddered in disbelief, as he had intended to let the king of thieves take the blame. Now, realizing the situation had changed, he struck the back of the king of thieves' head with a knife, causing him to faint. He then crouched beside the unconscious king of thieves, deftly retrieving his phone and slipping it into his own pocket. Manipulating the king of thieves' limbs, he arranged them in a concealed posture. Soon, the four underlings located the hidden thief king. One of them executed a mid-air kick, causing the thief king to stumble and fall with a yelp, after which the quartet surrounded him and unleashed a torrent of blows. Yet, the thief king, under the control of Yu Sheng, revealed no signs of weakness, even letting out cries of agony, leading the underlings to believe they had rendered him unconscious. Ultimately, the thief king was captured and brought back to the villa. Boss Tang, engaged in a meeting in the living room, personally ventured to the courtyard upon hearing the report. At a glance, he recognized the thief king and proceeded to search him. Retrieving a collection of hidden lockpicking tools, Boss Tang found himself both amused and exasperated by the audacity of the thief king to have ventured here. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Make him disappear." Yes. One underling seized the thief king's head and twisted it sharply, producing a sickening crack. He then placed him in a sack and stowed him in the back of a pickup truck. The four underlings drove away, while Boss Tang pondered for a considerable time, sensing something amiss but unable to discern its nature. Furrowing his brow, he returned to his seat in the living room. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline, his oversized sunglasses obscuring half his face. He nervously inquired, "Is someone following me?" "Fear not. It is the thief king. Even if he had indeed been tracking you, it is of no consequence now. I have encased him in a cement pillar, ensuring his complete disappearance," Boss Tang replied nonchalantly. His construction company, primarily engaged in contracting projects, served a dual purpose. Profit was secondary. The main goal was to obliterate any trace of bodies. Each building erected by his firm concealed several corpses, even the living. The man with sunglasses exhaled in relief. "Now that Jia Xiushan's influence grows stronger, there is another individual you must be wary of besides Yan Yi, Yu Sheng. The two bodyguards accompanying him have been given undercover identities by Yan Yi." Boss Tang felt a chill run down his spine. Undercover? Merely a guise to qualify them for armed protection. They are bodyguards solely for Yu Sheng, with no other duties. You need not worry, provided you do not provoke him. However, it is widely believed, aside from Yan Yi, that Yu Sheng poses a significant threat. Consider the fact that Huya could eliminate your four subordinates in an instant. Yet he fell before Yu Sheng without a hint of resistance, struck down by a single thrust to the back of his head. What kind of power is that? A warrior king, perhaps. Boss Tang felt a twitch in his eyelid. He had engaged with Yu Sheng earlier that day, fortunate that Yu Sheng had not sought him out. Suddenly, his phone rang. Without hesitation, Boss Tang answered, even with the man in sunglasses present. "Who is this? You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, I am aware of your abduction of Wen Shu, which was orchestrated by Yu Sheng to use her as bait to locate you. Unfortunately for him, he failed. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Remember, Yu Sheng will not let this matter rest, as he requires results for Yan Yi to advance his career at your expense. Do you understand? If you wish to avoid total annihilation, heed my words. Tomorrow morning, Yu Sheng will be at the airport, boarding a flight to Pingzhou. At 1 p.m., he will be at the Emerald Edge for a stone gambling event. Whether you seize this opportunity is entirely up to your fortune." With that, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. The gaze of the formidable Tang Laoda was icy as he regarded the man in sunglasses. "Who is this individual?" "Kaiyuwa." The man in sunglasses replied softly. "He is the most distinguished young master in the capital, and he has come to Shanghai with Wen Shu, aiming to pursue Yan and I." He dared not conceal the truth. knowing that Tang Lauda had more than one informant within the organization. Tang Lauda pondered deeply before nodding gravely. No wonder he seeks to eliminate Yusheng. It appears I have no choice but to become this sharp blade. The man in sunglasses, unwilling to know Tang Lauda's plans, took his leave. Tang Lauda instructed his subordinates to ensure the man's safe return, emphasizing the necessity of discretion. He never mentioned the name of the man in sunglasses, and Yusheng had never encountered him, unaware of his identity. Seated in contemplation, Tang Lauda murmured to himself. To achieve silence and invisibility, there remains but a single option: to strike when he disembarks the plane, to ensconce him in a taxi, and eliminate him within. He then retrieved his phone to orchestrate the arrangements, causing Yusheng to secretly tremble in fear. Had he been oblivious, he could have easily fallen into the trap. Invisibility would be of no aid when one is still bound within a vehicle. However, the moment one sat down, death was inevitable. For a concealed poison needle lay in wait within the seat. Damn it. Once I uncover the location of the drugs, your fate is sealed. Yusheng seethed, gritting his teeth. He had no desire to quietly eliminate Tang Lauda, for that would merely expose himself. He needed Yin and I to ensnare him. Assisting Yin and I would equate to assisting himself. Once Tang Lauda had finalized his plans, he returned to his chamber. The invisible Yusheng was momentarily taken aback as he beheld an ethereal beauty reclining upon the bed. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin pale as snow, and her tightly shut eyes revealed long lashes, reminiscent of a princess emerging from a fairy tale. Could this be the film star Su Balian? Observing her state, it was evident she was inebriated, evidently drugged by someone. In an instant, Yusheng grasped the situation. This was a scheme by Tang Lauda to abduct her, to indulge in her before sending her away. The film star would dare not speak out, for the cost could very well be the destruction of her reputation. Ultimately, the outcome would be as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Tang Lauda surveyed the scene for a while and, satisfied, began to undress Su Balian, meticulously inspecting her. Had Yusheng not been in an invisible state, he would have been overwhelmed by the visual impact. Ah, she truly is untouched? He mused in astonishment. I had assumed her purity was merely an illusion. Such marvels still exist in the entertainment industry. Yet, Su Balian's background is certainly not as simple as it appears. There must be significant power lurking behind her. Tang Lauda, taken aback, muttered to himself that striking without fully understanding the background was contrary to his principles. Just then, his phone rang. It was his trusted aide, Zhao Yongbo, who managed all his legitimate enterprises. Brother, we may have a predicament. A call has come in from Master Han San of the capital, inquiring whether Su Balian is with us. He insists that if she is, we must release her immediately, claiming he can make it as though nothing has transpired. Tang Lauda's expression darkened. Who leaked this information? No one has leaked it. I suspect he has been making inquiries one by one. As few possess the capability to pull off such a feat, then we cannot acknowledge it. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. We cannot afford to provoke Master Han. I will simply discreetly send the person away. Understood. Zhao Yongbo ended the call. Yusheng's eyes brightened. There was no need to wait for the drugs. This was an opportunity to bring down Tang Lauda, and the impending crisis for tomorrow had been resolved. He could also do Master Han a personal favor, while allowing Yanni to take credit for rescuing the movie star. Perhaps he might even find drugs within this villa, and the potential benefits were already substantial. How could Tang Lauda be allowed to quietly release the person? Just as Tang Lauda was preparing to dress Su Balian, Yusheng suddenly hurled an ashtray, striking the back of his head. Bang! Chapter 43. Leveraging power. Tang Lauda collapsed to the ground, instantly succumbing to death. Yusheng's enhanced physical prowess, even with just an ashtray, caused Tang Lauda's skull to cave in, resulting in his immediate demise. Yusheng took out the phone belonging to the Thief King and swiftly began sending messages to Yanni. One after another, immediately gather your team and surround the villa of Tang Tiance at Teoyuan. He has kidnapped Su Balian, and she is undressed in the master bedroom on the second floor. Bring Wenshu with you to prevent her from searching for me if she finds the house empty. Remember, this concerns the reputation of a female star. And to repay a favor to Master Han, ensure no men enter or touch her during the rescue. You are both responsible for the entire process. As she has been drugged, Tang Tiance will be killed during your rescue. Use the ashtray to do so. Don't forget to search for drugs. There is a high possibility they are hidden in this villa. This phone belongs to the Thief King, who was murdered by Tang Tiance and buried in a cement pile. There is a mole in your department, a Mediterranean-haired man around 50 years old, who has been providing Tang Tiance with insider information. Before Tang Tiance died, he spoke with Kai Yuhua, who gave him my precise whereabouts, prompting Tang Laoda to attempt to kill me. Be sure to extract the call records and inquire with Kai Yuhua while recording the conversation. He will certainly deny it. Then, play the recording for Master Han, claiming you encountered obstruction in your investigation. Remember to delete the records afterwards. At that moment, Yanni was lying in bed with Wen Shu, engaged in conversation, when she suddenly began receiving a flurry of text messages. Upon glancing at the first one, she sat up abruptly. Wen Shu rushed over, exclaiming, "It must be from your lover. Are you trying to hide it from me?" However, Yanni responded sternly, "Put on your clothes. We are going to rescue Su Balian." Hearing such explosive news, Wen Shu immediately abandoned her curiosity and excitedly dressed, ready to play the role of an onlooker. Yanni, meanwhile, had read all the messages, committing them to memory before deleting them entirely. Yu Sheng had already begun searching the bedroom. His aims extended beyond just drugs. He would gladly accept national treasures, US dollars, or even Chinese yuan. He was not picky, especially when he was in dire need of resources. Ultimately, he first discovered a vial of the substance known as Sanswolin, which was the very drug that caused Su Balian to lose consciousness, commonly referred to as a knockout drug. Yu Sheng casually pocketed the drug, knowing it would prove useful in the future. Finally, upon opening the wardrobe, he was taken aback. The space was filled from floor to ceiling with US dollars. Goodness, this person was utterly pedestrian, only recognizing the value of dollars in the pursuit of narcotics, without which there would be no justification for seizing illicit gains. Yu Sheng, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, procured a box and filled it with stacks of US dollars. Unfortunately, despite changing rooms multiple times, he found no trace of drugs. Resolutely, Yu Sheng returned to the master bedroom, and, seizing Tang Tian's phone, he checked the messages, nearly choking in disbelief at the absurdity. Big rooster, little white goose, wolf king, wild dog, earthworm, dry duck, sky monkey. He pondered how to request a shipment from such a motley crew. Ultimately, he concluded that Tang Tiance was unlikely to send a text for supplies. Just then, the phone rang. It was the Wolf King. Yu Sheng's mind raced as he answered directly, "Speak." Unaware of the tension, the Wolf King shouted urgently, "Boss, a multitude of SWAT officers have arrived. Should we call for help?" Yu Sheng was cognizant that Tang Tiance had thousands of underlings, but not all were at the villa, as no one could infiltrate his home. However, today, an unexpected breach had occurred. The fortress was compromised from within, covering his mouth with Su Balian's clothing. Yu Sheng spoke in a low, husky voice, "Bring the goods upstairs." After hanging up, he knew that even if the Wolf King harbored doubts, he would have to come up to verify. The outcome exceeded Yu Sheng's expectations. The Wolf King, thinking a woman was stifling him, rushed into the basement and swiftly carried a large box of contraband to the second floor and into the master bedroom. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. The boss lay sprawled on the floor. He dropped the box and reached for his gun, but it was too late. A heavy ashtray struck him on the back of the head, causing his skull to cave in. Yu Sheng quickly opened the box, revealing a staggering 50 kilograms of narcotics, neatly packed in 50 plastic bags. This quantity was excessively ample for Yin and I. It was enough to secure 10 achievements and condemn 10 individuals. In the future, Yu Sheng could declare anyone a drug dealer, and it would be irrefutable evidence, even justifying lethal force in the face of resistance, an exhilarating notion, akin to holding a license to kill. He set aside 25 kilograms and repacked them into another box before stealthily making his exit. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted Yin and I and Wen Shu rushing through the front door, followed by numerous SWAT officers who swiftly subdued the resisting underlings. Yu Sheng exited the premises effortlessly, walking for a full 10 minutes before finding a taxi in a blind spot devoid of surveillance cameras, departing quietly. Although he had left, the events that unfolded thereafter seemed to progress under his orchestration. Yin and I dismissed the SWAT officers and entered the master bedroom with Wen Shu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yin and I noted that Yu Sheng had completed everything: drug money, the open wardrobe, the narcotics beside the corpse, and the kidnapper lying lifeless on the floor, while Su Balian rested on the bed. Wen Shu eyed her suspiciously. "You can't possibly claim this was your informant's doing, can you? What's the difference from just feeding someone? Only your father would be so considerate." Flushed with heat, Yin and I quickly composed herself, stating, Your involvement in this case has already crossed a line. If you continue to speak recklessly, I will have you arrested. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. No detail regarding the case shall be disclosed. Go and assist her in dressing. Understood. When Shu does not shy away from taking on the role of a savior. In fact, she relishes it. Yin and I picked up Tang Laoda's phone and began to scrutinize the call log, surprisingly finding no need to check with the Telecommunications Bureau, as nothing had been deleted here. She retrieved her own phone, pressed the recording button, and then dialed Kai Yuhua. Kai Yuhua, this is Yin and I, the captain of the criminal police. Oh, Miss Yin, I have long admired you. It is truly an honor to receive your call. Stop. I have a kidnapping case that requires your cooperation in the investigation. May I inquire about your relationship with Tang Tian-so? A kidnapping case? Kai Yuhua was utterly bewildered. Was Tang Tian-so truly so formidable that he could orchestrate a kidnapping so swiftly? She hurriedly denied. I don't know Tang Tian-so at all. I've never heard of him. So, you have never met him? Of course not. What about over the phone? No, we don't even know each other, so why would we communicate? However, there is a record of a call you made to his phone, and the duration indicates that you cannot possibly be strangers. Surely you can explain? What? Kai Yuhua gasped. Have you apprehended Tang Laoda? If you have never heard of him, how do you know Tang Tian-so is Tang Laoda? Oh, Tang Laoda is merely a title. If you have never heard of him, why do you hold him in such esteem? Miss Yin, be quiet. Address me as officer. Very well, officer. I suspect someone has secretly used my phone. By the way, you mentioned I spoke with Tang Tian-so. Do you have a recording? I will reach out to you again. Yin and I hung up the phone. When Shu had been listening intently and was now in a daze. Could it be that Kai Yuhua was the mastermind behind the kidnapping? Just then, Yin and I's phone rang, and the voice of Han Senyi came through. Officer Yin, has Su Baolian been rescued? Rest assured, I have just dressed her. I was the one who dressed her. When Shu exclaimed, all right, it was indeed Miss Wen Shu who personally dressed her. Remember this favor, Senyi. Han Senyi grinned widely, finding the situation far more favorable than anticipated. Baolian was drugged, correct? Was she harmed? It is certain she was drugged, and her clothing was removed. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I managed to eliminate both suspects during their resistance, and Su Baolian was not violated. However, for the sake of reputation, it would be unseemly to take her out like this. If you are not in a hurry, we could wait for her to regain consciousness. This case can remain strictly confidential. What are your thoughts? Han Senyi expressed his gratitude. I fully agree to leave this matter in your capable hands. I will remember the favors from both of you. Should any obstacles arise in this case, do not hesitate to call me. I believe I can help clear many hurdles. Yin and I had been awaiting this affirmation. Chapter 44. The Guardian of Flowers. Yin and I swiftly remarked. I have a recording that I hope you can help send to Kai Yuhua's elders, in hopes of obtaining their support and understanding. I do not intend to target the Kai family. She then transmitted the recording to Han Senyi. Upon hearing this, Master Han immediately understood that Kai Yuhua would undoubtedly obstruct the investigation, regardless of his direct involvement in the kidnapping case. He and Big Brother Tang surely harbored unspeakable secrets that must remain concealed. Master Han couldn't help but admire Yin Ni's precise and adept grasp of these upper echelon games. He promptly sent a message to the Kai family. There was no need for explanations. They would investigate on their own. Kai Yuhua was utterly unprepared for his father's personal phone call. Dad, what instructions do you have? I have but one question. Were you involved in the kidnapping of Su Baolian? Heavens, has Su Baolian been kidnapped? I had no knowledge of this. Do not lie, or you shall forfeit all family resources and status. I swear I was not involved. Then why did you call Big Brother Tang? I had a minor ulterior motive. You are aware that I came to Jianghai to pursue Yin and I. Thus, I intended to use Big Brother Tang to eliminate my rival, who happens to be Yusheng. I merely informed Big Brother Tang about my meeting with Yusheng tomorrow regarding the gambling stone. This has nothing to do with Su Baolian. Now I see. Call off the bet immediately and return to Beijing. Do not interfere with Yin Ni's investigation. The call was abruptly terminated. Kai Yuhua felt as though he had swallowed a fly. How could he be asked to cancel the bet? Wasn't that tantamount to capitulation? Yet, he dared not defy his father's command. Gritting his teeth, he called Wen Shu, instructing her to relay to Yu Sheng that the bet was off. Wen Shu was taken aback, blushing on his behalf, regretting her agreement to assist him, which had turned her into a laughingstock. It was utterly frustrating. After Yin and I concluded the inventory and transfer of drugs and illicit funds, she finally found the time to dial Jia Xiushan's number. Director Jia. We have an informant who has been providing internal information to Big Brother Tang. Informants are commonplace. There are always those who succumb to the lure of money. But if that is all, what are you trying to tell me? My informant described this person as having a Mediterranean hairstyle and being around 50 years of age. A shiver ran through Jia Xiushan, who remarked, "Your informant is truly impressive." He was thoroughly convinced, while the star had yet to file a report. Yin Ni's informant had already rescued the situation, confiscated countless US dollars, seized dozens of kilograms of drugs, eliminated Big Brother Tang, and, on top of that, uncovered the mole, all single-handedly. If solving a case perfectly merits a score of 100, Yu Sheng would earn 1,000. Well, it seems the only remaining candidate is Deputy Director Qin. Director Jia promptly reported to Li Chongqing. And then Deputy Director Qin was discreetly invited for a cup of tea, or more accurately, to address matters in a designated place and time. As dawn broke, Yu Sheng shut down his computer and switched on his phone. Yu Sheng, Kai Yuhua has urgent matters to attend to in Beijing. So the gambling stone affair must be cancelled. My apologies. When Shu's call came through, do not apologize. In fact, I should thank you, as I truly know nothing about gambling stones, and engaging in it could lead to catastrophic losses. When Shu suddenly felt a surge of joy. Let us have lunch together today. Su Baolian is treating. You can experience the presence of a superstar up close. Yu Sheng inwardly scoffed, thinking, I saw the most private parts last night. What more is there to experience? I'll pass, as my flight ticket to Pingzhou is already booked. I wish you all an enjoyable time. Are you foolish? Flight tickets can be cancelled. No need. If the poor do not act recklessly, they will remain impoverished for life. Yu Sheng hung up the phone. Is he out of his mind? When Shu turned, slightly vexed, only to find the three before her, Yin and I, Su Baolian, and Han Sanyi, looking at her peculiarly. What expressions are you all wearing? When Shu asked, a hint of irritation creeping in. Su Baolian chuckled, Sister Wen Shu. I can tell, he is no novice. Did you truly think he couldn't gamble with stones? Only the super-skilled need to be discreet. The mediocre must flaunt themselves to avoid being crushed into dust. When Shu felt a flush of embarrassment, while Han Sanyi added, This Yu Sheng is indeed extraordinary. Sanyi's interest was piqued. After hastily arriving in Shanghai and learning in detail about Yin Ni's rescue, he found it astonishing. Yin and I had boldly wagered everything based on a single text from her informant and emerged victorious. Clearly, she possessed immense faith in this informant. Behind every successful woman, there lies a man who contributes silently, and indeed Yin and I had one, who was remarkably formidable. While it might seem trivial to kill a man with an ashtray, Yin and I executed it with precision, as both men suffered concave skulls. Were those two blind? The crucial point was that such a collapse was something only Yin and I could achieve. Yet Yu Sheng exhibited all the traits of this exceptional individual. When a superstar invites him to dinner, he doesn't even inquire about the reason. Shouldn't a normal person ask? Yet, he appeared unfazed. Su Baolian was also preoccupied with the man who had rescued her, aware that he had seen her completely. Although the two other men had also seen her. They were now deceased, and she bore no grudges against the dead. What if we also go to Pingzhou? Su Baolian suggested, her youth betraying her lack of composure. When Shu immediately nodded, I concur, we must uncover all his secrets. She glanced at Yin and I as she spoke. Yin and I smiled lightly. I understand your intentions. You won't be inviting me to lunch, will you? Not at all, Sister Yin and I, we're going together. Su Baolian quickly pulled her arm. I have no time. You all go ahead. We can gather again later. There will be plenty of opportunities. With that, Yin and I bid farewell to San Yi and departed. San Yi chuckled, Baolian. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll meet an old friend. I believe in those whom Yin and I trusts. You can trust them too. There is no need for bodyguards. They would only be a hindrance. Godfather, I understand your meaning. Rest assured, Su Baolian nodded obediently. Su Baolian is an exceptionally intelligent young woman. She once inquired of the third master what kind of man is worthy of a lifelong commitment. The third master replied that there are none. A woman must depend on herself, for no man can be relied upon. However, he does not dissuade her from pursuing love. For she is in the bloom of youth. Should she not be allowed to flourish? Should she be forced to traverse her teenage years with the weariness of an old man? Thus, in the third master's view, if she must endure the pains of love, then Yu Sheng, as her protector, is the most suitable choice. He advised her not to bring a bodyguard, and Su Baolian understood implicitly. Only when Shu felt somewhat perplexed, likening herself to a legendary foolish deer. The third master, a man of vast experience, was encouraging Su Balian to pursue a man, while she, in turn, seemed to be in constant opposition to him. Was she not a rival? Was this not a sign of folly? Chapter 45. A close friend Yusheng planned to take Feng Taizhan to Pingzhou, leaving Yang Kai behind to guard the home. Safeguarding the house was paramount. The safety of cultural relics and cash was secondary, for there was also 25 kilograms of drugs inside. If the narcotics team were to discover this, it would be an egregious injustice, as it differed entirely from drug trafficking. He neither sold nor consumed drugs. Rather, they were solely for framing the enemy. As the Mercedes rolled out of the gate, he spotted Su Balian and Wenshu approaching with cheerful smiles. Curious, Yusheng exited the vehicle and asked, "What brings you two here? Didn't Yanni tell you? We're coming along to Pingzhou for some fun. By the way, here is the superstar Su Balian, granting you an opportunity to protect your idol. Are you thrilled? Excited?" Wenshu teased, her large eyes sparkling playfully. Su Balian observed Yusheng closely. He was entirely different from her expectations of a robust man, possessing a rather delicate demeanor, dressed simply in factory-made garments. However, it was his peculiar gaze that intrigued her. Remembering that this man had once seen her in a vulnerable state, her cheeks flushed, causing her to forget the words she intended to say. Yusheng suddenly smiled. "Where is your bodyguard?" Su Balian felt increasingly embarrassed. How could she admit that she had come without him for his sake? Wenshu, however, erupted in anger. "Are you out of your mind? What do we need you for? Why would two stunning women like us follow you?" Immediately regretting her outburst, she wondered why she felt so frenzied in Yusheng's presence. Yusheng, unperturbed, clarified patiently, "What I meant was, what if your fans come over?" He gazed at Su Balian with kindness. Considering her youth and recalling how he had witnessed her innocence the previous night, which stirred a protective instinct within him. "Brother Yu, I have a scarf. No one will recognize me," Su Balian quickly interjected, pulling out a light purple silk scarf from her handbag to show him. "Very well, let's get in," Yusheng replied. Having realized that Su Balian was evidently aware of who had saved her, the two women settled into the back seat, watching Yusheng in the front passenger seat, who, with eyes closed, contemplated. These two were a hindrance. He needed to be invisible to search extensively for Jade. Without invisibility, he would have to search one by one, a tedious endeavor, particularly in Pingzhou, unlike Jianghai, where time seemed to stretch infinitely. Only Feng Taizhan maintained a steady gaze ahead as the Mercedes sped toward the airport. "In the remaining days of my life, why do you never express your excitement upon seeing your idol? Is your dissatisfaction with your idol so profound? Speak frankly. Do you have ulterior motives for inviting us on this journey?" Wenshu's words carried an inexplicable lethality. Even she herself could not comprehend. Yusheng slowly turned to glance at her, stating, "You are the one who chose to follow me. And you are also the one who accuses me of having ulterior motives. Can you be any more shameless?" He replied nonchalantly, "Bao Yin has committed no wrong. If anything were to happen, it would be society's responsibility. I, after all, am a youth with a sense of social responsibility. How could I turn a blind eye? To be honest, if it were just you going, I would certainly not bother." This precise jab made Wenshu's chest heave in anger, and she punched him from behind. Exclaiming, "Don't you dare involve me." Su Balian suddenly realized that this was the reason he had saved her last night. A sense of pampered happiness washed over her, quickly followed by embarrassment. Did he somehow know she was inexperienced? How could he know? As she pondered, her body grew increasingly warm. Wenshu, her large eyes brimming with indignation, suddenly laughed and said, "Wang Shual once remarked that praising a poor person for their frugality is as shameless as applauding a eunuch for their chastity. Do you agree with this?" Yusheng sneered inwardly. Did she truly think she could ensnare him with such a simplistic trap? He replied decisively, "I believe it to be true." "Heavens! So you dress so frugally and remain chaste only because you are a poor eunuch." Wenshu exclaimed loudly. Yusheng laughed heartily. "I am not frugal. I simply wish to see when Yin and I will be willing to buy for me. Besides, she hasn't sat in my lap. If she did, how could it possibly remain unchaotic? Auntie, why do you care if I'm a eunuch? You wretched scoundrel, who are you calling any?" Wenshu retorted angrily with a flurry of playful punches. Feng Taizhan trembled with pent-up energy, causing the car to quiver. Su Balian stifled a laugh, yet could not hide her disappointment. He truly only had eyes for Sister Yin and I. Wenshu suddenly turned her head and whispered in Su Balian's ear, "Try confronting him. It feels exhilarating. Unlike other men, he is all muscle." Su Balian, startled by such words, quickly diverted the conversation. Sister, we're almost at the airport. What? We're already at the airport? When Shu thought nostalgically of her own once pure self, realizing how time could swiftly take everything away in just a few short years. Lacking Yen N's courage, she could only accept her family's arrangements and prepare to marry a man she did not love. Such was the nature of political marriages. They were never merely about two individuals, but rather two families. Thankfully, marriage was not the end of the world. She could secretly indulge in her own love. Of course, that man could too. This was a tacit understanding they had already reached. When Shu gazed at Yu Sheng, a wildfire igniting within her. How dare he demand $1 million from her when it felt as though her very ancestral grave was ablaze with smoke? Even more infuriating was the fact that after taking the money, he still refused to please her and dared to act dishonestly. The eerie silence was abruptly shattered by the ringing of a phone. When Shu recognized it was Kai Yuhua, and her heart stirred as she deliberately raised her voice, saying, Kai Yuhua, I can no longer assist you. How could you abandon me during the stone gambling? You have utterly embarrassed me. I truly did not flee. My father summoned me back to Beijing. What was I to do? By the way, when are you returning? I'm not returning at all. I have taken over your wager. And I am currently en route to the airport, preparing to fly to Pingzhou to gamble 100 million with Yu Sheng. You shall witness what it means to be a hero in life and a legend in death. Fine, do not press me. The time, place, and stakes remain unchanged. I will send a friend to wager on your behalf. Okay. When Shu abruptly ended the call, exuding confidence as she declared, Yu Sheng, everything remains as it was. Your moment of glory has arrived. Yu Sheng was both amused and exasperated. He genuinely did not desire such notoriety. For silently accumulating wealth was the true path to success. Yet, he found himself unable to resist the tide of events. Upon arriving at the airport, the four of them boarded the plane smoothly. Initially, Feng Taizhan and Yu Sheng were seated together, but Su Baoyan and Feng Taizhan switched seats. When Shu attempted to rearrange her seating, a complication arose. Seated next to Yu Sheng was a middle-aged man, who smiled and said, I will not change seats. It's a rare chance to sit beside Brother Yu. This is fate. Yu Sheng then realized that this individual was one of the numerous collectors who had purchased ancient jade from Su Haoping, named Yang Chaoping. Ah, so it's Brother Yang. Yu Sheng laughed heartily, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries, completely ignoring Wen Shu. Su Baoyan gazed at Yang Chaoping with curiosity, recalling that her grandfather had once mentioned that to understand a person, one should first examine their friends. So, could this Yang Chaoping be considered a friend of Yu Sheng? Curiously, Yu Sheng inquired, Brother Yang, are you also going to gamble on stones? I am indeed from Pingzhou, Yang Chaoping replied with a hearty laugh. Yu Sheng's interest was piqued. Do you have a vehicle to pick us up? My Hummer is parked at the airport. There are 4 of you, right? It can accommodate everyone. I will handle the arrangements. Please, allow me the honor of extending my hospitality. Yang Chaoping took charge with enthusiasm. Su Baoyan inwardly mused that he was undoubtedly a friend, akin to a close confidant. Chapter 46. The Gambler's Gambit at the airport. Tang Tianlong sat in a taxi, observing the throngs of people streaming from the terminal, knowing that everything had been meticulously arranged. Yu Sheng, your fate is sealed. Prepare to accompany my brother to the grave. He spat venomously. Just then, a call came through from one of his subordinates. Brother Long, they've gained an additional member. They have their own vehicle, a Hummer. This unexpected development caused Brother Long's heart to sink, but he was prepared. Implement the second plan. Follow them in succession, changing vehicles at every junction. 10 taxis moved like an orchestrated arm, seamlessly trailing behind the Hummer. Inside the Hummer, Yang Chaoping drove while the group engaged in jovial conversation. Yu Sheng occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, asking, Brother Yang, what is the background of the owner of Jade Fate? I have never interacted with him either. It is said that the manager of Jade Fate is merely a subordinate, with the true master being young Master Qiao, the son of the formidable Qiao Haitao. Very well. Let us proceed to a hotel near Jade Fate. No problem. Yang Chaoping is aware that Yu Sheng is gambling at Jade Fate, and he knows it is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He casually inquired, whom are you gambling with? With the person arranged by Kai Yuhua. Yang Chaoping was taken aback, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety. How could he escape this entanglement? He wished to avoid being embroiled in their conflict, for either of them could easily overpower him. Fortunately, Yu Sheng thoughtfully added, Brother Yang, please avoid encountering Kai Yuhua's people. I suspect that if they lose, they will not acknowledge it and may resort to violence. Therefore, I will go alone. Upon hearing this, Yang Chaoping quickly acquiesced. All right, after we finish our meal, I will take the three of them for a stroll. Wen Shu immediately expressed her displeasure. Kai Yuhua cannot be that shameless, can he? You truly underestimate the elite young masters. Su Baolian frowned, as she had come specifically to observe the gambling stones, and was now being told she could not accompany him. However, Feng Taizhan widened his eyes in disbelief. Boss, you are going alone? What am I to do? He found the situation utterly absurd. Was his role not to shield against danger? Who was protecting whom in this scenario? Yu Sheng replied sternly. Your task is to protect Su Baolian and Wen Shu. If anyone causes trouble, send me a message immediately. Understood, Feng Taizhan replied. As Yu Sheng glanced at the rearview mirror, he suddenly stated, Brother Yang, we are being followed. Those taxis are all part of the same group. They change taxis at every intersection. Pay close attention to that taxi. It will switch again at the next corner. Yang Chaoping observed intently for a moment and exclaimed, Indeed, they have switched taxis again. There has always been a taxi tailing us. Wen Shu and Su Baolian, initially displeased, were now alarmed. So, Kai Yuhua truly was this unscrupulous. Yu Sheng calmly remarked, Such a grand spectacle is not mere stalking. They intend to eliminate me. Brother Yang, upon reaching the hotel, I will disembark alone while you continue on. They will not pursue you, so do not worry. I will message you. When Shu finally realized how foolish she had been, the gambling agreement had already been cancelled, yet she had insisted on prolonging it. Little did she know how wronged Kai Yuhua felt. Young Master Kai still believed that with the death of Tang Laoda, the assassination attempt would be called off. He could eliminate Yu Sheng from behind the scenes, provided he remained unlinked to it. However, now that his father was aware, any further attempts would implicate him directly. It was impossible to proceed. Boss, Feng Taizhan was in a state of turmoil. Yu Sheng patted his shoulder reassuringly. Take excellent care of them. Do not allow them to suffer any harm, for that is your duty. Feng Taizhan nodded earnestly. Rest assured, boss. At a crucial moment, I will reveal my credentials. They would not dare to assault an officer. Yang Chaoping and the others shuddered. Feng Taizhan was actually a police officer? The thought of a police officer serving as Yu Sheng's bodyguard was quite unexpected. Indeed, Feng Taizhan had a way about him, as his words instilled a newfound sense of security in Wen Shu and Su Baolian. The Hummer passed by the entrance of Jade Paradise. Halting at a hotel less than 100 meters away, Yu Sheng leapt from the vehicle, gesturing vigorously for haste. Yang Chaoping swiftly drove away. While the anxious gazes of Su Baolian and the others seemed to leave their hearts behind, taking only a mere shell with them, Yu Sheng strolled into the hotel. As taxis continued to arrive behind him, yet none pursued the Hummer. He made his way directly to the restroom, subsequently vanishing from sight. Moments later, several taxi drivers entered the restroom in single file, evidently intent on taking action here. However, Yu Sheng could not resort to violence in such a public place. He needed someone to take the blame. Thus, he exited the hotel, brushing past Longu, and headed straight for Jade Paradise. Jade Paradise was a street-facing establishment, where even passing vehicles could glimpse a plethora of raw jade neatly displayed on shelves, each piece weighing dozens of kilograms, uncut and unpolished, purely speculative in nature, rendering it impossible to discern anything with a mere flashlight. The odds were tremendously high. Those who ventured here were genuine gamblers. At that moment, only two middle-aged men occupied the shop, leisurely seated at a round table, one sipping tea, the other smoking. In his cloaked state, Yu Sheng heightened his senses and was astonished to discover something amiss with the jade stones on display. Upon closer inspection, he quickly grasped the truth. All of these stones were counterfeit. Many had been sliced open and reattached. Do not underestimate the capabilities of modern technology. After being glued, they appeared indistinguishable from natural stone. Furthermore, some had been drilled to examine the quality at their cores, then filled back with jade powder mixed with adhesive. No wonder they were all speculative. A thorough cleaning would easily reveal the flaws. Yu Sheng was utterly speechless. There was not a single valuable piece among them. How could one gamble here? Boss Wang, it's 12 o'clock, and Yu Sheng still hasn't arrived, remarked the smoking middle-aged man, who was Liang Han, the visible owner of Jade Paradise. The tea-drinking boss Wang chuckled. The young ones are unaware of the stakes. A seasoned player would certainly arrive early to assess before deciding to gamble. Yet he truly intends to arrive just in time. All right, it seems I have been overly cautious. Let us present the prepared piece, Liang Han replied, turning to leave. Yu Sheng widened his eyes and followed, witnessing Liang Han enter a private room. unlock a safe, and retrieve a fist-sized stone. He then returned to the main area, showing it briefly to Boss Wong. "Remember, I'm hiding the worthless stone among the trash." Boss Wong trailed Liang Han, observing him conceal the stone within a heap of refuse pieces, each the size of a fist, intended to attract the most gullible clientele. Unnoticed by seasoned players, it could be said that Yu Sheng's chances of selecting this raw stone before Boss Wong were practically zero. Hence, Boss Wong's remark about being overly cautious rang true. He chuckled to himself. It's merely a wager of 100 million. How easily one can become engrossed. After all, the money truly belongs to him. If he loses, it is his loss, and it is of no concern to Kai Yuhua. Yu Sheng has comprehensively understood this. His heart races with excitement. This is his first encounter with a superb jadeite raw stone. The stone has evidently been cut and then reassembled, perfectly restored in color, with no visible flaws on its exterior. Yet, within this seemingly unremarkable stone lies the exquisite ice-type imperial green. How astonishingly dark this is. No other materials could possibly compare. Had he not arrived early, he would have undoubtedly been deceived. Chapter 47. Where has the money gone? After cursing, Yu Sheng devised a cunning plan, deciding to wait and bide his time, framing others while outmaneuvering them. As anticipated, Tang Tianlong discovered Yu Sheng's absence and hastily made his way to the jadeite fete. He knew Yu Sheng was gambling on jade at the establishment in the afternoon. Yu Sheng concealed himself at the entrance, and upon seeing Tang Tianlong approach, he swiftly entered the gambling house's inner room, using Liang Han's lock combination to open the safe, which was filled with cash and ledgers. He casually grabbed a bag and stuffed it with cash, securing the safe once more. At that moment, Tang Tianlong and his 10 associates entered the gambling house one after another, surveying the surroundings with palpable hostility. Liang Han and Boss Wong had already sensed something amiss. Though they remained seated, they watched them with heightened vigilance. Boss Wong quietly remarked, "This must be Yu Sheng's underhanded scheme. I shall take my leave." With that, he hurriedly exited, and Tang Tianlong's men made no attempt to stop him. Liang Han, however, was unperturbed, believing that even if Yu Sheng had uncovered the trickery of the raw stone, he would not dare to resort to foul play, lest it lead to his demise. Just then, a clattering sound echoed from within. This was a deliberate noise made by Yu Sheng to signal Tang Tianlong that someone was inside. Tang Tianlong, indeed, took the bait, convinced that Yu Sheng was hiding within. Without hesitation, he charged inside. Liang Han promptly pulled out his phone and called the boss, asserting that Yu Sheng had sent 10 individuals to commit robbery. He was convinced that this was orchestrated by Yu Sheng, although Yu Sheng had not shown himself. Such a scenario had never occurred before. Those collecting protection fees never dared to enter, yet today there was a direct robbery, and these individuals were unfamiliar. There was no need to intervene. Let Yu Sheng proceed with the robbery, and then how would those 10 escape? Once captured, it would solidify Yu Sheng's guilt. Liang Han was self-satisfied in his assumptions. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng swiftly exited the jadeite fake gambling house, spotting a pickup truck passing by, and casually tossed the bag into the truck bed. This truly tested the driver's character. Without clear origins, he could be mistaken for a robber and executed. Even if he were innocent, he might still be made to bear the blame. Would he dare to hand it over? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to amass wealth in silence? Yu Sheng sent a text to Wen Shu, stating, "Inform Kai Yuhua that 10 individuals are pursuing me. The betting agreement is cancelled." Wen Shu quickly replied, "I scolded him thoroughly. He claims it was not his doing and intends to completely eradicate them from Pingzhou." In the twilight of his life, a smile graced Yu Sheng's lips, as it seemed inevitable that Tang Tianlong would face utter annihilation. Liang Han remained oblivious. Yet Kai Yuhua was acutely aware that those 10 individuals were undoubtedly under the command of the formidable Tang. Should an investigation ensue, Kai Yuhua would inevitably be implicated. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Sheng re-entered the restroom and subsequently emerged. At that moment, he had flawlessly dispelled any suspicion. Otherwise, should Jingfeng scrutinize the surveillance footage, he would only witness Yu Sheng entering but not exiting, which would undoubtedly raise alarms. As he stepped out of the hotel, a motorcycle approached, and the eager rider exclaimed, "Brother Yu, Boss Yang has sent me to escort you." "Excellent. Do you possess a driver's license?" "Indeed, I can handle a large truck without issue. Take me to the car rental agency. I require a truck to transport raw stones." "Certainly." After Tang Tianlong had searched the inner room, he was left in a state of confusion. Could the earlier commotion have been caused by a mere rat? Something felt amiss, prompting him to summon his men and inform Liang Han. We are merely searching for an individual and have not tampered with anything. Liang Han scoffed. You aren't looking for Yu Sheng, are you? Ah, how do you know? Is he truly here? Tang Tianlong's murderous intent resurfaced. Liang Han was taken aback. Do you intend to silence me? I have surveillance cameras here. I merely inquired about Yu Sheng's whereabouts. Stop feigning ignorance. Were you not sent by Yu Sheng? Liang Han regained his composure. Tang Tianlong felt increasingly uneasy, realizing that he had perhaps fallen into a trap when he had entered the inner room. There are no cameras in the inner room, correct? None. However, this does not hinder solidifying Yu Sheng's culpability, Liang Han retorted with a chilling smile. Tang Tianlong suddenly understood. Very well. Go ahead and implicate him. Let me witness your capabilities. With that, he waved his hand and departed with his men. Liang Han entered the inner room and, after inspecting the safe, immediately called his boss, young Master Chiao. All the cash in the safe has been stolen, totaling 160,000. Oh, splendid. With such a development, Yu Sheng won't be able to escape Pingzhou. Young Master Chiao ended the call and dialed Kai Yuhua. Is it permissible to eliminate Yu Sheng during the capture? For what reason? Kai Yuhua inquired. He stole 160,000. That is implausible. He possesses over 100 million in cash alone, not to mention his assets. How could he possibly steal a mere 160,000? Very well. He dispatched 10 individuals to my gambling stone shop, absconding with all the money from the safe. Those are Tang Tian's men, sent to eliminate Yu Sheng. They must all be eradicated to avoid further complications. Understood. Young Master Chiao hung up the phone and picked up the red landline, declaring, all 10 robbers are armed and constitute a grave threat to society. They must be eliminated without exception. In the next moment, a fierce gunfight erupted between the police and the criminals. Tang Tianlong and his crew were utterly unprepared for such a violent assault, being mercilessly shot to pieces in the taxi, leaving them bewildered until their last breath. Yet, the ordeal was far from over, as Jing Fong was unable to locate the 160,000 in cash. Upon re-examining the surveillance footage, it became evident that Tang Tianlong's group likely had not committed the robbery, as they could not have concealed such a large sum. After this conclusion was reported to young Master Chiao, he fell into a profound silence. He couldn't help but doubt that Liang Han had embezzled 1,600,000 and framed Tang Tianlong. Young Master Chiao finally summoned Liang Han before him. Did you see Tang Tianlong take away 1,600,000? I saw them rush in and check the safe. The money was gone. Although they weren't carrying bags, it is likely they had hidden it on their persons. They had nothing on them. They didn't take it at all. Young Master Chiao's gaze turned icy. Liang Han's eyes widened, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. My lord, you can't possibly suspect me, can you? I have been loyal to you for so many years. Is there really a need for this? Originally, there was no need. However, if you misjudged the situation and thought you could swallow the money without risk, then why not do it? Young Master Chiao's eyes narrowed into slits. No. I swear, I did not take it. Liang Han was utterly terrified, his body trembling, his voice feeble. He understood just how terrifying young Master Chiao could be. Once he turned against you, no words could save you. Even if you were wrong, you would still be killed to prevent any future treachery. Young Master Chiao suddenly suggested. Could it be that Yu Sheng is behind this? Liang Han's eyes brightened as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, it must be him. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. There was some noise inside that attracted them. Young Master Chiao picked up the phone. Investigate all of Yu Sheng's movements. Perhaps the money is with him. Young Master Chiao, we have already looked into it. Yu Sheng has no suspicion. He was empty-handed, not even carrying a bag. The surveillance shows that at the time of the incident, he was in the hotel restroom. How could he evade pursuit from 10 men while in the restroom? That is uncertain. I suspect he might have bribed one of the assailants. After all, he has money. Young Master Chiao relaxed. If it were just bribing one, it was indeed possible. Since Yu Sheng was innocent, then who was to be punished? Let Liang Han disappear. Young Master Chiao was growing impatient. In an instant, Liang Han's neck was snapped, and he was swiftly placed into a box by his loyal bodyguard, who then carried him away. Chapter 48. Yu Sheng was astounded. Yu Sheng rented a small box truck, and his subordinate drove them to the nearest gambling stone shop. Wait in the car. Don't let anyone see us. Understood, brother Yu. You can rest assured. The subordinate was quite excited, not knowing what had sparked Yang Chaoping's enthusiasm. Following the established plan, Yu Sheng entered the gambling stone shop, first heading to the restroom, then quickly emerging to survey the premises. In less than a minute, he had finished his assessment. Finally, he returned to a specific spot, feeling a massive rough stone weighing over 100 pounds. "Boss, how much for this?" The boss, with a dark complexion and a shrewd demeanor, sensed that Yu Sheng was likely prepared and intent on acquiring it, casually replied, 5 million, no bargaining. "What? 50,000 per pound? 100,000 per kilo? This is even more expensive than the cut stones." Yu Sheng was astonished. "Others can be cheaper, but this one likely has high quality. Look at this texture." Yu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "I don't want it." He picked up another stone. "Can this one be cheaper?" This particular piece is the sole jadeite of high-quality glass-like Zhengyang green that Yu Sheng has selected. Although it appears to weigh merely around 60 caddies, the jadeite within amounts to 40 caddies, valued at over 80 million. The owner seems a bit uncertain. "Yet I feel a connection with you. 200,000, and it's yours very well. With sincerity comes fortune. I shall not haggle." Yu Sheng promptly initiates the transfer. The owner, pleased with such a wealthy customer, eagerly inquires, "Will you cut it yourself, or shall I assist?" "I want to cut it. I intend to carve it." "Oh, then please proceed." Yu Sheng cradles the exquisite jadeite, the only treasure of the entire gambling stone shop, and steps outside, placing it in the cargo compartment. He then joyfully heads to the next establishment. Upon entering, even before locating the restroom, he spots Boss Wang. It turns out that Boss Wang is the proprietor of this gambling stone shop. Although Boss Wang does not recognize him, he senses Yu Sheng's formidable presence and cheerfully remarks, "Young man, you certainly possess the aura of prosperity. Today is your day to strike it rich. Are you here for gambling stones or a wager? I wish to purchase some fine materials for carving. By the way, where's the restroom?" "It's inside." Once Yu Sheng emerges, he takes a moment to absorb the atmosphere of several hundred raw stones, and is astonished to discover that there are no deceitful materials present, though none possess exceptional jadeite either. The only noteworthy piece is a red jade, which, while not of ice-like quality, is still exceedingly rare. Yu Sheng acts decisively, casually inquiring, "How much for this piece, boss?" His gaze flits to other materials, feigning indecision. "Are you interested in that one?" 180,000. "I'll take it for 80,000. Don't jest, it's beyond my entry price. The value of raw stones is unrelated to your purchase price, but solely dependent on the jadeite within. 100,000, or I shall leave." Yu Sheng truly begins to walk away. After all, it is not an exceptional piece. Although it is worth 7 to 8 million, he considers the profit too meager. "Deal, I'll sell it to you." Boss Wang finally calls him back. Yu Sheng turns to complete the payment. As Boss Wang glances at the bank transfer notification, he exclaims, "You are Yu Sheng?" "Indeed." Yu Sheng lifts the jadeite and turns to depart. A cold sweat breaks out on Boss Wang's back. It is all too uncanny. The Tang Tianlong group has perished. Liang Han has vanished, and only Yu Sheng remains unfazed, as if nothing has transpired. Who would believe he is uninvolved? Is he truly here to buy raw stones? Or perhaps merely to deliver a warning? Boss Wang feels a deep sense of relief for having left earlier. Entering the third gambling stone shop, Yu Sheng is once again taken aback to encounter a familiar face, Mo Yunsong. "Young Master Mo, have you come to gamble on stones?" Yu Sheng asks with a smile. Mo Yunsong appears somewhat awkward. "I'm here to procure some bracelets." In truth, he has come to observe Yu Sheng's stone gambling, only to discover upon arrival that there are no stones to gamble on. Kai Yuhuan never informed him that the wager was cancelled, leaving him to appear foolish. He finally awakens to the reality that Kai Yuhua is not a benefactor. He has never been regarded as significant. Thus, he ceased all communication with Kai Yuhua and directly wandered into the Jadestone shop, ultimately encountering Yu Sheng once more. Yu Sheng chuckled, remarking on their serendipitous meetings, first at the auction and now at the stone shop, suggesting that perhaps fate was at play. As Yu Sheng shifted his gaze, he said, "You carry on. I need to step out for a moment." Employing the same tactic as before, he meticulously sifted through the entire shop in just a minute. Although the shop lacked exquisite materials, it did house a rare four-color jadeite, colloquially known as Fu Lu Shou Shi. The colors were vibrant and full, though the quality was diminished due to its lack of translucency. Nevertheless, the sheer size of the stone, weighing over 200 pounds, promised a substantial profit, rivaling that of the prized Xinjiang green jadeite. With a beaming smile, Yu Sheng proposed to the shopkeeper, "Given the poor performance of this stone, could you sell it to me at a lower price? I intend to carve it." The owner, sensing the scent of profit, replied earnestly, "All right." I won't mark up the price too much. You can take it for 10 million. Yuxing was taken aback, thinking, is this not a profitable venture? What constitutes a profit then? 2 million, are you agreeable? He said, turning away. I could stretch it to 8 million at most. Ignoring the shopkeeper, he approached Mo Yunsong, leaving the owner momentarily in the lurch. Mo Yunsong laughed. Are you genuinely going to carve it? Of course. I've already purchased the carving machinery, a complete set of equipment, even including a CNC wire cutting machine. Mo Yunsong turned to the owner. You truly intend to lose a significant sale with such a customer? The owner replied with a chuckle. 4 million is my final offer. Please don't haggle, as I cannot afford to sell at a loss. Mo Yunsong fell silent, and Yuxing, sensing that the price was now reasonable, nodded. Very well, it's a deal. After the transaction was completed, the owner took charge of loading the vehicle. When he saw Yuxing arriving with a truck for the raw stone, the owner was utterly astonished, realizing he had made a grave mistake. However, there was no recourse. At the fourth shop, Yuxing found nothing of interest. The potential profit of several million did not entice him, so he left without hesitation. Upon reaching the fifth shop, Yuxing was astounded. He discovered the heaviest raw stone in the store, weighing over 300 pounds, with a poor exterior, devoid of color bands, and riddled with small cracks. However, Yuxing's enhanced perception revealed a smooth, flawless interior, with green hues as delicate as aquatic plants, swaying as if in clear river waters. This was top-tier ice jadeite. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yuxing realized this raw stone was worth at least 500 million. It could easily be sold, possibly even in a frenzy. Currently, high-end jadeite was exceedingly scarce, causing the market to be flooded with inferior materials, leading to a decline in consumption and a crash in low-end jadeite prices. Conversely, the value of high-end jadeite continued to rise, creating a polarized market. Which of your stones is the least expensive? Yuxing inquired innocently. Over there, the inferior material. The owner gestured to a corner. Oh, I mistakenly thought this poorly performing one was the cheapest, Yuxing replied, disappointment etched on his face. The boss disdainfully curled his lip, remarking that such a large raw stone harbored too many uncertainties. Even if its exterior was unappealing, it did not necessarily imply that its interior was lacking. He stated that he would not sell the stone for less than 3 million. The boss was skeptical that Yuxing could make the purchase. Hence he set a low starting price. Yuxing's heart raced. How could he audaciously declare a price of 3 million? If he were aware that the stone was worth 500 million, he might very well choke on his own blood. Chapter 49. Do you wish to compete with me? Boss, I am in need of such a substantial carving material. If you could lower the price a bit more, I would buy it. How about 150,000? Not a chance. Anything less than 3 million, and I might as well keep it as a prized possession of the store. The boss was adamant. Yuxing chuckled. Surely you must provide me with some psychological balance. How about 200,000? It was then that the boss recognized Yuxing was indeed serious about the purchase. Regretting his initial low offer, he firmly replied, it's 3 million. Fine, you drive a hard bargain. I'll buy it. The boss's face instantly brightened, and Yuxing proceeded with the transfer. However, as the jade was loaded onto the truck, the boss's smile froze. He felt as though he had encountered a formidable opponent, realizing he had likely incurred a substantial loss. Yet, he was unable to discern such nuances. As for cutting the stone, that was an even greater risk. His subordinate, driving the car, expressed admiration. Brother Yuxing, I once dabbled in stone gambling and lost everything. You are the fastest stone gambling expert I have ever seen. Many people dawdle over selecting stones or haggling over price, sometimes taking days to negotiate, which irritates me to no end. Yuxing replied with a smile. How do you know I am an expert? Boss Yang mentioned it. He suggested I learn from you. This last comment was his own embellishment. Yang Xiaoping had never said such a thing, but Yuxing had no intention of verifying it. What is your name? Du Qi. I am the 7th child. Wow. Do you have 7 children in your family? Is it a family ranking? No, from the same parents. I have 6 older sisters, and I am the only boy. Thus, all the family's wealth is spent on me, and they have high hopes for me. Yet, I have disappointed them, nearly selling my sisters out. Du Qi spoke with a hint of embarrassment, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit, a yearning for opportunity. He did not wish to be subordinate, but aspired to be a leader. Yuxing regarded him with a degree of admiration. But he understood that those who harbor such ambitious dreams either rise to prominence or perish, making them ill-suited to be subordinates, but rather appropriate as friends. I cannot teach you about stone gambling. It is a gift, and if you cannot perceive it, learning is futile. If your chosen path is stone gambling, I do not have high hopes for you, for my focus is not on gambling, but on antiques. Du Qi was taken aback. Brother Yuxing, are you saying that dealing in antiques is more profitable than stone gambling? Certainly. I offer you one piece of advice. Remember, if you wish to earn money in the future, only engage with the highest-end items. The more elite your pursuits, the fewer competitors you will encounter. Particularly, avoid competing with the impoverished, as you are currently doing. Anyone can partake in that, rendering it valueless. If you wish to deal in jade, only pursue the finest quality. If that is unattainable, then perhaps consider antiques. Engaging solely in the highest caliber of antique trading ensures a steady influx of buyers. Procure from the impoverished and sell to the affluent. Your positioning resembles that of a bridge, and should you succeed, substantial profits are inevitable. Although your knowledge may be limited, that is of little consequence. It is your ambition, often lacking in the average individual, that is paramount. I hold great faith in you. After all, Yuxing emerged from a venture capital firm, and with just a few words, he ignited a profound realization within Du Qi, leaving him exhilarated. It felt as though he had discovered a guiding principle, rendering him no longer lost, regardless of whether his choices led to success or failure. He now understood the direction in which to strive. Upon entering the sixth stone gambling shop, Yuxing discerned that, akin to jade connection, it dealt in counterfeit materials. Without hesitation, he exited. This was the extent of the gambling establishments. The remaining options lay within the raw stone wholesale market, where the offerings were all cut and exceedingly expensive. As Du Qi remarked, there was still ample time to explore the raw stone wholesale trading market. Yuxing had only expended 10 million, leaving 70 million untouched. Upon arriving at the trading market, Yuxing navigated discreetly for half an hour, meticulously sifting through the plethora of options. Ultimately, he identified 3 targets. Reappearing, he approached the first target, a raw stone cleaved directly in the center, revealing 2 sides that appeared to be glutinous variety violet jade. However, one side, if shifted just a centimeter, would reveal its transformation into ice variety jade, an exquisite violet. The disparity in price between jade of lesser and superior quality can be tenfold. In essence, although both sides originated from a single stone, their valuations diverged dramatically. How much for this piece? Yuxing inquired. 38,000, the proprietor declared, asserting an exorbitant price. Perceiving Yuxing as lacking in wealth, tinged with disdain. Of course, he referred to 38 million, as jade merchants habitually utilize shorthand. Ensuring no ambiguity, no one would dare imagine that such a substantial piece of violet jade could be merely 38,000. Yuxing smiled. This glutinous variety is not ice. Be reasonable. Can you part with it for 18,000? The value of this ice variety violet jade should be approximately 180 million. Hence he commenced his offer at 1/10, unwilling to purchase without a tenfold profit. You wouldn't offer me 1,800, would you? The proprietor's expression was one of skepticism. Certainly not. That would be absurd. Shall we find a mediator? Unnecessary. I will sell it to you. Yuxing promptly transferred 18 million to him, declining the proprietor's assistance and independently loading the item into his vehicle. Upon returning to the trading market, Yuxing found an increased number of observers, with some trailing him, intrigued. After all, his conspicuous presence, coupled with such a colossal transaction, required no flashlight or tactile examination. He stood upright, making payment with ease. None were fools. No one perceived Yuxing as a simpleton. Thus, he must be a master of extraordinary caliber. Yuxing felt somewhat exasperated. His attempts at discretion were proving increasingly futile. Approaching his second target, he encountered a scrap piece weighing approximately 30 pounds, presenting itself as bean variety sunny green jade, of little worth. Within the confines of this narrative lies a fist-sized variant, an exquisite glass-type imperial green jade. This glass-type imperial green is the pinnacle of its kind. With a single bracelet valued at a staggering 50 million, this rough stone possesses the potential to yield 2 bracelets, not to mention pendants, earrings, and rings. Such top-tier materials are eternally sought after by buyers. The wealthiest individuals often find themselves with no outlets for their opulence. Suppressing his exhilaration, Yuxing inquired, "How much for this piece?" 2 million, the vendor replied. "Could you possibly lower the price? I require it for a base." Just as the proprietor was about to respond, a voice emerged from behind Yuxing. "I'll take it for 2 million. Turning around, Yuxing encountered a young man smiling and clasping his hands in apology. "I too." Happen to need a base. Feeling somewhat provoked, Yuxing chuckled. Ah, so you wish to engage in a contest? I possess several million. Let us see who flinches first. I'll offer 4 million. The young man's lips twitched, and the onlookers erupted in astonishment. The vendor's expression widened in disbelief. Such audacity still existed in this day and age? Meijing, your moment has arrived. Do not falter. This could secure your villa, remarked one of the bystanders with a laugh. Meijing, sweating profusely, was uncertain whether Yuxing was indeed setting a trap or if the jade was genuinely worth that price. If he upped the bid only to have Yuxing withdraw, he would be at a loss. With his speculative instincts, he recognized that Yuxing's sudden increase was clearly a strategic ploy. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a dramatic escalation. Ultimately, unable to bear the risk, he conceded, I admit defeat. The vendor eagerly grasped Yuxing's arm. You cannot back out now. 4 million. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Yuxing, with a light-hearted smile, mused. Is 4 million truly worth jeopardizing my integrity? He promptly settled the payment and departed the market, jade in hand, leaving Meijing to lament his missed opportunity. However, the throngs that followed Yuxing grew in number, having witnessed his arrival in a truck to procure the jade. These speculators, sharp as wolves, began to circle him with keen interest. Yuxing, harboring a cold smile within, thought, You wish to compete with me? Chapter 50, a fatal oversight returning to the market. Yuxing felt the smoothness of several pieces before selecting one. How much for this piece? He asked. Ice-type Xingyang green, 5 million, came the reply. Could you offer a discount? Let us be friends. I intend to purchase exclusively from your shop in the future. Before the vendor could respond, Meijing interjected from behind. I'll buy it for 5 million, my apologies, but I still require a base. Seeing Meijing take the bait, Yuxing finally smiled. Given your earnestness, I shall relinquish it to you. Proceed with the payment. Meijing's smile faltered, sensing he had been ensnared, and swiftly retorted, I forgot. My funds are insufficient. My sincerest apologies. His reflexes were commendable. Otherwise, he would have faced a loss of 490,000, as that green was merely a thin veneer. There exists a saying in the realm of stone gambling. Better to purchase a line than a slice, which encapsulates the essence of this situation. Thus, this piece of jade would not fetch a high price, and few dared to cut it. Its uncut form retained a value of 5 million, but once sliced, it could well be rendered worthless. Observing Meijing's attempt to renege, Yuxing turned to the vendor. Isn't it apparent he is creating a disturbance? Is there no one to address this? The boss nodded helplessly. It was his uncle who managed this matter. Understanding this, Yuxing continued to walk forward without uttering a word. The onlookers behind him followed, increasingly convinced of Yushang's enigmatic nature, while only Meijing wore a grim expression. Before long, Yuxing selected a piece of jadeite, a type known as glutinous with a hint of floating flowers, valued at 4 million. Boss, what is the lowest price you can sell it for? He inquired. 6 million, the boss replied. Yuxing was taken aback. Why are you still cooperating with me? He glanced back at the crowd and then turned to the boss, confusion etched on his face. Do you have a grudge against them? Why is this piece worth 6 million? The boss chuckled. No grudges. Their following you proves you are a master. This jadeite appears glutinous, yet it could very well contain ice variety within. Mutations are quite common. If it is indeed ice variety, it could be top-tier jadeite, worth tens of millions. Is 6 million truly excessive? Wow. Yuxing clasped his fists in resignation. All right, I'll buy it for 6 million. Just as he was about to make the transfer, Meijing shouted heatedly, I'll bid 610,000. Yuxing turned abruptly, his icy gaze fixed on him. Are you done? What a joke. The highest bidder wins. Don't cause trouble, or I'll have my uncle deal with you. With an air of arrogance, Meijing straightforwardly transferred the funds and purchased the jadeite. Yuxing laughed suddenly. Let us see how much you have left, and walked away decisively. He had successfully buried Meijing's hopes, sending him straight to despair. The jadeite indeed contained a mutation, but it was not the ice variety. It was the inferior bean variety. Meijing lost over 5 million in that transaction. In high spirits, Yuxing continued forward until he reached his true target. The third item on his list. It was a hefty piece weighing 80 jin. The surface, glutinous and half-green with a blue tint, was not highly valued. However, within it lay a mutation of pure blue ice jade, a true gem. The real value of this piece was at least 90 million. Among countless jadeite rough stones in the market, only this singular piece stood out as a top-tier blue jade. Boss, how much for this piece? Yu Sheng casually inquired. For million. Can you lower the price a bit? I'll buy it immediately. 380,000. Yu Sheng smiled and promptly made the payment. No one dared to contest. They were uncertain if it was a trap. Yu Sheng lifted the jadeite, and before leaving, he cast a glance at Mai Jing, lightly jesting. Give your head a shake. Can you hear the sound of the ocean? And walked away with poise. Mai Jing's face darkened, confirming his loss. The crowd continued to urge him. My gu, cut it open and see. It might be ice variety. Fuming, Mai Jing gritted his teeth. Are you all brainless? Did you not hear what he just said? The crowd exchanged glances, helplessly dispersing. Du Qi managed affairs with great care. The personnel from the air logistics company had already arrived, efficiently completing the shipping procedures. At that moment, Yang Xiaoping's phone rang again. My dear brother, make your way to the Jadeite Hotel. Someone awaits you, and it shall be a delightful surprise. Yu Sheng felt a jolt in his heart. The only person capable of astonishing him was one individual. Indeed, upon his arrival at the hotel, he encountered Yan and I. She remained adorned in her trench coat, her long hair flowing elegantly, a vision of beauty that left one breathless. Wherever she sat, that spot transformed into the most exquisite landscape. With a radiant smile, Yan and I remarked, I have been granted a vacation as a reward for my accomplishments. Yu Sheng sat down with poise and sighed. I surmise that the higher-ups wish for you to relinquish the case of Tang Lauda, so they can conclude it swiftly. Yan Ni's expression shifted slightly. You are correct. There are too many individuals involved. She had yet to utter another sentiment. Those who had pounced were like hunting dogs. And the vast empire of Tang Lauda had been thoroughly devoured through clandestine dealings. Such matters would be inconsequential to others. The credit for the capture was still hers. And no one was stripping her of her accolades. Yet Yin and I remained troubled. The objective of punishing the wicked has been achieved. Other trivialities are of little significance. Yu Sheng consoled her. To him, as long as the credit remained intact, promotions would come swiftly, rendering their efforts worthwhile. Everything else was trivial, for one cannot thrive alone. When Shu took the opportunity to divert the topic, will you be gambling with stones tomorrow? Su Bao Lian nodded in agreement. I have yet to see any. Yu Sheng chuckled. You ladies cannot gamble with stones. The moment they see 3 stunning beauties, they'll undoubtedly conspire against me, seething with jealousy. The jadeite sold to me would inexplicably be twice as expensive as to others, leaving me to ponder whether I have the audacity to request a reduction. The women beamed with delight. Yu Sheng's subtle compliments sparked a radiant charm amongst them, enchanting beyond measure. Meanwhile, young Master Qiao listened intently to his subordinate's report, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. Evidence suggested that Liang Han was most likely innocent, as the bag of money had been discovered. This was not about the nobility of the pickup driver. Rather, he was unaware of the money in his truck bed, having parked it conveniently outside a store, thus drawing the attention of the searching Jin Fong. After thorough investigation, it was clear that the driver bore no relation to the crime. He lacked the opportunity to commit it, and it would have been impossible for him to brazenly stash the money in the truck bed, let alone the driver's seat, without exposing it. Clearly, someone had framed him. If one were to adhere to the ironclad rule that the beneficiary of a crime is its perpetrator, then it undeniably pointed to Yu Sheng. At that moment, he was being pursued, possessing ample motive to set a trap and frame another, to drive the wolf into the tiger's den. Subsequently, 10 men from Tang Tianlong perished, and he emerged unscathed, having spent the afternoon gambling with stones. Young Master Qiao could conceive no alternative scenarios. Yet, how had Yu Sheng orchestrated this? Lost in thought, Qiao resolved to eliminate Yu Sheng, discreetly, without causing a stir. For the 3 women surrounding him each held significant backgrounds. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed his trusted bodyguard, Yi Bo, this matter is of utmost importance. I trust no one at this juncture. You must personally monitor Yu Sheng. Install listening devices and cameras in his hotel room. I wish to be informed at all times of his actions and words. If a suitable opportunity arises, such as luring him out under the pretext of trading jadeite raw stones, we shall find an appropriate scapegoat and dispose of him. Remember, do not act hastily. If there is no opportunity, it is better to relinquish the endeavor. Proceed with caution. It is preferable to abstain rather than to involve ourselves, especially not those 3 women, as it would lead to significant complications given their considerable backgrounds. Yes, Yibo took the command and went straight to make arrangements. Chapter 51. Midnight Murder. The banquet had finally concluded. Yang Xiaoping returned home alone, while Yu Sheng and the others remained at the hotel, having booked 5 rooms. After all, the 3 women had not rested well the previous night, compounded by the fatigue of air travel, and each retired to their respective rooms to freshen up and sleep. Feng Taizhan wanted to share a room with Yu Sheng for protection, but Yu Sheng rebuked him, saying, "If you sleep here, who would dare approach them? Do you hold a grudge against them? Leave." Feng Taizhan, drenched in sweat and unaware of the potential offense to the 3 women, hurried back to his own room. Yu Sheng, however, held little faith that the 3 women would come knocking. He simply did not require a bodyguard that night. After taking a shower, just as he was about to turn off his phone, a sudden knock echoed at the door. A spark of concern flickered within him. The mastermind behind Jade Connection perpetually kept him on alert, for this was their territory, and it was all too easy to falter. He first powered down his phone to avoid being tracked. Then, he removed the room card, extinguishing all lights before cautiously opening the door. In the dim light of the corridor, he discerned a young man clad in a suit, even wearing a tie at night. The young man politely addressed him, "Mr. Yu, I have a batch of exquisite raw stones that I wish to sell at a low price. Would you care to have a look? Apologies, but I only require materials for carving. I already have sufficient raw stones." Yu Sheng replied with a smile from the shadows, declining the offer. He was uncertain of the man's intentions, as it was only natural for someone to take notice of his daytime dealings with raw stones. "My apologies for the intrusion," the young man stated without further ado, courteously taking his leave and walking away. This action heightened Yu Sheng's vigilance. Such behavior was not typical of a businessman. Businessmen are driven by profit and seldom possess such modesty. Yu Sheng promptly concealed himself and followed the young man, shutting the door behind him to create the illusion that he remained inside. He trailed him to a guest room, where the suited man knocked, and the door opened slightly. Yu Sheng found himself unable to enter, as the young man swiftly slipped inside, the door closing behind him. Yu Sheng had no choice but to wait at the door, straining to listen. Fortunately, his hearing was considerably sharper than that of an average person. "Brother Yi, he has refused," the suited man relayed, repeating Yu Sheng's words while emphasizing his vigilance. He had removed the room card, cut off the power, and concealed himself in the dark before opening the door. Did he perhaps discover the cameras and listening devices inside? Yi Bo inquired, noting that typical cameras do not possess independent power sources, thus would cease to function when power was cut. He had no time to inspect. He went straight to shower, and I knocked once he emerged. The young man's words effectively negated the previous assumption. Yi Bo fell silent for a moment, sensing the complexity of the situation. The suited man suggested, "Why not try involving a woman? Curse it. He is surrounded by 3 extraordinarily beautiful women. What do you propose to use to entice them? Perhaps we could attempt to engage the national treasure-level artifacts. He would undoubtedly find them intriguing. Yet, the complication arises from the fact that 2 consecutive invitations from different individuals might arouse his suspicion, rendering the approach rather overt." Yi Bo hesitated, contemplating that this scenario contradicted the principle of prioritizing safety. However, the suited man suggested, "We could simply make a phone call. There's no need for a personal visit," thus preventing him from declining due to heightened alertness. After some reflection, Yi Bo found this reasoning sound. He retrieved an unused mobile phone and dialed Yu Sheng's number, only to be met with the standard notification. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." He pondered. Why would he turn off his phone? "It's likely he doesn't wish to be disturbed during his slumber," the suited man remarked, perceiving nothing amiss. Yet, Yi Bo sensed an underlying issue. If 3 women had intentions, how might they contact him? This seemed illogical. He felt that Yu Sheng was indeed unpredictable, enigmatic in nature. This sense of uncontrollability stirred a sense of irritation within him. Ultimately, Yi Bo declared, "Let us attempt a personal visit once more." Meanwhile, outside, Yu Sheng swiftly returned to his room, still devoid of a SIM card, leaving the space shrouded in darkness. Soon after, a knock echoed through the door. After a brief pause, he opened it to find a voluptuous beauty with cascading waves of hair, her form exaggeratedly curvaceous, and her face adorned with smoky makeup, exuding an audacious charm. With an alluring smile, she addressed him, "Mr. Yu, I wish to discuss an artifact transaction. Might you be interested? Is this artifact you?" Yu Sheng inquired. Her laughter rang out, unabashed and exuberant, as she radiated femininity. "I am merely the gift. The artifact is of the highest grade." Highest grade, as the officials term it. In layman's terms, it is referred to as a national treasure. "I apologize, but I am not inclined to take risks. Oh, from what I understand, you possess more than one national treasure. The woman clearly exhibited audacity. Yu Sheng chuckled. You see, therein lies the risk, you know me. Yet I know nothing of you. That's all right. I can introduce myself, she insisted. Stop. Yu Sheng interjected with a wave of his hand. Bring someone of significance to make the introduction. You lack the qualification. The woman's smile faltered as she realized Yu Sheng had seen through her intentions. Without a word, she turned and departed. Yu Sheng closed the door once more, remaining sequestered within, while the smoky-eyed woman left for her business vehicle, where four formidable young men awaited. With an air of indifference, she settled into her seat and, coldly addressing Yi Bo, stated, being seen through at a glance is disconcerting. Do not attempt this again. I have never experienced such an overwhelming sensation. Very well, we shall await an opportunity, Yi Bo responded before hanging up. The smoky-eyed woman rubbed her temples, glancing at the four men beside her, and sighed. I even question whether I am truly his equal. I felt completely overpowered in a single move. How can that be? You have a background as a special forces operative. What is he in comparison? Someone questioned. There's nothing suspicious about his background. He is merely an ordinary employee in a venture capital firm who has entered the antiquities trade and has some knowledge of gemstone gambling. And that is all, another added. The smoky woman gently shook her head, stating that her intuition had always been remarkably accurate. Had she dared to take action then, she would certainly have met her demise. The four men were taken aback. Yu Sheng couldn't help but admire the terrifying accuracy of a woman's intuition. Indeed, if he were to go into hiding, even the most elite soldiers from any nation would be rendered futile, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, his physical prowess had significantly improved. Yu Sheng patiently awaited the moment the mastermind would reveal himself. After 10 minutes of silence from the five individuals, his impatience grew, prompting him to return to the door of Yi Bo's room to listen intently. Inside, Yi Bo was speaking. This is how it is. It appears there will be no opportunity tonight. No, since we've been exposed, we must resolve this tonight and not wait for him to strike. Let's set the action time for midnight. Shut down the hotel surveillance, take decisive action, and ensure he disappears completely. Afterward, remember to clean up and dismantle all traces of the surveillance cameras. Understood. Yi Bo concluded the call. Outside, Yu Sheng's eyes glimmered with a fierce killing intent. He was resolute in finding the mastermind tonight. Chapter 52. Encountering a ghost. Yi Bo called the smoky woman to confirm the unified action at midnight. From this, Yu Sheng gleaned a crucial piece of information. The woman's name was Yang Huilin, and she was the consort of young Master Qiao. He listened intently, plotting and patiently awaiting the opportune moment. 10 minutes passed, and the room fell silent once more. Yu Sheng dashed out of the hotel to the business vehicle's entrance, continuing to eavesdrop. Inside, the four men were smoking, the car door ajar. The smoky woman seemed impatient, taking a cigarette from one of the men, lighting it, and inhaling just as her phone rang again. What orders does the young master have? Yang Huilin purred. You need not participate in the midnight operation. Leave it to them. Your presence is too conspicuous. Return at once. Yang Huilin suddenly realized that young Master Qiao would feel uneasy without anyone by his side. All right, I will return immediately, she replied, then instructed the four young men, you all wait in Yi Ji's room. The four promptly exited the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Sheng slipped into the car. Yang Huilin cast a puzzled glance inside. Her keen senses alerted her to a slight tremor that had occurred when someone entered the vehicle. Yet, there was no one inside. A chill ran down her spine. Could someone be hiding on the roof? Anxiously, she started the business vehicle and departed the hotel, accelerating until she reached a speed of 120 miles per hour. Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes. A black skid mark marred the road. Yu Sheng had anticipated this, gripping the front seat's backrest tightly. With his strength, he remained perfectly still. The vehicle came to a halt, and Yang Huilin stared ahead in bewilderment at the empty void. Could it truly have been an illusion? Damn it, this was bizarre. She cursed under her breath, adjusting her composure, and proceeded to drive forward. Soon, she stopped in front of a five-star hotel. This is the domain of young Master Qiao, his stronghold, with the top floor serving as his private luxurious palace. Yu Sheng followed Yang Huilin into the exclusive elevator. Once inside, Yang Huilin was taken aback. The display indicated only 2 occupants. She glanced around, seeing no one else. A wave of sheer terror washed over her. If her earlier experience in the business car was merely a figment of her imagination, could this elevator also be deceiving her? It felt utterly surreal. No, it was indeed uncanny. At that moment, young Master Chiao, clad in his pajamas, awaited Yang Huilin in the expansive dining room. He was not merely anticipating her arrival for a meal, but because the elevator opened directly into the dining area. Finally, as the elevator door slid open, a pale-faced Yang Huilin emerged, causing young Master Chiao to startle. What on earth is happening? Have I encountered a ghost? Yang Huilin anxiously settled beside him, recounting her unsettling experience in detail. Young Master Chiao listened, his scalp prickling with unease. He had committed numerous misdeeds and felt that if ghosts truly existed, it would be entirely reasonable for one to seek him out. Perhaps one was already lurking in this very room. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Preserving his life took precedence. He decisively picked up the phone. Yibo, gather everyone back immediately. The plan is cancelled. What has happened? We'll discuss it upon your return. Young Master Chiao hung up, anxiously scanning his surroundings. In a bid to alleviate his fear, he poured 2 glasses of Romani Conti and handed one to Yang Huilin. Do you recall the saying that money can make even ghosts work? Young Master Chiao raised his glass, pondering rapidly. Yang Huilin nearly short-circuited, struggling to respond. Are you suggesting we burn paper money? Young Master Chiao suddenly grew resolute. Why not give it a try? Perhaps it hinges on the money. But we have no paper money. Should we burn newspapers instead? You can deceive people, but not ghosts. Just wait. Young Master Chiao set down his glass of red wine and strode purposefully out of the dining room. He entered the master bedroom and pressed the light switch on the wall, holding it down. 3 seconds later, a concealed door in the wall opened, revealing a hidden chamber. Yusheng followed stealthily, astonished. He had anticipated a treasure trove akin to that of the Rongxing group, but instead discovered a safe house. This was a refuge from danger, stocked with various emergency supplies, beds, food, water, canned goods, and all manner of appliances. Enough provisions to remain hidden for 6 months without venturing outside. Additionally, there were surveillance screens monitoring every corner of the building, and young Master Chiao possessed the highest level of access. He approached a corner where the only valuable item resided, a safe. Yushin couldn't help but feel puzzled. How much money could fit into a safe? Even if it contained solely dollars, it would amount to mere millions, unbefitting young Master Chiao's stature. More intriguingly, the safe required facial recognition, iris scanning, fingerprint verification, and a numerical password to unlock. What level of security was this? No one but young Master Chiao could access it. After meticulously entering the necessary credentials, the safe finally opened, leaving Yusheng utterly speechless. Within this vast safe, there lies but a small jade bracelet, quietly resting in its confines. Alas, it is a counterfeit. One glance is all it takes to discern its inauthenticity. Perhaps it could deceive the unsuspecting masses, but those with even a modicum of knowledge about jade would easily recognize it as synthetic. Yet, for someone of young Master Chiao's stature, to harbor such a fraudulent piece? Yusheng's eyes nearly popped in astonishment as he observed young Master Chiao delicately adorn his left wrist with the fake bracelet. He then secured the safe, exited the secret chamber, and exhaled deeply. Yusheng came to understand that his purpose in the chamber was not to procure money, but merely to wear the bracelet. Young Master Chiao swiftly entered the cloakroom, changing into formal attire. Suddenly, Yusheng grasped his intentions. He was preparing for an escape. While the safe house could fend off human adversaries, it could not protect against the specter of death. This was intriguing. To flee wearing only a counterfeit bracelet? Yusheng's mind brimmed with insatiable curiosity. Once dressed, young Master Chiao ventured into the storeroom, a sanctuary for precious possessions: ivory, rhinoceros horn, agarwood, tiger skin, an array of luxury watches and opulent goods, a veritable cornucopia. A thought struck Yusheng. Could this be the legendary customs confiscation warehouse? Young Master Chiao casually lifted a box and returned to the dining room. This is 1 million. You shall burn it shortly, he declared, placing the box upon the table and pushing it towards Yang Huilin before picking up a wine glass. At home, shouldn't it be at the crossroads? She inquired. No need. We shall burn it in the kitchen. Very well. She was not one to shy away from the unorthodox, feeling no qualms about deceiving the dead. After settling their plans, they steadied their nerves, clinked their glasses, and downed the contents in one go. Soon, their eyes glazed over. The wine harbored a drug. Indeed. But by the time they realized, it was far too late. This was the very substance Yusheng had procured from the notorious Tang, always kept on his person. His principle was to employ a method only once, lest he be discovered. After all, linking all the incidents of death would inevitably point to him as the sole suspect. Therefore, if it could only be used once, he would utilize it fully. The dosage was sufficient to be lethal, enough to suggest retribution from Tang's associates. Especially since Su Balian had been taken after consuming this very drug. Young Master Chiao and Yang Huilin promptly lost consciousness. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Yusheng swiftly removed the counterfeit bracelet, scarcely pausing to inspect it before tucking it into his bosom. Chapter 53. Must take away for investigation. Yi Bo and his 5 companions exited the elevator in succession, and Yusheng seamlessly followed, slipping into the elevator just before the doors shut. Once the doors closed, he remained still. This elevator required not only facial recognition, but also fingerprint verification to operate. Otherwise, anyone could ascend, compromising young Master Chiao's security. Yusheng's face would surely not suffice, and his fingerprints were utterly irrelevant. There was no need to even attempt it. He could only wait in silence, pondering that the best outcome would be if someone downstairs called for the elevator, allowing him to descend. The worst possibility was that Yi Bo and his 5 companions would realize the irrevocable danger and, fearing for young Master Chiao's life, would all enter the elevator together to escape. In that case, he would be trapped within the confines of the elevator, utterly exposed with nowhere to hide. Even if he managed to eliminate all 6 of them, it would be futile, as the cameras would capture every moment. As Yi Bo and the others approached young Master Chiao, they immediately sensed something was amiss, plunging them into a state of panic. "Young Master, wake up! Huilin, what on earth is happening?" The 4 bodyguards desperately tried to rouse young Master Chiao, while Yi Bo seemed frozen, his heart sinking into despair. If there was still a chance to save him, the enemies would have already struck the final blow. There would be no mercy. After examining the wine glass, the suited man spoke nervously. "Brother Yi, this is thallium. The dosage is lethal. There's no saving him." Why would they commit suicide? The muscles in Yi Bo's face twitched as he replied in a low voice. "This cannot be suicide. Young Master Chiao summoned us back because he sensed danger, and he had already dressed and prepared his money box. Clearly, he was ready to flee. How could he possibly choose to end his life suddenly? This is likely a retaliation from Tang Tianlong's men." They instinctively ruled out the possibility of Yusheng's involvement, as they had been guarding the hotel and had not seen him leave, yet calamity had struck at home. What kind of twisted reasoning could link this incident to Yusheng? How had he managed this? The suited man wore a look of disbelief. "That is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that young Master Chiao is dead. How will we explain this to the boss?" Yi Bo countered. The others turned pale, realizing that as personal bodyguards, this was an unforgivable mistake. Young Master Chiao's father, Chiao Haitao, was far from a magnanimous man. If they reported this to the boss, it was likely they would all meet their demise. One of the younger subordinates timidly whispered, "Should we escape?" Yi Bo closed his eyes in anguish. Betrayal was not an option for him, as he had family and was too deeply entwined with the Chiao family. However, he did not wish for his subordinates to perish alongside him. "Those who wish to leave may access the storage room. Take as much cash as you can. I will give you an hour. It is sufficient for you to flee the country." The 4 subordinates sighed in relief, lifting young Master Chiao and heading toward the storage room. Without young Master Chiao, the door could not be opened. He had become merely a tool for unlocking it. However, the suited man seized the $1 million box and quietly said to Yi Bo, "Brother Yi, even if you choose to accompany him in death, it may not save your family. On the contrary, if you escape, they may hesitate to act against your loved ones." With that, he strode directly toward the elevator. Yi Bo kept his eyes closed, yet his mind was alive with thoughts. The suited man entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Perhaps filled with a sense of desolation at the end of the road, he failed to notice that the elevator displayed the number of occupants as 2. After successfully departing from the hotel, Yusheng chose not to take a taxi, aware that doing so might raise suspicions and lead to evidence gathering. Any taxi he might enter could be traced back to him with relative ease, especially if they held his photograph. Fortunately, Yi Bo had granted his subordinates an hour's grace. Yusheng stealthily returned to his hotel without leaving a trace. However, upon reaching the entrance to his room, he confronted a new dilemma. The camera would record his entry, raising questions about why he was opening the door in the middle of the night. His solution was straightforward. Once the door swung open, he swiftly entered, then reappeared outside, proceeding to knock 3 times at Yan Ni's door, though he made no sound at all. As silent as a ghost. After a brief wait, he returned to his room and closed the door behind him. He refrained from inserting his key card to avoid any discrepancies that might arouse suspicion, as his absence during the unpowered moments could easily be questioned. During breakfast, everyone reconvened at the table, leaving no opportunity for Yu Sheng to speak. Yin and I and her companions did not solicit Yu Sheng's opinion, but rather energetically discussed their plans to go shopping, finalizing their itinerary without hesitation. Feng Taizhan exchanged glances with Yu Sheng, eager to inquire if anyone had knocked on the door last night, and if so, which lovely lady it might have been. Just then, four uniformed officers approached their table. Yin and I, taken aback, asked, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing concerning you. We require Yu Sheng's assistance in our investigation. Please accompany us," the lead officer stated solemnly. "No way." Yin Ni's demeanor shifted dramatically. She stood up and donned her trench coat with determination, declaring, "I question the legality of your actions. If there are issues, you may address them here. This is my identification." The four officers appeared somewhat exasperated, already aware of Yin and I's identity, as well as those of Wen Shu and Su Baolian, each of whom posed their own challenges. "We must take him for questioning," they reiterated seriously, without yielding or resorting to aggression. Wen Shu stood gracefully, asserting, "This is ordered by Kai Yuhua. I senti it." "Oh, you probably haven't reached that level of understanding. Perhaps your superior is aware. An investigation is permissible, but we must be present. Should you resort to underhanded tactics, I assure you, I will ensure you face dire consequences." Feng Taizhan immediately escalated the situation, brandishing his credentials. "Without evidence, you have no authority to detain my protector. Any investigation must go through me, and you will be held accountable for exposing my undercover identity as a narcotics officer today. If anything happens to me, the responsibility lies with you." The four officers were utterly taken aback. Feng Taizhan was an undercover agent? They were unaware of this critical detail. Having asked no questions, they had inadvertently stirred a significant problem. If Feng Taizhan were to be harmed, the consequences would be severe. Little did they know that Feng Tieshan's undercover status was a ruse, with only the officers and bodyguards being genuine. The lead officer had no choice but to directly inquire, "Mr. Yu Sheng, where were you last night?" With a resounding slap on the table, Yu Sheng erupted in fury. "Can't you check the surveillance footage to see where I was? Are you suggesting the cameras conveniently malfunctioned? Was it Kai Yuhua who instructed you to erase the footage to frame me?" The four officers were instantly infuriated, their faces turning a shade of pale. It was evident that the balance of power had shifted, leaving them to ponder who was truly interrogating whom. "Please answer our questions," the lead officer reiterated. "Is my response of any value? Are you merely seeking a pretext to apprehend me? Come on, try to arrest me, and witness how I can expose all of you." As Yu Sheng spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed Yang Xiaoping, declaring, "I will offer 10 million to have these four inspectors dismissed." The expressions of the four inspectors darkened considerably. They had yet to commence the arrest, yet they already found themselves in a precarious position. This matter required covert manipulation. 10 million would undoubtedly provide the leadership with an excuse to dismiss them. However, Yu Sheng's public declaration amounted to a threat. Although the four were enraged, their resolve remained unyielding. Chapter 54. Accident or murder. Upon noticing the four inspectors' unwillingness to compromise, Su Baolian felt it was time to report back to Yu Sheng. She promptly called San Yi and recounted the events, to which he responded with a chuckle, "Baolian, do not be agitated. Kai Yuhua is not so foolish. Let me inquire further." At that moment, Yang Xiaoping had already clarified the situation through his connections and called back, "Brother, you cannot blame them. Young Master Qiao was eliminated at home last night, and Xiao Haitao is enraged. All inspectors are frantically searching for the perpetrator." Yu Sheng was taken aback. Did young Master Qiao not have bodyguards? He was genuinely curious about how many of those bodyguards had remained. It was said that the surviving bodyguards had all fled, fearing they would meet the same fate. They left behind a note detailing the events, and by the time Qiao Dalao arrived at the scene, the bodyguards had already departed. Yu Sheng pondered, "What concern is this to me?" There is a slight connection. Young Master Qiao is the owner of Feitsue Yuan. And were you not scheduled to gamble there? "Oh, I see," Yu Sheng concluded, ending the call. He then adopted a more amiable demeanor. "You wish to inquire about my whereabouts last night, correct? I was simply resting in my room. Why did you not use your card to access the electricity?" The officer probed, his gaze intense. Yu Sheng smiled. "You will need to check my room for that." "Why are you asking me?" What do you mean? While I have not investigated, I can assure you that there are likely listening devices or cameras installed in that room. The four inspectors exchanged glances, apprehensive to pursue this line of questioning. The possibility of cameras being present was quite real. Should they investigate, it would implicate young Master Chiao and incite further rage from Xiao Daolao. The perpetrator remained at large, yet they could inadvertently uncover evidence against my son. Who among them could withstand such wrath? Do you recognize this individual? The lead inspector produced a photograph of a suited man. Yusheng chuckled. He approached me last night, claiming to have a batch of exquisite jade stones for sale. He did not strike me as a legitimate businessman. His demeanor was clearly a facade, so I politely declined. He left without even entering. The four officers exchanged glances, confirming that this aligned with the surveillance footage. They then presented another photograph. Do you know this person? Yusheng chuckled once more. I suspected these two were working together. Shortly after the suited man departed, this woman arrived, stating she had antiques to trade. I was exceedingly wary, particularly as she claimed they were of first-class quality. A person whom I do not know, lacking any respectable identity, unexpectedly possesses a national treasure-level artifact. This individual is undoubtedly suspicious. Therefore, I declined. The four inspectors exchanged glances, and the lead inspector inquired, Do you know young Master Chiao? Surely not the gentleman in a suit from earlier? Of course not. While I have not encountered him, I can surmise that young Master Chiao is likely a sycophant of Kai Yuhua. Otherwise, why would Kai Yuhua arrange a meeting at Emerald Garden? If you wish to investigate the cause of his death, do not direct your inquiries at me, but rather at Kai Yuhua. Those 10 individuals pursuing me are connected to him. Yin and I promptly added, Deputy Director Qin from Jianghai City can attest to that. Kai Yuhua arranged a gambling session with Yusheng and subsequently informed Tang Tiance of Yusheng's itinerary, prompting Tang Tiance to dispatch individuals to eliminate him. Yusheng seamlessly connected the dots. Yang Chaoping mentioned that Tang Tiance's subordinates clashed with the Emerald Garden while pursuing me, leading to young Master Chiao's demise. Why do you not pursue the Tang drug trafficking syndicate or the orchestrator Kai Yuhua, but instead target me? The four inspectors broke into a cold sweat, daunted and unwilling to press further. The momentum was clearly building to implicate Kai Yuhua. The case was intricately woven. Kai Yuhua found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the inspector's phone rang, and a commanding voice erupted from the other end. What on earth have you done? Return immediately. The four inspectors' expressions darkened, and they hurriedly took their leave. Shortly thereafter, Sanya's call came through. Baoyan, I have clarified the situation. Young Master Chiao was eliminated at home. I have exerted pressure to secure his release, but you must not involve yourself in this matter. Steer clear of any negative publicity and head to the airport at once. Return to Yanjing. Su Baoyan stuck out her tongue, conceding, All right. When Shu immediately mocked her, Are you so timid that you fear this? Then her phone rang, and her expression shifted dramatically. Mother, what is it? Come back at once. What are you doing in Pingzhou? As a young woman, do you not understand the need to distance yourself from turmoil? Mother, I was just about to accompany Su Baoyan back. Enough. I must catch my flight. When Shu hastily hung up, Yusheng burst into laughter, while Su Baoyan and Wen Shu felt distinctly embarrassed. Yin and I reassured them. This is perfectly normal. Everyone carries their own burdens. I have mine as well. If Director Jiao were to call me, I would have to return immediately. Her words were delivered with a sense of forthrightness, contrasting starkly with the two girls who felt like quails. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yin Ni's phone rang, and she was struck by an ominous premonition. Yin and I, Deputy Director Qin has committed suicide. You need to come back, came Director Jia's weary voice. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yin and I slowly ended the call, her eyes filled with disappointment. This was hardly a holiday. It was merely a pretext for a death certificate, and she would be returning to work immediately. Yet she could comprehend that this was beyond Director Jia's capacity to resist. And even Li Changqing must yield. Kai Gongzi is indeed formidable. He has compelled Deputy Director Qin to take his own life, thereby eliminating any evidence of his communication with Tang Tiance, thus dissociating himself from the assassination of Tang Tianlong. Consequently, the drug cartel's murder of young Master Chiao becomes entirely unrelated to him. Yusheng sighs in reflection. When Shu and Su Baoyan exchange glances, realizing they will be boarding the plane alongside Yin and I. Are you returning? The three women simultaneously inquire of Yusheng. With a self-satisfied smile, he responds, No. I can assert with utmost certainty that no one can compel me to return. I am absolutely free. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang, and the three women wore expressions of curiosity. This scene felt oddly familiar. Yu Sheng, do you wish to know who orchestrated your parents' car accident? A stranger's voice inquires. Yu Sheng's gaze turns icy. After a moment of silence, he responds with a chilling determination, your words suffice. I will uncover the truth. He abruptly ends the call without inquiring who it was, for he understands that the other party has merely cast a bait, likely presenting a condition that would be difficult to accept. He refuses to be led by the nose. The lessons from his past life weigh heavily on him. The assassin on the other end is momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a reaction from Yu Sheng. He resorts to calling his employer back. Your method is ineffective. He won't take the bait. He didn't even ask a question. What should we do? After a brief contemplation, the employer replies, then wait for an opportunity. Above all, do not act in front of the three women. It would complicate matters. Regardless of whom you intend to assassinate, the forces behind them will surely intervene in the investigation. Understood, the assassin concludes the call. Yu Sheng then inquires of Yin and I. Can you access the case files regarding my parents? Yin Ni's long eyelashes flutter, and her expressive eyes fixate on Yu Sheng. Since you killed Biaozi, all matters concerning you have been reinvestigated, with this case being of utmost priority. Yet the conclusion remains, there are no suspicious elements. It was indeed an accident. Humph, Yu Sheng raises an eyebrow, a cold smile escaping his lips. I once believed it was an accident, but I no longer do. How can there be so many coincidences? The essence of society is the survival of the fittest. Driven by self-interest, one brandishing a knife, the other stained with blood. It matters not that you cannot uncover the truth. I shall return. The last three words send a shiver through Wen Shu and Su Baolian. They wish to burst into laughter, yet the gravity of the situation regarding his parents restrains them. Little do they realize, Yu Sheng is not eager to return, but rather to escape, driven by the faux bracelet concealed in his pocket. Chapter 55. Survival of the fittest. As they pass through airport security, Yin and I and the other women curiously observe Yu Sheng's counterfeit bracelet, exchanging glances laden with intrigue. Who could this woman be that gifted him such a trinket? They speculate it might be one of the other two women, yet none believe it to be a mere purchase. The bracelet appears to be an obviously cheap imitation. Yu Sheng, an adept at gambling on stones, would never find it appealing, especially one so precious that he would hide it close to his chest. Unless it was a gift from a woman, he would not dare dispose of it for fear of having to explain himself. The more they ponder, the more their imaginations wander. Only Feng Taizhan, in his naivety, asks, Boss, isn't this bracelet a bit too fake? I can no longer endure this. Is it not plastic? The three women stared wide-eyed at Yu Sheng. In his mind, Yu Sheng cursed Feng Taizhan vehemently. The more he wished to avoid attention, the more he attracted it. He could only smile and say, is it fake? There are so many deceivers these days. Well, I shall dispose of it upon my return. The three women exchanged glances, yet their expressions remained unchanged, revealing nothing. Upon arriving at the designated waiting area, the five of them seated themselves at the complimentary restaurant, not for the sake of dining, but merely to gather together. Feng Taizhan thought it unwise to pass up free drinks, so he diligently selected a beverage for each woman, while he and Yu Sheng opted for beer. Wen Shu, seemingly unfazed, casually inquired, Yu Sheng, your bracelet is truly exquisite. Who gifted it to you? Yu Sheng turned his gaze, wearing an expression akin to one who pities a child with learning difficulties, and finally sighed. It's evident you hold no status. Those of stature do not indulge in falsehoods. Do you truly find it beautiful? Are your eyes deceiving you? Wen Shu, incensed, unleashed a flurry of playful punches. Yin and I and Su Baolian stifled their laughter. Why, they pondered, would someone of high standing speak truthfully yet still be subjected to such playful chastisement? Meanwhile, Feng Taizhan contemplated the implication. Does speaking the truth indeed denote a high status? What does that make of him then? At last, Wen Shu was satisfied and triumphantly resumed her seat. Strangely, Yu Sheng felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Brother Yu, Su Baolian said, sitting upright with a smile, I have a question, and you will surely answer truthfully, right? Yu Sheng chuckled. Am I to lie to a child like you? Su Baolian, taken aback, felt a blush grace her otherwise flawless cheeks and retorted, how am I a child? I am 19. All right, even if I am younger than you. I wish to know, what is your criterion for selecting a girlfriend? Yin and I was momentarily stunned, instantly realizing that the bracelet was not a gift from Su Baolian. This raised a curious question. Who was its true giver? Yu Sheng smiled and replied, as for selecting a girlfriend, I have but one criterion. We must resonate on the same wavelength, for without such harmony, communication falters. The three women simultaneously sensed the trap. The initiative lay solely with Yu Sheng. As long as he chose not to engage, he would counter every statement. How could they be on the same wavelength? Yet Su Balian boldly pressed on, undeterred and unambiguous, asking, how can one prove they share the same wavelength? Her courage stemmed from a conversation with San Yi the previous night, during which she recounted the extraordinary events of the day, how Yu Sheng had been pursued by 10 of Tang Tianlong's men, yet emerged unscathed, leisurely purchasing jade to be sent home. After detailing everything to San Yi, he had cryptically remarked, I cannot ascertain the depth of your connection, but I know he will be the most unique sight along your life's journey. You shall not encounter another like him. Do not forsake your own happiness for the sake of Yen Ni's feelings, even if it is merely a shared path for a while, for life's opportunities are finite, and one should live without regrets in old age. Su Balian is utterly convinced of San Ye's integrity. Her mother once confided a secret to her. This godfather is, in fact, her biological father, while her nominal father remains oblivious to this truth. Otherwise, how could a godfather refrain from engaging with his goddaughter? A goddaughter is indeed a goddaughter, and he even encourages her to pursue her own happiness. Although Yu Sheng is reluctant to associate with women from the entertainment industry, he holds great respect for Su Balian as she is a maiden. Even if he must decline her advances, he cannot afford to offend her dignity, particularly with San Ye's reputation at stake. He composedly stated, I have but one question. Do not presume I am being dismissive. I can write down my answer beforehand. After you respond, we shall compare, and if our answers align, we are on the same wavelength. If not, we are not. The third woman was instantly moved by his sincerity. Su Balian's face lit up, and she excitedly replied, Yugu, you need not write it down. I trust you have no reason to speak falsely. Please ask away. Very well, my question is, if you were the richest person in the world, what would you do? Su Balian was momentarily taken aback. She had never contemplated such a question. She resolved to think it through carefully and not act impulsively. However, when Shu blurted out, I would donate half to impoverished regions so that the needy can have food and children can attend school. She believed she had discerned Yu Sheng's intention, thinking the question was a test of a woman's character, and thus aimed to embellish her own virtues, loyalty, kindness, compassion, and whatever grand notions she could muster. Yin and I, however, sighed inwardly, recognizing her naivety. Indeed, Yu Sheng cast a sidelong glance at her, remarking, Can you not survive without lying? Does that align with your character? Refrain from speaking to me henceforth. Our dialogue lacks harmony. When Shu trembled with indignation and playfully struck him, though this time it was a light tap, and she ultimately retorted, Very well, let Balian speak first. She feared that if she asked now, Su Balian might use her answer as a reference. And what if she answered correctly? Yet Su Balian's eyes sparkled with inspiration. She found when Shu's answer commendable and decisively chose to speak the truth. If I were the world's wealthiest individual, say with $100 billion, I would donate $90 billion to build schools in impoverished areas, ensuring that all out-of-school children can receive free education, granting them a chance to transform their destinies. Yin and I sighed deeply, convinced that Su Balian's intentions were genuine, yet recognized that she and Yu Sheng were not on the same plane. Yu Sheng smiled warmly and remarked, You surpass Wen Shu by leaps and bounds. At least you did not say you would donate to the poor. The evolution of humanity adheres to the laws of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Only through the elimination of the weak can humanity progress. If the weak are rewarded rather than discarded, it may be seen as charity by you, but from an evolutionary perspective, it could lead to the extinction of our species. Building schools is indeed commendable, providing children with opportunities for growth. That is true charity. Yet, despite its righteousness, I would not undertake it. It is the responsibility of the state. Such matters are best handled by the government, lest the common folk falter and risk becoming merely instruments of reputation. What I genuinely wish to pursue is the promotion of virtue and the punishment of vice. Take heed. Do not conflate my benevolence with your assistance to the weak. Punishing evil does not equate to penalizing the strong, for these are two distinct matters. I am a firm believer in the theory of evolution, which embodies the natural order. Only the strong can lead societal progress, so do not stray from this path. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Yanni's lips. When Shu and Su Balian remained in a state of stupor for quite some time, filled with discontent, as they believed Yu Sheng spoke no falsehood. This was indeed his character, and when he spoke of punishing evil, he meant it. Those who offended him met their demise. Yet, the reward for kindness remained unseen. Suddenly, Su Baoyan clapped her hands joyfully and playfully said, "Brother Yu, seeing how benevolent I am, do you think I deserve a reward?" In a moment of surprise, Yu Sheng inadvertently sprayed a mouthful of beer, fortunately turning his head just in time. Meanwhile, in the secluded chamber of young Master Qiao, under the watchful gaze of the formidable Qiao Haitao, the safe was finally skillfully cut open by his trusted aide, Chen Bo. However, a thorough search of every nook and cranny yielded nothing. Chen Bo was incredulous. How could such a high-security safe be entirely empty? Not even a feather was found. Qiao Haitao's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "That item must have been taken by my son and then seized by the murderer. It must be retrieved." Chen Bo mused internally. How can I search for something when you have not informed me what it is? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he finally asked, "What item?" Chapter 56. One cannot become wealthy without windfall. As Yu Sheng and his companions prepared to board their flight, Chen Bo hastily arrived at the airport. "Director Chen, you have come personally. What grand case are you investigating?" Pang Zheng greeted him with a broad smile. Though they had no formal affiliation, airport security fell under the jurisdiction of the airline. Yet Chen Bo's rank was undeniable. "I need to investigate Yu Sheng. A body search is required." "A body search? May I inquire what you are looking for?" Pang Zheng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The airport was not like other venues, and each traveler was of significance. Conducting a search without evidence could lead to serious repercussions. Chen Bo replied in a hushed tone, "I truly lack evidence. But this is the directive of Boss Qiao. You must be aware that young Master Qiao perished last night, and Yu Sheng hastily departed today. This alone raises suspicion." Pang Zheng grew increasingly discontent. How could he dare to conduct a search without evidence, potentially placing the blame upon him? Yet, he refrained from confrontation, opting instead for a more diplomatic approach. Luggage may be inspected, but as for a body search, is that truly necessary? There are surveillance recordings, after all. Everything each person possesses is visible in the trays, clear for all to see, which should suffice. His implication was clear: you are pushing your luck, and I cannot be held accountable for your actions. Chen Bo hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yu Sheng has no luggage, and that item is too small. It must be on his person. Let us first review the surveillance. Follow me to the monitoring room." Pang Zheng sighed in relief. He retrieved the security footage, locating the segment where Yu Sheng and his companions passed through security. Chen Bo scrutinized the entire process, examining the contents of the trays, including the fake bracelet, magnifying each item for clarity. His brow furrowed in concentration as he reviewed the footage 3 times, ultimately conceding defeat. "Nothing?" Pang Zheng inquired. "There is nothing in the trays." Chen Bo confidently remarked, "If it's on the person, can security detect it?" "Absolutely. It can even be found if concealed in the shoes." Pang Zheng spoke with unwavering certainty. Chen Bo, feeling helpless, realized that this conclusively eliminated Yu Sheng's suspicions. He stated, "If anyone inquires, just say I conducted a body search." "Understood. Rest assured," Pang Zheng replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As Chen Bo departed, he sat in the back seat on his way home, closing his eyes in contemplation, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and searched for images of USB drives. Various types of USB drives appeared before him, including models resembling lighters and light bulbs, each more bizarre than the last. His eyes widened in alarm. The USB drives he had encountered were all conventional government-issued models, yet these were entirely beyond his comprehension, resembling toys in their outlandishness. Then, he spotted a green bracelet. A jolt of realization struck him. His face turned ashen. It was over. What to do? The plane had already taken off. Should he have Jiang Hai and Jing Fang apprehend someone? What a ridiculous notion. Why would they side with him? To offend the formidable Qiao just to protect Yu Sheng? After all, Yu Sheng had Li Changqing backing him. In their territory, who would dare? The likely outcome was that they would fail to capture anyone, only to expose his own incompetence, leading to a furious Qiao casting him into disgrace. Chen Bo clenched his teeth, deciding to maintain his silence and act as if he knew nothing. In truth, he truly had no knowledge of the contents within the USB drive. Moreover, he was certain that Qiao was also unaware that the USB was bracelet-shaped. Otherwise, he would have provided a thorough explanation. The plane landed in Jianghai. Yu Sheng and Yin and I exited the airport and smoothly boarded a Mercedes, both exhaling in relief. Yin and I, without needing to ask, understood that the demise of young Master Qiao was undoubtedly linked to Yu Sheng. She simply chose not to voice it. Boss, the raw jadeite has been transported back and is stored in the basement. Additionally, I've hired 2 individuals specifically to guard the villa, as the risk is minimal. At a monthly rate of 8,000, Yang Kai reported while driving. Good, Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly, then turned to Yin and I. The driver responsible for my parents' accident was named Quang Hui, correct? You mentioned there was nothing suspicious. How did Jing Fong investigate? Yin and I explained earnestly. Firstly, it was raining that day, so it's reasonable for the truck's brakes to fail. Secondly, if Quang Hui had been bribed, he has been in prison for 3 years without an opportunity to silence anyone, yet he has been living well. Thirdly, since his incarceration, his wife has been raising a child, suffering for 3 years, with no additional income in their bank account. Yu Sheng nodded slightly, finding her reasoning plausible. Yet he remained unconvinced. He was sentenced to 5 years, correct? No reduction in sentence? No, that also indicates he has no backing. In fact, based on his behavior, he could have qualified for a reduced sentence. Yin and I sighed softly. Yu Sheng smiled faintly. Is there a possibility of releasing him? Why? Yin and I asked, taken aback. Firstly, he was not silenced because I lacked the ability to turn the tables over the past 3 years. Although I possess that capability now, if he were to die immediately, would it not seem too conspicuous? Secondly, he can only amass wealth if he is released. Without the opportunity, where would the flaw arise? The remaining days are profound in meaning, and he added, his reluctance to provide funds to his wife stems from a fear of exposure. Is that not entirely rational? Perhaps his wife is entirely unaware of his being compromised, which would prevent any slip-up. Simultaneously, he wishes to ascertain his wife's loyalty, pondering whether they would flee separately in times of peril. What if he were to abandon the child and abscond with the funds? Yu Sheng found this reasoning compelling and nodded. Leave it to me. He will be released within 3 days. Given her current prestige in solving major cases, this minor task posed no challenge, especially since he had already been incarcerated for 3 years. Yu Sheng further cautioned, do not mention my involvement in his release. Do you take me for a fool? Yu Sheng shot him a glance, her charm blooming like a rose in full bloom. Yu Sheng felt a stirring in his heart and impulsively remarked, could you not feign ignorance? Get lost. Yu Sheng's expression faltered, and she lightly struck him with her fist, yet her action was devoid of strength, exuding a languid allure that began to raise the temperature in the confined space, filled with tenderness and romantic allure. Upon returning to the villa in the Imperial Garden, Yu Sheng immediately lunged for the computer. He swiftly retrieved a fake bracelet, pulling it apart with a magician's finesse, revealing a USB interface. His heart raced with anticipation, nearly leaping from his throat as he trembled slightly, inserting the USB into the computer, eager to unlock the treasure trove of his suspicions. As expected, the computer screen displayed an encrypted document. Yu Sheng felt as though he had found a treasure, downloading a password removal software and, with the skill of a master butcher, forcefully eliminating the document's password. The moment the document opened, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with ecstasy. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his conjectures. The document was filled with dense codes, resembling an ancient script, the intricate combinations dizzying to behold. This was the private key to a Bitcoin wallet. Whoever possesses the private key holds the key to unlock the treasure, allowing them to claim the Bitcoin contained within the wallet. These Bitcoins are elusive, untraceable, and without a paper trail. For this reason, Bitcoin has long been a favored tool for laundering money and a perfect means for transferring domestic assets abroad. Yu Sheng was well versed in these matters. He adeptly opened the Bitcoin software and, using the private key, found the public key. The public key resembles a publicly accessible email address. Anyone can know it, but only the owner can access it. As he opened the wallet, Yu Sheng inhaled sharply. There were an astonishing 15,000 Bitcoins. At the current price of $60,000 each, the total value exceeded $900 million. $900 million, a staggering figure, equivalent to 63 billion yuan. In the remaining years of his life, Yu Sheng acutely felt the weight of wealth pressing down on him, rendering him somewhat breathless. This sum of 6 billion RMB was sufficient to afford him a life steeped in extravagance, though he had no desire to live in such a manner. Yet, the sensation of being unable to indulge was entirely different. A lively, Uncontrollable joy surged within him, as if the entire world were celebrating his fortune. Chapter 57. Let us first attend to the marriage. Yusheng swiftly created his own Bitcoin wallet and transferred all of young Master Qiao's Bitcoin into his possession, subsequently deleting the private key stored on the USB drive, replacing it with the new public and private keys. The USB drive remained in use, requiring no replacement. At this juncture, even if young Master Qiao had backups, they were rendered useless, and the $900 million had irrevocably changed hands. As the saying goes, without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper. Without midnight fodder, horses cannot thrive. Yusheng chuckled with serene delight, content to build his happiness upon the suffering of the formidable Qiao. Even if Qiao were to learn of this, he would dare not speak out, instead seeking other means of retribution. For the crime of acquiring vast wealth from unknown sources awaited him. Why is it that thefts are commonplace, yet never do we hear of a magnate being robbed? It is simply because even if a thief confesses, it would be of no consequence. It cannot be. It does not exist. I have not lost anything. This is the standard response among the powerful. In the basement, a group of individuals was diligently constructing a vault, while another faction was installing and calibrating various stone cutting and engraving machines. 8 pieces of jade rough were tucked away in a corner, guarded by 2 newly hired bodyguards named Mao Zhongyu and Guichan. Boss, Yang Kai and his companion have gone to investigate Kuang Hui. If there are any tasks you wish for us to undertake, simply let us know, Mao Zhongyu said, approaching Yusheng with a display of eagerness. Although their salary was a mere 8,000, they were quite satisfied. It was simply a security job, with no need for standing guard, which was exceedingly easy. Yusheng frowned. He had not instructed Yang Kai and his partner to conduct any investigation. It seemed that they believed this was part of their duties and required no further direction. However, this could easily lead to a breach of caution. Suddenly, the phone rang, remarkably. It was the top supervisor from the venture capital company, Wang Dianga. Have I not already resigned? Why are you still seeking me? Yusheng responded bluntly. Hey, little brother. I have good news for you. Your resignation has not been approved by the general manager, but this is a blessing in disguise. You won't need to come to work anymore. Your position will be changed to that of a consultant, and you'll receive a salary according to consultancy standards. What do you think? Yusheng was taken aback. The general manager, being a returnee from abroad, would surely not be so whimsical. This maneuver had a distinctly Chinese flair, reminiscent of how bank employees are often relatives of significant clients. It inevitably led Yusheng to ponder the various stakeholders in the venture capital firm, all of whom were substantial capitalists adept at navigating complex dealings. You're joking, right? You propose I receive a salary without work? Yusheng feigned ignorance. This is no jest. Of course, there will be some investment-related inquiries for which I may consult you. Respond when it is convenient. And feel free to abstain when it is not. That is all. Wang Dianga became increasingly courteous, no longer daring to speak in the authoritative manner of old. He felt a bittersweet pang within, unable to comprehend why the higher-ups had chosen this course of action. Yet, Yusheng remained unperturbed, calmly stating, If you wish to send me money, I have no objections. A dutiful son in times of thunder, a merciless person in pursuit of wealth. I shall not hold back. Should you require the appraisal of artifacts, my appearance fee is 500,000. What? An appearance fee of 500,000? Wang Dianga was taken aback. Before he could fully process this information, Yusheng had already hung up the phone. As dusk fell, a Maybach glided silently to the entrance of the royal garden. Akin to a specter, behind the wheel was a middle-aged woman, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, exuding an unsettling chill, with a countenance as cold as ice. She slowly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Yusheng, I have something to discuss. I am at the Maybach outside the royal garden. All right. Yusheng did not inquire about her identity. It was evident that someone without status could not afford a Maybach, and an assassin would not choose to strike at the entrance of the royal garden. The woman seemed somewhat taken aback by Yusheng's decisiveness, her plan mockery rendered unnecessary, as he exhibited no fear and appeared willing to meet anyone. Soon, Yusheng stepped out, clad in his simple attire, without a hint of hesitation, and took his place in the passenger seat of the Maybach. The two exchanged glances, their eyes locked in a silent contest of wills. Yusheng had to concede that he had never encountered such a perilous woman. She emanated a potent sense of repression, as if she were a volcano poised to erupt. The woman, too, felt astonished. She finally believed that this young man was indeed extraordinary, capable of maintaining such composure while gazing back at her. I am Qing Wenxiu. I have not heard of you. Please get to the point. Yu Sheng did not harbor any illusions about the nature of this woman's visit. Thus his response was curt and unceremonious. The woman's gaze deepened as she replied softly, I am Yan Ni's mother. Yu Sheng's expression contorted, as if he were experiencing a sudden obstruction in his bowels. He stared at her, furrowing his brow in distress. Yan Ni's mother had come to trouble him? After a full 10 seconds, he unexpectedly extended his hand, attempting to shake hands with Cheng Wenxiu. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Cheng Wenxiu was somewhat surprised. Yet she appreciated his formal tone. It suggested that Yu Sheng and Yan Ni had not yet progressed to a deeper relationship, which made matters considerably easier for her. Consequently, she returned the gesture with formality. In that instant, Yu Sheng felt a jolt throughout his body, an absurd sensation overtaking him. Good heavens! The Virgin Mary. This woman is indeed a maiden. A maiden daring to impersonate Yan Ni's mother? My word, I nearly fell for her ruse. Aside from their age alignment, nothing else matched. Yu Sheng found the situation utterly ludicrous. Suddenly laughing, you claim to be Yan Ni's mother? Are you jesting? Look in the mirror. Where do you resemble Yan and I? Are you gilding your own visage? Cheng Wenxiu suddenly realized she had been played by this young man. Her expression darkened instantly, and an even colder aura enveloped her. She contemplated ending this boy's life right then and there, but thoughts of Yan and I held her back. After several shifts in her demeanor, she finally composed herself and said, You may inquire with Yan and I. All right, Yu Sheng replied, unabashedly snapping a photograph and sending it, along with a message, to Yan and I. This woman is named Cheng Wenxiu. She claims to be your mother. Do you know her? Yan and I responded, Indeed, she is my mother, visiting from Yanjing. She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Yu Sheng replied, Not at all. We had a delightful conversation. Rest assured, he certainly found it hard to believe that a virgin could be a mother, let alone a stepmother. Yet Yan and I acknowledged her, and he felt he could not push the matter too far. Rubbing his cheeks, he forced a smile. So it turns out she truly is Yan Ni's mother. I always sensed Yan and I had endured endless grievances, prompting her escape to Jianghai. It appears my instincts were correct. By the way, elder sister, what brings you here? Cheng Wenxiu was taken aback. What did you just call me? Elder sister. Yu Sheng replied with a matter-of-fact expression. Are you perhaps misunderstanding something? Cheng Wenxiu realized the implication and grew even more infuriated. With a stern countenance, she stated, Since you refer to me as elder sister, I shall accept you as my younger brother. I know your parents are deceased, and as the elder sister, I cannot ignore your marriage. Here's the deal. I will introduce you to a suitable girl, with an elder sister to oversee things no one would dare oppose. You should arrange your marriage first. Yu Sheng stumbled slightly, finding her words excessively domineering. Setting aside whether I agree or not. You've yet to even see the person before hastily arranging my marriage? Chapter 58. Tong Lin's confidence led to a laughable situation. How could Yu Sheng possibly consent to such an absurd proposal? Yet, not wishing to escalate matters too much, he decided to employ some clever rhetoric. Elder sister, my parents were murdered, and I have yet to avenge them. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to marry first? Oh. Cheng Wenxiu was once again taken aback. This was a rationale she dared not contest. Given her position, she had to maintain a moral high ground. Who was responsible for your parents' demise? Despite conflicting with the information she possessed, she had no doubt of its authenticity. For she had witnessed enough darkness and bloodshed to recognize that coincidences were mere illusions. Behind every occurrence lay an inevitability. Officially, it was Kuang Hui, sentenced to 5 years for vehicular manslaughter, but Yan and I had promised to secure his release within 3 days. After which he would follow the trail to uncover the hidden mastermind, and results would soon follow. I can handle all of this. There's no need to trouble you. Elder sister. This final remark suddenly reminded Cheng Wenxiu of the series of deaths surrounding Yu Sheng, all seemingly unrelated to him. She did not believe he was entirely innocent. Rather, it indicated that he possessed the capability to orchestrate such events. After all, his assistance to Yan and I was evident, and no one could achieve such elusive results without leaving a trace. Thus, Cheng Wenxiu personally visited Yu Sheng, not wishing to overstep her bounds. In her heart, her ideal scenario was for Yu Sheng to marry and remain by Yan Ni's side, perpetually supporting her, allowing both parties to flourish without hindrance. After some contemplation, she smiled and inquired, Tell me the truth. Have you ever considered marrying Yan and I? She was evidently prepared to confront her truths. Yu Sheng's lips curled into a radiant arc as he fervently declared, I swear by my parents' names, the spirits of my ancestors, the might of the Panga deity, and the virtue of Nuwa, that I have never contemplated marrying Yin and I. This proclamation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Although Cheng Wenxiu found it hard to believe, Yu Sheng's words rang true. The psychological shadows cast by Su Meiwan loomed over him like ominous clouds, enveloping every sky within his gaze, instilling within him an intense fear and aversion towards marriage. He now harbored the conviction that anyone who proposed marriage to him wished to see him perish. All love appeared to him as mere illusions, with desire being the concealed essence. Yet, desire is a currency that can be exchanged, with time serving as the measure. For instance, what is the worth of a single night, and how much does a year cost? If one were to insist that this is love, it would not be entirely incorrect, but no romance is precious enough to warrant a lifetime of sacrifice, as love inevitably deteriorates with time until death intervenes. Thus, Yu Sheng found solace in the notion of remaining unmarried. Even if Yin and I were as beautiful as a celestial being, she could not mend the wounds within his heart. That experience of near death had seared an everlasting mark upon his soul. Whether mature or innocent, youthful or divine, none could ignite the enduring desire he once possessed. What he longed for was merely a fleeting pleasure, to be captured in a moment of exquisite beauty, concluding before pain could ensue, leaving only an eternal memory of bliss. Only transients can achieve eternity. Hence, he offered the price of a villa in exchange for Yin Ni's first night. This was no idle jest. Regrettably, Yin and I consistently refused. Everything transpired as Yu Sheng had anticipated. The promised dinner came to pass without her presence, and she provided no explanation, nor did he inquire. Such a lack of mutual understanding was perplexing. Surely she must have been dining with her mother. Initially, Yu Sheng intended to visit Kwang Hui's home that evening to see his wife, but he hesitated, fearing that Cheng Wenxiu might suddenly lose her composure and demand to see him again. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she returned to Yanjing. Alone, Yu Sheng quietly finished his dinner when the phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID and was taken aback to find it was Tong Lin. You still use this number? Why have I not managed to call it since graduation? Yu Sheng's inquiry felt somewhat foolish, tinged with an ineffable bitterness. Although he had long since come to terms with his past, the memories of his once fervent love remained indelibly etched in his heart. The ease with which such feelings could resurface did not imply that they could be rekindled, much like the profound nostalgia that surfaces during a grave visit. Unless time could reverse itself and the deceased rise from their graves, such sentiments would ultimately fade into dust with the passage of time. Tong Lin seemed to pause momentarily, then responded in a dramatically exaggerated tone, Really? I've been using this number all along. By the way, I wish to organize a class reunion. The bond we share as classmates is invaluable, and it is essential to nurture it from time to time. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Sheng smiled and said, If you have something to say, just say it plainly. I simply do not have the time for a mere gathering, or to put it more bluntly, it is not worth my while to maintain relationships with former classmates. Regardless of their current circumstances, whether they have achieved greatness or fallen from grace. It matters not to me. I hold no one in disdain, nor do I seek to ingratiate myself with anyone. I am willing to assist those in need. But my fee is rather steep, 50,000, payable in advance. Tong Lin's mouth fell agape in shock, as if she had been struck. She had assumed that by lowering herself to organize the gathering, she was granting Yu Sheng an opportunity to behave as he once did, eagerly playing the role of a sycophant by treating her to a luxurious hotel stay, enhancing her reputation. Little did she know, the situation was quite the opposite. Attending the gathering required a fee of 50,000 up front. Tong Lin felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Yu Sheng, with the elders of the Mo family observing her. Confidently, she had made a fool of herself, and the embarrassment was unbearable. Reminded of her unfinished task, she suppressed her immense frustration and said through gritted teeth, It seems you are too busy, so let us forget about the gathering. By the way, the jewelry market is currently lacking in exquisite jadeite material. Do you have any? She pressed further, Which specific type are you lacking? Imperial green? Violet? Ice type with floating flowers? Or perhaps the finest red agate? Tong Lin was once again taken aback. Glancing at the family elders, her father-in-law mouthed 2 words, all lacking. Tong Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if admitting a deficiency was shameful. Conversely, the Mo family regarded it as entirely normal. It was not solely their family that was in want. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that numerous collectors were vying for the finest materials, creating a vicious cycle where scarcity led to increased competition. Currently, society was marked by severe wealth disparity. Only the finest jadeite commanded attention and was fiercely sought after, with prices soaring, while mid to lower-end jadeite had collapsed in value due to the lack of purchasing power among the general populace. Thus, to profit, one must cater to the demands of the wealthy. Yusheng operated precisely within this framework and had sharpened his tools in preparation. He sighed, "You will need to wait. I have just returned and have not yet cut a single piece of rough stone. However, if you choose one type, I can cut it tonight, and you can inspect it tomorrow." The individuals beside Tong Lin were instantly captivated. Ever since they learned that Yusheng was purchasing rough stones in Pingzhou, they recognized it as a golden opportunity. Indeed, it was. The materials in question were high-stakes gamble stones, and Yusheng had not even cut them yet. Yet he boldly claimed they were of the finest quality. Moreover, he would cut whatever they desired, which implied a remarkable ability, an almost legendary skill in discerning ancient jade. Whoever gained Yusheng would possess a veritable treasure trove. Chapter 59. The mother-daughter bet on the marriage contract. The crowd exchanged glances. It was no longer appropriate for Tong Lin to negotiate. Mo Yaobing took the call instead. Only a year older than Mo Yunsong, she served as his aunt, wielding far more influence within the Mo family than he could aspire to, with Tong Lin merely a decorative presence. The very name of the Mo family's jewelry company, Yaobing Jewelry, reflected this, with the jewelry industry accounting for a third of the family's holdings. With an elegant smile and a soft, enchanting voice, she remarked, "My name is Mo Yaobing, the general manager of Yaobing Jewelry Company. I sincerely hope to establish a long-term partnership with you and maintain a close friendship. I assure you that my connections are your connections, and the prices I offer are the most competitive among all jewelry companies. This is both my promise and my sincerity." However, Yusheng had heard of Mo Yaobing before. It was rumored that she was the clandestine lover of a provincial magnate, pursued by many yet remaining unmarried. He pondered to himself, surely this is the secret to Yaobing Jewelry's success. There is truly no success without reason in this world. It is merely the unseen efforts of the successful that elude ordinary individuals. He calmly replied, "I too require a long-term partner. However, my collection of jade is vast. What you see before you is merely a test run. There is much more to come, and your company alone cannot handle it. Therefore, I shall seek out a few others, and you may bid to determine the outcome. What do you think?" Mo Yaobing inwardly sighed, recognizing that Yusheng was indeed astute, not easily swayed by a few flattering words. She could only respond with a smile, "I have no objections. Just notify me once you've arranged everything. I am available at any time." After hanging up, Yusheng proceeded to the basement, eager to commence the stone analysis. Nearby, in the darkness, a container truck was parked, equipped with a radar-like device atop its roof. Inside the illuminated compartment, an array of unfamiliar equipment ticked rhythmically, while a young man intently monitored a display. This individual, in his late 20s, stood tall and poised, his expression as rigid as a statue, exuding an aura of intimidation akin to a chilling gust of wind. Even a casual glance in his direction could instill a sense of dread. His name was Yang Shiji, the fiancé of Yin and I. Suddenly, the thermal imaging scan revealed that the target had vanished upon entering the basement. Yang Shiji sprang to his feet, and after confirming his suspicion, he dialed a number. "Auntie, it appears my prediction was correct. Yusheng has found a way to evade surveillance. He has disappeared in the basement, and there must be an underground escape route in that villa that we are unaware of. Thus, those individuals must have perished at his hands. Oh, if he escaped through a hidden passage, how do we explain the deaths that occurred prior to the move? His previous residence was not on the ground floor, making a secret passage impossible." If Yusheng had heard this, he would have been utterly astonished. It was the voice of his elder sister, Cheng Wenxiu. A silicone mask is quite simple to create. Any workshop can produce one, especially with the powerful backing he has, Yang Shiji insisted. "Yang Shiji, you are reverting back to the notion of him being a spy. However, Yin and I is willing to stake her life on the belief that he is not a spy. Should you persist in this assertion, I cannot assist you. Your marriage with Yin and I will remain in a state of impasse." "Very well." A flicker of unspoken jealousy and malice crossed Yang Shiji's eyes. He had long considered Yin and I as his own wife and could not bear the thought of her placing such trust in another man. Subconsciously, he even believed that Yin and I had fled to Zhanghai for Yusheng's sake. This situation has become increasingly intolerable. He is the elite of the Yang family. A leader from 3 generations, practically born with a golden key in his mouth. He has always looked down upon women with an air of arrogance and indifference, even being selective when it comes to those who dare to approach him. Yet, he has never been subjected to the gaze of a woman in disdain, until Yin and I came along, who not only disregarded him, but even fled from his presence. This infuriated him, igniting an even stronger desire for conquest. He could not allow himself to experience such a humiliating defeat in life. Gritting his teeth, he uttered a statement. Auntie, if he goes to harm Kwang Hui's wife and children, will Yin and I still trust him? If he dares to kill a child, not only would Yin and I reject him, but I too would not tolerate him. Cheng Wenxiu spoke resolutely, asserting that if Yu Sheng were to commit such an act, he would be no different from a butcher. What does this have to do with the children? After hanging up, Cheng Wenxiu turned to Yin and I and inquired, do you have any idea what Yu Sheng is up to? Yin and I smiled lightly. I have no idea. But I am certain he is not going to harm Kwang Hui's family. Yu Sheng is not a mindless individual. Implicitly, she suggested that Yang Shiji was the one lacking intellect. Cheng Wenxiu sighed. Yang Shiji is not as foolish as you think. He likely intends to commit murder and frame Yu Sheng. Yin and I was taken aback, questioning the efficacy of such a plan. After he commits murder, how could he possibly frame Yu Sheng? Would he emerge to prove that Yu Sheng was not at the villa? If Yu Sheng denies it, then what? Furthermore, I do not underestimate Yang Shiji, but when he claims Yu Sheng was not at the villa, I wonder if perhaps his eyesight is failing him. Cheng Wenxiu chuckled. Yang Shiji does not rely on mere sight. The military's most advanced thermal imaging scanners cannot be mistaken. Yet, she did not voice this thought, but rather suggested gently. Why not call Yu Sheng and ask him? He turns off his phone at night, Yin and I replied. Nevertheless, she decided to try, and surprisingly, the call connected immediately. Her eyes widened in astonishment. You didn't turn off your phone tonight? Of course not. I have been at home waiting for your distress call. I intended to wait until dawn. Are you all right? Goodness, are you that meticulous? I am already safe. Thank you, haha. Yin and I could no longer contain her laughter. Cheng Wenxiu felt exasperated. Did they consider that she was neither deaf nor blind and might very well be nearby? Moreover, she did not believe that Yu Sheng was at home. Once Yin and I finished her pleasantries and ended the call, Cheng Wenxiu said, I want to see Yu Sheng's villa. Come with me. To her surprise, Yin and I leaped up with enthusiasm, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Cheng Wenxiu asked, puzzled, do you genuinely believe he is at home? Of course. He would not lie to me. If you don't believe me, let us make a bet, shall we? Yin and I suddenly sensed an opportunity arising. However, Cheng Wenxiu also saw a chance and smiled. Since you are so confident, let us wager something significant. If you lose, you will marry Yang Shiji. With a playful expression, she knew she had the upper hand. The most advanced thermal imaging would not make an error. No matter if you were hiding in the basement, the heat radiation would be detectable. Let her be surprised once more. Not only does Yanni dare to gamble, but she is also filled with excitement. All right, if I win, the engagement with the Yang family will be annulled. Deal. But do not go back on your word. Of course, I swear I shall never waver. I trust Yu Sheng. He is someone to whom I can entrust my life. And he has never been wrong. Yanni even raised her fist, adding to the momentum and credibility of her declaration. Cheng Wenxiu revealed a victorious smile, feeling that the matter was finally resolved. She only hoped that Yanni would not be too devastated, as Yu Sheng was truly just joking this time. He was not at home at all. Chapter 60. Igniting the gasoline barrel in the basement, the wire saw was automatically cutting stone while Yu Sheng manually polished another piece. Some items do not require cutting, such as the 4 auspicious beings, which were specifically purchased for carving. The skin of these pieces is useful, serving as a base for the sculpture or adding a colorful form to the entire piece. As Yu Sheng polished the stone, he contemplated, envisioning the entire raw stone morphing in his mind until he discovered a shape that perfectly matched the distribution of colors within the original stone. His thoughts became increasingly vibrant, continuously optimizing in his mind. He was astonished to find that when in a 4-dimensional state, mental activity differs entirely from that in a 3-dimensional state. Especially when dealing with such intricate and cumbersome tasks, his efficiency had surged 1,000-fold. At that moment, the phone rang. Boss, Yanni has arrived with a woman. The speaker was Yang Kai, who was on night duty today and resided in the 2-story building for security personnel at the corner of the garden. The monitoring room was also there, and any entry would trigger an alarm, so he promptly informed Yu Sheng. No need to worry about it. Yu Sheng exited his cloaked state, feigning ignorance, and continued his work. Yanni could enter the villa through facial recognition, requiring no one to open the door for her. And her fingerprints and facial scans could unlock the safe. Yuxing's maneuver was not that of a sycophant. He required a contingency plan. If he found himself in a situation where he could not operate from afar, he could rely on Yanni to assist him. Fortunately, her character was trustworthy enough to surpass that of anyone else, currently standing at the top of his trust hierarchy. Yanni and Cheng Wenxiu, without any contention, headed straight to the basement, as the lights were only illuminated there. The two entered quietly and were greeted by the roaring of the oil cutter and the piercing sound of stone polishing. Following the noise, they located the workspace and happened upon Yuxing polishing stone. Cheng Wenxiu was left speechless, yet Yanni, unfazed, triumphantly glanced at Cheng Wenxiu. "Mother, you have lost. Annul the engagement." In that moment, Cheng Wenxiu felt an overwhelming urge to kick Yang Shiji to death. Furiously, she turned and exited the basement, standing still in the underground garden, and directly called Yang Shiji. "Has Yuxing returned?" "No," Yang Shiji casually replied. Cheng Wenxiu's face fell in disappointment. "You are not even at the Imperial Garden. You went to kill Kwang Hui's wife and child, didn't you?" "Ah, Auntie, do not misunderstand. I truly am not at the Imperial Garden. The surveillance vehicle has already left. But I did not go to kill Kwang Hui's wife and child. That's something only Yuxing would do. Do you know where Yanni and I are?" Yang Shiji suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unease and tremulously inquired, "Where?" "Right in the Imperial Garden. Yuxing has been tirelessly cleaning the stones in the basement." "Can you successfully frame him?" "If Kwang Hui's wife and child are already deceased, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Do not involve Yuxing, for that would entangle Yanni as well, especially since Yanni has just orchestrated Kwang Hui's release from prison. Though reluctant, I must inform you that your engagement is hereby annulled. You shall return and explain this yourself." Cheng Wenxiu abruptly terminated the call. In truth, she had misunderstood. Yang Shiji had not initially deceived her. The thermal imaging scan of Yuxing had indeed vanished, but it was not to set him up that he claimed it was missing. Yet, Cheng Wenxiu was disinclined to heed any justifications from a failure, especially since Yang Shiji offered no defense and instead solidified the fact that the surveillance vehicle was absent. Foolishness. Indeed, Cheng Wenxiu pronounced his fate with a heavy heart. Ruthlessness is not a crime, but folly is a capital offense, with such glaring blunders. Who has the time to perpetually clean up after him? The most intolerable aspect was that he had lost utterly after a mere encounter with Yuxing. Looking at Yuxing's actions, one could find no fault. The superiority was evident. As Cheng Wenxiu turned around, she discovered Yanni eavesdropping behind her. Enraged, she struck her daughter on the shoulder. "Are you satisfied now?" Yanni, grinning with delight, replied, "Mother, I shall love you forever." "Very well. I must return immediately to explain to your father. This matter is interconnected and pivotal. It is either ally or adversary, and he must not be rendered passive. By the way, you tell Yuxing he is no longer to call me elder sister. There is no elder or younger beauty here." With that, she departed like a gust of wind. Yanni was left astounded. Did he dare to call my mother elder sister? Shortly thereafter, Yang Kai was met with the sound of the eldest's anguished cries, echoing like a lament that could move heaven and stir the spirits. "Why do you not admit your mistakes?" Yanni, exhausted from her outburst, asked in confusion. "You say she is your mother?" "Yes." "Your biological mother?" "Of course, my biological mother." "I am impressed. Do you know your mother is a maiden?" Yanni froze, unable to comprehend, but ultimately chose to believe. "How could you tell?" "I remember you could discern at a glance that when Shu was not a maiden." Yuxing replied earnestly, "This secret of mine is quite valuable, should you desire it. Your first night would barely suffice for a trade." If Yang Kai had heard these words, he would instantly comprehend why the wails were ceaseless. Never again would he bow to a woman. He would engage only in transactions devoid of sentiment. In this lifetime, he would not become a sycophant. Of course, he would never stoop to harming a woman, merely allowing Yanni to vent her frustrations. Yanni, panting heavily from her exertions, finally relented, exclaiming, "All right, you are not at fault. I was wrong. Is that acceptable?" "No, neither of us is at fault. We are all blameless," Yuxing chuckled gently. "When issues can be resolved with money, let love not intervene. When problems can be solved with sweat, let tears be unnecessary." Yin and I finally understood, and she smiled as she asked, "Did Tong Lin hurt you so deeply?" "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with her. So how did you come to this realization?" "Hee, that's a secret. Would you like to trade? All it takes is to lie in bed and embrace each other for a night. doing nothing else. Yin and I shot him a significant eye roll, inwardly scolding, with that wolfish expression, "Do you take me for a child?" However, she was ultimately a wise woman. An icy demeanor would only drive a man further away. It was essential to allow him some advantage, to channel his negative energy, lest he end up in another woman's bed. An embrace was acceptable, but nothing more. "Of course not," he replied. Suddenly, Yusheng swept Yin and I into a princess carry. Yin and I gasped, "What are you doing?" "Just embracing you. I'm not doing anything else." Huh. It was only then that Yin and I recalled her promise. But the scene before her did not align with her intentions. She wished to resist, but found herself utterly powerless. Her struggles resembled more of a playful protest. Finally, she shamefully closed her eyes, relinquishing her desire for control. As they lay down, sparks flying between them, panic set in for Yin and I as she realized she was merely igniting a fire in a barrel of gasoline. This was not merely a matter of catching fire, but of explosive danger. She hurriedly pressed Yusheng's hand and said, "Wait, I stayed to discuss serious matters with you. You must be cautious of Yang Shiji." Chapter 61. Yusheng's Revenge. Yin and I recounted the events of the night in detail. Indeed, Yusheng's attention was successfully redirected. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly remarked, "Huang Hui's wife and child must be dead. Otherwise, Yang Shiji would certainly have defended himself. To handle the aftermath, the best approach is just as he suggested. Silicone masks are so cheap now, practically ubiquitous. There is plenty of time to make 2 masks. After dawn, we could find 2 people to wear them and leave the country without a trace." "Yes, exactly," Yin and I nodded in agreement. "He will be consumed by hatred for you and will seek revenge with fervor. He is a former Special Forces soldier, having risen through military ranks with exceptional execution skills, far more dangerous than that playboy Kai Yuhua." After speaking, she felt a twinge of confusion. "I can't shake the feeling that Yang Shiji wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Have you truly not disappeared at all?" Yusheng's heart tightened, and a chill ran down his spine as all desire dissipated. Yang Shiji discovering the timing of his disappearance perfectly coincided with his invisibility was a terrifying thought. He feigned nonchalance and casually replied, "Of course not. I've been in the basement. By the way, how did he monitor me?" "I don't know. He either saw you with his own eyes or used high-tech means, like thermal imaging radar vehicles. Hiding in the basement wouldn't help. You would be clearly visible. But how did he make such an error?" Yin and I gazed at Yusheng with a look of suspicion. Suddenly, Yusheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seeing it with his own eyes is absolutely impossible. This implies that his secret has been laid bare. The most effective method of revenge is not to frame him, but rather to publicize this secret, ensuring that it becomes widely known. Consequently, his future would be marked by misfortune, confined without any means of escape, ultimately reduced to a mere tool. However, if it were a thermal imaging radar vehicle, the response would be considerably simpler. A single reminder to Yang Kai would suffice. Such a sizable object would be immediately detected if it were to venture into the Imperial Garden. Should Yang Shiji fail to manage the aftermath and solidify the accusations, what repercussions would it have on your mother? Yusheng seemed to ask this casually. Yin and I was taken aback, realizing what Yusheng intended. Revenge is not something that can be postponed. He was so consumed by vengeance that he wouldn't even indulge in her delightful presence. Yin and I felt a twinge of discontent. "I don't know, but my mother has mentioned that pulling one thread can affect the whole fabric. She likely wouldn't wish to witness such drastic upheaval." "Oh, could it be that your mother wants you to stay for this very reason? You ought to inquire." Yin and I was left speechless, stunned by his optimistic perspective. Although she held skepticism, she obediently sent her mother a message. Yusheng is seeking revenge and solidifying Yang Shiji's guilt. Should I intervene? Cheng Wenxiu replied promptly. Men are combative. No one can deter them. A young lady should refrain from meddling. Yin and I was astonished, her mouth agape, realizing that Yusheng was indeed correct. The world of politics is so ruthless. If a union cannot be formed, it can swiftly turn hostile. Upon reading the message, Yusheng smiled, gently cupping her face for a soft kiss, then remarked, "Get some good rest. Ample sleep is beneficial for your skin." Yin and I could only feign cuteness in response. Yusheng then rose, switched off his phone, and tossed it onto the pillow, departing with an air of nonchalance. This was tantamount to acknowledging that he wasn't home each time he powered down. It was an unconditional trust placed in Yin and I. A wave of warmth surged within her as she inhaled his lingering scent, more intoxicating than ever. Her exquisite cheeks radiated a brilliant smile as she softly murmured, "Fool. If you push me any further, I might just yield. How silly." Yusheng arrived at Kwang Hui's residence with merely a bag of drugs. Before him stood an old, dilapidated complex, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any property management. Kwang Hui's home was on the ground floor. Peering through the window revealed no illumination, rendering everything invisible. The breath sensor indicated that there was no one inside, nor any corpses. Clearly, the body had already been removed. Yet, he remained unperturbed, continuing to wait. His plan was straightforward: to frame. The simpler, the less likely it would be to unravel. The stand-in must arrive at Kwang Hui's home, leaving behind a plethora of clues to prove that she and her child had not encountered misfortune but had departed willingly and alive. Thus, he merely needed to wait for the substitute's arrival, seizing an opportunity to conceal a kilogram of white powder within her luggage. The rest, he would leave to the airport. Yu Sheng was skeptical. Could those wolves at the airport truly allow her to board with white powder? They would likely scrutinize even sugar. 1 kilogram is sufficient to execute 10 times. What else could possibly be summoned? Who could spare a thought for Yang Shiji? Moreover, at the airport, thorough body searches are inevitable. A drug dealer is no longer considered human. They must be stripped bare for inspection, which would certainly expose a silicone mask. Such a sight would be akin to a blind man suffering from a malady of the eyes, with no cure in sight. Yusheng firmly believes that this strike will undoubtedly catch Yang Shiji off guard, leaving him utterly unprepared. Perhaps it would be prudent to arrange for a live-streaming host to fortuitously broadcast the events. By the time Yang Shiji realizes that the situation has been compromised, it will be too late for redemption. At that moment, a taxi came to a halt downstairs, and a portly middle-aged man emerged. He casually glanced around and hurriedly entered the building, producing a key to unlock the door of Kwang Hui's residence. Yusheng was taken aback. What was a man doing here? This was entirely off-script. The middle-aged man, upon entering, carefully surveyed his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Yusheng slipped inside. Kwang Hui's home was indeed impoverished, devoid of any valuables. And a child's room was typically chaotic, which was no exception here. However, there were no signs of blood, indicating that Yang Shiji had executed his task with great precision. It was evident that the middle-aged man was a first-time visitor. After securely closing the door, he inspected the premises, ensuring that no one was present before retrieving his phone. Yusheng noted that he dialed a contact named Niu Qianqian. "Qianqian, bring the child to my place at the papermaking factory staff quarters, Unit 103. Make sure no one sees you. Guanziming, why are you sending us to that wretched place? Are you planning to sell us out?" Such words. If there is something urgent, we can discuss it in person. It's not convenient over the phone. If you don't clarify, I want to go. What could possibly require me to bring the child? I warn you, if anything happens to me, a video will be released across major online platforms, exposing your corruption, bribery, and illicit affairs. No one will be able to suppress it, and you too shall face the consequences. Only if we both survive can you continue to live. Guanziming's eyes narrowed, revealing a cold, murderous intent, yet his tone grew increasingly affable. "Qianqian, you misunderstand me. Am I one to be concerned about money? I will transfer you an additional 200,000. Just do me a favor and bring the child over." Upon hearing about the money, Niu Qianqian's spirits lifted immediately. "All right. Transfer it first. I'll come as soon as I receive it." Guanziming cursed under his breath. Damn it, this leech. He grit his teeth and painfully transferred her the sum. Niu Qianqian, ever diligent, called back as soon as she received the funds. "Master Guan, I've received it. Don't worry, we'll head over immediately. Do we need to bring any little blue pills? Time is of the essence. Hurry over and remember to bring the child." Understood. Yusheng comprehended that this was still unfolding according to his meticulously crafted script. However, it was evident that Yang Shiji had not personally assigned anyone. Instead, he had designated Guanziming to handle matters. Thus, with Guanziming acting as a firewall, any mishap would not implicate Yang Shiji. A cold smile crept across Yusheng's face. What if something were to befall Guanziming? Chapter 62. The sole secret to success. Since time immemorial, upon concluding the phone call, Guanziming commenced his search for documents, effortlessly uncovering an array of essentials, including his identification card, household registration booklet, and property deed, all present and accounted for. He first scrutinized the property deed with meticulous attention. Yusheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely he wasn't contemplating selling the house. If that were the case, it would be an act of sheer avarice. prolonging matters for a paltry sum, utterly oblivious to the precariousness of his situation. Such folly could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially driving Yang Shiji to the brink of exasperation. Little did he know that Guan Ziming perceived retaining the house without selling it as a significant vulnerability. Only by divesting himself of it could he justify not returning. He lit a cigarette and sat, repeatedly pondering the details, striving for a flawless execution. The most expedient route would be to pawn it to a loan shark. If the masks could be delivered promptly, the task would be accomplished tonight, or at the latest, by tomorrow morning. Guan Ziming murmured to himself. Suddenly, Yu Sheng grasped the situation, feeling a tinge of admiration for Guan Ziming's cunning. Time was not squandered here. He had smoothed out the last vestiges of absurdity. Before long, a knock echoed through the air. A strikingly alluring woman, exuding an air of seduction, entered with a 7- or 8-year-old boy in tow. Guan Ziming swiftly ushered them inside. Hastily securing the door, Niu Chanqian, puzzled, inquired, "Is this dilapidated house yours?" "Not at all. First, let the child rest," he replied. Niu Chanqian, sensing the urgency, led the boy to the bedroom. Upon seeing the squalor, she erupted in indignation. "Is this a place for humans to reside? Keep your voice down. Let's make do." Guan Ziming signaled with his finger. The child, in the midst of a sleepy phase, lay down and soon drifted off. Niu Chanqian returned to the living room. Her brow furrowed as she settled down. "Speak, what is going on? Do not question the reasons. Knowing too many secrets can be perilous. Just follow my instructions. Tonight or tomorrow morning, someone will deliver 2 silicone masks, one for you and one for the child. These will serve as your identification." He handed her the identification card of Kwang Hui's wife, which bore the name Li Changjing. Niu Chanqian comprehended the gravity of the situation and replied earnestly, "This undertaking is fraught with risk. I require additional compensation." "Good heavens," Guan Ziming stumbled. "You need only board a plane and you demand more money? What utter nonsense. Don't mistake my intelligence for foolishness. This is a matter of life and death. The person is already deceased, correct? Otherwise, could this house remain in your possession? Very well, I have yet to finish. Once you don the mask, call this number. It belongs to a loan shark. Pawn the house to him for any amount you desire. Then, make haste to the airport. Your ticket is already booked. Upon landing, find a secluded spot to dispose of the mask, take a taxi back, and change vehicles multiple times. Do you comprehend? Such a simple task. Can you manage it?" "Absolutely." Niu Chanqian's spirits lifted at the thought of receiving money from the house, her demeanor instantly brightening. Yu Sheng listened intently, realizing that Guan Ziming had never intended for them to leave the country, merely to depart from Jianghai. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed there were no significant issues with that plan. The crux lies within the boarding records, which can attest to the fact that the 2 individuals departed alive, although neither can be located. Guan Ziming reiterated the details meticulously, covering every aspect, until Niu Chanqian grew impatient, prompting him to rise and stealthily exit. The remainder of life is filled with regret. This individual was exceedingly cunning and departed prematurely. Had he waited for the mask to arrive before leaving, he could have directly apprehended the drug trafficker. Clearly, now is not the optimal moment for arrests. If Guan Ziming were to take his own life and shoulder the blame, it would be impossible to pin the crime on Yang Shiji. Niu Chanqian, feeling bored, examined the rooms, bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen, searching for hidden money. Ultimately discovering the place was devoid of wealth. However, she could never have imagined that while she failed to find money, Yu Sheng did. In the kitchen, there was a newly tiled wall, seemingly repaired and not arousing suspicion, dating back 3 years. Yet, concealed within the tiles were bars of gold. Where did the gold come from? Why hide it within the wall? Why not spend it, given their apparent poverty? Yu Sheng finally unearthed evidence of Kwang Hui's deliberate homicide. The gold bars, totaling 1,500,000, if valued at the prices from 3 years ago, amounted to exactly 1 million. Who was behind the purchase of a hit for 1 million? Yu Sheng pondered, perplexed. Both of his parents were ordinary people, devoid of power or influence, yet someone could arrange for their murder at such a cost? Unless they possessed knowledge of some secret, no matter how obscure. He vowed to uncover it eventually. At that moment, Niu Chanqian, finally unable to wait any longer, dozed off on the sofa. Yu Sheng seized her phone, silenced it, and messaged Yanni, "Do you know Guan Ziming?" From the Municipal Armed Forces. Without needing to inquire, Yanni recognized it was Yu Sheng. The individual who rarely used a phone, yet always seemed to have one at his disposal. She had grown accustomed to it. Yang Shiji had designated him to handle the aftermath, summoning his mistress and child to Kuang Hui's residence. The mask had yet to arrive, and Guan had already departed. There were two options. First, apprehend the individual delivering the mask upon its arrival, which would enable the capture of the person bringing it. Second, allow her and her child to proceed to the airport, where they would be arrested for drug possession, revealing everything and clearing your name. After a lengthy pause, Yanni replied, "My mother believes the second option is preferable." "No problem. Also, have you genuinely investigated my parents' case? The tiles in Kuang Hui's kitchen are conspicuously new. A glaring flaw, can't you see it? They conceal gold worth 1,500,000. Who is responsible for the investigation? This is utterly unprofessional and negligent. Send them to clean the toilets." "Very well. We are all fools. It is impossible to ascertain the value of gold through tiles." "Well, it doesn't matter. I can teach you. There's an age-old secret to mastering a craft. To learn, one must share the bed with a mentor." "Is that so? Who does the man sleep with?" "The man serves a female mentor. The combination of genders has been the sole path to success throughout history. Just look at why Wei Xiaobao succeeded. Because his master is a nun, Yang Guo is invincible. It is crucial that he learns well from his master. The little dragon maiden. Without that connection, he would struggle to succeed. Yet, what of Ling Hu Chong, whose master is Yu Buchuan, a relationship that could never be intimate? Remarkably, Ling Hu Chong triumphed as well. Although Jin Yong did not explicitly state it, it has been subtly hinted that he shared a bond with his master's wife, Ning Zhongze. Why else would she embrace him so tightly before her demise? Ha ha ha, it appears my comprehension lacks depth. I might not grasp the teachings well. What if I were to learn like Yin Jiping? Perhaps it is best to refrain. Yin and I giggled, her laughter a delightful flutter. By the way, do you know any streamers or similar personalities? A chance encounter at the airport, perhaps? No need. My mother warned me that airports are rife with drug trafficking. No one can keep it concealed. I understand now. I have immense admiration for this sister. She is truly formidable. Either she refrains from action, or when she does, it is with lethal intent. Deleting all messages, I returned my phone to its place, choosing to remain hidden in wait. Morning arrived, yet the mask had not been delivered. Why the delay? Niu Qianqian grew anxious. Just as she contemplated calling Guan Ziming, a knock resounded. A melodious female voice floated in from outside, announcing, checking the water meter. Chapter 63. This time, we caught the big fish upon hearing checking the water meter. A chill ran through Yusheng. Was it genuine? Once, checking the water meter was merely that. Now, it has morphed into a chilling profession, so rampant that even robbers dare to claim they are checking the meter, leaving the true meter readers in disarray. How can I prove my authenticity? Yet, Niu Qianqian hesitated not at all. What is a fierce woman? Without uttering a word, she simply opened the door. Outside stood a woman of ordinary appearance, yet exuding competence. After confirming that all was well within, she casually placed her suitcase inside the door and turned to leave, not uttering a single word. Niu Qianqian quickly shut the door. She wished to avoid complications, especially since the house had yet to be sold. Upon opening the suitcase, she discovered two hooded masks within. These masks not only covered the face, but also enveloped the neck and shoulders, rendering any visible skin unrecognizable. The crafting of such masks is intricate, requiring facial molds, silicone pouring, curing, trimming, coloring, hair implantation, and finally, hairstyling. To produce two in a single night is nothing short of miraculous. As she beheld the masks, Yusheng understood that Kuang Hui's family was indeed no longer among the living. Niu Qianqian finally dialed the number of the loan shark. "I urgently need money. Could you lend me 200,000? Any amount is negotiable, depending on what you can offer as collateral. Securities are preferred, property comes next. Where do you reside?" "In the papermaking factory's residential building, number 103. Can you assist me with this? If not, I will seek alternatives. The house holds little value. 200,000 seems excessive. We operate on a cutthroat basis. Funds are provided directly against interest. How long will you need it for?" "I need to rescue my husband from prison. Once he is out, he will have access to a sum of money. I cannot specify the exact number of days." "Understood. Here is the refined and improved version of your text. Very well, I shall bring the money. Do not attempt to deceive me, for the consequences would be dire. Do not waste my time. If I wait for half an hour and you do not arrive, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." The two quickly reached an agreement. Niu Qianqian hastily lifted her child from the bed, donning masks and changing into the clothes of Li Changjing and her son. After a brief moment of adjustment before the mirror, ensuring there were no flaws, 20 minutes elapsed just as a knock echoed at the door. Niu Qianqian signaled for the child to enter the room, then opened the door alone, only to be greeted by 5 men. She smirked. Why bring so many? Are we preparing for battle? She was unperturbed. After all, Guan Ziming was in charge of armed matters, and she had no qualms about confronting him, let alone these men. The leader, sensing her fortitude, offered a gentle smile. I am accustomed to it. They are merely idle. He proceeded to lead his men inside, casting a cursory glance around the room. Frowning, he did not take a seat but meticulously examined the property deed on the table. Shortly thereafter, the two signed the contract, and a bag of money was placed upon the table. In less than 5 minutes, the usurer departed with the property deed in hand. As anticipated by Yu Sheng, the man had not dispatched anyone to follow Niu Qianqian. Such collateral was unnecessary. Niu Qianqian packed the money into a suitcase, secured the documents, and swiftly exited, striding confidently down the path. Upon returning to the Imperial Garden, Yu Sheng discovered the bed was neatly arranged, and the fragrant meat buns had vanished. He opened his phone and sent a message to Yanni. Have you gone to the airport? Not going will raise suspicion. I cannot distance myself in time. What purpose does your visit serve? Alas, such a pity. Please inform me of any updates. Rest assured. By the way, is Kuang Hui still at large? With that golden evidence, a retrial could easily seal his fate. If he is released and subsequently apprehended, despair will come more readily. Based on the accounts of Niu Qianqian and Guan Ziming, you should investigate the scene, where you will uncover the gold. Note that it was they who discovered it. Integrate these two matters thoroughly. Let Kuang Hui witness Guan Ziming's testimony and learn who was responsible for the demise of his wife and child. He will undoubtedly shatter, confessing without coercion, and may even implicate Yang Shiji as the mastermind, thus creating a closed loop that will completely exonerate you. Alas, you have not slept all night. Yet your thoughts are remarkably lucid. No, I have been preoccupied with thoughts of you. Will you come by tonight? Impossible. I fear I shall be exceedingly busy this evening. Yan ended the call. At the airport security checkpoint, no one could escape scrutiny. Niu Qianqian was publicly apprehended, her face a mask of disbelief even as she was escorted into the interrogation room. Although the suitcase was not hers, she had inspected it earlier, noting only 2 masks inside, no other incriminating items. She had never lost sight of it. Who had planted it? When had it been placed? She racked her brain, suspecting only her son had the opportunity. Yet they had been separated and she could not inquire. In the interrogation room, 2 female officers were present, one conducting the questioning and the other taking notes. Remove your clothing, one officer commanded with a stun baton in hand. It must have been my son who placed it there. I had no knowledge of it, Niu Qianqian attempted to explain. I commanded her to disrobe for an inspection. The female officer's demeanor suddenly shifted, her tone rising sharply. What are we inspecting? She retorted. Are you afraid that your nakedness might evoke feelings of inadequacy in me? Are you envious of my superior stature? Niu Qianqian, taken aback, let out a piercing scream. Her words struck a nerve. The interrogating officer, robustly built, seemed indeed capable of harboring jealousy, though she would likely never concede to it. There are surveillance cameras that will document everything. What is it that you fear? The officer exhibited no signs of anger. Rather, her excitement grew. The more vehemently the suspect resisted, the more invigorated she became, perhaps on the verge of capturing a major criminal. Each drug dealer was to be treated as a treasure to be unearthed, on a smaller scale. Her bonuses for the latter half of the year depended on this, and on a grander scale, a promotion was within reach. Thus, this was merely the beginning. Niu Qianqian, evidently oblivious to this rationale, and yet to learn the art of humility, continued her defiance. It is precisely because of the surveillance that I cannot undress. What if you threaten me with the video? Oh, how delightful your words are. As if your lips were smeared with a sweet substance, the officer quipped, swiftly delivering a jolt with her electric baton. Ah! Niu Qianqian cried out in pain. It was not her intention to endure such treatment, but she could not strip away her disguise. The officer employed increasingly ruthless tactics, while the recording officer merely noted, engaging in rigorous policy education. As for the surveillance inconsistency, well, the cameras had simply failed to activate. There was not a single drug dealer who would willingly divulge information without undergoing arduous policy education first. Eventually, Niu Qianqian acquiesced to cooperation. The cameras were turned on, and the proceedings followed the standard protocol. Please remove your clothing. We need to ascertain your gender. Very well. Niu Qianqian cursed the officer in her mind, yet she dared not resist any longer. She had realized she had fallen into a trap, and today, she had no choice but to confess. She harbored grave suspicions that the architect of this snare was none other than old Master Guan, for he alone possessed the motive. Complying fully, she disrobed and revealed her distinct double-layered skin. The eyes of both female officers widened in astonishment. Remove your mask. The interrogating officer's voice trembled, while the recording officer momentarily forgot to write. Their hearts raced. This time, they had truly captured a formidable criminal, possibly a prehistoric giant. Chapter 64. My pursuit is simplicity. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they take root and flourish. Before making her confession, Niu Qianqian posed 2 questions. Are you certain that the contents of my bag are indeed drugs? Is it possible that my son merely packed a bag of sugar? The officer smiled, surprisingly amiable, whether through sight, taste, or chemical analysis. I can assure you that your bag contains not only drugs but that its purity exceeds 90%. I can responsibly state that possession of over 50 grams of this purity of heroin warrants execution. You possess a kilogram. Do the math yourself. It is sufficient to warrant your execution 10 times over without any dispute. Do you think claiming ignorance will serve you? Which drug dealer does not utter the words, "Didn't he know?" Understood. My son truly knows nothing of this. He won't be implicated, will he? Of course not. He belongs to the realm of children. Even if aware, he remains guiltless, you can rest assured, for we shall not impose any harsh measures upon him. Very well. I shall divulge everything. Niu Qianqian, filled with loathing, clenched her teeth in fury, her eyes ablaze with rage, promptly revealed all the schemes orchestrated by Lord Guan to ensnare her. Not only did she implicate him in the murder of Li Changjing and her son, enabling her to don a mask of innocence, but she also disclosed his embezzlement, bribery, and the maintenance of a mistress, presenting an array of incriminating evidence, recordings, and videos she possessed. As for the drugs, she professed ignorance, vehemently asserting that it was Lord Guan who had framed her, driven by his insatiable greed to bring about her demise. To involve Lord Guan necessitated a collaborative investigation. The airport immediately reported to the Air Police headquarters for record-keeping, ensuring that no one could conceal the matter, and directly informed the Municipal Bureau. Transferring the case to the Municipal Bureau was out of the question. Such monumental credit could not be relinquished, and full participation was essential. Jia Xiaoshan, with his long blade thirsting for action, had already received hints from Yanni and was monitoring Lord Guan, even having reported to Li Changqing, awaiting the command for the joint investigation team to be formally established. Indeed, the Jing Bureau could not touch Lord Guan, and Li Changqing, fully aware of the crucial details, aimed to escalate the matter significantly, pulling in everyone possible to form an initial team of 10 investigators, with the airport holding just 1 seat. Additionally, a supervisory group fortuitously arrived from Yanjing to directly partake in the case, citing its relevance to Yanjing. Undoubtedly, behind Lord Guan stood the Yang family. A storm was brewing, and the airport's female officers believed they were at the forefront of an extraordinary upheaval. Little did they know that their positions were destined to remain mere pawns, manipulated by an unseen hand far beyond their perception. Even Lord Guan was but a pawn, while the true targets of the powerful were the Yang family. With a command from Director Jia, Lord Guan was secretly apprehended. Simultaneously, Yanni and her team surged towards Kwang Hui's residence, diligently recording the entire operation. Most astonishingly, through meticulous analysis, Yanni accurately pinpointed the kitchen tiles, predicting the presence of gold within, even calculating the quantity. The officers accompanying Yanni, eager for credit, were left in awe. They felt that if a single blow failed to yield gold, they would have no choice but to take their own lives in atonement. Fortunately, with a flurry of vigorous action, they unearthed a trove of gold bars, Yanni estimating their worth at 1,500,000. Such law enforcement footage is invaluable, worthy of being featured in textbooks, destined to be replayed in various educational settings, thus ensuring Yanni's name resonated within the hearts of every officer, compelling superiors to consider her for promotion and to prioritize her in any forthcoming good fortune. While Yusheng busied himself with metaphorical daggers aimed at Yang Shiji, Yang Shiji was equally unoccupied, harboring a strong desire to eliminate Yusheng. In the antique shop, Wanting leisurely sipped tea when an unremarkable middle-aged man hurriedly entered. Unhesitatingly taking a seat beside him, and then producing a photograph from his phone, sliding it across the table to him. Wan Ting's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the photograph, which unmistakably featured his son, the one pursuing a doctorate at Stanford University. However, it was evidently a candid shot taken at home. A threat. A blatant threat. What do you intend to do? Wan Ting struggled to contain his anger as he spoke. Do not be agitated. You merely need to perform a trivial task. Once completed, I assure you your son will remain unharmed. The middle-aged man replied in a low tone. How could Wan Ting believe this was merely a trivial matter? His mind raced as he sought a strategy to cope with the situation, and he casually inquired, what task? The middle-aged man retrieved a box from his pocket and slowly opened it, revealing a brand new Patek Philippe watch. Even the most discerning individual would find it difficult to resist such exquisite temptation. Present this watch to you, Sheng, under your name. Under my name? Wan Ting exclaimed, incredulous. He was no fool. If this were a favorable opportunity, why would he be the one to give? Indeed, under your name. You may consider this. You have the right to refuse. I shall grant you 3 minutes. The middle-aged man unexpectedly closed his eyes, as though they were old friends familiar with one another. Wan Ting required no such time. His son was more precious than his own life. He promptly replied, agreed. I can do it. But I hope you will honor your promise. He deliberately used the word you because he was well aware the man was not alone. At least one other person was involved at Stanford. The middle-aged man nodded slightly before rising to leave. Throughout the encounter, Wan Ting never learned his name. Nor did he possess a phone number. He was entirely in a passive position. Gazing at the watch, Wan Ting did not hesitate. He immediately called Yu Sheng. I heard you have moved into a new place. Why not warm up the pot? At the very least, treat me to a meal. Hey, Wan Bobo, I'm currently busy with jade processing. If you wish to dine, that is perfectly fine. Let us gather. Come to number 8, Yuan. All right, I will come to see your jade rough. Wan Ting tucked the watch box away, closed the shop, and strolled toward Yuan. Indeed, he needed time to ponder the matter repeatedly. What was the extent of the risk involved? Could it potentially cost Yu Sheng his life? Was this a frame-up? Or had something been tampered with? These questions remained unanswered. He considered the situation from another angle. If this person could indeed target Yu Sheng, would it be necessary to complicate matters so? It was quite possible that, in their confrontation, Yu Sheng was the one gaining the upper hand. Alas, Yu Sheng could not resolve the troubles at Stanford. Wan Ting's thoughts twisted and turned, yet he could find no reliable plan. If he proceeded with this task, would there truly be no subsequent opportunities? It seemed he would repeatedly breach his own limits, until he became irredeemably tainted, capable of anything. Yu Sheng had already prepared food and drinks at the restaurant, having ordered from a hotel to show respect to Wan Ting, his guide. As he himself lacked such culinary skills, Wan Ting arrived without exchanging pleasantries, directly placing a watch on the table. Congratulations on your new home. This is a gift for you, he declared. Yu Sheng, bemused, replied, Uncle Wan, do we need this between us? To me, luxury items are not worth the expenditure. I seek simplicity. Does a man truly need a watch? Isn't the time available on a mobile phone sufficient? Chapter 65. The Patek Philippe listening device. Wan Ting chuckled. Whether you choose to wear it is your prerogative, giving it is mine. Furthermore, it seems inappropriate to define it merely as a luxury item. This can appreciate in value. I recall a Patek Philippe that was auctioned for an astronomical 200 million yuan. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Then we are even. The Rue porcelain he sold to Wan Ting could indeed fetch a similar fortune. And his jest about being even was merely a ploy to ensure that no further gifts would come his way. Wan Ting felt a surge of emotion. Finally, making a decision. Yu Sheng, I have come to bid you farewell. My son is pursuing a doctorate at Stanford and has a residence there. I wish to join him and live together. The assets here hold little value. The antique shop is rented, and most of the items are replicas. I shall leave it to you. Yu Sheng suddenly became alert. Uncle Wan, has something happened? He found it hard to believe that someone as steeped in traditional culture as Wan Ting would depart from his roots. Who would he converse with in a foreign land? After mingling with the Collectors Association, Yu Sheng had grown close with many, yet he always regarded Wan Ting with deference, for he was unlike the others. Wan Ting exuded the aura of a scholar, akin to a reclusive sage, embodying a profound cultural heritage. Such a traditional man could hardly integrate into another culture's ambience. Wan Ting offered no explanation, merely shaking his head slightly. It's nothing. I simply wish to be with my child and enjoy a peaceful old age. Yu Sheng ceased his inquiries, and the two men proceeded to drink, sharing stories from the antique circle, a topic that seemed inexhaustible, for Wan Ting's knowledge was vast. Precisely what Yusheng lacked. They engaged in lively conversation throughout the afternoon, agreeing to transfer the shop 2 days hence, after which Wan Ting took his leave. He walked back, unaware that Yusheng was following behind. As Wan Ting strolled through familiar streets, it felt like a final homage before returning home. His wife had passed away, and he had lived alone, without a woman or mistress, yet he felt no loneliness, for he possessed a rich spiritual world, drifting serenely in the ocean of traditional culture. At that moment, a sense of solitude washed over him, one that even a reunion with his son could not diminish. He picked up the phone and dialed his son at Stanford. "Zhong, has anything been affected?" "Not at all, Dad. What is on your mind?" Wan Zhong sensed that his father had something serious to discuss, as he wouldn't call at this hour without reason. Wan Ting paused for a moment before saying, "I wish to move and live with you." "Really? But the last time you visited, you mentioned disliking the atmosphere here." "Dad, please tell me the truth. What has happened?" "We are father and son. What burdens are too heavy for us to bear together?" "Someone secretly captured your photograph and showed it to me." Wan Ting recounted the events in detail, ultimately stating, "I can no longer be his pawn. This time, for your safety, I have committed an act I should not have. This is my limit. I must leave Huaxia to lose my value to him. Otherwise, I fear I will be continually coerced." Wan Zhong fell silent for a moment and replied, "Father, there is no need for such pessimism. Everything will change with time, for better or worse. Come stay for a while and observe. That watch likely has a tracking device or a listening device. It is unlikely to directly threaten your life. So do not worry excessively." "Very well. It is settled then." Wan Ting ended the call, feeling considerably lighter. Yusheng returned home incognito and picked up the Patek Philippe, a cold smile forming on his lips. What a hefty investment, a Patek Philippe listening device. He was certain that any high-tech machinations were the handiwork of Yang Shiji. Just as Wan Zhong had said, all matters would eventually shift with time. It remained to be seen whether Yang Shiji could escape the dire consequences of Guan Leoi's accusations of murder. It was likely that Guan Leoi would not easily concede, and he awaited good news from Yin and I. "Since you wish to eavesdrop, allow me to provide you with ample opportunity." He took the watch into the basement, opened the cover of the wire-cutting machine, which was currently processing stone automatically. Compared to an oil-cutting machine, the advantage of a wire cutter lies in minimal loss, as the incision is merely the thickness of a wire. However, it consumes considerable time, each cut requiring several hours, and larger stones could take over 10 hours, fortunately necessitating no human supervision. Yusheng placed the watch inside the machine, secured the cover, and let it listen to its heart's content. "If it could endure through the night, I shall concede defeat." Unfortunately, such laborious tasks of eavesdropping were certainly not performed by Yang Shiji himself. Otherwise, it would surely be the death of him. In the interrogation room, Guan Leoi sat alone on a chair, enduring 10 continuous hours of questioning. The interrogators, akin to a revolving lantern, came one after another, each more imposing than the last, insinuating that he had no reason to murder Li Changjing and her son, warning him not to take the fall for others or face a certain death. This left him with a prickling scalp and a body slick with cold sweat. This was clearly aimed at Yang Shiji. He was consumed by boundless fear, having skipped 2 meals without even feeling hungry. Yin and I re-entered the room, coolly stating, "Are you still waiting for someone to rescue you from behind? Do not harbor such delusions. You have witnessed the level of the joint task force. No one can shield you. You cannot cleanse yourself of the drug issue. Where did it originate? Who provided it? I admit to the murder, but the drugs are unrelated to me." Guan Leoi was on the verge of tears. "We have greater faith in Niu Qianqian. After all, she acted according to your instructions. You have seen her testimony. Only you had the opportunity to introduce the drugs. Your admission of murder raises significant suspicion. Where's the body? Do not speak of destruction. How could it be replicated if destroyed? Where did the mass come from?" Guan Leoi entered a state of profound contemplation. The more he spoke, the more contradictions arose, leaving him with no choice but to fall silent. Yin and I exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you commit murder for the sake of gold? How did you know that Li Changjing's household possessed gold?" "What? They have gold?" Master Guan was utterly bewildered. "You have invested heavily in this scheme, haven't you? To frame me with drugs and gold? While drugs hold little value for Jing Fong, which I can somewhat comprehend, using gold as evidence is an exorbitant cost, isn't it?" Yin and I sighed softly. The gold, valued at 1,500,000, has been concealed within the kitchen tiles, and Jing Fong has already discovered it. You confess to murder, yet claim ignorance of the gold? What, then, is your motive for the killing? Care to elaborate? If you do, a meal will be provided. Master Guan swallowed hard. He had longed for a sip of water, yet no one attended to him. He simply could not fathom how Li Changjing, living in such poverty, could possess gold. He was even less inclined to believe that Yang Shiji would kill for gold. 150,000. Was that even money for Yang Shiji? Perhaps if it had 3 additional zeros. Simply reveal the mastermind behind this, and we shall overlook your transgressions. After all, those are not criminal offenses, thus not within our jurisdiction. Once you speak, you may leave Jing Bureau. If not, prepare for the death penalty. No one can save you. Can you bear the weight of such severe charges, both drug-related and murder? Yin Ni persistently hinted and guided him, assuring him that if he claimed both drug dealings and murder were under someone else's orders, he would be in the clear. Misconduct would not lead to death, at worst. He would face dismissal and the confiscation of his assets. Chapter 66. An amateur encounters a professional, just as Yin Ni believed Master Guan was on the verge of collapse. A text message arrived. The Yang family had made significant concessions. It was time to cease this pursuit. Someone would compel Guan Ziming to end his own life, and she was advised to abandon her fixation on justice, lest she faced insurmountable explanations regarding the drugs. Yin Ni's emotions turned tumultuous. This signified that the Yin family had gained political resources. Despite the lack of tangible benefits for the remainder of her life, her efforts would amount to nothing, and the threat from Yang Shiji remained unmitigated. Yet, she felt compelled to heed her mother's instructions, deleting the message and instructing, "Let him eat first." She then took a leave of absence. Upon exiting Jing Bureau, she took a deep, contemplative breath, feeling the need to vent, and called Yu Sheng, questioning, "What are you so busy with?" "Ancestor, I am striving to earn money. To put it simply, I am deciphering stones." "What use is your wealth if it does not change the world?" "Oh, when you find yourself lying in a hospital bed, desperately needing funds. How shall I explain to the doctor? Pull the tube? Well, there is some merit to your argument. Indeed, one must possess the audacity to combat fate. For victory and defeat are merely part of a soldier's tale. Do not fixate on the trivial gains and losses. You still lack insight. Come now. If a woman wishes to gain clarity, she must share a bed with a man." Yin and I chuckled softly. "Well, if you put it that way, how could I possibly go?" She replied coyly, "I'm not in the mood today. I shall refrain from going. Besides, the case is concluded. Do not dwell on it. Master Guan will shoulder everything and then depart this world." "Understood. You believe you have moved the world, yet in truth, you have merely stirred your own emotions. The world remains unchanged. It is unacceptable. I must confront you. Why must you possess such clarity? A warm welcome. For a man's worth lies in his ability to relieve a woman's burdens." Yu Sheng laughed heartily as he prepared a candlelit dinner in the villa's dining room, eagerly awaiting Yin and I's arrival. Her heart raced with anticipation, uncertain if she could navigate the challenges of the evening. Upon her arrival, Yu Sheng enveloped her in a hearty embrace. Before the next step could unfold, Yin and I playfully pressed her finger against his lips, giggling. "Have you never encountered a gentleman? At the very least, one should graciously finish the wine, exchange tender words, and make a plethora of insincere promises to set the mood before revealing one's true intentions. The crux of the matter is that I have never been courted by a gentleman. I lack experience." Yu Sheng chuckled as he guided her to sit. Yin and I raised her glass, inhaling the aroma before remarking, "Freshly opened red wine lacks flavor. It is best to let it breathe for a day or use a decanter. You truly have no experience, akin to a gluttonous child. Have you never shared a drink with Tong Lin?" Yu Sheng replied with a smile, "No. Perhaps because I have never engaged in such activities, I find it easy to let go. Or perhaps the cost of relinquishment is so low that it is not worthy of cherishing." Yin and I nodded in agreement, softly inquiring, "Are you so eager to take that you fear losing me?" Yu Sheng realized he had been drawn into her words, laughing, "Not at all. I am not distressed. I merely fear you may consider me less than a beast." Yin and I smiled, then adopted a poised and proud demeanor. "If you dare to touch me tonight, I shall retaliate. By the way, familiarize yourself with the crime of assaulting a police officer." "Very well, then I shall rest easy. You may dine while I discuss serious matters." Yu Sheng gestured. Yin and I began her meal with composure as Yu Sheng elaborated on the situation regarding Wan Ting, concluding with, "I have an idea. Would you agree that I am somewhat akin to Yang Kai?" "No, He embodies a military demeanor, significantly more formidable than you. Strangely enough, while you appear relaxed and untrained, you are, in fact, far more capable than he is, Yin and I teased, her aloof goddess-like facade momentarily fading. Are you suggesting that he would be exposed if he donned my guise? After pondering, Yin and I replied, if it were me, I would certainly discern it at a glance. Though others might not. Especially when silent and immobile, it becomes challenging to differentiate. It entirely depends on whom you intend to deceive. Yang Shiji would be impossible to fool as he is a military officer, trained in espionage and familiar with this ruse. Yu Xing's enthusiasm waned abruptly. Damn, I forgot he is a professional. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xing's eyes sparkled. What if he were to attempt deceiving me? Are you suggesting he would show up at my door wearing a mask? Yin and I paused, taken aback by the audacity of such a thought. Could he truly be that reckless? This is within our nation's borders. For Yang Shiji, executing missions and taking lives abroad may be deemed lawful, regardless of the reasoning or madness behind it. However, within the country, adherence to the law is imperative. Yu Xing's eyes brightened. Lowering his voice, he said, the most likely scenario to drive him to madness would be tonight, having just suffered a significant loss, and you being here is the key. His expertise lies precisely in this area, rendering it devoid of any difficulty. Yin Ni's eyes widened in disbelief. She found herself at a loss for words. Who had truly lost their mind? It appeared as though both men were teetering on the brink of insanity. Hesitantly, she inquired, but what credentials does he possess to gain entry? Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly, have you forgotten that Wan Ting was here recently? We spent an entire afternoon drinking. And Yang Kai and the others are quite familiar with him. There would be no hindrance. He could effortlessly execute his grim task and depart unnoticed, while simultaneously establishing that it was Wan Ting who committed the act. Yin and I opened her mouth, poised to argue that their physiques did not match. But the words caught in her throat, for it was not an issue for Yang Shiji. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If Yang Shiji was indeed willing to take such a risk, why not employ Wan Ting? What would be so strange about Wan Ting returning once more? Yu Sheng mulled over the situation, suddenly exclaiming, I understand now. His plan was always designed this way. To kill two birds with one stone. First inserting the listening device to monitor my movements, while simultaneously making Wan Ting's presence here seem justified. After Wan Ting returns, Yang Shiji would incapacitate him, procure a mold, and begin crafting a mask. Wan Ting would remain unconscious until the morning. If he successfully eliminates me, Yang Shiji would then return to make Wan Ting disappear, leaving no witnesses. Conversely, if the opportunity to strike does not present itself, Yang Shiji would leave Wan Ting untouched. Wan Ting would remain oblivious to the events, merely succumbing to sudden unconsciousness, likely keeping silent about it. Thus, Wan Ting lies in a stupor at home. We merely need to verify at Wan Ting's residence to discern the truth. Yin and I was astonished by Yu Sheng's wild imagination. It was utterly insane. Could this truly be possible? Yu Sheng, with resolute determination, rose swiftly and leaned close to Yin Ni's ear, whispering, I will pay a visit. You must be cautious. They are unlikely to arrive so early. Crafting a mask requires time. Yin and I could only nod. After all, they were not there to harm her, and she felt no concern for her own safety. Yu Sheng certainly needed no such worry from her. She had never witnessed him falter. Even if Yang Shiji was formidable, she sensed he still paled in comparison to Yu Sheng. Chapter 67. A swift resolution. Yu Sheng, akin to a specter, silently arrived at Wan Ting's residence, surprised to find the door slightly ajar, as if deliberately left open for him. Could it be a trap? This thought flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. If Yang Shiji could anticipate his arrival, it would be an extraordinary feat. This must be a door left ajar for his own convenience. Cautiously, he nudged the door open, revealing an empty living room devoid of any vitality. He stealthily advanced, making his way to the bedroom. There, Wan Ting lay like a lifeless statue, motionless upon the bed. It was evident he was not merely sleeping, as he had not changed out of his clothes. Yu Sheng extended his hand, gently prodding Wan Ting's body, akin to touching a corpse, yet there was no response. As expected, upon a closer examination of Wan Ting's head, he found no signs of injury. It is highly likely that he was drugged or injected with something. He should not be in any mortal danger. There were remnants of a white substance at Wan Ting's hairline, evidently the residue left from a mold that had not been thoroughly cleaned. Yu Sheng confirmed his deductions were correct and quietly exited the bedroom. Just as he prepared to leave, the door unexpectedly swung open, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Entering was a woman clad in a form-fitting black suit, her hair cropped neatly, her gaze piercing, and her movements as lithe as a leopard. Each step imbued with power and confidence. In her hand, she held a glimmering dagger that reflected a cold light. As she closed the door behind her, her eyes swept across the entire living room before she glided into the bedroom like a specter. Yu Sheng nearly sprang into action. If she intended to kill Wan Ting, he would have to intervene. However, the woman merely approached the bed to ascertain that Wan Ting remained unconscious before retreating from the bedroom. She proceeded to search each room, particularly the study, seemingly in pursuit of some secret, which consumed a considerable amount of her time. Ultimately, her efforts yielded nothing. It was indeed a study, devoid of any hidden agendas. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number, which Yu Sheng observed closely. The name displayed was Mountain Eagle. I am Wan Yao. I have found no evidence to substantiate that Wan Ting is a spy. Remain on standby there to avoid any unexpected visits that might compromise our position. At midnight, if I have not contacted you, it means I have found no proof. You are to erase all traces and withdraw. If I do call, administer the heart attack inducement to Wan Ting. Understood? Luan Yao concluded the call and seated herself on the sofa. Yu Sheng clenched his teeth in silent resolve. Yang Shiji, I vow you will have no opportunity to make that call. Luan Yao was evidently oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Yang Shiji was misusing public resources for personal vendetta, thus requiring a pretext. He falsely claimed Wan Ting was a spy, and the rationale was not difficult to fabricate. His son, Wan Zhong, was pursuing a doctorate at Stanford, and the possibility of him being coerced or bribed by enemies was plausible, rendering Wan Ting highly suspicious. Thus, the vast machinery of the state was set into motion. Capturing a photograph of Wan Zhong was trivial. Yet, to have an entire national apparatus serve his private interests was the true allure of power, an allure that has led countless individuals to succumb, to pursue recklessly, to revel in the thrill, and to employ every conceivable means. Yu Sheng wished to avoid alarming the snake and did not desire to harm the innocent. Thus, furrowing his brow, this predicament was indeed troublesome, and he could not afford to be trapped. He had to return before Yang Shiji arrived. After pondering for a considerable time, he noticed Luan Yao remained stationary, sitting there vacantly. He could not help but sigh inwardly. She truly lacked awareness. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to lie down and take a nap? Perhaps even indulge in some adult content on the computer? Oh, but Wan Ting's computer contained no such material. With no other option, Yu Sheng stepped back into the bedroom. Shortly after, Luan Yao heard a faint sound from within the room. Startled, she sprang to her feet, the dagger once again in hand, and swiftly approached the bedroom door. Pushing it open, she found Wan Ting still lying motionless on the bed. As she searched more intently, Yu Sheng had already opened the door and departed. The sound from outside reached Luan Yao's ears once again, sending a shiver down her spine. She rushed out anew, yet saw nothing. The door remained firmly shut. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Engulfed by confusion and paranoia, she found herself yearning for her mother's wisdom. For the elderly always seemed to possess an ability to elucidate such supernatural occurrences. Upon returning home, Yu Sheng discovered Yin Ni still seated at the dining table, awaiting his arrival, which made him chuckle. Are you foolish? Just because I left, would you refrain from dining? Yin Ni feigned a stern expression, though her smile betrayed her. Can one truly enjoy a candlelit dinner alone? By the way, you must have had some revelations. I am eager to hear them. Yu Sheng refrained from mentioning Wan Yao and simply stated that Wan Ting was unconscious, with evidence of a struggle visible at his hairline. Yin Ni grasped the situation, and the two resumed their meal as if nothing were amiss, their minds elsewhere. They ceased their drinking, awaiting the impending storm. Will Yang Shiji come in person? I harbor doubts, Yin Ni suddenly remarked. Yu Sheng paused, uncertain of her reasoning, yet found her perspective compelling. Yang Shiji, having learned from this experience, would likely exercise greater caution, and a man of his nature would not lack devoted allies. Reflecting on Luan Yao's dialogue, he realized Yang Shiji would certainly not appear in person. How could he explain to Luan Yao if he succeeded? Would impersonating Wan Ting to eliminate Yu Sheng truly prove Wan Ting was a spy? Would Luan Yao not suspect him? Conversely, Yang Shiji must have someone to vouch for his innocence. He could not be framed. Thus, he could weave any narrative he desired, and everything could be justified. Once this realization dawned upon him, Yu Sheng felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. With a languid tone, he suggested, "Let us retire. Entrust this matter to Yang Kai." He then retrieved his phone and instructed, "Before midnight, a person wearing a Wan Ting mask will come to kill me. Eliminate him on sight without uttering a word. Disguise is the evidence of assassination. Remember, exercise utmost caution. He is professional." "Understood. Do not worry, boss," Yang Kai responded, exhilaration evident in his voice. Finally, he awaited a chance to showcase his skills, reminiscent of a battlefield saturated with adrenaline. Yu Sheng took Yan Ni's hand and led her directly into the bedroom. Although they chose not to treat the assassination lightly, they refrained from shedding their garments, mutually opting to lie down, behaving as if they were mere gentlemen and ladies. "Do not be disheartened. I believe we can maneuver this situation to make Yang Shiji stumble once more," Yin and I reassured him, noticing his waning enthusiasm. "That would be futile. If he does not acknowledge it, there is nothing anyone can do," Yu Sheng replied, only to shift the conversation abruptly. "Perhaps my sister has a solution." "Oh, I misspoke. I meant Annie. Please spare me." Yin and I seized upon this opportunity to vent her frustrations, unleashing a flurry of playful aggression upon him. Both soon felt their spirits lifted considerably. It was then that Yin and I shared the developments with her mother. Before long, Cheng Wenxiu replied, "Eliminate him, leave no survivors. And this matter will be resolved. Under no circumstances retaliate. Otherwise, it could become problematic. With national security at stake. No one can guarantee that Wan Ting and his son are not spies. What if today is not the day, but tomorrow? Moreover, what if Yang Shiji presents evidence? At the very least, it could seal Wan Zhong's fate, which is his forte. One must learn to draw the adversary into familiar territory, refraining from provoking their expertise. It would be prudent to peruse Sun Tzu's Art of War, to grasp the concept of leading others without being led, and to avoid being manipulated." The two exchanged glances, pondering for an extended period, while Yu Sheng's eyes grew increasingly bright. Chapter 68. I am prepared to devote myself. Cheng Wenxiu's remark about leading others without being led struck Yu Sheng like a sudden revelation, awakening him to the essence of military strategy, to manipulate the enemy while remaining unmanipulated. One must not allow the adversary to dictate the course, but rather seize the reins themselves. A bold plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He turned to Yanni and inquired, "I wish to obtain a passport. The standard process is too slow. Do you have any connections? Please arrange one for both Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan." "Certainly." Yanni understood Yu Sheng's intentions and readily agreed. Yet, he shifted the conversation. "The limitations of a regular passport are too great. Is it possible to procure an official passport instead? An official passport enjoys priority processing, visa exemption, and diplomatic protection, making it significantly more convenient than a regular passport." Yanni chuckled, playfully pinching his cheek. "In the future, just be straightforward. Don't beat around the bush. Under ordinary circumstances, a common individual cannot obtain an official passport, but there are ways around it. For instance, you could first join the Jade Association. Is that feasible for you?" Yu Sheng's eyes sparkled. "That is exceedingly simple for me. There's no rush on this. Once I sell the jadeite, the opportunity will present itself naturally." Yanni nodded, firmly believing in Yu Sheng's abilities, having witnessed firsthand his prowess in gambling for stones, easily surpassing the experts of the Jade Association. Thus, there was no need to hurry. Such matters are best handled with patience. Suddenly, Yu Sheng flipped over. "As a token of gratitude, I am prepared to devote myself." Just as he was about to act, Yanni assumed a defensive posture, jesting, "How can we engage in battle without a proper contest? What shall we tell our future children?" But at that moment, bang! The gunfire shattered the night sky. They both leapt from the bed and donned their shoes as the phone rang. "Boss, I have fulfilled my duty. The assassin is dead," Yang Kai stated with an air of unparalleled confidence. "Are you certain he was wearing Wan Ting's mask?" "Absolutely." Yu Sheng sighed in relief. "The rest I leave to Yanni. When the security arrives, don't confess." "Understood." Yang Kai knew that while his acknowledgement posed no danger, Yanni would handle it more adeptly. She truly was unharmed. With no repercussions, and even the standard gun verification procedures were avoided. Such was Yanni's current standing. Yanni, with a playful smile, remarked, "What a pity. I cannot fulfill your desires tonight. I must take my leave." She then swiftly exited the bedroom. Yu Sheng found himself both amused and exasperated. Knowing Yanni would not return that night, his interest waned, and he had no desire to even glance at the corpse, merely a pawn. He proceeded directly to the basement. retrieving the jadeite that had been cut by the line cutter and replacing it with a new piece of raw jade. But just then, he caught sight of that Patek Philippe. A stirring impulse surged within him, prompting him to dial Yang Kai. Come to the basement. There's a Patek Philippe listening device here. Place it on the corpse. Understood, came Yang Kai's swift response as he hurried over to retrieve the watch. Subsequently, Yusheng began to work incognito, polishing the meticulously cut jade. His words, transmitted through the listening device, were intercepted and reported back to Yang Shiji. Yang Shiji comprehended the gravity of his predicament. From the moment the listening device was delivered, he had been unmasked, leading to the exposure of the entire plan. This was Yusheng's way of indicating the need for damage control, implying an end to the pursuit of vengeance. A sense of unease washed over Yang Shiji. Yusheng's reaction was far from ordinary. Wasn't he retaliation expected? He suddenly realized he had relinquished the initiative, now uncertain of Yusheng's intentions. While Yusheng seemed to see through all his maneuvers. With a grim expression, he contacted Luan Yao, instructing her to withdraw. Dealing with Yin and I was straightforward. He merely summoned personnel from the Jing Bureau to remove the body and informed Director Jia candidly that it bore the hallmarks of Yang Shiji's handiwork. The evidence lay in the watch and Wan Ting's mask. Director Jia, no fool, promptly reached out to the military, requesting their assistance in reclaiming the body, asserting their lack of jurisdiction over the matter. Astonishingly, this affair concluded quietly without any formal investigation. After all, there was no victim to speak of. With so many powerful figures shielding the truth, no ripples could disturb the surface. At 8 in the morning, Kuang Hui emerged slowly from the heavy iron gates of the prison. His hair was disheveled, unkempt for what felt like an eternity, and his face bore the stubble of neglect, exuding an air of weariness. Sunlight cascaded over him, yet it could not dispel the gloom that lingered in his heart. A sense of foreboding overshadowing his release. Looking back, he saw the iron gates close behind him. Had they truly set him free? Was there such a monumental stroke of fortune in this world? Shaking his head as if to clear his thoughts, he found himself unaccustomed to freedom. His gaze shadowed by hesitation and a weighty aura. Unintentionally, his mind drifted to the hidden fortune of $1 million in gold back home. Suddenly, a fervor ignited within him. Dispelling the darkness, everything had been worthwhile. Merely 3 years in prison had yielded a fortune. Had he toiled as a truck driver, he would have had to labor tirelessly for a decade without respite. Ding! A taxi pulled up before him, the driver none other than Yusheng. Yusheng hadn't changed professions. Rather, he had arranged for Yang Kai to procure a taxi, providing the driver with 1,000 yuan and agreeing on a rate of 1,000 per hour, with additional compensation for any overtime. The driver immediately complied without hesitation, feeling utterly at ease as he sat behind the wheel, marveling at the enigmatic world of the wealthy. Why forego a Mercedes to experience the life of a taxi driver? Kuang Hui had no money on him, yet naturally climbed into the car, promising to settle up later. Where to, boss? Yusheng inquired respectfully. Kuang Hui sensed a familiarity in the driver's face but dismissed the thought, adopting a commanding demeanor as he replied, to the paper mill's staff quarters. Understood, Yusheng said, driving steadily. Then, as if engaging in aimless chatter, he remarked, the paper mill staff quarters? I believe the police sealed it off yesterday. Oh, Kuang Hui's reaction was rather intense. His eyes widened as he inquired, why? I heard that a mother and her child had perished, victims of foul play, and the perpetrator remains at large. Yusheng casually glanced at him. Kuang Hui transitioned from the demeanor of a leader to that of a model prisoner. His cheeks twitched as he hoarsely asked, what were the names of the deceased? Oh, you are neighbors, aren't you? Perhaps you are acquainted. The woman's name was Li Changjing, but I do not know the child's name. Kuang Hui's mind buzzed, completely short-circuited. Yusheng deliberately slowed down, as he had intended to navigate through congested areas, yielding to every vehicle and avoiding any competition. A vague feeling crept over Kuang Hui. His release must be connected to this incident, yet his thoughts were in disarray, unable to discern the logic. After a moment, Kuang Hui asked, why did the murderer kill? He had not expected the taxi driver to possess such knowledge, but he had no one else to consult. Surprisingly, Yusheng casually remarked, I don't know the specifics, but I heard that Li Changjing's household concealed gold worth 1,500,000. Kuang Hui staggered, nearly fainting. It was over. His wife and child were dead, and the gold was gone. Only 2 individuals were aware of the gold's existence, himself and the one who had hired him. Even his wife was oblivious. Kuang Hui was plunged into utter despair. Instinctively, He believed that the other individual had taken the gold. Moreover, to seize the gold, they had murdered his wife and child. Such actions seemed entirely plausible. Retrieving the gold from his home would require tearing up tiles. How could his wife not have noticed? Kwang Hui felt no lingering doubt. In that instant, an uncontrollable fury surged within him, threatening to consume him whole. His eyes turned crimson and fierce, brimming with boundless rage, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. He resolved to seek vengeance. This inferno of wrath surged forth with such ferocity, akin to a flood breaching a dam, that it completely obliterated his reason. Chapter 69, The Puppet Master. Zhang Jinxiao Yusheng harbored hopes that Kwang Hui would seek retribution against his employer, so he cautiously asked, "Will you still go to the paper factory staff quarters? Is it still sealed off?" Kwang Hui hoarsely retorted, "The blockade has been lifted, but I suspect there are still people lying in wait, as the murderer has yet to be apprehended." "Go," Kwang Hui resolved firmly. Yu Sheng felt a pang of disappointment. His gaze hardened. The blood feud between parents was unforgivable. He truly wished to obliterate Kwang Hui on the spot. Yet, he recalled that Yin and I was still waiting at Kwang Hui's home. Perhaps she could be of use. Yu Sheng ultimately restrained his impulses. The employer was the key. A moment of impatience could jeopardize the larger plan. The taxi finally came to a halt downstairs. Kwang Hui exited the vehicle and hurried to his doorstep, only to find the door wide open, with two plainclothes officers stationed at the entrance. "Who are you?" One of the officers barked. "I am Kwang Hui. This is my home." "Huh, weren't you sentenced to 5 years?" The sentence was reduced, and he was released early. Kwang Hui voluntarily presented his release certificate to the plainclothes officer. Upon meticulous examination of the document, the officer nodded. "I have a few matters to discuss with you. Please come inside." Upon entering the room, Kwang Hui encountered a stunning female officer in uniform, her beauty so striking it seemed almost surreal, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. "Are you Kwang Hui? Please take a seat." "Thank you." Kwang Hui exhaled softly, cautiously taking a seat. Yin and I promptly inquired, "You affixed the tiles in the kitchen, did you not?" "No, I did not tile the kitchen upon my entry." Kwang Hui skillfully denied the accusation, reasoning that with his wife and child deceased, there were no witnesses against him. Yin and I appeared to accept his denial and swiftly shifted to another question. "Where did your wife's gold come from?" "I do not know." "Are you aware that she and your child have been murdered?" Bloodshot eyes revealed Kwang Hui's distress, yet he gritted his teeth and insisted, "I do not know." "Very well. Do you have any enemies or suspects?" "Take your time to recall." Yin and I observed his unstable emotions and spoke soothingly. Unbeknownst to him, the case had already been resolved. He was being duped, as the real investigation concerned a contract killing from 3 years prior. He had already devised a plan in the taxi, viewing this as an opportunity for scapegoating. Pretending to ponder seriously, he stated, "I believe it is Zhang Jinxiao." "Zhang Jinxiao." Yin Ni's eyes sparkled, sensing her breakthrough. She believed that this individual was likely the mastermind behind it all. Zhang Jinxiao's influence in Jianghai surpassed even that of the notorious Tang Laoda, ranking among the top 3. While Tang Laoda primarily dealt in drug trafficking, Zhang Jinxiao's main enterprise was smuggling. Of course, both were involved in various legitimate businesses, even engaging in charity work, presenting a facade that concealed their true nature. Kwang Hui's attempt to use this opportunity for scapegoating was, unbeknownst to him, a trap meticulously crafted for him, solely to unveil the identity of the employer. Yin and I, with an intense gaze, queried, "What grievances do you have with Zhang Jinxiao?" "Once, I visited his entertainment venue to seek companionship, and he extorted 5,000 yuan from me in a scam." Yin and I chuckled. "Are you aware of what you are saying? A notorious crime lord personally extorting a few thousand yuan from you? I believe in scams, but not in extortion. He must have orchestrated this to compel you to eliminate 2 individuals, correct?" A violent tremor coursed through Kwang Hui's body, fear dawning in his eyes, as tumultuous waves of dread surged within him. An overwhelming terror washed over him, akin to plunging into an abyss with no end in sight. In that instant, he fully comprehended the situation. From the moment he was released from prison, he sensed something amiss. Now, the dagger was finally revealed. This was a meticulously orchestrated scheme, a trap laid step by step, solely to extract information regarding that incident from 3 years ago. Under normal circumstances, even with his wife and child murdered, he would never confess. Intentional homicide was a capital offense. Yet now, it felt as if a sturdy dam had been breached. A collapse was inevitable. He could no longer hold back. Yanni had risen, solemnly stating, "According to our technical assessment, the tiles were laid 3 years ago, a time when you had yet to enter. You may choose not to elaborate. Let us discuss this in another location. Take them away." 2 plainclothes officers charged forward like wolves, swiftly handcuffing him and pushing him into the police car. Upon receiving Yanni's call, Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss. If Zhang Jinxiao was indeed the employer, it seemed incongruous with his identity. Which big brother has no underlings specifically tasked with dirty deeds? Much like Meng Qingyang and Tang Laoda, when they wished to eliminate someone, they never relied on outsiders. Yet why would Zhang Jinxiao hire someone else? And to spend such a significant sum? Yuxing vaguely felt he had grasped the crux of the matter, sensing an underlying reason. However, he could not fathom it completely at that moment. He decided to set it aside, believing that after a few days of surveillance, all secrets would be laid bare. He promptly messaged Yanni, "I want to know Zhang Jinxiao's whereabouts." It was soon discovered that he was at a casino in Macau. No wonder no one cared when Quang Hui was released. Did he confess? Not yet. Take it easy, don't scare Zhang Jinxiao away. Rest assured, Zhang Jinxiao is not easily intimidated. If anything, he fears you might flee. Very well, let no one escape. Zhang Jinxiao has a casino, correct? Does he have dealings with the Macau casino? I'm not entirely sure. The casinos are not public knowledge. They resemble high-end clubs where the average person cannot enter. I suggest you inquire with Wang Ziyan. He is a wealthy individual with family resources and is highly favored at casinos. Understood. In a luxurious room at the Lisboa Hotel, Zhang Jinxiao was immersed in the tender embrace of a blonde beauty when suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility. The woman, understanding the situation, gracefully slipped out of bed and entered the bathroom. Zhang Jinxiao leisurely lit a cigar, taking a deep drag before answering the call unhurriedly. What is it? Quang Hui has been released and subsequently apprehended by Yanni. She is investigating your hiring of him for murder 3 years ago. Zhang Jinxiao's brow slightly furrowed. His voice low as he inquired, "Did Quang Hui confess?" "He merely let slip your name, but he has not admitted to being hired for murder. It does not constitute a solid confession." "Excellent. Eliminate him. $1 million will be deposited into your son's account at Harvard. Rest assured, it will be taken care of. However, I must caution you to be wary of Yuxing, who personally drove to pick up Quang Hui. Clearly, this entire scheme is orchestrated by him. You are aware of his identity, are you not?" After the call ended, Zhang Jinxiao muttered to himself, "Yuxing? The son of Yuanli? Is he seeking vengeance for his parents?" A disdainful smirk crept across his face as he scoffed, "You little bastard. I was already making waves in the Zhanghai while you were yet to be born. Just wait, I will personally reunite your family." With that, he crushed the cigar in his hand. Chapter 70. Too many lice, not biting Brother Wang. "Are you familiar with the casinos in Zhanghai?" Yu Sheng inquired over the phone. Wang Ziyan chuckled heartily. "Zhanghai is home to numerous casinos, but the most upscale one is undoubtedly on the 3rd floor of the Beijiao Club. All the gaming equipment has been imported directly from Macau. However, to gain entry, one must first obtain a membership card, which requires a thorough vetting process." "And who owns that club?" Yuxing pressed further. "Such matters are shrouded in mystery. The public figurehead is Feng Lao Wu, but in reality, he is merely a subordinate of Zhang Jinxiao. The true beneficiaries, aside from Zhang, undoubtedly include some prominent figures from Zhanghai. Otherwise, that establishment would have long been shut down." "Who are those prominent figures?" A hint of curiosity tinged Yu Sheng's tone. "It's unclear. Just consider the fact that no one dares to challenge that place. It speaks volumes about the depths of its influence. It's a veritable gold mine." Wang Ziyan's voice carried a note of reverence. "Oh, I would like to witness it firsthand. Can you take me inside?" Yuxing asked nonchalantly. "Not a problem, but you must leave your bodyguards behind." "It's against the rules," Wang Ziyan cautioned. "What if I win a fortune? Wouldn't they want to eliminate me?" Yu Sheng's tone was calm, as if discussing a mundane topic. "That won't happen. Losing or winning millions is quite common," Wang Ziyan replied. "What if I aim to win 100 million? Yuxing teased slightly. The casino will likely accuse you of cheating, regardless of evidence," Wang Ziyan said, starting to sweat. He thought to himself, perhaps this brother is serious. He might indeed possess such abilities. "I'm merely inquiring. I have no time for gambling. Let us talk another day." Yuxing ended the call, having resolved to investigate the casino's background. He promptly called Yin and I. "Please check if the 3rd floor of the Beijiao Club, the largest casino in Zhanghai, can be shut down, and if not, why?" Yin and I sighed. If it concerns the Beijiao Club, there's no need for approval. It's on the list of key protected private enterprises. Are you astonished? That club pays taxes and is unlike others. It contributes over 100 million annually. So consider it a legitimate establishment. Yu Sheng was taken aback. Such maneuvering was indeed possible? Is the casino license truly that inexpensive? Yin and I persisted. Such high-end clubs are inaccessible to the average person. They primarily exploit the wealthy. You should let it go. Fine, I want to touch the casino. But Zhang Jinxiao must be dealt with. The protection status won't matter. Yu Sheng's tone was calm, yet unequivocal. Yin and I quickly responded. It's best to have irrefutable evidence. I will handle it. You should distance yourself from the situation, as it could lead to severe repercussions. After all, he is a private entrepreneur with numerous accolades. Not a problem. I believe a drug trafficking charge would suffice, say 20 kilograms. Who would dare to defend him? Moreover, eliminating him on the spot would be the safest option, ensuring that no parties are implicated, while also confiscating Zhang Jinxiao's assets, thus distributing the benefits evenly. What do you think? Yin Yi smiled gracefully. Indeed, the quantity of drugs is sufficient to warrant asset confiscation. I support you. After the call, Yu Sheng decided to abandon the casino. Given the intricate entanglements that were difficult to shake, he resolved to employ targeted demolition. However, the prerequisite was to uncover the reasons behind the contract killing from 3 years prior. As night fell, Yu Sheng awaited Yin Yi's arrival, but instead received a call from her. Her voice carried a hint of disappointment. Kuang Hui is dead, succumbed to food poisoning. And we have yet to ascertain the perpetrator. Yu Sheng chuckled heartily. Shouldn't we celebrate his demise? Come, my dear, let us rejoice. Your master offers you consolation. Leave me be. I'm not in the mood. Yin Yi retorted angrily before hanging up. Yu Sheng smirked, genuinely in high spirits. He had avenged a portion of his parents' grievances. With only Zhang Jinxiao remaining, he resumed polishing exquisite jade until dawn, completing his work in preparation for auction. Remembering his agreement with Wan Ting, he hastily finished breakfast and, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, made his way to the antique shop. Wan Ting awaited him, appearing entirely composed, exuding his usual cultured demeanor as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Yu Sheng, I initially intended to bequeath the antique shop to you, retaining the house and my treasured artifacts in the hope of returning one day. However, reflecting on the matter, it seems unsafe to leave the house unguarded. So I shall entrust everything to you, including the Ru porcelain, as first-class cultural relics cannot be exported. Yu Sheng comprehended that Wan Ting had indeed been shaken. Guilt welled within him, knowing he had inadvertently caused this fear. He earnestly replied, I will purchase at market value. You need only provide me with a quote. I can pay in renminbi or Bitcoin, as you prefer. Wan Ting's eyes lit up. You possess Bitcoin? That simplifies matters greatly. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, shall we have Su helping assess the value? Friendship is one thing, but business is another. Agreed. The 2 gentlemen graciously compromised, and Su Haoping arrived promptly. As a director of the Collectors Association, his expertise was unquestionable. Aware of Yu Sheng's financial capacity, his valuations remained unbiased, strictly adhering to market rates, with the sole exception being the Ru porcelain, which he appraised at 1 million. After a busy morning, the final payment was completed at Wan Ting's residence, totaling 193 bitcoins, equivalent to 80 million renminbi, encompassing both the house and antiquities, including treasured cultural relics and books, all now belonging to Yu Sheng. Especially poignant was the return of the Ru porcelain to his possession. Reflecting on this, Yu Sheng felt a sense of nostalgia, given his current reputation and status. He could easily sell the Ru porcelain for no less than 100 million. Wan Ting, it seemed, was not driven by monetary gain. As he returned 1 million to himself, affirming that he had indeed made a wise judgment, he was a man deserving of respect. In haste to depart the country, Wan Ting skipped the farewell banquet and bid a swift adieu. Leaving one's homeland for an unfamiliar land was a sorrow that could not be concealed. It necessitated a prompt exit to maintain composure. In the remainder of his life, he did not linger, instructing Yang Kai to escort him to the airport, watching him board the plane before returning. Su Haoping, unaware of the underlying circumstances, sighed regretfully, feeling that Wan Ting had lost his way by leaving his cultural roots to suffer in another's cultural sphere. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely smiling and saying, let us not be formal. You have just taken over too many matters. I shall take my leave. By the way, Brother Su, I have a batch of exquisite jadeite to sell. Could you introduce me to a few buyers? Yusheng suddenly inquired. Of course, just set a time. How much are we talking about? The timing depends on their convenience. They must see it simultaneously. The highest bidder shall prevail. And it is worth approximately 7 or 800 million. 7 or 800 million. Su Haoping was taken aback, his admiration evident. Brother, your speed in making money is truly astonishing. No problem, I'll arrange a private auction. After he departed, Feng Taizhan remarked, Boss, it seems someone is watching us. We should stay put and wait for Yang Kai to return. Yusheng felt a stir in his heart. Who could this enemy be? Upon reflection, he realized he had quite a few formidable foes. The Wang family of Wang Chuan, the Sun family of Sun Tao, the Zhao family of Zhao Fuan, the Wei family of Wei Lianxing, and while the Kai family of Kai Yuhua might not be as hostile, she certainly harbored intentions to eliminate him. Not to mention Yang Shiji, Xiao Haitao, and Zhang Jinxiao. Yusheng decided to dismiss these thoughts. After all, with so many lice, none would bite. So it mattered little as long as he remained invisible to all. Chapter 71. The celestial sister Yusheng sat down, pondering thoughtfully, and asked, Are those monitoring us male or female? Both. It seems they are not from the same faction, Feng Taizhan replied solemnly. There are already more than one identified. What about those yet undiscovered? Yusheng suddenly smiled. Avoidance is not my style. I cannot grant them the opportunity to act. He promptly called Mao Zongyu. Have Guichun stay behind. Drive the Alfred over and bring the antiques back to the villa. Understood. Mao Zongyu immediately complied, not bothering to ask where, as their 4 bodyguards could track each other's locations via their phones. Yusheng then instructed Feng Taizhan. You wait here for Yang Kai to return. Have him replace the door lock with a fingerprint lock. A facial recognition system would also suffice. Anything but a key, as that is cumbersome and insecure. Feng Tieshan's eyes widened. Are you planning to go out alone? Yes. I am heading to the antique shop. That is far too dangerous. Feng Taizhan exclaimed, his eyes bulging. He understood that his boss was formidable, but this was a different matter. They were not playing mind games. In his perception, Yusheng was always a figure of elegance and poise, and he had never witnessed him in combat. In truth, Yusheng could not afford to engage in open conflict. That would be a grave folly. He chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry. This is a high-end residential area, well equipped with cameras. It is not suitable for confrontation. With that, he descended the stairs alone. As expected, he smoothly hailed a taxi at the entrance. Yusheng's strategy relied on the element of surprise, for everyone was aware of his bodyguards. Yet here he was, venturing out alone. Those who are watching must certainly harbor suspicions, thinking it might be a trap, perhaps involving masked bodyguards, and hailing a taxi does not align with his persona, causing uncertainty. Yet, such tricks cannot deceive a second time. Should he dare to employ this ruse again, he would undoubtedly find himself in peril. When he is not cloaked in invisibility, he becomes a prime target. Upon arriving at the antique shop, he opened the door and surveyed the surroundings with composure. The premises are equipped with surveillance. Every store is mandated to install cameras linked to the authorities, allowing immediate access to footage in the event of an alarm. Yusheng promptly disabled the surveillance, for he detests being monitored, which could reveal his presence. Wanting engages in this business not merely for profit, but rather for leisure. He does not employ even a single waiter, relying instead on a part-time accountant who visits once a month to reconcile the books. One could say that Wanting has reached the pinnacle of carefree existence, opening and closing the shop at will, taking days off as he pleases. This is precisely what Yusheng admires about Wanting. He is not driven by the pursuit of wealth, nor is Yusheng himself. Upon taking over the establishment, Yusheng's first act was not to ponder management strategies, but rather to brew himself a cup of tea, emulating Wanting's demeanor, portraying himself as a recluse. Just as he began to settle into this tranquil state, a strikingly voluptuous woman entered. Yusheng's heart raced. How outrageous. It was Wan Yao. Undoubtedly. This was a new assignment from Yang Shiji. Who are you? I recall the owner is Wanting. Wan Yao feigned familiarity, her surprise palpable. Unfortunately for her, she was unaware that Yusheng had already encountered her. Her theatrics became a farce. He chuckled. I am the new proprietor. Uncle Wan has gone abroad, and this shop has been entrusted to me. Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. After all, you are my very first customer. The remark sounded somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of a duck attempting to sell itself. Wan Yao, unfazed, took a seat and scanned the room before inquiring, Are all items here authentic? No, Nearly everything is a counterfeit. A few pieces of Republic-era porcelain hold little value. To put it simply, the total worth of everything in this shop does not exceed 100,000, Yu Sheng replied with nonchalance, as if a keyboard warrior were critiquing an online store. Unreservedly delivering a negative review. Luan Yao was taken aback, casting a profound gaze upon Yu Sheng as she accepted the teacup, then lowered her eyes to ask, "So, are you planning to sell authentic items?" "Certainly. I cannot allow a single counterfeit to pass through my hands, as it directly affects my reputation in the industry," Yu Sheng asserted with conviction. Luan Yao paused, feeling a renewed sense of surprise. After a moment's contemplation, she queried, "Is your reputation truly valuable?" "Of course. My fee for authenticating an artifact is 500,000. You may inquire further. My name is Yu Sheng." Yu Sheng exuded an air of expertise, neglecting to inquire about Luan Yao's name, sparing her the need to fabricate one. A flicker of confusion crossed Luan Yao's eyes. "Is a person who does not sell counterfeit goods a spy?" she asked, her gaze unfocused. "Wanting was doing quite well. Why did he leave? Burdened by my presence." Someone surreptitiously captured photographs of his son to coerce him. Reluctant to implicate me, he chose to depart. With a sigh, I silently mused. "Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness, compelling me to speak?" The enigmatic bird fell silent, momentarily concealing her thoughts behind her tea, before inquiring. "His son is abroad, is he not? Whom have you provoked?" "I have not sought conflict with anyone, yet my girlfriend's beauty seems to be a transgression in itself. The innocent may bear the weight of guilt simply by virtue of their possessions. Any accusation is plausible, contingent solely upon the disposition of the judge. When power articulates its will, even wealth must retreat in deference," I lamented. The bird was momentarily frozen, and after a pause, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and sipped her tea. Her profession mandated caution, yet inexplicably, from our very first meeting, she harbored a belief in the purity of this tea. Little did she know that I excelled in the art of poisoning. I wondered how she would react if she were aware. At that moment, a young man entered nonchalantly. My heart raced, and I whispered urgently, "The one sent to kill me has arrived. You must leave." The bird jolted, her demeanor shifting dramatically as if she were a predator poised to spring. Her body remained still, but with a delicate pivot, she directed her gaze towards the young man. In an instant, she discerned his lethal intent, recognizing him as a meticulously disguised assassin. Simultaneously, the assassin felt an overwhelming sense of peril, akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached for his firearm, but the bird was swifter. In a flourish, a dagger appeared in her previously empty hand as she executed a sudden spin. What seemed like an evasion was, in truth, a maneuver to accelerate her attack. The young assassin miscalculated for but a heartbeat. The dagger flew through the air, narrowly missing his throat and instead slicing across his neck. Blood sprayed forth, and he retreated in haste, vanishing without a trace. The dagger, now stained with crimson, embedded itself in the wall. I stood there, stunned, my mind consumed by a singular thought. I must master the art of throwing knives. This skill is perfectly suited for me. The bird, seemingly unfazed, sheathed her dagger and resumed her seat, observing my dazed expression before breaking into a radiant smile. "This is merely a trick I've practiced in my leisure." Suddenly, my face lit up with a grin, and like an eager innkeeper, I poured her a cup of tea, imploring, "Divine sister, might you teach me this technique? Just this one skill would suffice." The bird found my enthusiasm both amusing and perplexing. "There is little to it. I merely practiced during idle moments until I became adept. Yet, your audacity is remarkable, knowing a killer sought your life, and still venturing out alone." She was astonished by my discernment, recognizing a killer at a glance. Was this something the average person could achieve? I chuckled. "I have grown accustomed to daily attempts on my life. By the way, divine sister, I have practiced throwing knives once, but my aim never lands on the blade's tip. How does one attain control?" Her expression was a mix of surprise and exasperation. Accustomed to daily assassination attempts? She had no choice but to meticulously explain the art of throwing knives to Yu Sheng. She began with the fundamentals, focusing on finding the center of balance, then progressed to finger control, dual finger techniques, wrist manipulation, and various angles of throwing, straight, spinning, and in all directions. Finally, she introduced the technique of accelerating while spinning, which was her unique skill, deceptively powerful and perplexing. Those encountering it for the first time would often mistake her intentions for evasion. making it a miraculous feat for any assassin to survive the encounter. Yuxing listened with wide-eyed fascination. The true essence of mastery is often encapsulated in a single phrase, and while one could indeed practice diligently without formal instruction, she had directly revealed the secret, sparing him an immense amount of trial and error. Once he grasped the concept of balance, the knife became merely a tool for throwing. Anything could suffice, even a screwdriver or chopsticks. After Luenbird finished speaking, she felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. What was she doing? What was her mission? Yuxing, determined to cause a bit of trouble for Yang Shiji, redoubled his efforts to ingratiate himself. Sister, you've saved my life today and imparted such invaluable skills. I have little to offer in return, but how about I gift you a luxurious mansion? It's Uncle Juan's property, which I don't occupy. You needn't be picky, it hasn't been transferred yet, so it can be in your name. He was earnest. If he could sway Luenbird, the money was a trivial matter. Anything solvable by currency was not a problem. This also aligned with Yuxing's principle of rewarding virtue while punishing vice. He was no slave to money. Rather, he wielded it as a formidable weapon. Luenbird's eyes widened in astonishment. You are remarkably generous. With Juan Tingan, how can you transfer that property? Of course, I can, he replied casually. Rules are made for ordinary people. Those in power can bend them. Wealthy individuals adhere to unwritten rules, often negotiating with authority for mutual benefit. Luenbird nodded in agreement, a peculiar sensation rising within her. I really cannot accept your house. Your girlfriend would be furious. Yuxing laughed heartily. Impossible. Once my bodyguard returns, we will proceed with the transfer. Luenbird's gaze softened, yet she insisted, I truly cannot accept it. If I suddenly have a house in my name, it will raise suspicions. Yuxing slapped his thigh in realization. I see now. I was inconsiderate. How about I take you to gamble on stones? The Naypyidaw auction is happening in July. Let us attend together. Myanmar is renowned for its jade, and the Naypyidaw auctions occur thrice a year, in March, July, and November. Luenbird beamed brightly. You're not going to let me lose everything, are you? Yuxing regarded her with a bemused expression. Without extraordinary means, how could someone amass vast wealth? Prosperity lies in strategy rather than toil. Advantage comes from influence rather than mere effort. Just prepare the funds, regardless of the amount. It's merely to prove your purchase. The rest will be on me. Agreed. It's settled then. Luenbird relaxed, realizing she bore no significant animosity towards money. If it could be earned legally, why not pursue it? With wealth, one could at least dismiss an incompetent superior. Indeed, my name is Yi Hongmei. Please refrain from addressing me as sister, lest your girlfriend misinterpret it. You may call me Hongmei instead. Very well, Hongmei, may I have your phone number? The two exchanged their numbers. At that moment, Yuxing's phone rang. It was Su Haoping. Brother, as soon as I mentioned the exceptional jade, they were all eager to see it today. I did not agree, as I need to gather a few more big clients. It's set for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Is that acceptable? No problem. It's settled then. Yuxing then, in front of Yi Hongmei, called Mo Yaobing. General Manager Mo, tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the Royal Garden No. 8. Is that agreeable? I shall be there on time, Mo Yaobing replied cheerfully. Yuxing ended the call with an air of nonchalance. Yi Hongmei marveled inwardly at his remarkable skills. Feeling herself far outmatched, she had fully come to believe that Yuxing was a victim of Yang Shiji's machinations, for he had no need to act as a spy. The trifling gains would scarcely suffice for his romantic pursuits. Suddenly, another individual entered, and this time Yi Hongmei exhibited no reaction, for he appeared quite ordinary. Yet Yuxing smiled and stood to greet him. Brother, what a coincidence. The newcomer was none other than Sun Honglei, the vendor from whom Yuxing had purchased Ru porcelain. Sun Honglei's lips twitched slightly as he maintained a stern expression, saying, What coincidence? Someone specifically informed me of your arrival. Ever since you bought my Ru porcelain, our names have become widely known, yours for good reason. While I have become the laughingstock of the antique street, daily, people approach me, and as the conversation unfolds, they inquire about this matter, offering their sympathy. Honestly, rather they didn't. Their concern merely serves to highlight my misery. Do you have any idea how much I suffer? Shouldn't you offer me some compensation? Yi Hongmei smiled gently. Yuxing laughed heartily. Am I to blame? Very well, since Boss Wan is abroad, this shop is now under my purview. Take whatever you wish, as much as you can carry, but just this once, mind you. Sun Honglei's eyes brightened. You mean it? I can take it all. He had not anticipated that Yuxing would indeed provide him compensation, and his spirits soared. Suddenly, with a cunning glint in his eye, he added, "You did say as much as you can carry. I'll go fetch 2 large bags. You mustn't backtrack on that." Yu Sheng feigned distress over a few fakes, exclaiming, "Do not overreach. Rest assured, I cannot carry much." Sun Honglei offered a quick word of reassurance before hastily departing. Yu Sheng turned to Yi Hongmei, shrugging his shoulders and chuckling. If I find no solace, he does. If I suffer, he revels. Such is human nature. At last, Yi Hongmei burst into laughter. She realized it had been quite some time since she had felt this joyful. Before long, Sun Honglei returned, breathless, carrying 2 large bags, and promptly began to fill them. Yu Sheng cautioned, "Brother, I cannot guarantee the authenticity of these items. You wouldn't be mistaken, would you? Fear not. The rules of the antique business are known to me. I merely seek a sense of psychological balance. When others come to mock me, let them see what I have." Sun Honglei replied candidly. He desperately packed large items into smaller ones until there was no room left. Struggling to carry 2 hefty bags, he moved forward step by step, his heart brimming with the joy of acquiring treasures for free. He turned back and said, "Brother, I'm leaving. There's no need to see me off." Yu Sheng followed behind, wearing a pained expression, nearly bursting into laughter. What a fate this was. Among those trinkets, only a few pieces of Republic-era porcelain were genuine. Yet he chose to overlook them entirely. Chapter 73. The Personal Bodyguard. Yi Hongmei. Yu Sheng resumed his seat, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he addressed her. "Hongmei, I find myself in need of a bodyguard. Would you be willing to assist me?" He was acutely aware that Yi Hongmei's primary task was to monitor him and report his movements to Yang Shiji. Thus he thoughtfully offered her a job. In doing so, he could turn the tables and keep an eye on her, indirectly gaining insight into Yang Shiji's plans. It was also a gamble, wagering on Yi Hongmei's inherent goodness. If she could save him, she would not harm him. When the time came for him to confront Yang Shiji in a decisive battle in Nibidu, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. Yi Hongmei's face lit up with joy as she replied, "Of course. You don't need to pay me. Just let me earn some money." Yu Sheng understood that her account could not inexplicably gain funds. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If Yang Shiji were to perish during the confrontation, and Yi Hongmei were to profit, she too would become the subject of suspicion. Casually, he inquired, "Hongmei, do you have a Bitcoin account?" Yi Hongmei paused, taken aback. "No." A spark of inspiration ignited within him. What if he transferred the funds to her boyfriend? That would be a perfect solution. He ventured, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Yi Hongmei, struggling to follow his line of thought, asked in confusion, "Why do you want to know that?" She did not believe for a moment that Yu Sheng had any romantic interest in her. She was acutely aware of her own self-assessment. Her physique was merely slightly better than average, her beauty only scoring a modest 80 out of 100, especially when compared to Yan Yi, who was in a different league altogether. Her only advantage lay in her combat prowess. "I'm just asking. Since you're with me every day, would your boyfriend come to harm me?" Yi Hongmei chuckled. "No, don't worry. I don't possess nearly as much charm as your girlfriend. If I had one, he wouldn't come to kill you." Yu Sheng suddenly smiled. "I can read palms. I could tell you just by looking. Want to give it a try?" Yi Hongmei's face turned skeptical, filled with disbelief. Yet she boldly extended her hand for him to see. Yu Sheng naturally grasped her hand, and in that instant, he understood. "Ah, so you are still a maiden." Yi Hongmei's mouth fell open in astonishment. This revelation reshaped her entire worldview. "Are we not of the same species? How did you discern that?" "You may interpret it as a sensory perception. Every being in this world has its own essence. When I held your hand, I sensed your aura. It's akin to the process of identifying jade. This is my secret. Please don't share it." Yu Sheng wore an expression that conveyed the gravity of his trust in her. Yi Hongmei comprehended the situation, her excitement evident as she nodded fervently, utterly in awe of Yu Sheng. "Thank you for sharing this secret with me," she exclaimed. Yu Sheng merely nodded, silently reflecting that her newfound knowledge held little significance. After all, what could she truly achieve with it? He intended to counsel Yang Kai, urging him not to overlook Yi Hongmei, for young women had become as rare as giant pandas. Especially one as kind-hearted as she. Such a treasure deserved to be cherished. If all else failed, there was still Feng Taizhan. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the shop, his large head and stout neck complemented by a substantial belly. Yu Sheng chuckled, recognizing an acquaintance. The middle-aged man, upon spotting Yu Sheng, brightened and exclaimed, "Ha, what a pleasant surprise. Do you remember me from the ghost market?" Yu Sheng certainly recalled him. This was the vendor who peddled counterfeit porcelain, where only the base was genuine while the rest was a cleverly assembled imitation. What a twist of fate. Come, sit and enjoy a cup of tea. Yuxing greeted him warmly. The man plopped onto a chair, casting a glance at Yi Hongmei before introducing himself. I am Zhu Fengquan. How should I address you, young man? What is your connection to Boss Wan? I am Yuxing. Boss Wan is currently abroad, and he entrusted this shop to me, Yuxing replied, pouring him a cup of tea with a cheerful demeanor. Zhu Fengquan appeared taken aback, but soon remarked, what a coincidence. I happen to be the landlord of this establishment. You know? Yuxing was momentarily startled. I hadn't seen the rental agreement. I didn't realize you were the landlord. How fortuitous. Did you come because the lease is about to expire? Zhu Fengquan chuckled. You don't even know if it's due? Indeed, there are still 2 weeks left. If you wish to continue, we can discuss renewing the lease later. However, if you decide not to, please inform me in advance so I can seek another tenant. Understood. Yuxing contemplated, recognizing the dual-purpose design of the 2-story space, which could serve as both residence and storage, ample enough for his needs. Given the current challenging business climate, he was determined to pursue a high-end approach, intending to overhaul the establishment completely, adhering to top-tier international security standards, with merchandise priced no less than 1 million. Thus, he stated, you may either sell the property to me or find another tenant. I will not be renewing the lease. Zhu Fengquan smiled. Young man, I have always had faith in your potential. Truly, you possess great audacity. What price do you propose? 120 million. Yuxing calculated based on 12 times the rent. Brother, do inquire further. It won't go below 150 million. I would only sell to forge this friendship. Otherwise, I wouldn't entertain the idea at all. Zhu Fengquan said sincerely, convinced that with Yuxing's expertise in appraising antiquities, he would inevitably rise to prominence in the industry. Yuxing understood the implications. Unless he abandoned antiquities altogether, the antique street remained the finest locale in the city. Just as restaurants thrive in proximity to one another, so too must he remain within this vibrant marketplace. He was less concerned with finances and more with the value of time, decisively stating, very well. I shall accept your price. Let us finalize this today. Zhu Fengquan, equally decisive, and the two promptly drafted a contract. Yuxing made an immediate transfer, and they proceeded with the property transfer. After concluding their business, Zhu Fengquan enthusiastically invited Yuxing to dinner. Yuxing chuckled, brother, I simply cannot make it today. I have plans with my girlfriend tonight, and this is merely a bodyguard, so do not misunderstand. Yi Hongmei smiled gently. Zhu Fengquan burst into hearty laughter. I was puzzled. It turns out she's that stunning. Of course, this one is lovely too. He could hardly believe she was a bodyguard, only admiring Yuxing's cleverness. Having effortlessly extricated himself from Zhu Fengquan, Yuxing returned to the royal garden with Yi Hongmei, where he solemnly introduced her to Yang Kai and the others. This is Yi Hongmei, also a bodyguard. She will be residing here from now on, so take care of each other. The 4 of them exchanged peculiar glances. Yuxing felt compelled to clarify, do not overthink it. She is simply a bodyguard. Yi Hongmei nodded in agreement. Yet their expressions clearly conveyed disbelief. A personal bodyguard, indeed, implied a more intimate connection. Realizing that the plan to bind them was now futile, as they had already assumed she was his woman, Yuxing resigned himself to the situation and led Yi Hongmei upstairs. Aside from my bedroom, feel free to choose any room you wish. We shall dine together, and even if Yin and I is here, there is no need for awkwardness. Yuxing intended to keep a close watch. All right, Yi Hongmei replied with unwavering candor, unfazed by the need for discretion, embodying the adage that a righteous heart fears no shadow. By the way, didn't you mention you had an appointment with Yin and I tonight? She inquired. Fool, he retorted, that was merely a ruse to decline social obligations. The transaction is complete. What need have I for a meal? The weariness of socializing stems from each individual striving to project qualities they do not possess, which I have no need to do. Yi Hongmei was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had no need for pretense. She continued, so, will Yin and I be coming over? Yuxing's heart stirred. Was she also a target of her surveillance? Chapter 74. Fulfill your greatest desire in life. Are you in good spirits tonight? Yuxing sent a message. Akin to casting a stone into a tranquil lake, the ripples resonating far and wide. Tonight, I shall fulfill your greatest desire in life. Yin Ni's response struck him like a colossal pie, shattering the night sky and landing squarely on his head, the echoes reverberating, the oil splattering. leaving him bemusedly overwhelmed. Yu Sheng chuckled, feeling as if nothing could be more overtly suggestive. His smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of the sun's first light in spring, blossoming into brilliance. He turned to Yi Hongmei, his eyes sparkling. When she returns tonight, will you cook? Yi Hongmei appeared taken aback, her tone laced with incredulity. With your wealth, you still cook for your girlfriend? I assumed you ordered takeout daily. Yu Sheng smirked disdainfully, his smile gradually taking on a deeper significance. If I were to order takeout every day, I would surely meet my demise from food poisoning. When a pattern emerges, it inevitably invites exploitation. To survive, we must either endure or be ruthless, for only then can we stand firm in this sordid society. Yi Hongmei's expression shifted, becoming somewhat uncomfortable. She understood this truth all too well and realized that Yu Sheng was wary of Yang Shiji. His words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. In her remaining days, she harbored no defenses against him, even allowing him the comfort of her culinary skills. A tumult of emotions surged within her, akin to a relentless tide. This weighty trust, heavy as a mountain, evoked in her both profound gratitude and deep-seated shame, intertwined with a bewilderment about her own situation. Her inherent kindness could easily awaken the radiance of motherhood, yet the painful irony lay in her inability to nourish the hungry child, a sin she deemed unforgivable. It is not age that fosters maturity, but rather the trials of suffering. Ultimately, her gaze grew resolute, emanating a luminous strength as she softly uttered, "If you don't mind, I shall take on this task." Like a gentle breeze brushing away the dust, fate had thus been sealed. Yanni, clad in a trench coat with flowing hair, entered the dining hall with a light step. At first glance, she overlooked the table laden with sincerity, her attention drawn instead to the striking figure of Yi Hongmei. Her demeanor stiffened abruptly, akin to a bucket of cold water poured over her on a sweltering summer's day. The impact was not devastating, but the unexpectedness left her momentarily disarmed. "Are you forcing me to retaliate? Scoundrel! How dare you touch my territory?" Vixen. In that fleeting moment, Yanni's reaction unveiled her primal instincts, her boldness emerging as she tore through the veil of civility, entering a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Yet, the profound heritage of her family, with its subtle yet lethal wisdom, manifested beautifully within her. She quickly donned a flawless smile, embracing the moment with Yu Sheng, and playfully pinched his waist, whispering, "You are doomed." Simultaneously, Yu Sheng retorted, "We'll discuss this tonight." In an instant, both showcased performances worthy of an Academy Award. Yu Sheng enthusiastically introduced, "Darling, this is my newly hired bodyguard, Yi Hongmei." Yi Hongmei, not one to linger, approached with a radiant smile, greeting, "Hello, Yanni. Ah, Hongmei, your figure is truly admirable. I envy you." "Men are far more captivated by form than by face," Yanni exclaimed with feigned admiration. This statement left the forthright and kind-hearted Yi Hongmei momentarily speechless. However, Yanni, with a warm smile, took her hand and urged her to sit, imparting a sage-like warning. "You clearly lack social experience. Many women fall prey to deceitful men, simply because only charlatans can satisfy their demands, which normal individuals cannot. You must exercise caution." Cough, cough, cough. Yu Sheng interjected hastily, "Darling, did we receive any alerts from the hospital today? Has someone been stabbed, resulting in hospitalization or worse?" Yanni's heart jolted, quickly regaining her composure. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "No. A stab wound alone wouldn't warrant an alert. The patient might claim it was an accident, unless the hospital uncovers a threat to them." Yu Sheng then recounted the day's assassination attempt. Yanni comprehended the improbability of such coincidences. The assassin may not have been premeditated, yet Yi Hongmei was undoubtedly a spy sent by Yang Shiji to infiltrate Yu Sheng's circle. She promptly adjusted her demeanor, shedding any pretense, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Nevertheless, she remained convinced that without Yi Hongmei, Yu Sheng would undoubtedly have remained unharmed. Without this assurance, one would not dare to lure the snake from its lair alone. The meal concluded with an air of harmony. As Yanni lavished praise upon Hongmei's culinary skills, though inwardly she scoffed, "Is this all there is?" Nonetheless, the surface civility provided Yu Sheng with a sense of relief. Hongmei remained composed, having no intention of vying for a man with Yanni, thus feeling entirely unperturbed. After the meal, Yu Sheng promptly announced his intention to go online, granting the two women space for private conversation. He opened his computer and searched for flying knives on a certain platform, but found none. Altering his search to pointed knives yielded a plethora of results. The images displayed were sleek and polished, following Yi Hongmei's assertion that any knife would suffice. Even a kitchen knife, he selected the priciest option, a 6-inch Damascus boning knife priced at 267 yuan, and ordered 10 of them. Next, he purchased a chopping board, opting for the most economical choice, as he feared the more expensive ones might be unwieldy, particularly the ironwood board, whose very name was exhausting. Recalling Yanni's promise, Yusheng's heart raced. He hurried into the bathroom for a thorough shower, marking the occasion with gravity. Upon emerging, he found Yanni already clad in her sleepwear, lying down with a smile that radiated warmth. Just as Yusheng was about to leap toward her, Yanni held up her palm to halt him. "Have you forgotten something?" "I haven't forgotten. I was just about to explain," he replied, wrapping his arms around her and whispering in her ear, "She is Yang Shiji's agent sent to monitor us. Do not expose her. You need not worry. She should align with us. I promised to take her to Nibidu to gamble on stones. She is a kind-hearted person who deserves a reward." Yanni pondered this notion, softly inquiring, "Is this a form of bribery? We spoke briefly earlier, and she does possess boundaries. At the very least, she will not kill you. What about that assassin? It certainly isn't her accomplice. When she struck, she went all out, aiming for the throat. But the assassin narrowly evaded death. Had the assassin ignored her and aimed at you instead, what would have happened?" Yanni suddenly asked. Yusheng smiled confidently, saying nothing. His enhanced physical abilities after becoming invisible far surpassed those of an ordinary person, including reaction speed. Evading gunfire was not an issue for him. The only thing he lacked was a long-range weapon, for a pistol did not complement invisibility, making flying knives the ideal choice. Yanni soon understood, smiling radiantly, "I forgive you. But wait, have you forgotten that I intend to fulfill your greatest wish in life?" Yusheng's movements froze, his expression one of bewilderment. "Isn't that wish precisely this?" Yanni lightly shook her head, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Shouldn't your wish be to avenge your parents?" After speaking, she glanced at the time. "There are still 30 minutes until the plane lands. Zhang Jinxiao will be back." "Goodness!" Yusheng exclaimed, hastily changing his clothes. Yanni, resembling a captivating flower from a distant shore, smiled enchanting as she passionately implored, "Darling, why are you leaving? Stay?" Frustration coursed through Yusheng. His teeth clenched in irritation. "Just you wait." Then, with the phone powered off, he swiftly tossed it to Yanni and dashed out of the bedroom. Chapter 75. Approaching the truth, Yang Kai drove the Mercedes with the speed of an arrow, racing towards the airport. At that moment, a stream of people surged forth like a tide. "No need to search. Just look for the black Rolls-Royce," Yusheng decisively stated. He had previously inquired with Zhu Fangquan about Zhang Jinxiao, but alas, there was a significant disparity in their social standings, and they had no rapport. All he knew was that Zhang's vehicle was a black Rolls-Royce. Yang Kai quickly circled around, drawing in a sharp breath. "It's not here. Have I arrived too late?" "No. This old fox might have switched cars," Yusheng mused, somewhat impressed that his research had gone to waste. This was truly vexing. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the surroundings. And suddenly, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto a group of individuals, one of whom was ensconced in the center, obscured from view. They boarded 4 Mercedes vehicles. "Let us take a gamble and follow them," Yusheng declared, pointing ahead, deciding to follow his instincts. If someone had a more significant presence than Zhang Jinxiao, he would concede defeat. Yang Kai cautiously trailed at a distance, noting that as long as the lead vehicle did not turn, there was no need to draw closer. "Boss, given his stature, why would he be so wary of you?" Yang Kai remarked with intensity. After a moment of contemplation, Yusheng speculated, "He is not wary of me. For someone of his ilk, enemies abound like the countless fish in a river. He likely faces this daily." Suddenly, Yang Kai gasped, "Wait. There's another vehicle behind the Mercedes, a Land Cruiser. It could easily overtake us, yet it maintains a fixed distance, mirroring our actions, albeit from further away." Yusheng's brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed, it seems the occupants of the Land Cruiser have also noticed our pursuit." He felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing complications might arise. "We must overtake them," he resolutely declared. Yang Kai accelerated smoothly, like flowing water, elegantly maneuvering into the space between the Mercedes and the Land Cruiser. The latter slowed down, now trailing Yang Kai's Mercedes. The young man in the driver's seat of the Land Cruiser wore a cold expression akin to a chilling blade. He pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a saved number. Check a vehicle registration. Soon, He received a reply. The owner is Yu Shang. The young man in the Land Cruiser ended the call, his gaze deepening like a still pool, growing increasingly frigid as he murmured, "Trouble awaits. I'm a step behind." The four Mercedes maintained a steady pace as Zhang Jinxiao, in the lead car, also received a call from one of his subordinates in the trailing vehicle. "Boss, we are being followed by two cars, a Mercedes and a Land Cruiser." "Oh, the Mercedes is likely that arrogant little brat, Yu Shang. He poses no threat. But we must be cautious of the Land Cruiser." Zhang Jinxiao's expression darkened, as if water could drip from it. In an instant, he made a decision: split up. Cars 3 and 4 will head to Jinshui Bay to divert the Land Cruiser. Once I deal with Yu Shang, we can deliberate further. Zhang Jinxiao did not believe the Land Cruiser would ascertain his presence in the lead car, for he had employed a ruse. The one encircled by the crowd was not him, but rather one of his subordinates, who had boarded the third Mercedes. Indeed, as the group split into two paths, the domineering vehicle unhesitatingly followed the third and fourth cars. However, Yuxing decisively opted to pursue the lead vehicle. The rationale was straightforward. The luxurious residences in the direction of the third and fourth cars were limited to Jinshui Bay, where Wanning's house was situated. There were no independent villas there, which did not align with Zhang Jinxiao's ostentatious display. Yang Kai exhaled in relief. Only two Mercedes remained. Let us hope our gamble was not in vain. It should be safe, yet I suspect the occupants of the domineering vehicle are from out of town. Otherwise, they would not have taken the bait so readily. Yuxing possessed an extraordinarily keen intuition. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It appeared Zhang Jinxiao resided at Dreamland Manor. Very well. Find a location devoid of surveillance cameras to park. Allow me to disembark, and you return to the royal garden to await my call. Yang Kai grew anxious. Boss, it is too perilous for you to go alone. He could not fathom why Yuxing consistently chose to act solo during critical moments, as if Yuxing were safeguarding them, which left him feeling uneasy. Yuxing smiled and explained, if our vehicle does not depart, Zhang Jinxiao will realize I am here. So it is only by your leaving that I have an opportunity. Furthermore, await my call, should I uncover the truth behind my parents' demise. It may be necessary to procure certain items for incrimination, at which point you can deliver them to me. Return for now. He had left in such haste that he had no time to retrieve the box of drugs. However, the opportunity might not present itself again tonight. Until he discerned the cause of his parents' deaths, he could only continue to surveil in the shadows. Yang Kai found himself at a loss for words and ultimately chose a secluded spot for Yuxing to exit the vehicle, then swiftly overtook Zhang Jinxiao's Mercedes, speeding away. Upon arriving at Dreamland Manor, Zhang Jinxiao was taken aback. Did this kid know I resided here and leave? He found it hard to believe. Could Yuxing have returned to summon Yanni to apprehend me? He had anticipated concluding matters with Yuxing tonight, resolving all troubles, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. He hurriedly dialed the internal line to Jingju. What is Yanni doing now? She has returned home, leaving work on time today. What has she been doing during the day? She has been investigating you. Rest assured, her inquiries are futile. As a key protected private entrepreneur, Zhu Jia has no authority to move against you, and Li Chongqing would not dare act unilaterally. Any proposals to act against you must undergo a council vote and are certain to be rejected. You merely need to resolve Yuxing swiftly. He is the sole unstable factor, and he will absolutely not relinquish his quest for vengeance. Understood. No more than 3 days. Zhang Jinxiao hung up the phone, then exited the vehicle, flanked by a throng of underlings as he entered the villa. At that moment, Zhang Jinxiao finally felt a profound sense of relief, as if he had stepped into a fortress, enveloped in security. After settling onto the sofa, he called the substitute for the third vehicle. What is the situation on your end? Boss, as soon as we entered Jinshui Bay, that domineering car drove off. He may have guessed we were pursuing the wrong vehicle. Zhang Jinxiao hung up the phone, sitting there in a daze. After a considerable time, he murmured anxiously, if that person truly sent someone to clean up after, finding this place would not be difficult. They could simply check the surveillance footage. I suspect they will be here soon. Killing me would be the best way to cover up, ensuring that I could never uncover the truth in my remaining days. His remaining life felt like a ghostly apparition, silently absorbing every detail, as a tempest of emotions surged within him. To his astonishment, Zhang Jinxiao was also being manipulated. Yuxing was utterly dumbfounded. The one orchestrating Zhang Jinxiao was evidently not a member of the Zhanghai faction. What exactly was this individual trying to conceal? Why not come directly to eliminate me? Was it to keep me in the dark, having already murdered my parents? Yusheng found himself baffled. How could this be possible? His thoughts became increasingly chaotic, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. At that moment, Zhang Jinxiao's eyes turned crimson, commanding his subordinates to bolster their defenses. Drawing weapons and preparing for battle, vowing that the assassin would not return unscathed. The villa was enveloped in an atmosphere of impending violence. Regrettably, he remained completely unprepared for Yusheng. Chapter 76. You may begin your performance in the opulent mansion of Jinshui Bay. 8 subordinates were deliberating over takeout options. Zhang Jinxiao never resided in this house and had no food supplies. That's enough. You only know how to eat, exclaimed one, slamming the table in reprimand. He wore Zhang Jinxiao's attire and bore a resemblance to him, albeit slight. His name was Ji Zhixiang. Due to this auspicious name, Zhang Jinxiao had chosen him as his stand-in, seeking good fortune. Ji Zhixiang had approached the window, gazing outside. The view was excellent, yet he still failed to spot the assassin. It seemed they had indeed departed, allowing him to relax completely. This role of a substitute was a bittersweet experience. Although fraught with danger, it also granted him a semblance of glory. Over time, he had become somewhat enamored with this illusory fame, losing himself in the role, acting as though he were a true boss, issuing commands with arrogance, and his subordinates had grown accustomed to this behavior. Before long, a knock resounded at the door. So soon? This is perhaps the fastest takeout I have ever received. I should leave a poor review for being too quick. One subordinate, grinning, approached the door, completely unguarded. The instant the door opened, his sidearm was seized, and his throat was shattered. The formidable assassin, like a wraith, slipped past the subordinate, the door swiftly closing behind them. Ji Zhixiang and his 7 companions were equally unprepared, as the assassin's gun was already aimed at them. Don't move. Your lives are your own, not Zhang Jinxiao's. The 7 subordinates froze in place. A cold sweat instantly drenched Ji Zhixiang's back. He dared not match the intruder's speed in drawing a weapon, especially since his marksmanship was lacking, while the assailant was a seasoned killer with an unnerving calmness in his gaze and movements sharp enough to instill terror. The lifeless body of the fallen subordinate filled them with despair, and in an instant, their will to fight dissipated. Zhang Jinxiao meticulously arranged everything before ascending the staircase. Entering the master bedroom and reclining on the bed fully clothed, he lit a cigar, seeking to immerse himself in relaxation. Yet, even as the cigar burned down to its end, the shadows of his mind remained unrelenting. The assassin was a secondary concern. It was the formidable figure behind the assassin that instilled genuine fear within him. At last, he reached out to press the lamp switch, his gaze fixed upon the wall. The hidden Yusheng's eyes widened in astonishment. After 3 seconds, the embossed decorative painting on the wall silently slid aside, revealing a narrow passageway meant for but a single individual. Within lay a space akin to an elevator shaft, with a smooth pole standing upright in its center. This design mirrored that of a fire brigade. In the event of an emergency, when the alarm sounded, all firefighters would rush from their quarters, grasp the pole, and slide down to the ground floor far more swiftly than taking the stairs. Yusheng, puzzled, mused that what lay below was certainly not a fire truck, but rather a safety refuge. Yet, how could he ascend? Zhang Jinxiao had already embraced the pole, and with a press of his hand, the decorative painting returned to its original position, as though it had vanished into thin air. Yusheng scrutinized the embossed artwork, applying gentle pressure, but it remained utterly immovable, revealing no flaws. Should an assassin arrive, they would likely find it impossible to locate the entrance to the safety chamber, let alone threaten Zhang Jinxiao's life. Yusheng was utterly impressed. Zhang Jinxiao truly cherished his existence. At this moment, Zhang Jinxiao had presumably descended, and emulating his actions, Yusheng pressed the lamp switch. 3 seconds later, the artwork slid aside once more. He peered downwards, where a glow emanated from below, a profound depth leading not to the first floor, but underground. Embracing the pole, Yusheng pressed the wall switch, and the decorative painting resumed its original form. In the enveloping darkness, he descended slowly and silently until he reached the ground. What lay before him was astonishing, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief, mouth agape, nearly drooling. This was indeed a design for a safety refuge. Though it consisted of but a single room, it was replete with essentials. In addition to the indispensable sleeping area, there was a kitchen, a sanitary area, and a storage space, all separated by glass partitions. The storage area was meticulously stocked with an array of canned goods. including both red and white wines, everything one could desire. What truly left Yu Sheng in awe was the sight of a stunningly beautiful blonde woman, entirely unclothed, reclining upon an ivory bed. The visual impact was overwhelming. From her figure to her features, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Had he not been cloaked in invisibility, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to a nosebleed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a slender metallic chain attached to her ankle, linking her to the bed. However, the length of the chain did not impede her access to the bathroom. At that moment, Zhang Jinxiao stood at the foot of the bed, locking eyes with the reclining blonde beauty. Her gaze was filled with icy detachment, seemingly devoid of any sense of humiliation, only an unquenchable hatred buried deep within, awaiting the opportunity to erupt. Suddenly, Zhang Jinxiao chuckled. "Helen, how have you been contemplating these past few days? I told you I would possess you, and I have succeeded. I once mentioned that I would like you to beg for my attention. Are you prepared? No, you have not yet grasped my intentions. I am ready to assume the role of your grandmother. Do summon your grandfather." Helen's mocking laughter implied a rather crude sentiment that perhaps you failed to comprehend due to your limited grasp of the language, for it sounds rather peculiar. "I regret to inform you that my grandfather has been deceased for many years. My words still hold weight. I shall not force you. Yet I grant you but one final hour." Zhang Jinxiao glanced at his watch, declaring that if you do not kneel and plead within that hour, my patience shall wane. Helen felt a sudden rigidity seize her body, her pupils constricting slightly as her thoughts raced. She abruptly proposed, "How about a game of escape? If you win, I shall acquiesce." "Oh, then you shall be the one to escape first," Zhang Jinxiao retorted with a derisive glint in his eyes. "That chain is no ordinary material. Even a hammer cannot break it. There is no signal here. How do you intend to flee? Since it is a game, it must be fair. Being a man, how can you lack gentlemanly conduct? That would only invite scorn from a woman. First, unlock me, and let us see if I can indeed escape. This is your stronghold. What do you fear?" Zhang Jinxiao laughed heartily. "Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. You are already my captive. What need have I for chivalry? No. Should you grant me a glimmer of hope only to dash it, I would surrender completely." Helen spoke earnestly. Adopting the adage of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, one must not yield until the very end, for who knows what success may come. Zhang Jinxiao pondered her words, finding merit in her proposition. Amused, he said, "Shall I provide you with a hammer?" "No. Let me first see what the key to this chain looks like." Helen lifted her leg, and Yuxing discovered a lock at her ankle that secured the chain. It turned out the chain could indeed be unlocked. Zhang Jinxiao contemplated this. Merely observing the key's appearance wouldn't suffice. Could she craft one from a tin can? He promptly produced a small key, holding it delicately between his thumb and forefinger for Helen to see. "Are you attempting to ascertain the location of the key? Perhaps to seize it? Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Are you ready?" With a flick of his wrist, he sent the key sailing through the air, landing in a distant corner. Helen felt a chill envelop her. Even if she were to strike decisively and eliminate Zhang Jinxiao, the key would remain out of reach. The chain's length afforded her just enough space to reach the restroom, rendering any hope of retrieving the key utterly futile. "You may commence your performance," Zhang Jinxiao said, relishing the despair etched across her face. Chapter 77. To end you requires only a moment. Helen's heart brimmed with profound regret, as if shrouded in a dense layer of leaden clouds. In her efforts to feign indifference towards Zhang Jinxiao, she lay rigid like a statue, only to miss the singular opportunity for escape. The instant he revealed the key marked the prime moment for her to spring forth like a cheetah. Alas, she found herself dissatisfied with this fleeting chance, which soon evaporated entirely. "You are a despicable and shameless demon." She was filled with indignation, feeling as if she had been deceived. Realizing that lying there was futile, she abruptly sat up, her eyes wide with fury, glaring at Zhang Jinxiao like a ferocious tigress, prepared to confront him with all her might. Zhang Jinxiao, however, was not intimidated. He had no desire to engage in a physical altercation with her, as that would be an affront to his intelligence. He took a step back, a faint smirk gracing his lips, and said in a half-teasing tone, "Do not act rashly. The time has not yet come. I shall grant you another opportunity. What do you say?" "Good." A spark of resurrection-like joy surged within Helen. Her gaze swiftly darted towards the keys in the corner, her eyes brimming with hope as she awaited Zhang Jinxiao to retrieve them. Yet, he leisurely replied, "If you share a drink with me, I shall keep the keys on my person. Whether you can obtain them depends solely on your prowess." Helen pondered for a moment. The wine here had not been unsealed, and even if he harbored intentions of drugging her, he lacked the opportunity. Thus, she nodded in agreement and stated, "All right. But you must specify how much we will drink. I absolutely refuse to touch white wine. I only drink red. Rest assured, we shall share a bottle. Half for each of us. Once we finish, I will fulfill my promise," Zhang Jinxiao said, proceeding towards the storage area. He opened a box, casually took a bottle of red wine, and returned to the dining table, finally uncorking it. Helen observed all his actions, finding no hint of deceit. As Zhang Jinxiao poured 2 glasses of wine, the last remnants of her doubt dissipated. She was certain the wine was untainted. He raised his glass, gesturing slightly, as if to showcase his elegance to Helen. "I had no intention of coercing you, as that would rob me of the thrill of conquest. However, today is an exceptional circumstance. I need to unwind. Regardless of your willingness, life requires a sense of ritual. Cheers." With her apprehensions laid to rest, Helen, eager to bewilder Zhang Jinxiao and obtain the keys, unhesitatingly took a large sip. The red wine glided smoothly down her throat, as silky as a thread. Even the aftertaste bore no hint of flaw. However, after finishing her drink, she suddenly sensed something amiss. This newly opened red wine did not taste like this. It seemed to have been awakened. Cautiously, she inquired, "What did you put in the wine?" A sly smile played on Zhang Jinxiao's lips as he replied, "You saw it. This is freshly uncorked wine." Helen's physical sensations grew increasingly unsettling, yet he had not consumed any. Curse his lineage. Her fury led her to grasp the essence of the Chinese language. Certain phrases should not be carelessly expanded, lest their meanings transform entirely. Alas, it was too late. In that moment, she felt as if her entire being had been ignited, desire raging within her like a wildfire, compelling her to indulge and succumb. Zhang Jinxiao grinned wickedly, whispering, "You are truly foolish. How could I drug you in your presence? Of course, I would administer the drug first before presenting the wine." He slowly extended his hand, steadying Helen's body. As if it were the final straw that broke the camel's back, her willpower crumbled in an instant, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, entwining herself about him like a vine. At that moment, Yu Sheng was consumed by fury, unable to endure any longer. "Let me handle this." With a resounding crash, a bottle of red wine struck Zhang Jinxiao's nape with force. Zhang crumpled like a noodle, collapsing into Helen's embrace. A myriad of details omitted here. It was already dusk, burdened by solitude. No, it was indeed the dead of night. Yu Sheng wished to convey his sorrow, to prove he was not a scoundrel, yet he found himself devoid of feeling. Well, he was quite content. Finally, he was no longer a novice. By now, it was midnight, and Helen had finally quieted, drifting into slumber. Yu Sheng rose and entered the washroom, taking a shower before dressing, gradually awakening from the dream of lovebirds. Recalling his origins and purpose, then turning to seek Zhang Jinxiao, who still lay there. He approached and reached out to touch him. Alas, it was too late. He had not anticipated the wine bottle's sturdiness. In his limited cinematic experience, a single strike usually resulted in a shatter, the bottle broken, the person unharmed. Some films depicted characters merely fainting. Yet, Zhang Jinxiao was lifeless. Evidently, he had succumbed to the folly of cinematic tropes. Those foolish screenwriters truly wreak havoc. Yu Sheng wandered to a corner, retrieving the key, and returned to unlock Helen's chains, contemplating that her clothing should be on the second floor. He surmised that Zhang Jinxiao might possess climbing gear, the sort used for scaling utility poles, which could easily be donned. However, he was too lethargic to search for it. His physical prowess would enable him to ascend effortlessly. Indeed, Helen had not drained him. He swiftly made his way back to the second floor. Listening intently, he detected no one outside and pressed the switch. The small door slid open silently. He leaped outside, only to suddenly discover a figure standing before the bed. The person, hearing the sound, turned sharply. Their eyes met in an instant, and both froze. The ruthless assassin had not anticipated finding the hidden chamber he had sought so desperately, let alone encountering Yu Sheng upon his exit. Yu Sheng instantly deduced that this individual was the merciless killer. Strangely, neither moved to strike. It seemed they had words to exchange. "You appear to be wearing a mask? Here to kill Zhang Jinxiao, I presume?" Yu Sheng inquired tentatively. "Have you already killed him?" The ruthless youth countered, probing Yu Sheng's knowledge of the truth. Yu Sheng feigned. "Zhang Jinxiao has already confessed. There's nothing left to conceal." The young assassin chuckled. So he is indeed dead. A chill ran down Yusheng's spine. Was his deception so blatant that it led the other to believe he was unaware of the truth? Subsequently concluding Zhang Jinxiao's demise, he was compelled to ask, "Who are you exactly?" "My identity is inconsequential. My sole mission is to eliminate Zhang Jinxiao. Others are of no concern to me. I intend to go down and take a look. You don't plan to obstruct me, do you?" "Of course not. Please, go ahead." Yusheng stepped aside but did not distance himself. The young assassin shook his head slightly. "You go first. Then, there's no need for me to descend." In the twilight of life, Yusheng prepared to take action, knowing Helen was below, making descent impossible. Furthermore, if he aimed to capture and interrogate, he could not afford to reveal his concealment. He was also eager to test the extent of his enhanced physical capabilities. The gaze of the domineering youth sharpened, and he spoke slowly. "You overestimate yourself. Killing you requires but a fleeting moment. Are you prepared?" Yusheng felt a tremor at his bravado. Unable to ascertain whether he was being overly ambitious, lacking any point of reference. "Let me first gauge your speed. Come forth," he beckoned. Chapter 78. I have a girlfriend. Do not harbor fantasies. The two locked eyes, neither retreating an inch, devoid of the erratic probing typical in sparring matches. Their pursuit was singular, a decisive strike. Stillness was acceptable, but once in motion, life and death hung in the balance. Yet, this time, Yusheng could not kill, raising the stakes further. The domineering youth's belittlement of Yusheng was merely a psychological tactic, an attempt to breach his opponent's mental defenses, not an expression of genuine contempt. At the very least, Yusheng had managed to locate Zhang Jinxiao in the hidden chamber, instilling a profound caution in him. However, he could not fire his weapon. Too many people were below. Caw! The night sky echoed with the call of a crow. The domineering youth sprang into action, gliding like smoke until he stood before Yusheng. His finger poised at Yusheng's throat, a feigned threat that could nonetheless prove lethal if Yusheng did not react. A chill coursed through Yusheng. This individual was swifter than the assassin from earlier. Yet, he remained acutely aware, confident that his reflexes surpassed those of his adversary. Unfortunately, he lacked combat training. He opted to capitalize on his strengths, aiming to win through sheer force. Slightly tilting his head to evade the throat strike, he charged directly at the domineering youth. This unexpected maneuver caught the youth off guard, but instinct took over as he executed a swift elbow strike toward Yusheng's temple, an expert application of defensive technique. In that moment, Yusheng comprehended the chasm between them. He was but a novice. He could understand the principles of combat from watching television. Yet comprehension alone held no value. What was required was the muscle memory forged through relentless practice. Otherwise, even with quicker reflexes, he would remain a passive recipient of punishment, and prolonging the encounter would spell his doom. As he rapidly retreated, he suddenly vanished. The domineering youth anticipated a swift kill, only to be astonished when Yusheng inexplicably disappeared. Instinctively, he drew his weapon, yet he had no target to aim at. How could Yusheng still be in place? In a mere instant, Yusheng's advantage of invisibility came to the fore, and he plunged a knife into the youth's temple. The gun clattered to the ground, and he collapsed. The battle was concluded. With unblinking eyes, the domineering youth met his fate. Yusheng calmly closed his eyes, uttering, "Your death is not unjust. You were never my match. It was only because I needed you alive that you had a chance. There was no alternative. Capturing him alive was impossible, and thus he had to perish." Yet, as Yusheng tore open the youth's clothing, he discovered a silicone mask beneath. Removing the mask revealed an unfamiliar face, which was not surprising. He desired nothing more than to thoroughly expose the individual. Subsequently, he intended for the authorities to take over, confident they would uncover the truth. He then began a meticulous search for Helen's belongings, soon discovering a bag in the cloakroom containing everything, including shoes. He carried it back to the secret chamber and discarded it without hesitation. He retrieved the phone of the domineering youth and sent a message to Yanni, detailing the events while omitting the more sordid elements. Yanni quickly replied, stating that there was no need to apprehend drug traffickers. Securing Helen was sufficient. She would lead a team to rescue the hostage and warned against any interference. Naturally, Zhang Jinxiao and the assassin would be eliminated. Yusheng aimed to stall for time until Helen awoke, ensuring his presence remained concealed. He advised Yanni to inquire with her mother, as the assassin's contact list contained a number linked to Yanjing, possibly pointing to the mastermind behind the scenes. He promptly forwarded the phone book and began his search for incriminating evidence. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing of significance, although there were 3 safes that he could not open. Undeterred, he powered on the computer. It was remarkably clean, indicating that Zhang Jinxiao seldom utilized it. It appeared more as a decoration. Yuxing sensed that all vital information was absent from this villa. It was merely one of Zhang Jinxiao's hideouts. Quite unfortunate. He settled down to wait, ceasing his search. Eventually, Yanni's message arrived. Her mother insisted that the assassin must vanish, or else the consequences would be dire. The individual was a top-tier operative, and further investigation was ill-advised. Helen's covert rescue must remain undisclosed, as it could jeopardize her family's reputation. It was best for Zhang Jinxiao to disappear alongside the assassin. His subordinates would attribute the assassin's disappearance to him, but the vanishing act must be genuine. Yuxing was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. However, he quickly recognized the advantage of this arrangement. The deaths of the assassin and Zhang Jinxiao perfectly aligned with his modus operandi, a strike to the back of the head that would easily evoke thoughts of Big Tang. A knife to the temple was Yuxing's signature move, as evidenced by Biaozi's demise. He swiftly procured a large box and placed the assassin inside, then secured the door to the secret chamber. He donned the assassin's mask, grasped the box, and stealthily descended the stairs. Fortunately, the lackeys on the first floor were bustling in and out, allowing him to pass undetected. Once outside, he wore the mask without fear of exposure and hailed a taxi directly at the entrance of Dreamland Manor, instructing the driver to head to the steel plant with urgency. The driver hesitated, expressing concern about the distance, apprehensive that Yuxing might be intent on robbery due to his intimidating demeanor. "Is 1,000 enough? I'll add another 1,000 upon my return." He handed over 1,000 in cash, which he had taken from the assassin, as he himself carried no cash and could not risk exposure through digital transactions. "You clearly have discerning taste," the taxi driver remarked, elated, as he swiftly started the engine and sped away. It was only at 3 o'clock in the early morning that Yuxing returned. Upon re-entering the secret chamber, he found Helen still peacefully asleep. In the twilight of his existence, he fervently prayed that Helen would not act recklessly before his return. He discovered foot shackles within the box, securing them to his own feet before hoisting Zhang Jinxiao into the container. The shackles afforded him considerable ease, allowing him to carry the box without exceeding his physical limits until dawn. Upon returning to the secret chamber, he found that all traces had vanished, including the phone and the handgun, both obliterated. Only Helen remained, and therein lay his greatest dilemma. At that moment, Helen finally opened her eyes, momentarily dazed, before sitting up abruptly. Upon seeing him, particularly with his mask, her face contorted in confusion. "Who are you?" she inquired, her expression a tableau of surprise. Memories of the previous night flickered in her mind. She vaguely recalled being drugged by Zhang Jinxiao, yet this figure seemed entirely different. He pointed towards her feet, and she soon realized that her chains had been removed. A mix of surprise and trepidation washed over her, as she feared falling into yet another trap. "I released you. Can you trust me?" he said. She had no alternative but to acquiesce. He tossed a bag to her, and upon seeing its contents, her faith in him solidified as she hastily donned her clothing. Meanwhile, he rolled up the bed linens to place in the box, aiming to prevent any DNA identification that could trace back to him. "We must exit quietly and swiftly, lest they discover Zhang Jinxiao's absence," he instructed. "The method is simple. I wear a mask of one of their own, and you will hide in the box while I carry you out." Panic surged through Helen. Hiding in the box would render her utterly vulnerable. Just as she managed to escape one grasp, would she fall into another? His impatience flared. "Either you agree or not. We have no time." Eventually, she nodded, choosing to place her trust in him. Yet, she hesitated and asked, "Was it you last night?" "Indeed," he replied. "But it was you who initiated it. If I save you, we are even. I have a girlfriend, so do not harbor any illusions." "Very well," she replied, feeling a surge of indignation. This man seemed even more despicable than Zhang Jinxiao, fearing that she might cling to him. Embarrassed and furious, she retreated into the box, unwilling to accept her fate, and asked stubbornly, "What about Zhang Jinxiao?" "He is dead," he said, forcefully pressing her down and zipping up the box. Chapter 79. "Thank you for allowing me to witness your privacy." Upon exiting the secret chamber, he discarded the foot shackles, and before the decorative paintings could revert to their original state, a burly henchman burst into the bedroom. He was Black Mamba, Zhang Jinxiao's trusted confidant, tasked with smuggling operations. Akin to Feng Laowu in the gambling dens, both being Zhang Jinxiao's right-hand men. Concerned by the morning's failed communications, he had come to the Dreamland Manor for a reconnaissance. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon the open door of the secret chamber, his expression a mix of bewilderment and intrigue, completely unaware of its existence. As Black Mamba leaned in to investigate, Yuxing struck him from behind with a powerful kick. Black Mamba fell headlong, letting out a cry as he tumbled into the chamber, likely suffering grievous injuries. In the twilight of his life, he discarded the mask, casting it aside, a ruse crafted for the domineering assassin. With a gentle press of the lamp's switch, the ornate relief painting returned to its former glory. He smoothly exited the villa, distancing himself from the dreamy estate, and entered the park, where he finally released Helen in a secluded spot, leaving the box behind. Helen stretched her arms, relishing her newfound freedom, her heart brimming with joy. Her sunlit, beautiful eyes shimmered like azure lakes, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her ripe lips glistened with exquisite allure, adorned with a hint of noble elegance as she gazed at him, saying, "Now, this is your true self, isn't it? I vaguely remember you appearing much more agreeable without the mask." Her feelings toward him were intricate, mingling gratitude for his intervention in her fate with admiration for his decisive methods in eliminating Zhang Jinxiao, alongside a tinge of resentment for his nonchalant demeanor following their reckless night. Furthermore, an unusual affection, delicate and persistent, intertwined with her curiosity and desire to explore the enigmatic figure before her, a man who moved like a phantom, decisive in his actions, reminiscent of the legendary Zorro. Yet, he remained remarkably simple, akin to a child in comparison to her complexity. Nodding slightly, he inquired, "Where do you plan to go?" "I've lost all my identification and need to call my family. May I stay at your place until someone arrives to fetch me?" Helen's beautiful eyes held a trace of sorrow. Did she really need to voice this? "Fine. My girlfriend's name is Yanni. She has a temper, so do not take offense. Moreover, she is aware of your situation, so no need for explanations," he cautioned. Helen nodded obediently. "I understand." Upon returning to the garden, they found Yanni and Hongmei preparing breakfast. "Jenny, you're awake. Come, sit and eat," Yanni called out upon seeing Helen, who she referred to as Jenny, as a precaution against Yi Hongmei. If Yi Hongmei reported to Yang Shiji, it would certainly spell trouble. Yang Shiji could easily connect the dots and unravel the truth. Helen, being exceptionally astute, decided to play along as Jenny, smiling as she took her seat. However, she felt a stir of emotions. Yanni was stunningly beautiful, even by Western standards. A top-tier beauty. It was no wonder that he remained unyielding, fearing that this lady might cling to him. "Jenny, this is my bodyguard, Yi Hongmei," he introduced casually. "Hello." Helen greeted with a smile, aware that this bodyguard must harbor secrets. "All right, Jenny is truly beautiful," Hongmei remarked, bewildered, pondering. Who is Jenny? Did she spend the night here? When did she arrive? Yanni and Helen exchanged laughter and pleasantries, as if they were old friends. Shortly after finishing breakfast, Yanni's phone rang. "Team Yanni, I've received news that there is an underground artifact auction taking place this morning at the presidential suite of the Jianghai Grand Hotel. Rumor has it that there are national treasure-level artifacts among the items. Should we consider an arrest?" Yanni sighed. "This seems rather brazen. What if they are counterfeits? What if we apprehend the wrong people? Let me verify first." She hung up the phone and, filled with hope, asked Yuxing, "Do you have time?" Yuxing smiled and replied, "Did Hongmei not inform you? We are auctioning jade at our place at 10 o'clock. Yanni shot him a glance, remaining silent, and directly left for work. Yi Hongmei chuckled softly. "You are quite foolish. Couldn't you have just said you forgot to tell her? Why emphasize that you know she doesn't?" Helen also remarked that Yuxing was too naive, noting that a woman would only be petty if she cared, clearly indicating a distinction in their relationship. Yuxing countered, "If communication between partners requires mental effort, it might work for a moment or even a year, but to maintain that for a lifetime would be exhausting. The ideal approach is for either people to not be together or to refrain from overthinking, to avoid enduring the pain of rupture. Thus, it is Yanni who needs to change." Both women felt something was amiss but could not articulate their thoughts. They had to admire his eloquence. Yuxing, feeling smug, said, "All right. Hongmei, tidy up a bit. Jenny, come with me to the bedroom." Hongmei looked at him speechlessly. It was broad daylight, and he seemed rather shameless. Jenny winked at her and chuckled. He hasn't put any thought into it. She then followed Yuxing. Hongmei felt uneasy, realizing that both women were his wives, while she was the outsider. Upon entering the bedroom, Yuxing finally turned on his phone and called Yang Kai. Go buy a new phone, register it under your name. Load it with 1,000 units of credit, and bring it to my bedroom. Understood, Yang Kai acknowledged. Yuxing further explained to Helen, my phone might be monitored, and there are often checks on my call records, so you cannot use my phone. I never take my phone when I go out at night. Helen nodded in understanding. Recognizing that someone like Yuxing required strict oversight, especially at night, to prevent him from wandering through secret chambers in search of women. She then mentioned going to take a shower and entered the bathroom. At that moment, a call came from Feng Taizhan. Boss, your online shopping package has arrived. Bring it to my bedroom. When Helen emerged in her pajamas, she found Yuxing hanging a cutting board on the wall. Curiously, she asked, why hang a cutting board in the bedroom? Doesn't that ruin the aesthetic? Yuxing glanced at her and replied, please note, the cutting board is not the key element. Nor is beauty the priority. The crucial aspect is the flying knives. Moreover, the bedroom is a place of privacy, and flying knives are also private. Both should not be casually exposed. Helen beamed. I understand. It's like a skilled woman's intimate area is not private. Rather, her residence is. Thank you for allowing me to see such intimacy. Yuxing stumbled slightly, realizing that her command of the language still had significant room for improvement. At that moment, a knock at the door echoed. Yang Kai arrived with the newly purchased phone. Excited, Helen walked to the terrace to make a call. Yuxing had no inclination to eavesdrop. He continued practicing his flying knives. Soon, Helen approached Yuxing and softly spoke with a hint of melancholy. This afternoon, the embassy's car will come to pick me up, and I shall depart. It is likely that I shall never see you again. Do you have any wishes at this moment? Chapter 80. Understanding the Transience of Human Existence. Yuxing turned to Helen and replied earnestly, wishes? What is that? Oh, you mean love? I am afraid I possess none. Our interaction was merely transactional. You exchanged your beauty and body for my assistance in securing your freedom. Now, the transaction is complete, and nothing more. However, Helen laughed, akin to a resplendent pearl radiating dazzling light, and remarked thoughtfully, you feign indifference, but it is all too apparent. A truly cold-hearted individual requires no such pretense. Perhaps a woman has left a profound wound in your heart, and in your attempts to shield yourself, you have become excessively cautious. Yet, this does not alter your inherently loyal nature. Yuxing instinctively touched his nose and suddenly smiled, nonchalantly inquiring, so, what are you implying? A repeat performance? Helen's expression grew increasingly intriguing as she responded, a repeat performance? I merely desire a grand conclusion, after which we may part ways peacefully. With that, her nightgown fell to the ground. At precisely 10 o'clock, a steady stream of guests arrived, leaving Yuxing astounded. He had not anticipated more than 100 attendees. Shuga, did you invite all these people? Yuxing questioned in disbelief. No, I only notified 7. I am uncertain how the news spread. Some attendees are even unfamiliar to me. Of course, there are bodyguards and experts among them, but it is still quite outrageous. The market is in desperate need of exquisite jade. Su Haoping swiftly greeted the crowd, introducing each prominent figure to Yuxing, including CEOs of jewelry companies, experts from the Jade Association, and leaders from the Collectors Association. The atmosphere was filled with lively exchanges and enthusiastic commercial flattery, creating a cacophony of sound. Yang Kai and Feng Taizhan nervously monitored the crowd, apprehensive about the possibility of assassins infiltrating the gathering, though Helen had no intention of making an appearance upon witnessing the lively scene. She felt her absence insignificant and decided to join, attracting the fervent gazes of numerous men. She had long grown accustomed to such attention and remained unfazed. With Hongmei by her side for protection, Tong Lin, who had accompanied Mo Yaobing, felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Initially, she had followed her mother's wishes, quietly ending her relationship with Yuxing to marry into a wealthy family. At that time, she believed she had made the right choice, forsaking an ephemeral romance for wealth and prestige. However, in retrospect, she had become the subject of a tremendous joke. The man she had abandoned now surpassed her husband in wealth, women, and social standing. Mo Yunsong was merely a member of the Mo family. His influence was limited, and he had only a few million at his disposal. In contrast, Yuxing was a formidable figure in his own right, owning a villa worth over 100 million. With just one jade auction, even before it was publicized, over 100 guests had arrived. And as for the beautiful women surrounding Yuxing, not only was his official girlfriend, Yani, a remarkable presence, but even the ambiguous Jenny before him eclipsed Tong Lin by 100-fold. Have I truly abandoned him, or have I facilitated his transformation? Perhaps my abandonment has enabled him to metamorphose, emerging from his cocoon as a butterfly. The bitterness within Tong Lin deepens. There is no greater torment than crafting a wedding gown for another while witnessing them become the bride. Even the presence of her husband cannot alleviate her pain. Mo Yao Bing cast a glance at her, gravely whispering in her ear, I did not anticipate such fierce competition in the bidding. We may need your assistance. You must cultivate a rapport with him. This is of utmost importance to the Mo family. If we fail to acquire the exquisite jade, we shall be relegated to the status of a second-rate jewelry company. Thus, every sacrifice is worthwhile, even if it means he desires to share your bed. Agree to his terms. As long as you remain silent, who will ever know? Tong Lin was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such words from Mo Yaobing, who happened to be Mo Yun Sung's aunt. Mo Yaobing added, you are no longer a young girl. What is there to fear? A woman's greatest asset is her body. Trade what you possess for what you desire. This world has always been harsh, yet it is also fair. Tong Lin felt a wave of discomfort. She did not wish to bow to Yu Sheng, striving to preserve her dignity. However, she found herself compelled to submit to Mo Yaobing. Confronted by her aunt's unyielding gaze, she felt powerless to resist, for Mo Yun Sung was also powerless. A sense of sorrow enveloped her. This was the path she had chosen, and she must traverse it, even on her knees. Finally, she bit her lip and nodded. Mo Yaobing, reassured, approached Yu Sheng with a smile, saying, it's time. Let us begin. Very well. Yu Sheng's voice rose suddenly, commanding the attention of the entire room. He continued, today, we have many guests. The jade will be stored in the basement. Due to space constraints, please refrain from bringing bodyguards along. Follow me. Yu Sheng led the throng into the basement. As they entered, the professionalism was evident, equipped with all necessary apparatus. On the long table in the center, the meticulously cut jade was arranged, each piece polished to perfection, showcasing hues of imperial green, icy varieties with veining, and exquisite violet. Whatever was scarce in the market was abundantly present here, igniting excitement and admiration among the attendees. Even the less than perfect jade evoked envy due to its rarity, particularly the four-color material representing fortune and longevity. It was remarkably uniform and flawless, eliciting a desire among several master carvers from the Jade Association to claim it for themselves. Observe closely, calculate wisely, and contemplate thoroughly. The auction will commence in 20 minutes, declared Yu Sheng. His words prompted the guests to take action, retrieving molds to measure each jade piece, ensuring clarity in determining how many bracelets could be crafted from each. This step was crucial for accurately assessing value. Tong Lin, seemingly nonchalant, approached Yu Sheng and cautiously inquired, Yu Sheng, may I pose a question? Of course, he replied casually. If faced with a choice between harming me or harming yourself, which would you choose? Yu Sheng paused momentarily, the question resonating with familiarity. It was one Tong Lin had asked during their school days. At that time, his answer had been unequivocal. He would choose to harm himself. The outcome proved to be prophetic, and he was indeed deeply hurt. However, when Tong Lin inquired once more, it was evident that she sought a different answer. Yu Sheng, maintaining his casual demeanor, replied, such a choice does not exist. We no longer inhabit the same dimension. What you find insurmountable may be mere trivialities in my eyes, unworthy of mention. If such a day were to arrive, should you find yourself in a quandary, simply speak your truth, regardless of who you are or the matter at hand. Tong Lin was taken aback by this response, her heart tumultuous with questions. What have I truly missed? To what extent have I erred? Even if I have caused him pain, he is still willing to shield me from the storm. Moved by his words, she instinctively asked, do you still love me? This question was soft, yet Yu Sheng heard it clearly. He glanced at her in surprise and replied nonchalantly, you overthink matters. Wealth allows one to be their truest self, while poverty compels one to be a pleasing facade. You still need to feign affection for me, yet I no longer require anyone else's approval. To be emotionally invested is a grave sin. To be infatuated is to deserve one's fate. In this world, where is true love to be found? It is merely a matter of mutually beneficial arrangements. I assist you, of course, expecting a return, yet this return is simple, merely disrobe. It is not that I wish to touch you. Rather, it serves as a tribute to my lost love, allowing me to find closure. With a deep sigh, Yu Sheng seemed to perceive the futility of existence. Tong Lin felt a surge of humiliation and anger. The wealth obtained through her betrayal was but a jest in his eyes, a reminder that the impoverished still seek validation. The most piercing realization was that the one she must placate remained him, and in a manner that demanded her undress, while he refrained from any physical contact. This was more humiliating than an actual encounter. It was a disdainful mockery. She finally felt regret, acknowledging that her mother had been mistaken this time. Yet, it was too late for redemption. Had she known it would come to this, why had she acted thus from the outset? Chapter 81. The man who once belonged to her as Tong Lin and Yu Sheng engaged in hushed conversation. The onlookers, astute as they were, feared that the two might strike a clandestine agreement, prompting one to disrupt them. Mr. Yu, could you possibly divulge where you procured those raw stones of such exceptional quality? I would love to pay a visit myself, inquired a jovial figure, radiating warmth akin to that of Methria, the owner of Hongyuan Jewelry, Yin Fuqi. Yu Sheng, unfazed, recognized the futility of keeping secrets. Anyone with influence could easily uncover the truth. He chuckled, in Pingzhou, but I did not acquire them from a single source. I visited 8 different shops. Yin Fuqi was struck with astonishment. Though the jade had been divided into numerous pieces, there were only 8 original stones. Thus, Yu Sheng had deftly selected the sole exquisite jadeite. Yin Fuqi nearly faltered, his eyes glistening with fervor. Drawing a deep breath, he smiled broadly and said, "My dear brother, you know I am a person of integrity, recognized for my diamond-level credibility in the industry. Shall we collaborate?" "Certainly. I will invite you to the next auction." Yu Sheng replied with a laugh. "No, I meant the internal bidding at the public auction," Yin Fuqi whispered. "I will provide the funds, you make the purchase, and we shall share the spoils equally." To others, this condition may seem like a grand opportunity, but for Yu Sheng, it is merely a matter of convenience. He can procure it himself, as he is not short on funds. However, there is no need for a blunt refusal, as cooperation might indeed be necessary. Thus, he leaves room for negotiation. It depends on the circumstances, and he may not necessarily have the time. At this moment, Tong Lin suddenly had a fleeting thought. If a transaction must occur, the best terms would be through the public auction of Nibi. As she contemplated how to articulate this, Yu Sheng glanced at his phone and declared with a booming voice, "Time's up." The atmosphere fell silent once more, with eager gazes fixated on Yu Sheng. Everyone ready to seize the opportunity. Yu Sheng announced, "The auction now commences, starting with the ice-type floating flower jade. Due to its size, I have divided it into 5 pieces for closer inspection and reduced risk. We shall begin with the first piece." He raised the first exquisite ice-type floating flower jade. Its polished beauty dazzling, devoid of any cotton, fluff, or cracks. Such quality is exceedingly rare, igniting fervent interest among the crowd. "The starting bid is 50 million. Let us begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than bids began to rise rapidly. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million, until it soared to 100 million. The pace finally slowed. Yin Fuqi leisurely interjected, 110 million. The crowd hesitated, aware that there were still many pieces remaining. If they did not contest this bid, what might follow? Yet, Yu Sheng offered no time for contemplation, promptly declaring, "Sold." A stir of excitement rippled through the audience. It was evident that he possessed a fiery temperament. Should anyone wish to raise their bid in the future, hesitation could lead to missed opportunities. Yin Fuqi was certain he had secured a bargain, believing there would be no lower price available. His face lit up with glee, and he promptly transferred the funds to Yu Sheng, placing the jade at his feet. But this was not the end. The crowd seized the moment to scrutinize the jade further, contemplating their limits. Yu Sheng held up the second piece, the ice-type floating flower. With the starting price once again set at 50 million. Begin. 100 million, 110 million, 115 million, 120 million. Mo Yaobing, seizing the moment as the bids began to plateau, finally spoke up, regretting her failure to secure the first piece. This time, she felt compelled to showcase her strength. Otherwise, it would be challenging to collaborate with Yu Sheng in the future. This seemingly straightforward auction was not lost on anyone. Yu Sheng was the greatest treasure among them, though the crowd was too large for any meaningful discussions. Whomever Yu Sheng chose to collaborate with would emerge as the victor in the jade industry. The question of whom he would partner with hinged entirely on their capabilities. Thus, the attendees approached the auction with a mindset of prioritizing recognition over profit, each one wealthy and audacious. Mo Yaobing refrained from placing all her bets on Tong Lin, resolutely deciding she must secure a piece. Yu Sheng, showing deference, promptly called out. Sold. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by his urgency. They believed waiting could yield an additional 5 million at least. Mo Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. Although the second piece was more expensive than the first, she deemed it worthwhile, as her impression of the Mo family was of utmost importance. Yu Sheng picked up the third piece. Note, this one is the lightest, with a starting bid of 50 million. Begin. 100 million. Add 500. Add 1,000. 120 million. Yin Fuqi spoke again. Sold. After a brief pause, Yu Sheng decisively confirmed the sale, leaving the crowd in awe. Tong Lin's emotions were a tangled web of complexity. The man who once belonged to her had transformed into a formidable figure, commanding respect and attention. Now relying solely on the opinions of others, no longer seeking their approval. His wealth no longer needed to be endearing. He could indulge freely, unrestrained. Yu Sheng was a whirlwind of efficiency, leaving no room for hesitation. He picked up the fourth piece, showcased it to the crowd, and remarked with a smile. This is the finest quality piece, starting at 50 million. Begin. 55 million. The audacity of the bid stunned everyone, and upon realizing it was the prominent collector Guizhenxing, whispers of discontent rippled through the room. You are distorting the market, they thought, recognizing that individuals like him hoarded the finest jade, driving scarcity and inflating prices. As long as something was unique, collectors would dare to acquire it, and the price would be dictated by them. However, Yu Sheng did not wait. As soon as the crowd grasped who had placed the bid, he declared, sold. Regret washed over the spectators. This piece was truly exceptional. Guizhenxing laughed heartily. Brother, I appreciate your spirit. Look me up for a drink in Yanjing. He paid promptly, exuberantly taking the piece with him. It was enough for him, as the others either required carving or were too small. This piece, when displayed, would serve as a pinnacle of artistry. The final piece, a premium iced jade with floating flowers, had a starting bid of 50 million. Begin. 120 million. 130 million. 140 million. True to Yu Sheng's style, no one dared to hesitate. If one wished to seize the opportunity, they had to act swiftly. This price was significantly higher than the first, yet the quality remained the same, leading to a hush among the crowd. Yu Sheng, as expected, did not delay and confirmed the sale immediately. The buyer was Gao Chong, a professional manager from Dafu Jewelry, who displayed no trace of triumph, his demeanor rather disheveled. It was evident that his judgment paled in comparison to Yin Fuqi's. In the end, he had not secured a bargain, but rather paid the highest price. Indeed, his bid of 140 million was more expensive than Guizhenxing's 150 million. Thus, the crowd viewed Gao Chong not with envy, but rather with a sense of amusement. The finished product could only yield profit through price appreciation. Nonetheless, Gao Chong had no choice but to purchase, as he could not allow customers to perceive a lack of high-end goods. Even if it meant paying a premium, he had to maintain a comprehensive assortment. The crowd mused that Yu Sheng's auction had not alleviated the scarcity, but rather escalated the prices of exquisite jade jewelry. Chapter 82. Laughter blooming like chrysanthemums. Next, we present for auction a piece of icy violet jade. Yu Sheng acquired this exquisite jadeite for a staggering 18 million. Its worth surpassing 180 million. In contrast, a piece of icy flower jadeite was purchased for 3 million yet sold for 640 million. Such is the allure of gambling. A fortunate bet can elevate one to celestial heights, where even fairies vie for affection. Mr. Yu, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the other half? Gao Chong from Dafu Jewelry asked, his curiosity piqued. The crowd shared his intrigue. The fate of the other half was no trivial matter, as it directly influenced pricing, whether it was exclusive or merely one of two. Yu Sheng replied with a smile. I did not cut it myself. It was already prepared in the Pingzhou market. I did not purchase the other half. What? No way. The audience gasped in astonishment. You didn't buy it. So I could. Gao Chong lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Buying half and leaving the other half. How is that feasible? Someone questioned skeptically. Yu Sheng continued. The other half is of the glutinous variety. This half appears glutinous but transforms into icy jade after being trimmed by 1 centimeter. I assure you, it is entirely icy here. If I am mistaken, you may return it. A stir rippled through the crowd. His jadeite appraisal skills had reached an extraordinary level. In comparison, the jadeite kings retreated, opting for silence. Several seasoned members of the Jade Association exchanged glances, whispering, this individual must be inducted into the Jade Association for proper oversight. Indeed, We should assign a female secretary. My daughter would suffice. She is a beauty. Let us not kid ourselves. Beauty is merely for sleeping with. Who would marry her? My niece graduated from Harvard Business School. Old fool. We are discussing a secretary. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Tong Lin winced, her lips twitching in agony as she closed her eyes. The more exceptional Yu Sheng became, the more torment she felt. When he spurned her affections, it was as if she were compelled to reciprocate. She sensed that Yu Sheng was destined to become a nightmare throughout her life, and this nightmare was only just beginning. Yu Sheng proclaimed loudly, if there are no further questions, the starting bid is 90 million. Let us begin. 15 million. Gao Chang shouted, hoping to seal the deal with a single blow. 16 million, someone scoffed, following suit. 18 million. Gao Chang pressed again. In a moment of hesitation from the crowd, Yan Fuqi decisively raised the stakes. 19 million. This time, the gavel was struck. Mo Yao, filled with courage, quietly deflated. Yu Sheng firmly declared, sold. The crowd was thoroughly impressed. He truly seemed to harbor a grudge against time, not pausing even for a second. Yan Fuqi smiled broadly, his expression embodying the spirit of Maitreya. Whether he profited was inconsequential. He merely wished to demonstrate his capabilities to Yu Sheng, to determine if he was a worthy partner. Tong Lin reflected on the fact that just from the icy flower jadeite and the premium violet, Yu Sheng's profits had already exceeded 800 million. Finally, Yu Sheng grasped a piece of imperial green jade, slightly larger than a fist, yet it was the sovereign of jadeites, crystal clear and ethereal, its quality astonishingly pure. Especially for women, such temptation is hard to resist. Even the ever-calm Yi Hongmei gazes intensely. It is essential to recognize that the jade jewelry valued at over 1 billion in the market is almost entirely imperial green. Yet, Yu Sheng appeared as if he held an ordinary stone, utterly unfazed. Imperial green, starting at 45 million, 60 million, 70 million, 75 million. Yu Sheng was somewhat taken aback, estimating its worth at 90 million. Did these individuals not concur? This was where Yu Sheng's lack of expertise showed. An imperial green bracelet could not possess a small circumference, just as a toy for children could not be a Ferrari. Without the ability to produce the bracelet, its value would significantly diminish. In a moment of hesitation, a melodious voice suddenly interjected, 100 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning to none other than Jenny. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, questioning her intent to raise the bid. Did she consider them fools? Yu Sheng chuckled, if you like it, I shall gift it to you. What are you shouting for? He casually handed the jade to Jenny. The crowd then realized their misunderstanding. However, Jenny's move was indeed shrewd, acquiring an imperial green for free. Yet, she smiled serenely, stating, rest assured, I never shout indiscriminately. She then fell silent. The crowd pondered. Jenny was undoubtedly not ordinary. Her words were not mere pleasantries. She truly regarded 100 million lightly, embodying the temperament of a wealthy young lady. Tong Lin shut her eyes once more. The subsequent Jingyang green jade was sold for 90 million to Gao Chang. The remaining materials comprised a superb blue agate, a fulu shoshi, and a red agate. Yu Sheng remarked, I initially intended to carve these 3 pieces, but seeing so many people today, I do not wish to disappoint anyone. So let us auction them all. The crowd, seasoned and cunning, swiftly concluded that Yu Sheng intended to participate in the internal bidding. The superb blue agate, starting at 45 million, commenced. 90 million. Gao Chang struck again. 100 million. Mo Yao felt the heat. It was essential to make a statement, as the Mo family's displayed strength was too feeble. Gao Chang felt somewhat disheartened. The price was indeed uncomfortable. Yu Sheng had already made a decision. Deal? Only 2 pieces remained. The red agate was valued at merely 8 million, while only the fulu shoshi held significant worth. Yu Sheng wasted no time. Let us auction these 2 together. Starting at 50 million. Hold on, my old man has something to say. The crowd, resigned, acknowledged the request, for the speaker was Lu Xiwan, a highly esteemed carving master from the Jade Association, a figure of great repute. Lu Xiwan inquired earnestly, Yu Sheng, from whom did you learn your carving? Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. These were cunning individuals, seeking to glean knowledge for free. Yu Sheng responded with a smile, I have never learned carving. I merely possess some inspiration in my mind that I wish to manifest. As for the outcome, it is inconsequential. I do not intend to sell it, merely to cultivate my disposition. The crowd gasped in admiration. He was unperturbed, leaving the elderly man to grapple with the challenge. Who would have known? The old man is indeed an old man, with an incredibly thick skin. In the remaining years of your life, it is commendable that you do not value wealth. Unburdened by material possessions, allowing your spirit to soar to great heights and touch the pinnacle of existence. As I approach the end of my days, I find myself without a disciple of whom I can be proud. Today, upon seeing you, I feel a profound sense of destiny. I wish to take you as my direct disciple. Will you accept? The crowd widened their eyes, utterly astonished. What audacity! You intend to leverage your own reputation in such a manner, knowing full well that the young man will not let you save face publicly. The only one who sighed in awe was Yin Fuchi, acknowledging that with age comes sharpness. Lu Xuan, discerning as ever, recognized from the emerald gifted to Jenny that Yu Sheng was entirely indifferent to wealth. Indeed, Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall gladly become your disciple. Consider these 2 items as my token of apprenticeship. I hope Master will graciously accept them. Esteemed guests, the auction concludes here. The crowd erupted in a cacophony, akin to the end of a film. Those who left empty-handed felt their journey had not been in vain, gaining insight into the many ways to acquire jade without expenditure. Tong Lin cast a final glance at the man who was once hers, the wealth and glory that belonged to her, before departing in quiet sorrow. The greatest victor was undoubtedly Lu Xuan, whose laughter bloomed like a chrysanthemum. He effortlessly irked his 2 old friends. We simply lack your audacity. What makes you think we are unworthy of being Yu Sheng's mentors? Chapter 83, A Romantic Farewell. Master, please enjoy some tea. At the apprenticeship banquet, Yu Sheng respectfully presented the offering with both hands. Among the witnesses were 2 esteemed sculptors from the Jade Association, Yang Haiding and Lu Zongwen, along with Su Haoping, a director from the Collector-S Association. Yin Fuchi, who claimed to be on the verge of starvation, clearly grasped the essence of shamelessness under Lu Xuan's tutelage and naturally stayed. Simultaneously, Helen and Yi Hongmei were present, though Hongmei served as a bodyguard. She harbored no sense of elitism. In her eyes, all beings were equal, whether seated with an emperor or a donkey. She was indiscriminate. Lu Xuan accepted the tea with a smile, took a sip, and began his customary admonition. Yu Sheng, do you know who the patriarch of the carving industry is? He had yet to discern Yu Sheng's capabilities, lacking the time for thorough evaluation, yet from the auction-S performance, it was clear that he was exceptionally talented. Thus, he set a high standard for his teachings, intending to start with Zigong, lest Yu Sheng perceive him as a mere trifler. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Sheng had no interest in such matters. He boldly declared with a beaming smile, "Of course, it is you, Master." Laughter erupted from all present. Yang Haiding laughed heartily, slapping his thigh to amplify the jest against his old friend. Yu Sheng, your flattery is rather blunt. Lu Zongwen teased with mirth. Yin Fuchi stifled his laughter, careful not to align too closely with his younger companion. Who was the patriarch? He had no idea. Su Haoping, known for his warm and gentle demeanor, could not help but chuckle. This young man is truly a gem. Helen was unsure, yet she comprehended that Yu Sheng had undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. So she joined in the laughter, feigning an understanding. Only Yi Hongmei was amused by the comical expressions of the crowd. Lu Xuan's face darkened at that moment. Despite his outwardly thick skin, he was merely a player in the game of life, having seen through the superficialities of the world. The rules he adhered to were not without limits, and deep down, he was quite traditional. Disrespecting the ancestors was a grave sin. Yet, he also recognized that he should not have posed that question. It was not solely Yu Sheng's fault. With a wry smile, he remarked, "You are throwing your master into the flames. Even a figure of iron and bronze cannot withstand the scorn of a multitude. In the future, refrain from such excessive flattery. Though you lack a foundation in sculpture, I am certain that you are innately suited for it. You possess a pure heart, unbound by convention. While the experiences of predecessors must be inherited, it is your own creativity that holds the greatest value. This is the essential quality every master sculptor must embody. As for your character, I shall say no more. Rules are rules, and you are you, unchangeable and without significant flaw. Please take a seat." Yu Sheng felt no hint of shame. After all, he did not depend on sculpture for his livelihood. He sat down with a chuckle. The others promptly congratulated Lu Xuan, a necessary gesture. As wine flowed and laughter filled the air, the atmosphere grew warm and convivial. Lu Xuan shifted to the main topic. "Yu Sheng, Although the number of jade pieces you auctioned is few, each is of exceptional quality, which has already established your significant influence in the industry. Some matters, as you know, lack support and will be crushed by power. You should apply to join the Jade Association. Yang Haining quickly added, do not fear the trouble, simply write an application. And the rest will be taken care of. Lu Zongwen chimed in, we three will co-sign as guarantors, securing you a title as a Jade Rough Stone evaluation consultant. Note that this is unique. Yin Fuqi felt a jolt. They were indeed making a substantial investment. While stone gambling consultants were abundant, every jewelry company had one. Yet none existed within the Jade Association. Those were all experts. Who would Yusheng consult for? But now, they had tailored a position specifically for Yusheng. How elevated was that status? No, this would secure Yusheng's allegiance, leaving him with nothing. He immediately chimed in playfully, as long as you fulfill your evaluation duties. That's all that matters. The elderly gentleman shot him a glare. You sly old fox. Yusheng's mind was clear. This was an attempt to rein him in, to guide the wild horse home. It presented both advantages and disadvantages for him. He would gain a backing, but would also need to make sacrifices. He chuckled, Master, I have no time for this. Rest assured, it will not take up your time. Furthermore, we will provide you with a secretary responsible for coordinating communication across the industry. Whatever you wish to pursue in the future will be significantly simplified, Lu Xuan said earnestly. Very well. Yusheng chose to trust his master and readily agreed. The three elderly men were satisfied. Lu Xuan smiled and said, you do not own a house in Yinjing, do you? You are not short of money. You must buy one soon. What kind do you prefer? A courtyard? I can help you with that. Why does this rein seem to tighten with every passing moment? Yusheng chuckled, Master, there's no rush regarding the house. I still have a multitude of matters to attend to. By the way, Su Gu, he turned towards Su Haoping. Were you not invited to the auction for the presidential suite at the Zhanghai Grand Hotel? Su Haoping wore a peculiar expression. You are unaware? They rescheduled it to 2 o'clock in the afternoon solely because you are auctioning jade. I shall be heading there this afternoon. Yusheng burst into laughter. That's splendid. It appears the national treasure remains intact. I shall accompany you. Is that agreeable? Of course it is. Su Haoping replied nonchalantly. If Yusheng were deemed unqualified to attend, then who would be? The three old gentlemen observed that there was indeed no urgency. He was also involved in the collection of cultural relics. Lu Xuan sighed. Yusheng, we cannot wait for you any longer. After dinner, we shall return. Once you have completed your affairs here, hasten to Yinjing. Whether it be to learn carving or to swiftly establish high-end connections, it is profoundly significant and essential for your development. I understand. Rest assured, Master. Yusheng responded earnestly. He was indeed determined to travel to Yinjing, for the grievances of his parents remained unresolved. After bidding farewell to Lu Xuan, Yin Fuqi also had to take his leave. Yet Yusheng assured him that should collaboration be necessary, he would be the first choice. Yin Fuqi departed contentedly, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. Soon after, the embassy's vehicle arrived. Yusheng escorted Helen to the entrance of the Imperial Garden, where a long black Lincoln with diplomatic plates awaited them. Su Haoping, who had come out to see them off, felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized the vehicle as Ambassador Blant's official car, which enjoyed unrestricted passage wherever it went. What a remarkable background Jenny has, Su Haoping marveled. A military officer opened the car door and respectfully gestured, Please, miss. Enter the vehicle. However, Helen suddenly turned and embraced Yusheng, bestowing upon him a farewell kiss in public. Su Haoping felt a wave of awkwardness. Why had he come to witness this spectacle? Now, he felt like an intruder, especially since Yi Hongmei was undoubtedly Yusheng's woman. Given the level of care exhibited by her bodyguard, the military officer, too, bore an expression of surprise. This exceeded the bounds of propriety and could negatively impact Helen's family. Yet Helen paid no heed. One must indulge in life's whims at times, lest one regret it later. I must take my leave. The rest I leave to fate, Helen declared resolutely as she turned and entered the car. The military officer promptly closed the door and politely addressed Yusheng. Thank you for your care of the miss. Farewell. Yusheng nodded, and the officer took his seat in the front passenger side, as the Lincoln departed without a sound. Su Haoping exhaled in relief. But Yi Hongmei dutifully reminded. She took the jade. What about the promised 100 million? Su Haoping stumbled slightly. This woman was formidable, her words stripping away the romantic atmosphere, leaving only stark reality. Chapter 84. The auction of the presidential suite. Yusheng glanced at Yi Hongmei and gritted his teeth. You stay at home. We shall attend the cultural relic auction. Su Haoping nearly burst into laughter, for this was tantamount to acknowledging her lack of status as a bodyguard. Subsequently, Yi Hongmei's demeanor vividly illustrated that she was not merely a bodyguard. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, "If I were idle, I would call Yanni for a chat. So much has transpired today. For instance, just earlier. Oh, by the way, I need someone to carry the cash box. Let us go together." Suddenly, Yuxing altered his tone. "Ha ha. Su Haoping has finally let his guard down. Yet he concealed his surprise with remarkable swiftness. My friend, there is no need for cash. You can pay with Bitcoin." "Is everyone using Bitcoin for payment?" Yuxing inquired, suddenly skeptical. He was willing to offer Bitcoin to others, but when asked to pay with it, doubt crept in. How would the auctioneer know he possessed Bitcoin? Su Haoping, however, did not dwell on the matter. "No, cash is acceptable. US dollars, euros, Bitcoin. Only transfers are not allowed." "Ah, fortuitously. I have US dollars," Yuxing replied, feeling relieved. The Mercedes came to a halt at the entrance of the Jianghai Grand Hotel. Yuxing and Su Haoping exited the vehicle, with Yi Hongmei trailing behind, carrying the box. They smoothly entered the elevator, and Yuxing could not help but ask, "Brother Su, don't you find anything amiss? Shouldn't an underground auction be rather clandestine, requiring someone to find it?" Su Haoping chuckled. "What you're describing is certainly something freshly unearthed. However, there are numerous private auctions, similar to yours, where the items are legitimate, merely aiming for a high bid. Similar to mine? Why not auction at home, then? Why not accept transfers?" Yuxing questioned. Yi Hongmei widened her eyes, agreeing with his reasoning. Su Haoping, however, found himself in a perplexing situation. "My friend, this world is not merely black and white. Most of it exists in shades of gray. For instance, if Li Chongqing were to accept a bribe in the form of a national treasure, it would surely be a treasure with a proper lineage. Otherwise, he would not have acquired it. Yet in his possession, it becomes a bomb. How then? Would you have him auction it at home? Preposterous. Even the auctioneer must not have any connections with him. Choosing a presidential suite merely signifies, 'I have you covered. Feel free to purchase.'" Yuxing felt a sense of understanding wash over him. Even Yi Hongmei seemed convinced. This was likely an attempt at damage control. As the trio exited the elevator, they were met at the presidential suite's entrance by two young men in suits, standing vigilantly. "Good day, Mr. Su. Bodyguards are not permitted to enter." One of the suited youths surprisingly recognized Su Haoping. Su Haoping smiled. "I cannot afford such affluent bodyguards. This is Yuxing, the esteemed owner." "Oh, so it is Mr. Yuxing. My apologies, please proceed." Without further ado, the suited youth granted them entry, even allowing Yi Hongmei, the bodyguard, to pass unimpeded. Upon entering, Yuxing was taken aback. Over 30 individuals were present, and he recognized more than half of them. It resembled more of a gathering of friends than an auction. Among them were Zhang Dianzhong, chairman of Precision Electronics; Wan Balan, general manager of Hanhai Group; Wang Zian, the heir to a mining fortune; Zheng Yunlong, owner of the antique market; Luo Xinzhu from Xinglua Auction House; landlord Zhu Fongquan; Wei Tianhong from the Wei family, as well as several individuals who had participated in the jade auction earlier that day. Upon seeing him, the crowd greeted him warmly, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an international superstar gracing the red carpet. Despite Yusheng's seemingly ordinary attire, lacking even a watch, he still cast a shadow over Su Haoping. Yi Hongmei had to concede that a man's success bore little relation to his clothing. Attire merely indicated whether he had a spouse. In every gesture, Yusheng exuded a profound confidence and composure, and when one considered that he had just received $1 billion, there was an air of understated luxury about him, coupled with a maturity that belied his youth, devoid of any youthful impetuosity. Yusheng responded to each person with a smile, leaving no one unacknowledged. Once he settled into his seat, a robust middle-aged man stood up and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Our auction will begin. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang San." The crowd chuckled, content with the introduction. Curiously, Yusheng inquired of Su Haoping, "Do you know him?" "No, not at all," Su Haoping replied. Shaking his head, Zhang San continued, "I understand that you are all here for the national treasures. Otherwise, you wouldn't be giving me such face. We have a total of 10 auction items, each a masterpiece. Due to space constraints and the need to protect these relics, please refrain from touching them. We will appoint 2 authorities to authenticate them, and the experts will then disclose their findings. Thank you for your cooperation." With a clap, 4 aides emerged from the side. systematically arranging the 10 artifacts upon the table. All eyes turned towards Su Haoping and Yu Sheng, causing Luo Xinju to feel a flush of embarrassment. As the owner of the Xinglua auction house, she found herself lacking in trust from the crowd. If anyone's expertise was to be relied upon, it was undoubtedly Su Haoping and Yu Sheng, particularly Yu Sheng, whose integrity even enemies like Wei Tianhong acknowledged, knowing he could not be bribed. The two men showed no reluctance as they approached the table. Su Haoping, ever meticulous, donned a pair of white gloves, while Yu Sheng, with unrestrained confidence, casually picked up a stone tablet, murmuring, "Ah," from the Jin dynasty. He quickly realized he recognized none of the inscriptions and nonchalantly set it down, leaving such assessments to Su Haoping. However, he was certain that this artifact had not been excavated. It had never touched the earth. His pace of evaluation was markedly quicker than Su Haoping's, characterized by a mere glance before returning the item. Luo Xinju inwardly chastised him, thinking, is this even proper appraisal? Are we being toyed with? Yet, the crowd remained utterly convinced of his expertise. The allure of those exquisite jade pieces surely cast a spell. A person of such remarkable prowess, particularly one capable of discerning ancient jade with eyes closed, warranted such reverence. In the blink of an eye, all 10 items had been assessed, with none appearing to have been unearthed post-establishment of the nation. Yu Sheng felt a flicker of doubt, but refrained from feigning knowledge. Once Su Haoping had completed his examination, he directly asked, "Brother Su, which of these qualifies as a national treasure?" The crowd's eyes widened in anticipation. Su Haoping sighed. "It is this stone tablet. National treasures are unrelated to market prices. They may not necessarily be the most valuable, but are undeniably unique and possess the greatest cultural research significance." He then publicly elucidated the inscriptions on the stone tablet, its origins, historical significance, and research value, sufficiently bridging cultural gaps. The audience listened with understanding, recognizing his expertise. However, no one underestimated Yu Sheng. Everyone has their strengths. Why not let Su Haoping try his luck blindfolded? Indeed, Yu Sheng's subsequent performance proved he was not merely a facade. He first accurately reported the ages of the other 9 auction items, then specifically emphasized, among these 10 items, none are legally recognized archaeological artifacts. According to law, all items unearthed post-establishment belong to the state. Within the antique community, the term unearthed specifically refers to this regulation. If excavated during the Republic era, the consensus classifies them as part of a structured heritage. In other words, all 10 items are eligible for auction. The crowd exhaled in relief, realizing that this knowledge sufficed. The spark in Zhang San's eyes flickered. Yu Sheng's performance truly surpassed his expectations, leaving him somewhat anxious and devoid of confidence. Chapter 85. I lack culture. I just appreciate beauty. The two experts announced their appraisal results and returned to their seats. Zhang San proclaimed, "I extend my gratitude to both experts for their evaluations." The auction now officially commences, with the first item, the Qianlong blue and white plum vase. As the attention of all was captivated, Yu Sheng seized the opportunity to discreetly message Yan and I, "No unearthed artifacts. Do not apprehend anyone. I sense this is a trap, but I am uncertain who it targets." Yan and I replied succinctly, "Understood." At this moment, the atmosphere was electric, with the price of the blue and white vase soaring to 8 million. This surge was inseparable from the two experts' appraisals, especially for those who had previously engaged in transactions with Yu Sheng, who were filled with trust. Consequently, the price skyrocketed. Rarely do underground auctions reach such heights. Su Haoping lamented, turning to say, "This price has lost its significance. By the way, are you waiting to bid on the stone tablet?" Yu Sheng replied with a smile, "No, I do not fancy stone tablets." He had no intention of purchasing anything. He merely wished to observe Zhang San's intentions. Su Haoping did not press further, as he understood Yu Sheng's penchant for uncovering hidden values. Yet today, it was evident there were no oversights. Surely, one could not deceive everyone by claiming something was counterfeit just to unearth a bargain. The first item sold for 9,500,000, acquired by Wang Ziyan, who happily paid in dollars. Yu Sheng pondered. With a stable income from his family's mining business, it seemed wise to regularly profit from such ventures. The second item, a Ming Dynasty 3-color figurine of a child on a chariot, commenced bidding at 500,000. Let the bidding begin. Zhang San's gaze inadvertently swept over Yu Sheng before swiftly averting. Yu Sheng immediately grew suspicious. Was he waiting for my bid? Was I the target? The more he contemplated, the more dubious it became. Initially, He believed that without an invitation, one could not be the target. However, he now realized it was unnecessary to extend an invitation, for Su Haoping would do so. The most significant doubt lies in the timing of the auction, which was unexpectedly delayed due to the auctioning of jade. What initially seemed reasonable now appears suspicious from every angle. Yu Sheng suddenly felt a surge of determination. How dare they seek their own demise? Yet, he had yet to decipher the intricacies of this trap. Were they attempting to frame him? Even if these artifacts were stolen, it mattered little. For Yu Sheng was unaware of their illicit origins, and there were dozens who could attest that he had acquired them legitimately. Thus, the worst-case scenario would simply involve surrendering the items. Even if he could not recoup his investment, the loss would be negligible. As he pondered this, the second item was swiftly sold, astonishingly purchased once again by Princeton, that plump target. Yu Sheng was left speechless. Was he perpetually this fortunate? However, Zhang San's objective could not possibly be Princeton. If he were indeed targeting me, it would be time to auction off the steal. The reasoning was straightforward. If the most expensive and the least expensive items were both disregarded, only the national treasure remained for bidding. Indeed, Zhang San proclaimed loudly, "We shall now commence the auction for the national treasure steal, starting with no reserve price. Let the bidding begin." Yu Sheng's doubts evaporated. He was the intended target. This absence of a reserve price made it seem as though the attendees had stumbled upon a tremendous bargain, igniting a fervor that engulfed the entire room. For the first time, dozens were bidding simultaneously. Zhang San's gaze swept across Yu Sheng once more as he called out the highest bids. 1,800,000. 1,900,000. 2 million. Boss Luan bids 2 million. 2,100,000. Boss Zhang bids 2,100,000. Is there any further bidding? Silence enveloped the crowd. After all, it was merely a stone. Zhang San's gaze lingered on Yu Sheng, but he directed his inquiry to Su Haoping. "Mr. Su, do you find this price for a national treasure reasonable?" Su Haoping chuckled. "The price reflects the contradiction of supply and demand, unrelated to value." Suddenly, Zhang San turned to Yu Sheng. "May I ask, Mr. Yu, why do you lack confidence in the steal?" The crowd found his question tedious, with someone chiming in, "Mr. Yu prefers exorbitant profits, at least over 100 million in gains. Where's the profit in this?" Laughter erupted among the attendees. Yet, Zhang San remained fixated on Yu Sheng. With no choice but to respond earnestly, Yu Sheng said, "I apologize. I lack education and merely appreciate beauty." The crowd erupted in laughter once more. This response was exquisite, perfectly aligning with Yu Sheng's persona. Had Su Haoping offered such a retort, it would have seemed insincere. Zhang San's eyes betrayed his disappointment. But his psychological fortitude prevailed as he declared decisively, 2,100,000 sold. The subsequent auction items spanned a variety of categories, ensuring that any collector would find something appealing. Yet, Yu Sheng did not bid even once. Even Yi Hongmei, curious, leaned in to ask, "Do you only collect women?" "Oh, is it that obvious?" Yu Sheng responded, astonished. Yi Hongmei shot him a glance. "You are so adept at appraising artifacts. What exactly do you collect?" Yu Sheng whispered to her, "Fool, haven't I told you? It's about resonance." Yi Hongmei suddenly comprehended that one's appraisal skills were independent of one's collection. Her admiration for him deepened. Soon, all the auction items had been sold. The auction concluded, and Zhang San took his perfect bow, not casting another glance at Yu Sheng. The crowd bustled and departed in a flurry. Su Haoping followed behind Zhang Dianzhong, having purchased the steal. As Yu Sheng declined the invitations of acquaintances, he pondered whether Zhang San had any hidden strategies left. As anticipated, Zhang San seemingly nonchalantly approached Yu Sheng and whispered, "Boss Yu, I have some rare collectibles that are not suitable for auction. Might you be free this evening?" Yu Sheng instantly displayed keen interest. "Certainly, I'll come after dinner." The two arranged a meeting, and Yu Sheng swiftly took his leave. Upon returning home, Yu Sheng entered his bedroom and messaged Yanni. "This auction was directed at me. Regrettably, it was unsuccessful. Zhang San has invited me to visit him tonight. I suspect he will present some ancient artifacts. I'll tell Hongmei I'm going to see you, then investigate Zhang San. Please don't return and expose me." "Understood. Kisses," Yanni replied, seemingly delighted. Yu Sheng paused for a moment, then realized the source of her joy. She was preparing to apprehend the artifact smuggler. He couldn't help but twitch his lips, wondering if that was truly what he meant. Very well, he switched off his phone and concealed it beneath his pillow. Just as he was about to exit the bedroom, he returned to retrieve a flying knife. Yu Sheng stealthily returned to the hotel, ascending to the 8th floor via the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the presidential suite, the two henchmen had vanished, and the door was shut. Yu Sheng waited for a while, but no one entered or exited. Should he attempt a ghostly knock? Just then, a woman emerged from the elevator, and Yu Sheng's eyes lit up. This woman exuded an aura of mature allure, reminiscent of a ripe peach, ready to yield its juices at the slightest touch, an embodiment of flesh seemingly crafted from water, utterly translucent and shimmering, a true gem. Upon reaching the door, she rapped lightly. Within a mere second, the door swung open, revealing that the two henchmen were indeed stationed at the entrance. Yet, the woman appeared startled, clutching her chest with both hands. Her voice a delicate lilt. "Two of you? How many are there, really? This will cost more." "Damn, it's just the two of us. Come on in." "Oh, very well then." By the time she finished speaking, Yu Sheng had already slipped inside. Chapter 86. The ultimate hacker. Yu Sheng entered the living room and discovered a slender young man, approximately in his 20s and seemingly malnourished, seated on the sofa wearing glasses. Before him lay a laptop, and he was engrossed in a video game. Zhang Sen sat beside him, smoking, his expression gloomy as he observed the youth. The scene resembled that of an irritable parent scrutinizing a child's study habits. Noticing the woman's entrance, Zhang Sen extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and ushered her into the master bedroom. The atmosphere in the room was peculiar. The woman had shed her flirtatious demeanor, remaining as silent and graceful as a cat. Yu Sheng's attention was captivated not by Zhang San, but by the frail man with glasses before him. It was evident that this individual was no idle bystander. He was undoubtedly someone who relied on intellect to navigate life, for in a physical confrontation, he would stand no chance. At that moment, four subordinates were ejected from the master bedroom and settled themselves onto the sofa. A thought struck Yu Sheng. Were they surveilling the bespectacled man? The man slowly closed his game, revealing a screen that displayed a graph reminiscent of an electrocardiogram. With a few swift adjustments, he suddenly looked up and declared, "Yu Sheng has powered down." Yu Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The four subordinates exchanged glances, each one incredulous. One of them, attempting intimidation, remarked, "This kid is too cunning. He constantly seeks to disrupt Brother Zhang. Shall we give him a beating?" Another, feigning good intentions, interjected, "Li Bin, why go through such trouble? If you cooperate, this matter will resolve, and you shall emerge a billionaire. Brother Zhang is a man of his word." The frail youth, Li Bin, suddenly chuckled. "Well, there is something I nearly forgot to mention. At the onset of the auction, Yu Sheng sent a message to Yin and I. Would you care to report on that?" The expressions of the four men shifted dramatically, and in unison, they inquired, "What message? Are you certain this information is something you wish to know?" Li Bin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The four exchanged glances, realizing it was perhaps best to remain uninformed. They were acutely aware that Li Bin's fate had long been sealed. Silencing him was the only option. Knowing too much always led to such a grim end. Yet, if they disturbed Brother Zhang's slumber and emerged unscathed, that would be a dire misfortune. Conversely, if the information proved significant yet went unreported, it would be equally disastrous. Seething with frustration, the four men harbored a fierce desire to hurl Li Bin from the balcony. Ultimately, one of the subordinates made a call to relay the information. After a brief interval, Zhang San emerged from the bedroom, his face darkened with fury. He waved the four subordinates away and, suppressing his ire, demanded, "Why did you only mention the message sent during the auction now?" Li Bin, in a leisurely manner, retorted, "Did you expect me to announce it before everyone? Then why not speak up after the auction?" Zhang San's anger intensified. Li Bin smirked coldly. "You had already agreed to tonight's transaction. What difference does it make whether I mention it now or later? Do you still wish to hear it? Fine, speak." Zhang San, grappling with his rage, took a seat. Yu Sheng interjected, stating that there were no unearthed artifacts and urged against capturing anyone, expressing his suspicion that this could be a trap, though he remained uncertain of its target. Zhang San's expression shifted to one of gravitas. Li Bin continued nonchalantly, "Additionally, I hacked into Yu Sheng's phone and discovered that there is no Bitcoin app installed. In other words, he has never utilized his phone for Bitcoin transactions. His payment method is likely via his home computer. For instance, he may call someone at home to make the payment. Therefore, if you proceed with tonight's transaction, success is not guaranteed unless you allow me to visit his residence." In the course of his life, Yu Sheng came to a profound realization. Li Bin was an elite hacker, intent on acquiring Bitcoin. If he were to make a payment in Bitcoin today, It would undoubtedly result in a complete heist of all his cryptocurrency, leaving him utterly destitute. A cold sweat broke out on Yu Sheng. Such wealth was alarmingly precarious, easily gained yet equally easy to lose. The individuals who were aware of his Bitcoin holdings included the Wan Ting father and son, as well as Su Ho Ping. There was no cause for suspicion here, as they were oblivious to the actual amount. The most probable culprit, however, was Qiao Haitao. Yu Sheng pondered, how could he be so certain about its possession? Or perhaps, there were others who knew as well. Zhang Sen smirked ominously. What if you were to visit his residence? What if you fled? He suggested. You could send someone in, merely inserting a USB drive into his computer and initiating it. Upon observing the lethal intent in Zhang San's eyes, Lin Bin quickly altered his stance. Of course, it can also be accomplished without a visit. We would just need to wait for him to go online. Once I gain control of the computer, you may proceed with the transaction. Zhang San harbored a fierce desire to hurl Li Bin out of the window. Did you just say he powered down? Lin Bin confirmed. He likely remains unaware, perhaps merely wishing for solitude, akin to your state of slumber. Zhang San nodded. He will be online tonight. Can you ensure access? Certainly. I guarantee it with my life. If I fail to breach it, I shall leap from this 8th floor without hesitation, Lin Bin asserted without a moment's doubt. Zhang San's spirits lifted considerably, despite the fact that the window was sealed, rendering any leap impossible. When he arrives, I require his email. You will send him a message regarding our artifact documentation, instructing him to review it. No problem. Lin Bin replied affirmatively. Zhang San then retreated to the bedroom, with Yu Sheng following closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom, Yu Sheng was taken aback. The woman had not disrobed at all. She stood before the window, resembling a sacred statue. A sudden thought flashed through Yu Sheng's mind. This woman was certainly not for sale. She had merely adopted this guise to meet Zhang San. Indeed, as Zhang San approached her from behind, he recounted the events quietly, devoid of any suggestive gestures. Yu Sheng felt an instinctive certainty that these two were allies, representing opposing forces. Their formidable alliance must be bound by mutual interests. As Yu Sheng mulled over this, the woman remained facing away, silent for an extended period before finally speaking. Yu Sheng's power down has nothing to do with whom he sleeps with. He powers down every night, even in the absence of a woman. Yet today, he turned it off far too early. This must pertain to you. I have a suspicion that whenever he powers down, he is away from home, and peculiar deaths or disappearances occur, like that of Zhang Jinxiao. With a soft sigh, the woman expressed her thoughts. A surge of murderous intent surged within Yu Sheng. This woman must perish. How dare she monitor him daily? Zhang San's cheeks twitched slightly, incredulous as he murmured. Could it be that Yu Sheng has sensed my intentions to target him, and is now plotting my demise? The woman finally turned to face him. Her gaze icy as she replied, Is it truly so difficult to kill you? Zhang Jinxiao, despite his formidable prowess, has mysteriously vanished from his own villa. Although his subordinates claim that a ruthless assassin is responsible, I remain unconvinced. Yu Sheng, harboring the vendetta of his parents, yet choosing inaction, instead opts to engage in an antique auction, unless he is certain that Zhang Jinxiao is indeed deceased. What perplexes me most is how Yu Sheng managed this. The murderous intent within him has intensified, and he has condemned this woman to death once more. The execution must take place tonight. Yet before carrying it out, he seeks to uncover the identity of the man behind her. It is inconceivable to Yu Sheng that a woman could lack a man as support. He would stake his life on it. From Su Meiwan onward, there has never been an exception. Chapter 87. Do you have any last words? Zhang San, with a pallid expression, inquired. Are you implying that success is no longer possible? I did not suggest such a thing. Success depends on one's abilities. The woman replied with a smile, seemingly offering encouragement. You are under Qiao Haitao's command. I cannot interfere with you. As long as you remain alive in Zhanghai, Lord Jiu will ensure your safe exit, provided you do not perish at Yu Sheng's hands. Yu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Who is Lord Jiu? Unquestionably, this woman is connected to Lord Jiu, and as for Qiao Haitao, Yu Sheng had anticipated that long ago. The woman, now contemplating retreat, felt it unnecessary to wade through this murky water and confront someone as unfathomable as Yu Sheng. Thus, she stated decisively, I shall take my leave. Do you require anything further? Yu Sheng's murderous intent rekindled. Attempt to leave? How delightful. You shall bear the blame. Zhang Sin pondered and made a choice. I do not believe Yu Sheng would dare to come for me directly. I require an antique worth over 10 million. It must render him incapable of offering cash. The woman nodded. No problem. Since you need cash to exchange for Bitcoin, I will send someone after I return, and we will settle everything together. With that, she turned to leave. Zhang San, caught off guard, stepped forward to follow her. In that fleeting moment, his body went rigid, agony etched upon his face, gasping for breath. Unable to utter a sound, the woman took a few steps, seemingly sensing something, and glanced back. Terror flooded her eyes as she beheld the imminent presence of Yusheng. Zhang San had collapsed to the ground, reduced to convulsions. The woman trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the situation. A thunderous realization struck her mind. Yusheng had been here all along, eavesdropping on their discussion within this very room. Finally, she broke down, a stream of urine cascading down her thigh, quickly forming a small puddle on the floor. What is your name? Yusheng inquired softly. I am Sun Mingxiang. Please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you like a dog, she pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing utterly frail, struggling to speak, her voice barely a whisper. Not collapsing from bravery, but from sheer numbness. Why were you monitoring me? I wasn't. I did not, absolutely not, the woman sobbed. Who is Lord Jiu? Yusheng pressed on with his question. Sun Mingxiang seemed to have grasped the lifeline, hastily stating, the ninth master is the foremost brother in Zhanghai. He doesn't even require surveillance, as countless influential figures stand behind him, ready to inform him of anything he wishes to know. Yusheng, taken aback by the rapid escalation, inquired with curiosity, who ranks them? The ninth master as the elder brother. What are the 8 preceding him? There are none before him. Initially, he was known as the liquor master, for he monopolized the liquor supply chain in Zhanghai. Eventually, he ceased his dealings in alcohol, leading many to mistakenly refer to him as the ninth master. Over time, the name simply stuck. And what does he currently do? He operates an underground bank, engaging not only in usury, but also facilitating money laundering for various powerful figures, transferring funds abroad. Even Li Chongqing dares not touch him, for should anything happen to him, Zhanghai would descend into chaos and complete paralysis. Sun Mingxiang cautiously hinted, hoping Yusheng would exercise discretion and refrain from silencing her. At last, Yusheng comprehended the intricate ties between Xiao Haitao and the ninth master, both entangled in Bitcoin money laundering. He sighed. Do you have any last words? Sun Mingxiang promptly fainted. 10 minutes later, a piercing scream echoed from the bedroom. A throng of younger brothers rushed in, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before them. A fierce confrontation had culminated in a mutual demise between a woman and Zhang San. It was a brutal sight. The 6 younger brothers instinctively filled in the blanks, realizing the woman was a meticulously disguised assassin who had seduced Zhang San to seize his knife, plunging it into his lower back. In his dying moments, Zhang San had managed to twist her neck. They harbored no doubts, for the knife had been switched, and it indeed belonged to Zhang San. Li Bin burst in as well, now disregarded by all. A mere glance was enough for him to recognize the opportunity. Observing the 6 younger brothers in a daze, he cautiously advised, if you wish to survive, take the money box and flee quickly. Being implicated with Xiao Haitao will surely lead to your demise. The 6 younger brothers shuddered, exchanging glances, suddenly understanding each other's intentions. They then turned their gaze to Li Bin, preparing to silence him first. Li Bin, appearing unfazed, remarked, by the way, do you need Bitcoin? Hide it away for now. Once I acquire Yusheng's Bitcoin, I will provide each of you with Bitcoin worth $100 million. This promise was more generous than Zhang San's, amounting to $600 million in total, without him even batting an eye. The 6 exchanged another glance, suddenly realizing that killing Li Bin would yield no advantage. It would be wiser to keep him alive for future safety. Thus, they reached an unspoken understanding. There was no shortage of money boxes here, especially after the recent auction. The 6 swiftly divided the loot, with no objections regarding the amounts. As time was of the essence, they needed to find a safe place to regroup. They left not a single penny for Li Bin, hastily departing. Li Bin scoffed derisively, a bunch of fools. This is mere pocket change. Once I obtain Yusheng's Bitcoin, I will hire assassins on the dark web, and not one of you will escape. Yusheng was taken aback. It dawned on him that being coerced did not necessarily indicate one was a good person. He was initially hesitant about letting Li Bin go, but he was taken by surprise at Li Bin's ambitious resolve. Li Bin swiftly picked up Zhang San's mobile phone, executed a series of rapid operations, deleted the malware, and erased his fingerprints. Just as he set the phone down, He was struck heavily on the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. Li Bin felt no pain as he was confined within a box, along with his computer. One could only wish for the strength of iron to forge good steel. Yu Sheng, carrying the box, vanished into thin air. Upon returning home, he found that night had fallen. Yu Sheng first sent a message to Yan and I. The woman of Lord Jiao, Sun Mingxiang, killed Zhang San, who in turn was fatally wounded by Zhang San before his demise. 6 of his underlings were present at the scene, fearing retaliation from Qiao Haitao. They fled with the auction proceeds. Did anyone at the hotel report this? Yan and I understood immediately there would be no antique dealer to apprehend. If it was indeed Lord Jiao's woman, no one would dare to report it. The hotel would inform Lord Jiao, and subsequently, all traces would vanish without a trace, guest records erased, surveillance footage deleted, as if nothing had ever transpired, ensuring he would remain untouched by the incident. Yu Sheng inhaled sharply. Was Lord Jiao truly that formidable? Yet this was preferable, as it spared him from suspicion. Yan and I, come here, I have a secret to share. Hong Mei has already informed me. You probably need some solitude to savor Helen's kiss. I won't disturb you, perhaps another day. Oh, why do I feel like it's you who's reminiscing, while I've forgotten entirely? You're doomed. I'll come and kill you tomorrow. Yu Sheng laughed heartily. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. Yu Sheng, this is Lord Jiao. Chapter 88. The threat from Lord Jiao. Lord Jiao? Yu Sheng was taken aback. Indeed. I am currently at the Jianghai Hotel. I expect you to come here. Lord Jiao's tone was entirely commanding, devoid of any pleasantries. Yu Sheng paused momentarily before responding coolly. What are you to me? Lord Jiao remained unperturbed, calmly stating, I have given you a chance. Whether you seize it is your fate. My woman did not die in vain. Do you think such a clumsy scene could deceive me? Oh, your woman is dead? At the Jianghai Hotel, is it? Very well, I shall notify the authorities. Yu Sheng hung up, unwilling to engage in open conflict with anyone. That was not his forte. He preferred to handle matters discreetly. Moreover, someone had to take the fall. He would not burden Jing Feng with complications, for that was a matter of principle. He was a man of principles. He promptly called Yin and I. Lord Jiao just contacted me, stating his woman is dead. Please handle it. He is at the Jianghai Hotel. Yin and I comprehended the situation and sighed. All right, I'll take care of it. Don't confront him directly. This is not something to be trifled with. She reported directly to Director Jia. Subsequently, Jia Xiushan personally went to the Jianghai Hotel, where he met Lord Jiao in the presidential suite. Lord Jiao stood before the window, appearing to be in his 50s, with impeccably groomed hair, each strand seemingly emanating a powerful aura. A report has been filed indicating that your woman has met her demise, and I am here to conduct an investigation. Director Jia felt compelled to speak, sensing that this individual could maintain his aloof demeanor until dawn. Finally, Lord Jiao turned, his gaze sharp and profound, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, rendering others hesitant to meet his eyes. He exuded an aura akin to that of a ruler in a shadowy realm, where a mere utterance could decree the fate of a person. Director Jia's pupils constricted. Fully aware of the terror this man embodied, he was linked to at least 3 missing persons cases, yet no one dared to act against him. Calmly, Lord Jiao inquired. You are aware of the numerous lives Yu Sheng has taken. Why have you not apprehended him? Evidence. Director Jia asked succinctly. Lord Jiao smiled. A smile imbued with an intangible pressure. The evidence is your concern, not mine. What I observe is that everyone who has had a conflict with Yu Sheng has perished, including young Master Qiao from Pingzhou and Zhang Jinxiao, whose remains are non-existent. Do you not find this peculiar? Why not interrogate him to uncover how he accomplished such feats? Director Jia's expression darkened. If mere speculation sufficed for arrests, what chaos would ensue in this world? He longed to assert that if such a course were permissible, Lord Jiao would be the most deserving target of arrest. Lord Jiao continued his line of reasoning. You are wary of Yin and I, yet you overlook a crucial detail. The Yin family has never acknowledged Yu Sheng. This is not merely a matter between the two of them. A marriage alliance involves 2 families, but where is Yu Sheng's family? What right does he possess to unite with the Yin family? Director Jia felt a headache rising. He and Lord Jiao were on completely different wavelengths. He truly had no reservations regarding Yin and I, for Yu Sheng had not claimed a single virtuous life, particularly that of Tang Tiance, Zhang Jinxiao, and Black Mamba. Their deaths were inconsequential, as they were already deserving of death, thus alleviating countless troubles for the Jing family. What a favorable outcome. Therefore, he was quite willing to turn a blind eye. Moreover, he could not find evidence to substantiate that it was indeed Yu Sheng who was responsible. Yet, one point Lord Jiu made was undeniably accurate. The coincidences were too numerous to ignore. No one could believe them anymore. Everyone who had opposed Yu Sheng had perished. Was this mere chance? Where is your woman? I wish to examine the scene. Perhaps I might uncover some evidence. Director Jia, employing a tactic akin to Tai Chi, remained skeptical that any evidence would be found at the scene. Based on his experience, it would be difficult to frame Yu Sheng. Lord Jiu sighed. I did not file the report. Understood. Then you should retire early. I take my leave, Director Jia declared decisively and departed. Lord Jiu slowly seated himself, rotating the large gold ring on his finger, as if to flaunt his wealth and status. 8 subordinates silently entered, standing behind him, each robust and serious, ever vigilant. Ah oui, have you found anything? Lord Jiu inquired. Lord Jiu, the surveillance footage reveals no suspicious individuals entering this room. Rather, one individual, a frail young man wearing glasses, has vanished. Vanished? Lord Jiu pondered thoughtfully. This must be the hacker, taken away in a box, indicating that someone must have carried the box out. Ahui quickly added. All 6 subordinates were seen carrying boxes. Master Jiu was left speechless. The identity of that individual was inconsequential. What truly mattered was how Yu Sheng had accomplished it. Is it possible that Yu Sheng never actually came? Could it be that he bribed those few subordinates? Ahui cautiously suggested. Perhaps he purchased them with Bitcoin? Master Jiu seemed to be speaking to himself, suddenly realizing how convenient this notion was, as it all clicked into place. All loyalty stems from the insufficient stakes of betrayal. No subordinate could withstand the temptation of $100 million raining down upon them. Bang, bang, bang. 10 flying knives struck the chopping board in succession. Yu Sheng remained silent for a moment, discovering that his practice with the concealed flying knives was astonishingly swift. After just one night of fervent dedication, his skills had become indistinguishable from those of Hong Mei, yet his strength and speed had vastly surpassed hers. Master Jiu, are you ready? Yu Sheng sheathed his flying knives, preparing to catch Master Jiu off guard during the day. He then stepped into the dining hall. Hong Mei had already prepared breakfast, cheerfully saying, "Let's eat. I feel like I'm becoming your mother. By the way, Yin and I didn't kill you last night, did she?" Yu Sheng sat down, smiling faintly. "No, thank you." Hong Mei only mentioned Helen's kiss, but that was something impossible to conceal. Conversely, she was aware of Yu Sheng's affair with Helen in the bedroom, yet chose to remain silent. Hong Mei increasingly admired this man, playfully stating, "Now you recognize my prowess, right? Wherever you go today, you must take me with you. I'm going to kill Master Jiu. Will you accompany me? Why not? I know you didn't actually seek out Yin and I, the deaths at the hotel where you're doing. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul," Hong Mei replied earnestly. Yu Sheng nodded. Indeed, Hong Mei was no fool. After they finished their meal, Yu Sheng called Yin and I. "Tell me where Master Jiu is." Master Jiu cannot be touched. He resembles a malignant tumor that cannot be simply excised. The funds he controls are too vast. His demise would disrupt the financial order of Jianghai, leading to the collapse of numerous small and medium-sized enterprises, which would, in turn, incite social unrest. If the capital city intervenes, your troubles would escalate significantly. Are you suggesting I wait for him to kill me? Not exactly. I have already requested my mother to intervene. What a joke. He is merely the owner of an underground money house. It's unlikely your mother would have any influence. My mother doesn't need to negotiate with him. She merely needs to let it be known that an investigation into that money house is underway. The influential individuals connected will act swiftly to withdraw their funds. This approach aims to deflate the money house's influence, minimizing repercussions and preventing you from accumulating too many enemies who might turn against you. Very well. Yu Sheng ended the call but turned to Hong Mei, saying, "I wager that Master Jiu won't wait. He'll dispatch someone to kill me today." Hong Mei laughed. "That is splendid. We might as well find something to occupy ourselves." Yu Sheng was left speechless, bemused by this warmonger. Chapter 89. A profound connection. I find it hard to believe that Master Jiu would send someone directly to kill you. Hong Mei expressed her skepticism. Yu Sheng slightly shook his head. He wouldn't resort to such a blatant approach. That would lack finesse. Typically, individuals of his ilk consider themselves more astute than others and revel in the art of subterfuge. At that moment, Yu Sheng's phone rang, revealing yet another unfamiliar number. "Mr. Yu, I am a friend of Li Bin. May I inquire whether Li Bin is still alive?" "I do not know Li Bin," Yu Sheng replied curtly. "I possess intelligence regarding Lord Jiu that you would find intriguing, but the price is merely to inform me if Li Bin is alive. Not interested. Yu Sheng asserted with unwavering resolve. Have you misunderstood something? Lord Jiao intends to kill you, and you are not interested? The caller's tone grew increasingly agitated. Yu Sheng abruptly hung up the phone. However, Hong Mei suddenly remarked, this individual is not sent by Lord Jiao. Yu Sheng nodded. The last statement seemed disingenuous. Yet I truly do not know Li Bin. Hong Mei responded earnestly. I understand that you cannot confess to having killed Li Bin. But why does he believe you could provide that information? Because he is mistaken, thinking that Zhang Xin has killed him. In other words, he has maintained contact with Li Bin and is aware of his circumstances. Yu Sheng sighed. The misunderstanding stems from his ignorance of Zhang San's demise. If I were to claim that Zhang San was the perpetrator, it would inevitably be revealed. A hacker's acquaintance can only be another hacker. Otherwise, how would he acquire intelligence on Lord Jiao? I have no desire to deceive a hacker. Such dangerous individuals must either be eliminated or avoided entirely. Understood, Hong Mei nodded. Yu Sheng then recalled the domineering assassin and suddenly asked, will you teach me combat? Hong Mei smiled. Is it still not too late? Very well, come. The two entered the bedroom, where the floor was resilient to falls. Standing opposite each other, Hong Mei instructed, you may attempt to kill me. Yu Sheng recalled the assassin's movements, like wisps of smoke darting toward the throat. Unfortunately, the subsequent defensive technique was rendered ineffective as Hong Mei was uncooperative. A crouching spin kick sent him crashing to the ground. Yu Sheng remained dazed for a considerable time, pondering why, despite his quicker reflexes, he had failed to evade. Hong Mei chuckled. 1,000 techniques are no match for one mastered move. That technique you learned from the assassin, right? Absurd. It pales in comparison to chaotic punches. For at least they are fluid. You only know the beginning. The moment I crouch, you become an observer. Do not attempt to be so extravagant. Let us practice this particular move. Crouch, spin, sweep the leg. Execute it fluidly, and it must be completed in the blink of an eye. Quick, you must be swift. After several attempts, Yu Sheng felt he had perfected the move, as if it had become instinctual, requiring no conscious thought. Yet, Hong Mei was nitpicking, persistently critiquing.